Chapter 1. Crossing the Battlefield. The demon city of Huaxia. A bewildered young man cautiously concealed himself in a corner of a residential area, his face a portrait of terror, anxiety, and a hint of frustration that, if I must traverse realms, at least let me land in the territory of the Huaxia army. Instead, I find myself parachuted next to the enemy's stronghold. Is this not akin to entering a hellish mode? Just the previous night, Zhang Xingyan had been engrossed in a game centered around the War of Resistance, a wildly popular single-player title in Huaxia that seamlessly blended elements of warfare, stealth, and finance into a thrilling experience of battling invaders. As a seasoned enthusiast of strategic games, Zhang was irresistibly drawn to this particular genre, completing it in less than a day. His rapid success was largely due to a time-honored tradition among veteran players utilizing cheats. After all, who would play without them in this era? Upon awakening, he found himself not nestled in the comfort of his warm bed, but lying on the cold ground. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by an unfamiliar alleyway, and beside him lay the lifeless body of an enemy soldier. Initially, he believed he was caught in a dream and pinched himself multiple times to awaken. However, the distant sounds of artillery fire and anguished cries filled him with an ominous premonition. It wasn't long before the truth dawned upon him had indeed crossed over. The evidence was stark and undeniable. A mortar shell detonated 50 meters away, sending shards of debris that sliced into his skin, the pain confirming his new reality. He had evidently arrived in the tumultuous era of the War of Resistance, though he remained ignorant of both his precise location and the current time. Glancing at his wounds, he noted the fortunate distance from the explosion. Only his arm bore a superficial cut, which would soon scab over. Observing his surroundings, he realized he was in a residential district. Cautiously, he edged around the corner of the alley to peer outside, and what he saw sent beads of sweat cascading down his brow. Not far from the alley, dozens of soldiers clad in yellow uniforms were firing artillery toward the position a kilometer away, while a multitude of troops awaited orders to launch. An assailtant estimated several hundred soldiers that moment. He found himself deep within enemy territory. If discovered, he would undoubtedly become the first unfortunate soul to perish in this new realm. Casting a glance at the nearby corpse of the enemy soldier, a thought struck him. Donning the enemy's uniform might allow him to blend in and wait for the opportune moment to escape. Hastily, he rushed to the body, changing into the enemy's attire, and by some stroke of fortune, it fit him perfectly. Standing at nearly 1.78 meters tall, he was considered quite imposing among the enemy ranks. To his surprise, the deceased soldier's physique was remarkably similar to his own. Just as he pondered whether fate was showing him mercy, the body of the soldier vanished, evaporating like mist. In that moment of confusion, a voice resonated within his mind. Host has successfully bound to the anti-Japanese infiltration and rescue system. This system shall provide the host with premium resources and services aimed at assisting Huaxia in achieving victory in the War of Resistance. This is the host's inaugural use of the system. A novice gift pack is awarded, along with one opportunity for a lottery draw. Upon hearing the sound, Zhang Xingyan was instantly moved to tears. Finally, fortune smiled upon him, and he was granted the privileges befitting a time traveler. Overwhelmed with joy, he exclaimed, "Open the novice gift pack. Congratulations, host. You have acquired proficiency in Japanese, along with the skill to master various dialects of the language. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a skill book for the elite special forces, which allows you to learn all skills associated with special operations, including hand-to-hand combat, assassination, demolition, and stealth. You have also received a Barrett sniper rifle with 200 rounds of ammunition. Congratulations, host. You have received a multifunctional smartphone that can take photographs, send and receive various messages, check weather conditions, and provide signal interference, among other features. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an infiltration identity card. Do you wish to use it?" Upon seeing the virtual information before him, Zhang Xingyan trembled with excitement. This was no mere novice gift pack. It was undoubtedly an extraordinary tool for a beginner. This was perfectly aligned with his aspirations. With such a powerful artifact, what could the enemy possibly do? Lost in his fantasies, Zhang Xingyan heard the system's prompt again, inquiring whether he wished to use the infiltration identity card. Curiosity piqued, he asked, "System, what does this identity card entail?" Upon using the identity card, you will acquire a new identity as a citizen of the island nation. The host is expected to leverage this identity to infiltrate the island's faction and provide intelligence and resources to aid the war effort. This system is designed for infiltration and national salvation. Only by embedding yourself within the enemy's ranks can more functions be unlocked. At this moment, Zhang Xingyan understood the implication. By utilizing this card, he would infiltrate the island forces and offer assistance to his homeland in exchange for rewards from the system. The system did not specify any punishment for failing to infiltrate, but it implied that further rewards would not be forthcoming. He found himself in a quandary. To be honest, he was patriotic and harbored a deep-seated hatred for these island invaders. However, infiltration was no simple task. A single misstep could cost him his life. Just hours ago, he had been an ordinary office worker. Though now equipped with skills, he felt uncertain about his ability to execute an infiltration successfully. Just then, the sound of cannon fire ceased, and hundreds of enemy soldiers charged towards the front line, which was fiercely defended by the Chinese army. He knew that the recent bombardment had likely claimed the lives of countless Chinese soldiers. Damn it. If I fail, I can always try again in 18 years. It's just infiltration, after all. I watched Infiltration and The Disguisers plenty of times. How can a young man of this new century be outsmarted by a bunch of small invaders? Resolute, he activated the identity card. In an instant, a surge of memories flooded Zhang Xingan's mind. Within approximately a minute, he absorbed the identity's memories, and as he processed this information, a wicked smile crept across his lips. Splendid. With this enemy identity, I shall be much safer. Just wait and see how I play this game with you all. With his attire adjusted, he stepped outside and approached the group of enemy soldiers. Just then, a voice called out to him. Shaolin Kuan, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be an area for providing logistical support? Upon noticing the insignia of a major on the individual before him, Zhang Xingan immediately recognized the person. As Captain Fujita, the commander of this offensive, Fujita was an arrogant and insolent man, and Zhang harbored a particular disdain for his identity as a Japanese, especially since at that moment, Zhang's identity was that of a fallen noble from Osaka, named Kono Renji, a distant relative of the Kono family. In response to Fujita, Zhang did not mask his displeasure, indignantly exclaiming, Baka, is it not your foolish lot that provided us with erroneous intelligence? There are clearly 2 regiments of enemy soldiers stationed here, yet we were directed to transport supplies along this route. This morning, we were bombarded by the Huaxia army, and my squad was annihilated. Fujita observed Zhang's fury with a gleam of satisfaction in his eyes. Noticing the crater nearby, he concluded that young Kono had likely sustained injuries from the shelling. Mocking Zhang's disheveled appearance, Fujita remarked, I too have only just learned of the 2 enemy regiments present here. It must be an oversight by the intelligence department. Young Kono should lodge a complaint against them rather than bark like a rabid dog here. Perhaps it would be best for you to return to the rear and recuperate in comfort. This place is ill-suited for a nobleman such as yourself. Zhang Xingan's gaze turned icy as he regarded Fujita. This was merely an act he needed to portray profound anger in response to the insult against his noble status to avoid suspicion. After all, the social hierarchy in Japan was rigid. Commoners were permitted to show disrespect towards nobles. But a fallen noble was a different matter entirely. Zhang contemplated whether he should draw his weapon and eliminate this man under the pretext of defending his noble honor. He reached for his sidearm. A voice interjected, seeking to mediate the escalating argument between the 2. Chapter 2. Preparing for action. Enough of your bickering. The battalion is still engaged in combat. Any disputes can be addressed later. The words came from the battalion's adjutant. Zhang Xingan cast a glance at him, but refrained from drawing his weapon, instead unleashing a torrent of expletives. You insolent fool, Fujita. Do you dare speak to me in such a manner? Do you wish to insult a member of the Empire's nobility? Are you seeking death? Fujita, unfazed by the threats, retorted sarcastically, Kobayashi-kun, I am not insulting the aristocracy. I merely advise you to return and tend to your wounds. Otherwise, your precious noble life may come to an end. At that moment, the adjutant stepped in to mediate, saying, Kobayashi-kun, you should return quickly. As you can see, this place is perilous. You are injured and ought to receive treatment in the rear to prevent infection. Once the battle concludes, I will personally submit your commendation. Stating that your reconnaissance team discovered the enemy's firepower deployment. Observing the adjutant's amiable demeanor, Zhang Xingan chose not to engage further with Fujita. He recognized that the earlier exchange was merely a performance and deemed it prudent to familiarize himself with his surroundings. His unit was a hastily assembled force, tasked with supporting the transportation of supplies to the front lines. The battalion commander, consumed by jealousy, harbored resentment towards Zhang Xingan for being of noble lineage, and thus sought to undermine him at every turn. However, as Zhang Xingan's squad was not directly under his command, the commander's scheming resulted in catastrophic losses, leading to the annihilation of his entire unit. As Zhang Xingan strode away, the adjutant quietly remarked, Commander, I believe it unnecessary to constantly oppose him. After all, he is also of noble birth. The commander scoffed disdainfully. What is there to fear from a fallen aristocrat? He barely qualifies as one. He merely exists as a parasite clinging to a noble title. The empire is being eroded by such vermin. While the sentiment held some truth, Zhang Xingan was not just any minor noble. He was a descendant of the esteemed Kono family. although he belonged to a collateral branch. The head of the family was currently the prime minister. Should anything untoward happen to him here, others would undoubtedly exploit it to his detriment. It was rumored that plans were afoot to expand and form a new regiment, and he was the most likely candidate to become its commander. Fujita pondered for a moment before patting the adjutant on the shoulder. Indeed, Nakajima-kun, you are correct. There is no need to waste energy on him. Once this battle concludes, we shall send him away from us. I refuse to tolerate a band of Osaka-s fools. Ah, the commander is indeed wise, the adjutant replied with a bow, then turned to survey the battlefield. At that moment, the enemy soldiers had stormed a position, engaging in the most brutal close-quarters combat with the Chinese forces. Meanwhile, Zhang Xing'an was making his way to the rear hospital, mindful of his injuries. At the very least, he needed a tetanus shot in this era. Many who sustained wounds succumbed to infections, necessitating caution. Relying on his memory, he navigated towards the hospital, intent on locating a medical station to procure treatment. He recalled that his name in the homeland was Kono Lineage, a scion of the illustrious Kono family, which could be considered the foremost noble family in the nation, far surpassing the likes of Ito and Mitsui and Hasegawa. After all, the current prime minister was none other than the family head, Kono Fumimaro. After 2 months of intense conflict, both sides have suffered significant casualties, yet the overall situation remains unchanged. Currently, the Chinese forces find themselves in a passive position, grappling with an inferiority in weaponry and equipment, while the external defensive lines have nearly all fallen. However, they still maintain control over the Demon City area. The recent skirmish was merely a probing assault, with the enemy commencing tentative bombardments in several distinct regions surrounding the city. Zhang Xing'an, a military enthusiast with a keen interest in the historical context of this era, is acutely aware that the enemy has seized the initiative. Nevertheless, following the prolonged battles, their logistics are beginning to falter, and they await reinforcements and supplies from the rear. At this moment, their aggressive actions serve only to mislead the national army, as the arrival of reinforcements and resources will take several days, at which point a comprehensive offensive on the Demon City will ensue. Zhang Xing'an is part of a newly formed unit, the Guoqi Detachment, established to bolster forces for this conflict. This unit, however, bears a notorious reputation. Upon learning this information, Zhang could not help but curse his misfortune. Arriving among the enemy forces without the benefit of a kill the enemy system seemed like a cruel twist of fate. Yet, what could he possibly do? How could he explain to the Chinese forces that he was on their side? It was unlikely anyone would believe him, especially given his current status as an enemy soldier. If captured by the Chinese troops, he would likely face severe punishment. After half an hour of walking, he finally arrived at a makeshift hospital in a dilapidated village. Due to limited conditions, many injured soldiers lay outside, awaiting treatment. Zhang Xing'an felt that a few hand grenades could easily dispatch 100 of the enemy. He collected some medicine from a nurse and entered a ward to tend to his wounds. During this time, the Japanese forces had suffered considerable losses, and most of the medical staff were occupied. His noble lineage afforded him the privilege of receiving treatment without waiting in line. As he contemplated his next steps, a cacophony of noise erupted outside the hospital. He observed dozens of Japanese soldiers entering the facility and positioning themselves in various corners, standing guard. Zhang, having integrated special forces skills, sensed that these soldiers were not ordinary troops. Their eyes and demeanor exuded the aura of seasoned veterans. He wondered what was happening. Were they planning to raid the hospital? This was the largest medical facility in the rear, reputed to host numerous medical experts. 10 minutes later, a luxurious sedan pulled up to the hospital entrance. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s and dressed in a suit rather than military attire, stepped out and made his way toward the hospital. He was followed by several high-ranking Japanese officers, several of whom bore the insignia of major generals. Zhang Xing'an could not help but marvel at the man's apparent significance. The generals trailed behind him like loyal subordinates. Who was this individual, and what was his true identity? At that moment, Zhang found himself in an inconspicuous corner of the hospital, still wary of the enemy forces. Having just traversed into this realm, he maintained a cautious distance from the injured, observing the unfolding scene from a solitary vantage point. As the Japanese officer entered the hospital, an unusual sensation arose within Zhang Xing'an. What if I seize the opportunity to eliminate this officer? Would the system reward me with something worthwhile? This thought ignited a surge of impulsive desire to take down his target, fueled by his specialized military training, which instilled a primal urge to hunt. However, acting on this impulse seemed unwise, especially with dozens of vigilant guards surveilling the area. How splendid it would be to possess a high-explosive device right now, detonating it near the hospital, ensuring that the general and most of the personnel would meet their end. Oh, system, are you there? Could I possibly exchange for a high-explosive bomb? Would installment payments be an option? Regrettably, the system offered no response, leaving him to pout in frustration. Surveying his surroundings, he resolved that assassination remained the objective, though the formidable guards had effectively sealed all escape routes. Even positioning a sniper rifle seemed implausible. Just as he contemplated abandoning the mission, a revelation struck him. His weapon was none other than a Barrett, a sniper rifle of extraordinary caliber. With an effective range of 2 kilometers, he could effortlessly eliminate a target within 3. With this newfound determination, Zhang Xingyan quietly departed the makeshift hospital. Feeling that today would mark the day he avenged his presence in this world by dispatching a Japanese soldier. Chapter 3. Eliminating a key figure after leaving the hospital. Zhang Xingyan arrived at a nearby hillside, which served as an excellent vantage point for sniping. From here, he could observe the entire hospital and the car parked at its entrance. The location was ideal, with no enemy patrols in the vicinity, as, in this era, no firearm could reach several kilometers. Thus, there was no security to speak of. Zhang Xingyan retrieved a Barrett from the system space, its weight in his hands evoking a sense of familiarity, a testament to the system's influence. He found a secluded spot to set up and, through the scope, watched the car in quiet anticipation. Before long, a high-ranking official clad in a suit emerged from the makeshift hospital, accompanied by a white-coated elder, presumably a doctor. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation as they entered the vehicle, which soon departed under the protection of a security detail. However, at the very moment they closed the car doors, a gunshot rang out several kilometers away. 2 seconds later, the Barrett's bullet struck the fuel tank of the black sedan, igniting it in a tremendous explosion that transformed the vehicle into a blazing fireball. Nearby, several enemy guards were thrown aside, engulfed in flames, and it was likely that those inside perished instantly. Chaos erupted as the security team scrambled to extinguish the flames, while the guards within the hospital rushed out in a desperate attempt to rescue the occupants. Though the chances of finding any survivors were slim, most likely only charred remains would be recovered. Witnessing the devastation wrought by a shot, Zhang Xingyan clenched his fist in exhilaration before swiftly retracting the Barrett into the system space. He hurriedly cleared any traces of his presence and made his escape, aware that a large contingent of Japanese soldiers would soon arrive. Remaining any longer would result in encirclement, making a retreat impossible. 10 minutes later, leveraging his experience as a special forces operative and his physical prowess, Zhang Xingyan circumvented the area and returned to the hospital, seizing the opportunity when no one was watching. He blended in with others to join the security detail, observing the frantic activity around him with a mocking sense of satisfaction. How delightful for you, little devils. Consider this your welcoming gift. Let us see if you can catch the culprit. I'm right here among you. Meanwhile, the high-ranking official and the elderly doctor were extricated from the wreckage of the explosion and promptly transported back to the hospital for treatment. Fortunately, they were at the hospital entrance, yet it appeared that the individuals retrieved were likely corpses, with virtually no chance of survival. At that moment, Zhang Xingyan approached an injured soldier, offering him a cigarette and cautiously inquiring, "What transpired?" "While I was in the restroom, a sudden, thunderous explosion startled me, prompting an immediate exit, as I feared an attack from the enemy forces." A wounded soldier, who was merely a lightly injured squad leader, upon noticing that Zhang Xingyan held the same rank as himself, struck up a conversation. After accepting a cigarette from Zhang Xingyan and lighting it, he spoke softly, clarifying that it was not the enemy army that had arrived, but rather an explosion caused by a prominent individual's vehicle, seemingly rigged with a car bomb. "A car bomb? Who was the individual?" I asked, to which he replied, "I do not know. I just learned of it moments ago. It appears to be a high-ranking official, likely the work of enemy agents. It seems someone is in for a misfortune, but it has nothing to do with a small fry. We ought to keep our distance to avoid any ensuing trouble." Zhang Xingyan nodded in agreement. Indeed, following the explosion, numerous individuals began to scour the vicinity for targets, yet they did not raise any suspicion towards Zhang Xingyan, instead searching far and wide, likely believing it to be an act of terrorism necessitating military intervention against enemy operatives. As Zhang Xingyan was about to leave with the others, a voice resonated in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for successfully eliminating a member of the island nation's royal family. You are awarded 500,000 points and have unlocked the System Exchange Mall. Congratulations on your first access to the Points Mall, which grants you 1 lottery draw and activates daily sign-in functionality, allowing for various rewards to be obtained with each sign-in." Upon hearing this voice, Zhang Xingyan stood frozen in place, not solely due to the generous rewards, but rather the revelation that he had just dispatched a member of the enemy royal family, a royal relative from the island nation. What an unexpected stroke of fortune. Had he truly eliminated a figure of such significance? Surely, the emperor must be distraught. Initially, Zhang Xingyan had deduced from the presence of the guards that this individual was of high rank, which had incited his murderous intent. Unlike other time travelers who had become well-versed in historical figures, he was merely an ordinary person and had no notion of the appearance of the enemy royalty. He had inadvertently caused the physical disappearance of this individual. Yet, a thought struck him. How could a member of the enemy royal family be present here? Was there a significant matter at hand? What could it possibly be? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. Regardless, having dispatched this aging enemy was no small feat. And his spirits soared as he observed the other adversaries cheerfully greeting one another. Next, Zhang Xingyan examined the rewards he had received, and his excitement was palpable. Indeed, completing tasks while in hiding could yield substantial benefits. The system's maul invigorated him as he perused the items available, ranging from a simple bayonet to an atomic bomb. However, upon glancing at the prices, he was astounded to find that an atomic bomb required 2 billion points. He had thought his 500,000 points to be a considerable sum, only to discover that the items within were exorbitantly priced. Even a Type 38 rifle demanded 10 points, and ammunition was priced at 1 point for 100 rounds. Thus, 500,000 points would barely suffice to purchase a few thousand rifles, and that was without ammunition. Indeed, the system does not allow individuals to easily take advantage of it. Suddenly, a question arose. Why did the notification about eliminating that old scoundrel come only now? Could it be that the system experiences delays? No. It must be that the old rascal was not completely dead earlier and was still undergoing resuscitation. It was only after his demise that the system provided the notification. Zhang Xingyan surmised this possibility, indicating that the old doctor who had entered the vehicle with him was still alive. How unfortunate, he thought, that this old fellow still clings to life. However, it mattered little. Whether the old doctor lived or died was inconsequential, as he would not yield many points anyway. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a voice chimed in. Congratulations, host, for successfully eliminating Professor Kyukiai Hidemitsu, causing a regression of 3 years in Japanese biochemical science. The system rewards you with 800,000 points and 1 lottery draw. To his astonishment, this individual proved to be more valuable than even royal blood. Wait a moment. What did the system say he was? A biochemical expert? Does this imply that this old scoundrel was involved in the study of biochemical weapons? Could it be that human experimentation was taking place here? The thought of biochemical weapons brought to mind the demons of Unit 731, but he quickly shook his head. It could not be so. Yet why would this biochemical expert be present here? Suddenly, he recalled something. Gas bombs. Chapter 4. Poison gas shells. The mere thought of poison gas shells sent a shiver down Zhang Xingyan's spine, a tumultuous blend of resentment and fear coursing through him. The inhuman adversaries dared to employ such weapons. Recollections of the past flooded his mind, where the enemy had unleashed poison gas in their assault on the metropolitan area, enabling their swift occupation of the city. Without such brutal tactics, their casualties would have been staggering. He recalled the strategy from his memories, where all troops were to feign an attack and await reinforcements before launching a full-scale offensive. It seemed that the support alluded to was not merely numerical but also included these insidious poison gas shells. He realized the urgency of ascertaining their precise locations. Even conveying this intelligence to the Chinese forces would be vital, allowing them to prepare and mitigate potential casualties. Lost in thought, Zhang Xingyan pondered his predicament. As a mere junior officer, access to such classified information was beyond his reach. Relinquishing his mental strain, he remembered that the system had rewarded him with 2 lottery draws. Curious about his fortune, he decided to proceed with the draw. Closing his eyes, a grand spinning wheel materialized in his mind, though he noted it displayed only numbers, devoid of specific items. He harbored grave doubts about the integrity of the system but had no recourse, as it was beyond his control. Calling out for the lottery to commence, he watched as the wheel spun with astonishing speed, akin to a race car accelerating to 180 km/h. Before he could utter a command to stop, the wheel abruptly halted, leaving him momentarily stunned. Was it truly so arbitrary? He hadn't even called for it to cease. A brief pause would have sufficed. Congratulations, host. You have received an F-grade reward, 5 remote-controlled bombs. The lethal radius of these bombs is 100 meters, and they can be detonated remotely from a distance of 20 kilometers. A spark of excitement ignited within Zhang Xingyan. This was indeed a valuable asset. Understanding the significance of a remote-controlled bomb in this era, he felt elation at the thought of using his versatile smartphone to trigger the explosives. An ingenious plan began to form in his mind, a scheme to obliterate the poison gas shells. Without delay, he initiated a second lottery draw, and as before, the wheel concluded its spin in less than a second. Just as he was about to voice his incredulity, the system chimed in with another announcement. Congratulations, host. You have received an S-grade super prize, 10,000 tons of universal gold. This gold can be exchanged for various currencies, and the conversion is irreversible. Stunned, Zhang Xingyan could scarcely process the magnitude of the reward. 10,000 tons of gold? Entering the marketplace, he was greeted by an array of figures, all measured in tons. Confirming that his eyes had not deceived him, he pinched his thigh sharply, fearing his exhilaration might propel him into a jubilant leap. What did 10,000 tons of gold signify? In his previous existence, the total gold reserves amounted to just over 30,000 tons. Possessing such an amount would elevate him to the status of the wealthiest individual in his world. Nay, with 10,000 tons, he could purchase an entire island nation without a second thought. Amidst the exhilaration, he steeled himself. aware that such a massive influx of gold into the market could precipitate a catastrophic collapse in its value, potentially reducing it to mere pennies. He meticulously examined the definition of universal gold and eventually comprehended that it could be exchanged for currency equivalent to this spacetime, such as yen, dollars, francs, or oceanic currencies. However, once converted, it could only exist in the form of currency and could not be deposited back into the system. This effectively positioned him as a mobile bank. Having access to such funds made covert operations remarkably effortless. While infiltrating the enemy's ranks, he could simply unleash a torrent of money, and at the end of the day, even if he revealed himself as an undercover agent, no one would believe it. In this regard, the theory of Zhang Yuqing's luxury vehicles proved notably successful and worthy of emulation. He pondered whether this space-time had its own Zhang Yuqing, feeling that he was overthinking. He shook his head and decided to experiment by withdrawing a portion of gold from the space and converting it directly into yen. In 1937, one tael of gold could be exchanged for approximately 50 yen. At that time, the yen was relatively strong, with the highest denomination being only 100 yen. A Japanese soldier's monthly military expenses amounted to merely 10 yen, enough to purchase only a few pounds of pork. Zhang Xing'an exchanged 10,000 yen. And as the war dragged on, the purchasing power of the yen plummeted. He felt a surge of joy as he touched the 10,000 yen in his pocket, though his expression remained impassive. After all, two prominent figures had just died, and everyone was under suspicion. Inquiries had already begun. The military police arrived to investigate the soldiers and the wounded in the area. They took anyone they deemed suspicious, for the ramifications of this incident were vast. Many were executed on the spot, and the notorious ruthlessness of the Japanese was well known. Not only were they brutal towards the Chinese, but they showed no mercy to their own. At that moment, he noticed several soldiers surrounding a young nurse, conducting a search. This nurse appeared to be under 20, with a striking appearance that could rival contemporary Japanese film and action stars. The military police scrutinized the nurse, and upon noticing her beauty, they entertained inappropriate thoughts. Suspecting her of wrongdoing and intending to take her away, the nurse pleaded and wept. Initially, Zhang Xing'an had no intention of intervening. But upon recognizing her as the girl who had just brought him medicine, he recalled that he had had a pleasant conversation with the deceased professor before encountering her. This sparked a different line of thought. Observing the girl about to be taken away, the other wounded and soldiers dared not intervene. After all, the military police were the most feared by the Japanese soldiers. Although they found the military police distasteful, they could only endure in silence. However, Zhang Xing'an approached and called out to them, "Wait, I can vouch for that nurse. She is innocent." The military police, taken aback by someone daring to obstruct their actions, felt their irritation rise. Turning around, they saw a second lieutenant, a squad leader, approaching. Their tempers flared, as military police were accustomed to being treated with utmost respect by the soldiers. Who was this individual to challenge their authority? Who are you to obstruct the military police in the performance of their duties? Are you aware that this woman is highly suspicious? We suspect her involvement in. Before he could finish, Zhang Xing'an interrupted, saying, "Enough with your theatrics. I know exactly what you were thinking. Let me inform you that this nurse was with me just now. She cannot possibly be the murderer. Of course, she is not the murderer. For the true culprit stands before you," the gendarmerie officer stated sternly as he gazed at Zhang Xing'an. "Baka, that implies you are also under suspicion. Seize her. Who dares?" Zhang retorted, "I am a member of the Imperial Guard family. You filthy commoners dare to lay a hand on me? Do you wish to court death?" Upon hearing his noble lineage, everyone was momentarily taken aback. It was known that such a person existed, and investigations had been conducted regarding him. He was said to be a distant relative. However, matters concerning the nobility were delicate, as the commoners harbored an innate fear of them. "What is your name?" "I am Second Lieutenant Jiwei Lin, responsible for the transport tasks of the 6th Battalion. I was injured on the battlefield and have been under the care of this nurse. Therefore, we have been together all this time." The gendarmerie officer found himself in a quandary upon hearing this. Initially intending to take the woman away, he now faced an unexpected complication. This individual was indeed a hot potato. After careful consideration, he opted not to provoke him, realizing that he could not let personal issues hinder the pursuit of justice. Thus, he declared, "Since there is someone to vouch for you, there is no issue. We shall take our leave." Seeing them attempt to depart, Zhang Xing'an called out, "Wait a moment." The gendarmerie officer, infuriated at being obstructed by Zhang, exclaimed, "You despicable wretch. Merely a fallen noble, and you truly believe you are of significance?" Just as he prepared to unleash his wrath, he noticed Zhang Xing'an approaching him with a wad of 100 yuan bills in hand. Chapter 5. Is this your soldier? Truly remarkable talent. Zhang Xing'an approached the gendarme, sighed, and inquired, "What is your name?" The gendarme was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a question. Was this an attempt at retribution? Nevertheless, he replied, "My name is Kudo Toshihito, squad leader of the 4th Gendarmerie Brigade. Hearing your accent, I assume you are from the Jingdong region. I understand the challenges you face. But the nurse in question is entirely innocent. I hope you will refrain from causing her any trouble." With that, He discreetly slipped a stack of banknotes into the gendarme's hand, his movement subtle enough that no one else nearby could discern what transpired. Kudo Toshihito, upon noticing the cash in his hand, was taken aback. It was a bundle of 100 yen notes, easily numbering in the dozens. Considering his monthly salary was a mere 80 yen, this amount equated to his annual earnings. He quickly donned a smile and said, "Ah, I understand, Konoe-kun. It was all a misunderstanding." The generous offer extinguished his previous anger, confirming in his mind that the man before him was undoubtedly of noble status. Otherwise, such lavishness would be inconceivable. Having spent considerable time in the military, he was well aware of such matters. Seeing the other man return his smile, Zhang Xing'an responded courteously. "You are too kind, Kudo-kun. I shall treat you to the finest restaurant on another occasion." "Certainly, I will be there," Kudo replied eagerly. "Oh, by the way, I have heard that your gendarmerie unit has been under considerable strain, lacking even decent vehicles. You might mention to your superior that I am willing to support your department with 5 cars as a token of my goodwill." Upon hearing this, Kudo's eyes brightened. He had not anticipated such fortune on this outing. Observing the other man's generous demeanor, he sensed no jest in his words. This mission was to assist other departments in investigating the prince's demise. However, as the prince was already deceased, capturing the perpetrator seemed nearly impossible. What mattered most was the tangible benefit at hand. Bowing deeply, he expressed gratitude for the generosity, assuring that he would relay the message. As Zhang Xing'an watched him depart, his eyes narrowed. Now, his infiltration plan could begin in earnest. With funds at his disposal, he intended to cultivate various networks of influence, thereby establishing his own power base to better support the resistance against the invaders. While he contemplated these strategies, a girl's voice broke through, laced with both tears and joy. "Thank you so much, Konoe-kun. I truly don't know what I would have done without you." Turning to face the girl, he bowed at a 90-degree angle, feeling somewhat awkward. To be honest, he had grown weary of such bows from the Japanese, yet he found her appearance charming enough to overlook it. He urged her to rise and inquired, "What is your name? Why were they after you?" "My name is Miho, a student of Professor Kuji," she replied. Upon learning she was a student of the biochemical expert, Zhang Xing'an's intuition confirmed his suspicions. No wonder they sought her. Could she be part of the biochemical research team? He believed such research could not be the sole endeavor of that old man. A team must be involved. "Are you a student of the director? It is difficult to discern your youth. I express my condolences for the passing of Director Kuji, a remarkable talent of the empire, tragically lost on the battlefields of China." However, Mihoko does not seem particularly sorrowful. She remarked, "In truth, I am merely an intern, yet to graduate from medical school, here for my practical training. And now confronted with the horrors of war, I long to return home, to escape this place. Director Kuji was merely an instructor during our university days, teaching us human anatomy. I cannot claim to have been his student, as his true disciples are elsewhere." Oh, now it makes sense why those military police dared to apprehend her. Her lack of connections renders her vulnerable. She is not a core member of the old guard's chemical research team, yet establishing rapport with her could be advantageous. Surely, she might possess valuable insights. After all, eliminating those researchers would surely yield some rewards. As the two were about to continue their discussion, a voice interrupted, asking, "Are you the captain of the Imperial Guard?" Zhang Xing'an felt an immediate irritation at the interruption. Did this person not notice he was engaged in conversation with a lady? No, he corrected himself. He was extracting information. Turning around, he was about to unleash a tirade when he noticed the newcomer, who approached him with a demeanor akin to a beggar, exclaiming, "Captain, you truly are the captain. How wonderful. It is a joy to see you alive." The individual then burst into tears. Zhang Xing'an pondered, "Who are you?" Yet, the figure seemed vaguely familiar. Suddenly, memories surged forth. This person had once been one of his soldiers, specifically a member of his transport team. Zhang Xing'an recalled him as a fallen noble, the child of a concubine, and burdened by the legacy of a disabled father who had been cast out to Osaka. Ordinarily, his wealth should have sufficed for generations, yet he squandered it all on indulgence, ultimately succumbing to illness, while his wife passed away years later. This left the 15-year-old Imperial Guard, Lin Yi, to rely on the remnants of the family fortune to complete his education. Although members of the Kanemura family offered him financial assistance, he rejected their aid, believing they had ostracized him due to his father's disabilities. Thus, he harbored resentment towards the family. At 17, he liquidated his assets and ventured to China. Yet after more than 2 years of struggle, he barely managed to sustain a small trading business, all while maintaining the airs of nobility. When the Battle of Magic City erupted, he enlisted, hoping to carve out a name for himself in the military. With his wealth, he assembled a band of rogue warriors from his homeland, forming a team of over 40 individuals. Due to his status, he was permitted to serve as a captain, yet this peculiar unit met a devastating fate. Ambushed and annihilated by the Chinese army's artillery. The individual before him was once a colleague from his trading business, also hailing from Osaka. "Who are you? An OA Jew? How did you end up like this?" Upon recognizing each other, Inoue Ju was overcome with tears and immediately recounted, after we fell into an ambush. Our squad leader lost consciousness, and we were scattered in all directions by the explosion. My younger brother, Inoue Jishichi, sustained serious injuries and was taken to the hospital. I have been caring for him since yesterday. Hearing his brother's name, he inwardly lamented how casually the people of your country chose names. He then inquired with concern, "Oh? Is Inoue Jishichi's injury serious?" "It's not too grave at the moment," she replied. "He only injured his leg, but the hospital refuses to administer medication, citing a shortage of supplies. This morning, I noticed signs of infection in his leg, so I came here to procure more medicine, but..." Zhang Xing'an understood that their group was regarded as an anomaly among the Japanese troops, who were eager for their demise. He interrupted her, saying, "Mei Wei Zi, do you have any anti-inflammatory medicine? Could you possibly retrieve some?" As he spoke, he handed her a 100 yuan bill. Mei Wei Zi was momentarily taken aback, for the denomination was quite substantial. She quickly replied, "I cannot accept this money. Please take it back. I will go get the medicine for you right away. You have helped me, so I cannot take your money." Zhang Xing'an interjected, "Mei Wei Zi, this money is not for you. Take it to your superior and say I purchased it. This way, they will not make things difficult for you. However, I am uncertain if they will sell other medications. If they do, the price should be negotiable." After acquiring the medicine, Zhang Xing'an bid farewell to Mei Wei Zi and, together with Inoue Ju, made their way to a small hut located a kilometer away. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of a dozen beggars, akin to lost souls, boiling potatoes while staring hungrily at the pot. Chapter 6. Truly a band of elite soldiers. Upon seeing this group, Zhang Xing'an immediately recognized them as his squad members, albeit now appearing as beggars. Several of them were still in relatively intact military uniforms, yet devoid of weapons, with the only 2 rifles visibly damaged. Observing their lewd fixation on a large pot, Zhang Xing'an felt that his subordinates were indeed a remarkable band of soldiers. Upon entering, the ragged soldiers were initially taken aback but soon erupted with joy, all rising to gather around him, calling out "Captain." Their expressions were filled with relief, as if they had finally found their anchor amidst turmoil. Zhang Xing'an gestured for them to sit, then noticed Inoue 17 lying on a makeshift wooden board. He was the younger brother of Inoue 10, and his current mental state seemed stable, though there was a concerning trend of infection in his leg. Approaching Inoue 17, Zhang Xing'an halted his attempt to rise and bow, reassuring him, "17, you need not stand. Focus on your recovery. By the way, I managed to procure some medicine at the hospital. As long as we tend to the infected flesh, you shall heal." Upon hearing Zhang Xing'an's words, Inoue 17 was moved to tears, bowing his head in gratitude as he said, "Captain, I pledge my life to you from this day forth." Zhang Xing'an replied, 17, your life belongs to you. Preserve it well for the sake of your family." Here, he emphasized family rather than the emperor or the empire, for he intentionally sought to reshape the militaristic mindset of these young soldiers. Having been indoctrinated by the spirit of Bushido, they had now infiltrated under a different guise, and Zhang Xing'an aimed to undermine their fervent beliefs by targeting the very essence of that spirit. After some pleasantries, Zhang Xing'an glanced at the potatoes boiling in the pot, furrowing his brow in feigned concern. "Is this all you have to eat? What about your rations? Wasn't there supposed to be a unified supply from the army?" At this, the group erupted in indignation, with a 20-year-old speaking up first. "Captain, they say our unit has been disbanded, that our designation no longer exists. Hence there are no supplies for us. For days, we have been purchasing food from nearby shops at exorbitant prices, and we've exhausted our funds, which were provided by you before the war began." Zhang Xing'an understood. These individuals were, in essence, a band of misfits lacking proper military training. This explained why his squad was easily decimated by a few artillery shells. Angered, he scolded them and pulled out 300 yen, addressing his subordinate, Kono Yutaro. "I command you to take this money and procure meat, beverages, and additional supplies. Also, bring back a few blankets for Inoue 17. Do you understand?" Seeing the money, the group's eyes gleamed, and upon hearing it was for their provisions, several of the young soldiers stood up excitedly, declaring, "We pledge our undying loyalty to you, Captain." Zhang Xing'an chuckled inwardly at their naive enthusiasm, having just overheard them swearing allegiance to him, rather than to the emperor. This is quite remarkable. They have ignited a flame within the island today, seeking to transform it into a vast conflagration. Now, you must hurry, for everyone is quite famished. Could it be that this amount of money is insufficient? Upon seeing the furrowed brow of Kobayashi Teru, the deputy captain, he remarked, "No, Captain, this sum is excessive. Merely 100 yen will suffice." At that moment, Zhang Xing'an interjected, "Kobayashi, bear this in mind. From today onwards, you are no longer the scorned lower class. You are the personal guards of my esteemed Linny. One day, you shall also become my vassals. When we venture out, we must distinguish ourselves from those imperial wretches. I command you to spend this money entirely. Pay the merchants double for their goods. If it proves too much, cast the excess into the Huangpu River. so they may understand the disparity between us." The group nodded enthusiastically upon hearing this. Shortly thereafter, Kobayashi Teru set off with a few companions to procure supplies. The merchants were predominantly Japanese expatriates, many of whom had military backing. Otherwise, they would have been looted long ago amidst the chaos of war. While waiting, he inquired about recent events and learned that following their ambush, their forces had dwindled by over 40, leaving just a scant few. During this time, they had received no supplies and were left to their own devices, as their superiors seemed eager for them to perish. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xingyan inwardly lamented the misfortune of their commander, burdened with such inept soldiers. One might as well not bother to collect their remains. Nevertheless, he rationalized that he required these ineffectual individuals. If they had been capable warriors, it would have posed a greater challenge, as the battlefield was rife with Chinese lives. A situation he wished to avoid. Though the need for stealth was disheartening, he preferred to spare lives whenever possible, believing these individuals might serve a more significant purpose in the future. Before long, the group returned, laden with an array of supplies, eliciting envy from the soldiers of other units. However, when Zhang Xingyan noticed Kobayashi Teru had procured 2 hens, his heart sank, realizing they were not military provisions, but rather plundered from the local populace. "Kobayashi, where did you acquire these hens?" Zhang Xingyan's eyes flashed with anger. If this fellow had indeed harmed the Chinese people, he would not hesitate to eliminate him. Perceiving the captain's displeasure, Kobayashi hastily explained, "I bought these from the Yoshino Brigade. They are scarce on supplies and sold me 2 hens, claiming they were obtained from a recent raid." With a resounding thud, Zhang Xingyan slammed his fist onto the wooden table, startling those nearby. "These cursed little devils. One day, you shall pay for your blood debts." In a cautious tone, Inoue asked, "Captain, are you?" Zhang Xingyan waved his hand and took a deep breath to mask his emotions. Glaring at the 2 hens, he exclaimed, "Here I am." A noble scion of the Imperial Guard, reduced to consuming such inferior fowl? These wretched army fools shall soon regret their actions. The others finally comprehended that the captain's ire stemmed from the quality of the food. To them, these provisions were a delicacy, yet for one accustomed to luxury, it was understandably beneath his standards, hence his outburst. "Apologies, Captain, this is the best I could procure. The conflict remains in a stalemate, and we have not yet penetrated the metropolitan area of the magical city. There is nothing of substance in the suburbs, so I must beg your indulgence." Zhang Xingyan waved his hand as he spoke. "Ah, Koyan, I do not blame you. I am not one to shy away from hardship. What I find unjust is that we risk our lives at the front lines while those in positions of authority indulge in lavish feasts and embrace courtesans. Utterly despicable." The others nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Zhang Xingyan instructed them to prepare a meal, and a few of the younger soldiers eagerly set to work. Casting a glance at the supplies Koyan had brought back, he noted with interest the presence of sake, canned goods, and cigarettes. Among these items, he spotted some candies, which are not typically available for purchase with mere wealth. It appears this individual possesses a talent for commerce and seems to hail from Osaka. The purchasing power of 300 yen remains robust. The supplies he returned with would adequately sustain a squad of 40 for 5 days. However, in an attempt to project an air of nobility, Zhang Xingyan displayed a grimace of disdain towards such inferior provisions. The others recognized that their captain was merely venting his frustrations, and thus refrained from further comment. After 2 days of hunger, the group naturally relished their meal. Chapter 7. A sudden turn in the war. After dinner, Zhang Xingyan invited them to drink, handing each a pack of cigarettes. However, he noticed that many refrained from drinking and hesitated to use the cigarettes. Zhang Xingyan inquired, "Why are you not drinking? Is it that you do not enjoy it?" The squad leader replied, "No, it's just that these items are too precious. We believe we can sell them for a good price. You see, we come from Osaka. All of us from peasant backgrounds. We haven't received our military pay in 2 months, and our families." Zhang Xingyan suddenly recalled this issue. These soldiers, though inept in battle, were skilled in making money. Yet, he could not allow them to dwell on spending. He had other plans for them. "Useless bunch. You are all a bunch of good-for-nothings. When will you shed this peasant mentality?" he said, striking their heads playfully. They all cheered in feigned enthusiasm, too afraid to retort. Zhang Xingyan then produced a stack of cash, distributing 200 yen to each of them, leaving them nearly faint with excitement. "Listen closely, from now on. Each of you will receive a monthly salary of 500 yen. Perform well, and there will be rewards. There's no upper limit. Understand? Put away your peasant thoughts. From today onward, you need not worry about money. I have plenty. Your sole task is to follow my commands. Do you comprehend?" The group stood up, bowing once more in excitement. Zhang Xingyan interrupted. "For now, you each receive 200. The remainder I will hold until the war concludes. In the event of my death, please ensure my share goes to my family." "In no way," Shirchi interjected. Zhang Xingyan promptly slapped him again. "You fool, stay alive. If you follow my directives, I guarantee you will survive until the war's end. By that day, you shall all be wealthy and esteemed individuals. I swear this by the honor of the Kono family." Upon hearing him invoke his family name, they were moved to tears. Yet, in Zhang Xingan's heart, he thought, if you all perish, the misfortune will befall those old relics of the Kono family, and it will have nothing to do with me. Thus, after dinner, they began to regroup. Meanwhile, rumors about Zhang Xingan's lavish spending spread among nearby units, declaring him a wealthy noble whose soldiers enjoyed far superior benefits compared to other squads. Some even claimed he had confronted the military police over a woman at the hospital, ultimately resolving the matter through financial means. This shift in perception altered how others viewed him. Previously, he had asserted his noble lineage, yet he seemed no different from others, fighting on the front lines. However, after he began to lavishly spend, the narrative changed. After all, was it not money that lured men into the army? While the concept of Bushido had indoctrinated many, a significant number were also deceived. Zhang Xingan's strategy was to be ostentatious, to first establish his reputation, drawing others' attention to him, and then initiate a monetary campaign, gradually corrupting these young soldiers. The Japanese troops' fierce combat prowess was linked to their military training, yet they were largely misled by their superiors, who promised immense wealth for conquering China, thus compelling them to risk their lives on the battlefield. However, upon arriving here, the monthly stipend was scarcely 20 yen. Although it was considered a decent salary at the time, the fear of comparison lingered. What would happen when others received 200 while he received only 20? Zhang Xingan's mind was rife with thoughts influenced by contemporary psychology. A diligent reader of numerous psychological texts, he adeptly understood human nature, a skill that proved advantageous in this era. Gradually, Zhang Xingan found himself alone in a modest dwelling, cautiously surrendering to slumber. After all, it had only been a day since his arrival, yet so much had transpired, leaving him both mentally and physically exhausted. Once he drifted into dreams, he found himself back in the modern world, immersed in the hustle of urban life, working and dining with friends, as if that moment were the very essence of reality. Suddenly, a hurried voice shattered his reverie, prompting Zhang Xingan to awaken abruptly. "What is happening?" he inquired. "Squad leader. This is an emergency assembly order from the headquarters of the Guoqi Brigade, summoning everyone urgently." Initially perplexed, Zhang Xingan quickly recalled the earlier incident where he had vanquished a Japanese prince, realizing that retaliation was imminent. The petty and vindictive nature of the adversaries indicated they would not relent easily. It seemed they were poised to launch an all-out assault on the metropolis ahead of schedule. "I understand. Let an OA-10 stay behind to care for his brother. The rest of you, follow me." 15 minutes later, their squad, numbering a dozen, convened at the battalion headquarters. Captain Fujita furrowed his brow upon seeing them, but refrained from acknowledging their presence. He proceeded to distribute ammunition to each individual, signaling that an offensive was imminent under the cover of night. When it was Zhang Xingan's turn, he was astonished to receive a new rifle along with 50 rounds of ammunition. It was unexpected for his second-rate squad to be allocated such resources, implying that the situation was indeed critical, and the higher-ups were in a state of urgency. Nevertheless, as before, Zhang Xingan and his team were not directly involved in combat. Instead, they were tasked with transporting supplies to the front lines, safeguarding the supply route. Soon, under the orders of the company commander, Captain Fujita led the battalion forward, targeting the outskirts of the city where they had previously fought. The sounds of gunfire erupted as battles raged in various locales, with the enemy showing no restraint in their ammunition usage. Despite the lack of logistical support, their orders were to penetrate the city at all costs. Consequently, the Japanese troops commenced suicidal charges, leading to several positions on the city's periphery being overrun. Fortunately, due to limited ammunition, the National Revolutionary Army identified the issue and began counterattacking, reclaiming lost ground amidst heavy casualties on both sides. 2 days later, Zhang Xingan, accompanied by his squad, drove 2 horse-drawn carts to a designated position, tasked with delivering supplies to the 5th Company. The carts were laden with food and water. Ammunition was being distributed by other units, as their second-rate squad was deemed unreliable by the higher command. However, the dire lack of manpower necessitated their involvement in transporting provisions to the front lines, even if it meant facing the risk of hunger. Upon their arrival at the 5th Company, they were struck with shock at the sight before them. The National Revolutionary Army, numbering at least 1,000, was engaged in battle, while the bodies of the Japanese soldiers lay piled high on the battleground. Due to ammunition shortages, the initial offensive had devolved into a defensive stance, with the once 200-strong company now reduced to fewer than 100, most of whom bore wounds. Many of those present were merely transient rogues and expatriates. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Xingan felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, thinking to himself, "Ah, today is your day, little devils. It seems your time is running short. Perhaps by this afternoon, your fate will be sealed." Suddenly, an idea struck Zhang Xingan, and he summoned an OA to fetch some supplies. The small teams under his command obeyed without question, enchanted by the allure of wealth, which had afforded them a life envied by others, replete with meat and wine at nearly every meal. As the supply convoy approached, The Japanese soldiers eagerly rushed forward, seizing the corn buns and devouring them ravenously. Observing the famished soldiers grappling for food, Zhang Xing'an bellowed, "Do not fight. There is enough for everyone. Form an orderly queue." Yet, his words fell on deaf ears. They were all too aware of the scarcity of provisions for the Japanese forces. The meager rations meant that without aggression, they would go hungry. In that moment, Zhang Xing'an brandished a megaphone and exclaimed, "What a disgraceful sight! You resemble nothing more than a herd of animals fighting for scraps. Do you not possess even a shred of the dignity expected of imperial soldiers?" At this, a one-armed soldier erupted in anger. "Do not preach to us from your lofty perch. Do you know the hardships we endure? You transporters only hoard food and supplies." His words ignited a surge of indignation among the men, escalating the tension. However, Zhang Xing'an watched with satisfaction, nodding in approval. "Hoarding food, you say? Are you implying that I would withhold such refuse even pigs would reject? Ha ha ha, how amusing." He gestured for Inoue to reveal their bounty. With that, Inoue unveiled another wagon, disclosing rows of canned goods and sake. As Zhang Xing'an declared that they were consuming swine feed, the members of the 5th Squad, initially determined to resist, found their eyes narrowing with excitement, saliva pooling as they gazed at the cans, perplexed by the unexpected turn of events. Chapter 8. Rescuing lives. As everyone awaited the words of the figure before them, Zhang Xing'an spoke up. "Warriors of the Empire, I recognize you as the finest soldiers. Though I am also a soldier, I must confess that I cannot match your indomitable spirit. Here, I feel a deep sense of shame. My utmost capability lies in ensuring you are well fed and cared for." He gestured towards a pile of corn buns. "These provisions are supplied by the military. I hope you understand the circumstances. We are facing a severe shortage of resources, and there is simply not enough food to go around. It is not that those above are embezzling your rations, but I am truly ashamed to provide you with food that even pigs would refuse. I sincerely apologize to you all." With that, he bowed deeply, disregarding the others, and continued, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jinwei Lin, a scion of the Jinwei family. These canned goods and beverages are a token of appreciation from my family to you, the valiant warriors of the Empire. I hope you will continue to advance and vanquish our foes." He then instructed his attendants to distribute the cans, and at that moment, everyone realized that this individual was not like the previous transport team. He was the renowned Lin Yi from the Jinwei family, known for his wealth. It was evident that he had personally funded this supply of canned goods. Yet, they wondered, how had he procured them amidst such scarcity? However, the others were not preoccupied with this thought. The one-armed man stepped forward and bowed deeply, saying, "I apologize, Lord Lin Yi, for my rudeness." Zhang Xing'an recognized that this man was a squad leader, likely the highest-ranking officer present. He knew that just yesterday, the company commander had been sacrificed. Leaving this squad leader in command, Zhang Xing'an approached him, urging him to sit, and personally offered him a cigarette, saying, "There is no need for such formality, my lord. We both understand the rot within the upper echelons. I speak up for them to prevent unrest among the ranks at this critical juncture. I am aware of the hardships your squad faces, which is why I have brought wine and canned goods to offer my condolences." The squad leader, tears streaming down his face, responded, "Thank you for your generosity, my lord, but, alas, after today, it seems that my 100 brave warriors may soon find themselves enshrined at Yasukuni Shrine." At this, Zhang Xing'an whispered, "My lord, will you be able to hold your position until nightfall? I have heard that the higher-ups intend to withdraw their forces at dusk. What you are currently undertaking is feudal aggression, which implies..." Upon hearing this, the squad leader understood. Before night fell, they were merely cannon fodder. Yet, such was the fate of soldiers at the bottom rung. Noticing his expression, Zhang Xing'an remarked, "You are Takeda Kuma, are you not? I have great admiration for the swordsmanship of your Takeda clan." The squad leader sighed. "Ah, Lin Yi, it seems that after this battle, the male members of the Takeda clan will..." Zhang Xing'an interjected quietly, "It is not as dire as it seems. If you can endure until night, we can have the commoners take the front lines. You may bring your kin to my side. I will ensure their safety." Upon hearing this, Takeda Kuma's eyes brightened. But he quickly composed himself and inquired, "Lin Yi, why do you wish to assist me? It seems we have not yet reached such a level of familiarity." Zhang Xing'an remarked with a smile, "To speak candidly, I am aware that your Takeda family has been thriving in trade throughout Southeast Asia over the past year. I wish to collaborate with your esteemed family. My visit serves both to forge a friendship with you and to seek your assistance in transporting goods." Takeda Kuma understood. The individual before him was a businessman raised in Osaka, one who viewed everything through the lens of profit. His presence here was evidently linked to overseas trading matters, and he felt a sense of relief. This visit appeared to be an opportunity to extend some goodwill towards the Takeda family and perhaps assist some of its younger members. Takeda Kuma rose, bowing respectfully as he replied, "Then I shall entrust this matter to you, Kobayashi-san. I remain obedient to the imperial command. Yet I will ensure others reach out to you. After all, I am merely a low-ranking member of the Takeda family. Thank you for your contributions to our faction." Observing his demeanor, It was clear that this individual had been thoroughly indoctrinated and seemed unwilling to leave this place alive. Nonetheless, it was perhaps for the best. The demise of such individuals would be a boon. After Zhang Xing'an acknowledged him, he departed with his entourage. In truth, his visit was not genuinely about conducting business with the Takeda family. The canned goods he had brought were expired, and the beverages were adulterated. Consequently, these individuals might soon find themselves weakened, possibly rendering this location the first to be breached by the Chinese military. This area was a critical component of the overall battle. If it fell, the national army would advance deep into enemy territory, leading to chaotic skirmishes that would inflict heavy casualties upon the Japanese forces. At present, he was unperturbed by the risk of discovery. Consuming too much alcohol could lead to dizziness, and expired canned food would likely result in gastrointestinal distress. Furthermore, it was unlikely he would be accused of providing expired provisions to the soldiers. Given the current scarcity of supplies, even expired canned goods were considered a luxury. Everyone would only remember his generosity. Commander, I fail to understand why we should provide these individuals with canned goods. Would it not be better to keep the money for ourselves? Ono-kun inquired, perplexed. Zhang Xing'an replied with a smile. Ono-kun, one must think long-term. Our actions will soon circulate throughout the entire regiment, and in due course, our reputation will flourish within the military. We are not in want of money. Rather, we seek fame and rank. Only by attaining higher positions can we secure greater wealth. The sacrifices made now will yield returns 100-fold in the future. Do you understand the concept of investment? Ono-tar was an astute individual, yet many matters remained beyond his purview, leaving him only partially informed. Nevertheless, he was wise enough to follow the commander's lead without question. Why the commander had suddenly acquired such wealth was of no concern to him. Perhaps it was a blessing from the sun goddess, Amaterasu. Whatever the source, he was simply grateful for the funds. As they traversed a distance, they suddenly heard gunfire emanating from a nearby village, startling the members of the squad. Thus far, they had only experienced combat once, and the sound of gunfire clearly indicated a skirmish ahead. The notion of engaging in direct conflict with the Chinese military was absurd. Their foremost concern was self-preservation, with wealth as a secondary priority. Zhang Xing'an, meanwhile, was surveying the situation ahead when he noticed the Japanese forces firing their weapons while exclaiming with excitement. Women in the village were seen fleeing in terror, and it was evident that some were students and teachers. This was indeed a troubling development. Others breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing that it was not the Huaxia army, which was indeed a relief. It seemed there were also some flower girls, allowing them to relax further. However, at that moment, Zhang Xing'an spoke coldly, instructing, "You all stay put and refrain from engaging with those Chinese women. Doing so could lead to your demise." Ignoring the others, he proceeded deeper into the interior. At this juncture, Xiao Yikuan cautioned the group, "Do not act rashly. Heed the squad leader's words. Do not advance without his command." Yet, one of them queried, "But what about those flower girls? Do you not desire them?" Xiao Yikuan cast a cold glance and replied, "You must remember, if the squad leader forbids it, then it must not be done. Do not oppose the leader, and besides, there seems to be something amiss in the surroundings." Chapter 9 Negotiation. Zhang Xing'an approached and observed as the Japanese soldiers surrounded a beautiful female student, tugging at her and making lewd remarks. A female teacher stood protectively by the student, attempting to shield her from the advances of these ruffians. However, the soldiers appeared to be relishing the moment, akin to a cat playing with its prey. At the forefront was a lewd-looking 20-year-old man, whom Zhang Xing'an recognized as Fujita Yamaki, the captain of the 9th Squad. He was a nephew of the battalion commander, Fujita, and had always harbored animosity towards Zhang Xing'an, who had repeatedly suffered at the hands of his uncle's influence. Zhang Xing'an was taken aback to see him in this vicinity, as it was clearly outside his jurisdiction. Additionally, it was evident that these women were students and teachers from a girls' school in the Magic City. How could they possibly be here? Yet, he could not afford to ponder these questions any longer. He needed to eliminate these soldiers quickly, lest the female students suffer a dire fate. With this thought, Zhang Xing'an strode forward and shouted, "Fujita Yamaki, what brings you here? What is the meaning of this situation?" Upon hearing his name called, Fujita halted his torment of the two women and turned to see Zhang Xing'an, irritation bubbling within him. "What business is it of yours, Kono Lini? I can be wherever I please. This is not your ancestral grave. These women are ours, discovered by us. However, if you behave yourself and watch quietly, I might allow you to learn a thing or two." Ha! His cohorts chuckled along, harboring their own resentment towards Zhang Xing'an. They had heard tales of his recent extravagance and were now seizing the opportunity to humiliate him. Unfazed, Zhang Xing'an stepped closer to Fujita. Standing less than half a meter away, he glared fiercely and declared, "This is my territory. My squad is responsible for this transport line, and thus the spoils belong to us. Those women are mine, so you best step aside." Fujita, taken aback by Zhang Xing'an's audacity, simmered with anger. "You insolent fool! How dare you speak to me like that? What can you do if I refuse to comply?" Zhang Xing'an, upon hearing this retort, suddenly laughed. Fujita, misinterpreting the reaction as a sign of submission, was about to mock him further when he felt a cold sensation at his throat, followed by a warm trickle of blood. He tried to utter a word, but no sound escaped his lips. Only then did he notice the bloody dagger in Zhang Xingan's hand. Disbelief washing over him as he realized he was being killed. Before he could contemplate further, he collapsed to the ground. The remaining soldiers stood in shock, unable to fathom that Zhang Xingan had resorted to murder. Although there had been disputes and even occasional skirmishes among them, it had never escalated to such lethal extremes. Yet, before they could fully grasp the situation, Zhang Xingan regained his focus and, gripping the dagger tightly, lunged toward the two nearest soldiers, dispatching them swiftly with a flurry of strikes. Without pausing, he then charged towards the trio stationed at a distance, ready to continue his assault. At this moment, a few of the remaining soldiers comprehended that Zhang Xingan intended to eliminate witnesses. This individual had truly lost his sanity, resorting to murder for the sake of a few courtesans, even slaying the captain's own nephew. As the soldiers prepared to retaliate, they heard Zhang Xingan declare, "Go meet Amaterasu." He spoke in the Chinese language, leaving the soldiers momentarily stunned. Why had he suddenly begun speaking Chinese? In that fleeting moment of confusion, Zhang Xingan advanced upon them, dispatching 3 soldiers in mere breaths. As the soldiers fell, Zhang Xingan seized his firearm and began to target the others, almost every shot resulting in a fatal headshot. Within the blink of an eye, 5 bullets had been discharged, eliminating the remaining adversaries. The entire event transpired in less than 20 seconds, leaving the female students on the ground in astonishment, bewildered by the soldier's betrayal of his own kind. However, at that moment, Zhang Xingan gestured toward the distance, signaling for his team members to approach immediately. The squad members were equally incredulous, shocked by the unexpected prowess of their usually arrogant captain. They had perceived him merely as a wealthy scion, unaware of his lethal capabilities. After all, these mediocre soldiers had yet to take a life. Fearful, they approached Zhang Xingan, apprehensive that he might turn against them, especially after his recent act of killing the captain's nephew. Sensing their trepidation, Zhang Xingan slapped each of them and exclaimed, "You fools! What expressions are those? I am saving your sorry selves. Koyajin, there is no time for explanations. Take your men and guard these Chinese women. Remember, do not let them come to harm. Your survival hinges upon them." Seeing the captain's resolve, Koyajin wasted no time in surrounding the women. "Captain, what is wrong?" Koyajin inquired, glancing at the corpses strewn about. Zhang Xingan replied coldly, "We are encircled by the Chinese army. They may soon launch an assault. These women are now our hostages, and we must ensure their safety. I will go out and negotiate with those soldiers shortly." "Captain, are you saying we are surrounded?" Koyajin asked, astonished. "Yes. I sensed something was amiss. When I shot Fujita's men, there was no alarm from the wild beasts nearby, indicating that we are surrounded by enemies. You must vigilantly guard these women. Our survival depends on them." At this revelation, Koyajin finally understood the earlier oddity and hurried to execute Zhang Xingan's orders. Turning to the female students and their teacher, Zhang Xingan spoke in Chinese. "You must remain silent from now on. I will ensure your safety. All you need to do is to listen quietly. Do you understand?" The female students trembled in fear, failing to respond, but the teacher, who was protecting them, spoke up. "If you soldiers are true men, then kill us. Bullying women is no feat. Is this what you call your Bushido?" Zhang Xingan, intrigued by the woman's courage despite her evident fear, inquired, "What is your name?" The woman did not anticipate that Zhang Xingan would inquire about her name. After a moment's contemplation, she responded, "Xiaoya." Zhang Xingan nodded, choosing to disregard her further, and cautiously made his way toward the outskirts of the village. The name Xiaoya resonated within him, evoking a sense of familiarity. However, he quickly shifted his focus to the pressing crisis at hand. As he carefully exited the village, he suddenly raised his hands and called out loudly to the soldiers of Huaxia, "I am Lieutenant Lin Yi of the Imperial Guards. I wish to speak with your commander. I am unarmed and alone. Please do not fire. I seek dialogue with your leader." No sooner had his words echoed than troops from Huaxia surged forth from all directions, numbering over 200. Observing their uniforms, he recognized them as elite forces of the Central Army. This sight rendered Xiao Yi and the others weak-kneed with fear. A young soldier from the trees shouted, "Listen, you little devils. We are the Central Army's training battalion. Surrender immediately and release those female students and teachers, or we will annihilate you." To this, the Huaxia commander responded, "We can release the women, but I wish to speak with your leader. May I have an audience?" At that moment, a 20-year-old officer emerged from the crowd, appearing to hold the rank of battalion commander. The young man then spoke, "Sir, using women as hostages is a disgrace to your samurai spirit. It is a man's duty to resolve matters on the battlefield. Employing women as human shields is not in accordance with your code of honor." The commander replied, "I too am compelled by circumstance. We are forced to act for our survival. May I inquire your esteemed title?" "I am Zhou Weiguo, battalion commander of the National Training Corps." Chapter 10. The snow leopard. Upon hearing the name Zhou Weiguo, Zhang Xing'an was momentarily taken aback. Could it possibly be the Zhou Weiguo from the snow leopard? Indeed. The woman earlier had introduced herself as Xiaoya, and it dawned on him why that name sounded so familiar. She was Zhou Weiguo's fiancée. However, was Xiaoya not supposed to be in Jinling? What was she doing in the magical city of Shanghai? Was this yet another instance of the butterfly effect? How peculiar. Commander Zhou, may we converse face to face? Rest assured, I bear no weapon, and I am uncertain if you are acquainted with a woman named Xiaoya. She is being held as a hostage in our custody, and if you do know her, I kindly request a discussion, Zhang Xing'an articulated. Upon hearing Xiaoya's name, Zhou Weiguo visibly tensed. Observing his expression, Zhang Xing'an was certain, indeed, it was the Zhou Weiguo from the snow leopard. It was remarkable how much he resembled his brother in arms. Suddenly, a voice called out from the side, "You little devil, come here alone, and keep your hands on your head. Do not move." Hearing this, Zhang Xing'an raised his hands and slowly approached Zhou Weiguo and his men. As he stood before Zhou Weiguo, he noticed the intense hatred in the eyes of the Chinese soldiers surrounding him. It was evident that they harbored deep animosity towards the enemy. These were valiant sons of China. Yet, before Zhou Weiguo could speak, Zhang Xing'an took the initiative and said, "Commander Zhou, I possess crucial intelligence that I must convey to you. Please, I urge you to remember my words." To prevent eavesdropping, he spoke in Japanese. Zhou Weiguo was momentarily taken aback. How did he know that he understood Japanese? Nevertheless, Zhou Weiguo remained cautious and inquired, "Who are you? Why should I trust you?" "Commander Zhou, I understand that it is difficult for you to place your trust in me, but the situation is urgent. I would not expose myself unless absolutely necessary. Firstly, the 50,000 Japanese troops outside the city are currently devoid of supplies. Their ammunition and provisions have been nearly exhausted. The quickest resupply will take at least 2 days. Seizing this opportunity for a counteroffensive could deliver a significant blow to the enemy." Zhou Weiguo's expression shifted to one of alarm. He began to suspect that this man might be an informant of mine, though he could not ascertain whether he was from Jinling or the Red Party. Yet, as long as he was Chinese, he was a friend of Zhou Weiguo. However, he could not dismiss the possibility of this being a ploy by the enemy. So caution was warranted. Furthermore, he added, in addition, reinforcements arriving from the Japanese homeland include 2 divisions and 1 brigade, totaling approximately 50,000 men. Moreover, they have withdrawn 30,000 troops from North China, advancing towards Shanghai with the intent to encircle and annihilate the defenders. Upon hearing this news, Zhou Weiguo's brow furrowed deeply. This was a grave matter that necessitated immediate reporting up the chain of command. If true, it would represent a significant loss for the national army. Lastly, he warned, this time, the Japanese reinforcements carry a substantial amount of biochemical weapons. You must prepare for protective measures, as these biochemical agents could be highly potent, capable of inflicting harm through skin contact, such as mustard gas. At last, the next objective of the enemy is Nanjing, and it is anticipated that they will act swiftly. Recently, their prince was assassinated, and the enemy plans to initiate a massacre upon breaching the city's defenses, intending to annihilate Nanjing as retribution. Upon hearing this news, Zhou Weiguo was nearly convinced that the person before him was indeed one of our intelligence operatives. At that moment, Zhou Weiguo inquired in Japanese, "I understand. Thank you for your information. We will verify it promptly. What shall we do next?" The officer replied, "I will soon release these female students, and I hope you will assist me in staging a performance." After a brief negotiation, they commenced their next actions. Zhou Weiguo instructed his subordinates to sever the heads of the enemy corpses, causing a wave of nausea among the onlookers. Zhou Weiguo, witnessing this, smiled, affirming Zhang Xing'an's words that this squad was indeed composed of inept soldiers. The subsequent steps were straightforward. Zhou Weiguo arranged for the safe passage of Xiaoya and her companions. Upon seeing Zhou Weiguo, Xiaoya was filled with excitement and embraced him. They exchanged pleasantries. And as Xiaoya glanced at Zhang Xing'an, she noted his approving nod, to which she politely reciprocated without further comment. Just as they were about to depart, Zhang Xing'an interjected, "Wait a moment, Officer Zhou." Zhou Weiguo, puzzled, turned to him. "Is there something else you need?" Zhang Xing'an pondered for a moment, then retrieved his backpack and exchanged some supplies in the space. He handed them to Zhou Weiguo, saying, "Officer Zhou, I am uncertain if we shall meet again. This is a token of my goodwill, and I hope it will aid you." Upon opening the backpack, Zhou Weiguo discovered hundreds of small vials of penicillin and several large fish. "Brother Weiguo, if I may address you thus, these medications will save many of our soldiers, and the fish will enhance the rations for everyone. This is all I can provide. Victory shall undoubtedly belong to us." Zhou Weiguo nodded, recognizing that this individual was undoubtedly one of their own. No enemy would offer gold and penicillin, especially given the current scarcity of such vital supplies. "May I ask your name, brother?" Zhang Xing'an chuckled. "Ah, a name is merely a code name. You may call me Jean Weilini, or simply Xiao Linjun." Zhou Weiguo understood that operatives like him could not reveal their true identities, so he memorized his title and swiftly departed with dozens of students. Meanwhile, Zhang Xingyan returned safely to his team, amused by the terrified expressions of the soldiers before him. Look at you, what a sight! Hurry and gather your belongings, and take these corpses and heads with you. Consequently, a dozen individuals promptly executed the command and exited the perilous area. They felt as if they were traversing a dream, having returned alive from the midst of hundreds of Huaxia soldiers. Yet, none dared to inquire, fearing the squad leader's wrath. For they understood that he was no ordinary figure, having dispatched several enemies with remarkable precision and efficiency. You are perplexed, are you not? Zhang Xingyan was the first to shatter the tranquility, and all present remained silent, listening intently. Do not be anxious, you are my loyal guards, the elite of my guard unit. As long as you do not betray me, I shall not turn against you. As for the demise of the Fujita squad, it was a long-held desire of mine, and when I discovered our encirclement, my immediate intention was to negotiate with those women. Do you truly believe Fujita would permit us to manage them? The moment conflict ensues, he would undoubtedly sacrifice you as mere cannon fodder. Thus, he must perish. Only then can we survive. It was then that they comprehended the squad leader's actions were rooted in self-preservation. At that moment, Ono, mustering his courage, inquired, Squad leader, what did you discuss with those soldiers from Huaxia? Did they genuinely acquiesce to your demands and release us? I recall that the Huaxia military harbors a deep-seated animosity towards us. It is quite simple, the squad leader replied. I proposed returning the women to them, but they must purchase them with money. Otherwise, I would eliminate all the women, ensuring they would gain nothing. Thus, they conceded. Is it truly that straightforward? Everyone was perplexed. If so, why would there be a need for war between Huaxia and our nation? Wouldn't business negotiations suffice to resolve matters? Ah, there is a prerequisite, he chuckled. I informed them that I am a scion of the Guard family, which is why they were willing to negotiate with me. Now it makes sense, Ono remarked. I beg your pardon for my rudeness, squad leader. Why, knowing your lineage, did they not capture you for a reward? Instead, they chose to negotiate terms with you? Oh, Ono-kun, you do not understand. There is an ancient saying in Huaxia, leave a line for others. You may meet again in the future. They require my connections for future collaborations. This war is far from over, and cooperation with Huaxia lies ahead. Squad leader, are you suggesting an alliance with Huaxia? But we are amidst a war. Alas, there are many things you do not grasp. Those in power adhere to their own set of rules. Consider this demonic invasion. The reason we are struggling so fiercely is not solely due to the prowess of the Huaxia military, but because many of their weapons were supplied to them by our superiors. Do you understand now? Upon hearing this revelation, several individuals were drenched in cold sweat. Realizing the brutal reality, they were mere pawns in a grand game. With the squad leader's words, it dawned upon them that they too were pawns. Yet the squad leader offered them a chance to become players in this game. With this thought, their expressions turned grave, resolved to follow the squad leader henceforth. Oh, by the way, I exchanged those women for several gold bars. Please distribute this among yourselves. Everyone was filled with exhilaration, recognizing this as a form of hush money. They were equally pleased with Fujita's demise. Who cared about the manner of his death when there was wealth to be gained? Even if one day the squad leader were to eliminate the highest commander, it would bear no consequence for them. Chapter 11 The Butterfly Effect in an underground air raid shelter in the Magic City. Zhou Weiguo reported the day's intelligence to General Zhang, the supreme commander. Upon hearing the news, General Zhang was taken aback and immediately relayed the situation to the mountain city. Currently, the essential organs of Jinling City had been relocated to the mountain city, and upon receiving the report, the chairman's expression turned grave, instructing all intelligence agencies below to verify the information. Soon, the accuracy of the news was confirmed, and after a swift discussion, it was decided to abandon the Magic City and retreat westward to Jinling, due to Zhang Xingyan's butterfly effect. The previously defeated nationalist army managed to retain a fighting force contrary to the anticipated script. At this moment, General Zhang, receiving the order, felt a tumult of emotions. For this signified a failure for the Huaxiao side in the Battle of the Magic City. However, should they choose not to retreat, and the Japanese forces encircle them, it would lead to a catastrophic rout. At this juncture, Zhou Weiguo had ascended to the rank of commander of the training regiment. He proposed his plan. General, the intelligence officer mentioned that the enemy is currently devoid of supplies. Why don't we create a diversion and launch a full-scale counterattack with our remaining strength, giving the enemy the illusion that we are reclaiming lost territory, and then seize the opportunity to quietly withdraw? General Zhang nodded, considering the proposal feasible, yet cautioned. However, we cannot commit all our forces. After all, there are still 50,000 enemy troops ahead, and with the surrounding Japanese and expatriates combined, it amounts to at least hundreds of thousands. This would place us under immense pressure. General, I believe that with just 2 divisions, we can defeat them. The Japanese, though formidable, are currently out of supplies and weaponry. Without their armaments, They are merely sheep. We can charge into their ranks and create chaos. And their naval artillery will refrain from firing to avoid friendly fire. This not only buys us time but also severely cripples them. It is indeed a golden opportunity. After much contemplation, General Zhang made a resolute decision, slapping the table with determination. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Wei Guo, prepare yourself. Your training regiment will serve as the vanguard, striking first to showcase our Huangpu prestige. We must teach those little devils a lesson. Yes, I assure you I will complete the mission. Oh, and regarding that intelligence officer, do not mention it to anyone else. Do you understand my meaning? Understood. Following this exchange, Zhou Weiguo prepared for the mission. During lunch, he encountered his fiancée Yi, and they dined together. Xiaoya recounted the events of the day, and Zhou Weiguo expressed admiration for Zhang Xing'an's prowess. Xiaoya then inquired, Weiguo, that Japanese officer, is he one of our people? There are many matters that should remain unspoken. Understanding them oneself suffices, as it serves to protect him. It is imperative to recognize that his position is perilously more dangerous than ours. Furthermore, we are to launch an offensive this evening, so you must hasten to join the students in the mountain city. On the way, Zhang Xing'an found himself lost in contemplation as he gazed upon the lifeless bodies. He summoned Xiaoya and inquired, Xiaoya-kun, could you procure a few vehicles? Xiaoya furrowed his brow and replied, well, Captain, acquiring supplies is quite challenging at present. Even if we manage to secure vehicles, fuel is another issue. Do not concern yourself with anything else, just obtain the vehicles for me. Ideally, I need 2 trucks along with additional vehicles, and motorcycles would be advantageous. Understood, Captain. I shall find a way, but may I ask what you require these vehicles for? Today has served as a stark warning. The Huaxia forces have infiltrated our occupied territory. It appears they are aware of our supply shortages, which is easily discernible to their intelligence agency. I fear they may launch a large-scale counteroffensive. If that occurs, it would spell disaster. Consider our current resource deficiencies coupled with an enemy resurgence. At this thought, a chill ran down everyone's spine. It would not only jeopardize the Guoqi detachment, but could potentially spell doom for tens of thousands at the front. Whether victory could be secured under such circumstances remained uncertain. Captain, are you preparing for such an eventuality? Planning to escape by vehicle? Do not phrase it so harshly. That is not an escape. I prefer to term it a strategic withdrawal. Do you understand? Everyone's eyes brightened. Indeed, this was a strategic withdrawal. The captain eloquently justified the notion of retreat, befitting a noble descendant, a truly shameless collective. However, at that moment, they could not afford to dwell on such matters. Should we inform the other units? Zhang Xing'an slapped Xiaoye on the head and retorted, your good intentions are misplaced. If everyone is aware, will you still be able to procure vehicles? Moreover, if they are not at the forefront confronting us, how could we possibly find time to escape? I mean, to execute a strategic withdrawal? As the saying goes, one should focus on their own affairs rather than concern oneself with others. The group exchanged knowing smiles and nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the main unit, Takeda was taken aback to learn of his nephew's demise and promptly summoned Zhang Xing'an to inquire about the circumstances. Are you saying that after completing your transport of supplies, you encountered them engaged in battle with the Huaxiao army? Did you then attempt to reclaim the bodies? Zhang Xing'an responded calmly, Captain, by the time we heard the gunfire, it was already over. When we arrived, the Huaxiao forces had commenced decapitating our imperial warriors. We merely fired warning shots and engaged them from a distance. As I am aware of my team's limited combat capabilities, my intention was to buy time, but to my surprise, they retreated without engaging further. The captain pondered for a moment before asking, why did they retreat? Was there a particular circumstance? The specific reasons elude me, but I suspect it may have something to do with the female students. What female students? Captain Fujita apprehended a group of female students who were subsequently rescued. I observed a woman embracing an officer from the opposing forces, likely a member of the rescue team. After saving the captives, they chose not to linger, hearing gunfire prompting a swift retreat, fearing the arrival of additional reinforcements. Captain Fujita nodded, seemingly acknowledging the situation, yet the death of his nephew weighed heavily on his heart. Suddenly, he rose and deeply bowed to Zhang Xing'an, expressing profound gratitude. Thank you, Kobayashi-kun, for reclaiming my nephew's remains, sparing him from the indignities inflicted by the enemy. This gesture left Zhang Xing'an somewhat bewildered. It was unexpected for someone who had always held disdain for him to show such respect. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to respond courteously. There is no need for such formality, Your Excellency. It is my duty as a soldier of the Empire. No, this is the tribute of an uncle's love for his nephew. Zhang Xing'an chose not to press further, returning the bow before departing. It was evident that everyone possesses emotions. Yet knowing this, why do they still come to China? If you cherish your nephew, it would be best to hasten your reunion with him in the afterlife. After leaving the headquarters, he arrived at the hospital to check on the condition of Inaka's leg. Fortunately, he had begun to walk again over the past few days. Though he had sustained superficial injuries, he would soon regain full mobility. He encountered Mihoko, who greeted him warmly. Mihoko was equally pleased to see Kono Rinji and initiated a conversation. Kono Rinji, it is delightful to see you again. No need for formality, just call me Kobayashi-kun. We are friends now. How have you been? Has anyone troubled you? I am truly grateful for your assistance. No one has caused me any trouble. However, what is it? Mihoko, what has happened? Mihoko sighed and recounted her concerns. In recent days, many individuals had come to take away the old general's medical records, along with several medical books intended for her. They appeared to be a group resembling the Navy, and there had been some friction with the army. Zhang Xingyan narrowed his eyes, realizing that it must be the bioweapons team that had confiscated all the materials. This indicated that the bioweapons team was aboard a naval vessel, continuing their research undeterred by the old general's demise. It seemed an opportunity had arisen to confront the Navy. At that moment, Ono-kun approached Zhang Xingyan and whispered something to him. Chapter 12, The Chaotic Battlefield, Part 1. After concluding his report, Ono Nidataro gazed at Zhang Xingyan, awaiting his decision. He had just informed him that several personnel from the logistics department, responsible for vehicle maintenance, had revealed that the majority of the vehicles were inoperative due to a severe shortage of fuel. The current battle in the coastal city, known as the Magic Capital, had not received adequate supplies of gasoline from above. Most of it was under the control of the Navy, while one could simply submit a request for fuel. The logistics department had none and thus had to devise alternative solutions. This predicament had left numerous vehicles immobilized within the logistics sector. Suddenly, Zhang Xingyan perceived a glimmer of hope. Although they regarded gasoline as scarce, he possessed access to it within his system's marketplace. And it was remarkably affordable. 50 liters could be exchanged for merely 1 point, requiring only a few points to fuel several trucks. Oh no, who in our team can drive? He inquired. I can drive, and so can Inoue. The others are mostly farmers who have hardly ever seen a car, let alone driven one. Inoue and I learned to drive during our time working in the coal mines, was the response. Zhang Xingyan nodded, considering that with his ability, they could operate 3 vehicles. However, as he glanced toward the hospital, a bold plan ignited within him. Oh no, Inoue's injuries have healed. You and Inoue should go recruit some capable drivers. Offer them 30 yen each for a day's work and secure additional vehicles for me. If you can acquire 2 trucks today, have them parked at the location I specify. With that directive, Ono promptly descended to prepare, while Zhang Xingyan turned to engage in conversation with Mei Wei. That night, the vanguard forces of the training regiment, led by Zhou Weiguo, stealthily circumvented enemy reconnaissance and approached the enemy command post to initiate a decapitation operation. Zhou, trained in special operations, found it relatively straightforward to deal with the adversary's positions. After silently infiltrating and executing silent assassinations, he promptly signaled for a counterattack. As flares illuminated the night sky above the front line, the nationalist forces followed suit with an array of artillery roaring to life. Although they too faced ammunition shortages, the absence of enemy air support at night prompted the artillery to unleash all their remaining shells, aiming to shield their troops as they surged into the enemy's stronghold, seeking to create a state of disarray. If chaos ensued, both sides would find their artillery rendered ineffective, a scenario particularly fatal for the enemy. Upon witnessing the large-scale offensive from the Huaxiao army, the frontline Japanese forces began their counteroffensive. However, they were unprepared for the ferocity of the Huaxiao artillery, which bombarded their positions relentlessly. The enemy soon retaliated, but their response was sparse due to a lack of resources, rendering them thoroughly suppressed by the Huaxiao forces. This situation arose from a decision to retreat, consolidating ammunition supplies for hundreds of thousands into the hands of 3 divisions comprising 40,000 men, allowing the remaining units to withdraw methodically under the cover of darkness, which contributed to the perception of an exceptionally fierce Huaxia assault. With one remaining arm, Takeda Kuma wielded his sword, commanding the remaining soldiers to withstand the onslaught of the Huaxia forces. At that moment, a soldier rushed over, exclaiming, "Captain Takeda, the telephone lines have been severed, and the radio has been destroyed. We are unable to contact headquarters. How could you let this happen? Hurry and report to headquarters about our situation. If we lose this position, we will all bear the blame. Get the 6th squad over here." Just as the messenger was about to leave, a bullet pierced his skull, leaving Takeda stunned. He quickly made his way to his secondary position, where he found his cousin Takeda Kawaki. "Kawaki, take a few of our kin and retreat. We cannot hold this ground any longer. Leave a seed for our lineage. Go to the rear and find Kono Hayato. He will make arrangements for you. And remember what I told you. Brother, we should leave together. I cannot abandon you. No, Takeda Kawaki. If I leave, our family will face military retribution. I am already a failure. Only in death can I aid my family. You must follow Kono Hayato. This is my last wish." Long after, with tears in his eyes, Takeda Kawaki bid farewell to Takeda Kuma and departed with a few loyal soldiers. Mere minutes after their departure, the position fell, and Takeda Kuma was killed by an artillery shell. Once the Huaxiao army breached several gaps in the front line, it was as if wolves had entered a flock of sheep. 50,000 troops fragmented the battlefield into countless smaller skirmishes, with over 100,000 combatants clashing in the surrounding areas. Both sides were utterly disoriented. Superiors could not locate their subordinates, and soldiers could not find their commanders. Both factions recognized only their comrades' uniforms. Upon sighting the enemy's attire, they opened fire. The forces were disbanded and reformed repeatedly. After a night of fierce combat, the Japanese suffered devastating losses, primarily due to a severe shortage of ammunition, resorting to bayonets in close-quarters combat against the Huaxia troops armed with submachine guns. In just one night, the Japanese casualties soared to 5,000, marking the most catastrophic loss since the war began. Many Japanese soldiers began to flee in all directions, as the absence of commanding officers left them to seek their own safety. This led to a widespread rout at the front. On a hilly outcrop at the outskirts of the city, several mountain guns and mortars fired shells toward a village, which served as a Japanese artillery position. There were 7 75mm mountain guns and 70mm mortars, along with several howitzers in the rear. The relentless bombardment inflicted considerable losses on the Huaxia forces, with hundreds of soldiers pinned down in the village, too afraid to show their faces. The Japanese officer frantically directed the artillery to retaliate. Fire another rapid round. We must not allow the Chinese to breach the front at the broken bridge. Otherwise, we are all doomed. But, sir, we only have enough shells for 2 more salvos. If we exhaust our ammunition, there's no time for that. The Chinese army is advancing toward us. We must take out as many as possible. If it comes to it, we'll destroy the cannons. Before he could finish, a bullet tore through his throat, and he fell to the ground in despair. Then, a barrage of gunfire erupted from the nearby woods, claiming the lives of over 20 Japanese artillerymen. A group of over 20 soldiers clad in National Revolutionary Army uniforms swiftly approached, led by Zhou Weiguo and his elite special operations team. Their armament set them apart from the others, marking them as the nascent formation of Zhou Weiguo's special forces. In the midst of such a chaotic battlefield, this unit possessed a distinct advantage, systematically dismantling several enemy artillery positions and command posts. The National Revolutionary soldiers, arriving without superfluous words, unsheathed their sabers to deliver decisive blows to each enemy combatant. Can we redirect our artillery to bombard the enemy positions below? Inquired the commander. I fear that may not be feasible. The terrain poses significant challenges, and time is of the essence. Moreover, the proximity of our forces could result in friendly fire. As we are not professional artillery operators, then let us detonate them. We must swiftly obliterate those cannons, as enemy troops are undoubtedly nearby. We have 5 minutes to evacuate. Came the urgent response. Consequently, the special operations team commenced preparations to plant explosives and destroy the positions. At that moment, a voice echoed from a distance, Lao Zhou. Is that you? It's me, Xiaolinjun. Upon hearing this voice, everyone paused momentarily, instinctively adjusting their weapons to aim towards the source. They spotted several enemy soldiers cautiously peering from behind a hillock. Zhou Weiguo, upon recognizing the situation, promptly halted his men and remarked, Is that squad leader Lin from the guard? It has been quite some time. Chapter 13. The Chaotic Battlefield, Part 2. The person who arrived was none other than Zhang Xing'an. Just last night, shortly after the Chinese military launched a massive counteroffensive, they received orders indicating that several positions on the front lines had fallen. All personnel were instructed to engage in combat support at the front. Thus, Zhang Xing'an and his small team of over a dozen were pulled into the fray. However, the battlefield had descended into utter chaos last night. With the assistance of the system, Zhang Xing'an successfully led his team to evade disaster time and again. Yesterday, the system notified him that due to the influence of his butterfly wings, a significant alteration occurred in the Magical City S war, resulting in a devastating blow to the Japanese forces by the Chinese military. As a reward, the system granted him 10,000 tons of provisions, 100,000 points, and a chance for a lottery draw. The lottery yielded a remarkable surprise, a holographic map that allowed him to observe the distribution of various forces within a radius of 10 kilometers. On the map, the Japanese army was depicted in black, while the nationalist army was shown in green. With the aid of this map, he consistently managed to avoid conflict with the nationalist troops. In just one night, he captured numerous nationalist soldiers and confined them in a secluded farmhouse, under the watch of Inoue and his men. Director Zhou, may I have a word? Upon saying this, Zhang Xing'an walked alone to the back of a massive tree. Zhou Weiguo followed suit, and upon meeting, Zhang Xing'an spoke first. Old Zhou, you can demolish those mountain artillery pieces, but leave those cannons with a caliber over 200 intact. They will be of great use to me. Both parties, having recognized each other from their previous encounter, understood they were allies. Zhou Weiguo lit a cigarette and replied, What are you up to with that gourd of yours? Those are heavy artillery pieces over 200 caliber. One shell can obliterate a battalion. You're not actually thinking of defecting, are you? Go to hell. You're the one thinking of defecting. Let me tell you. The Japanese have run out of heavy artillery shells. I need to take those cannons back to claim credit. Only when I rise in rank can I benefit our troops more. Rest assured, old Zhou, I will ensure these weapons do not appear on the battlefield. I will handle them at the appropriate time. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Weiguo replied, all right then, let us proceed as you suggest. However, brother, those men cannot be transported away. What is your plan? Zhang Xingyan pointed towards the distant dense forest where several trucks were parked. Looks like you're doing quite well among the Japanese. Huh? Have those trucks been outfitted? Enough with the trivialities. Oh, by the way, take a look at this place. I have confined over 100 wounded nationalist soldiers here. Bring your men to free them. There are 2 trucks on the other side of the mountain, which you can take away, along with medicines, weapons, and provisions. I will do my utmost to assist our soldiers in the next few days, and then you can transport them to these locations. Zhou Weiguo saluted to express his gratitude, but then seemed a bit embarrassed as he said, brother, could you do me a small favor? I'm a bit short on resources, hehe. Zhang Xingyan understood that this fellow was attempting to exploit the situation. In the original narrative, this character had a mercenary disposition. I say, old Zhou, didn't I give you quite a few gold bars last time? Have they vanished so quickly? Oh no, the gold bars are still there, but I can't distribute them to everyone. I can't possibly use all of it for gold, right? Do you happen to have any silver dollars? It would suffice if it were merely the foreign currency. Zhang Xingyan sighed in exasperation, remarking that if one intended to rob, they should be forthright instead of using the currency as an excuse. However, he dismissed the matter, for he was not perturbed by the money. Very well, just wait, he said, gesturing for Kohei Nidadaro, who approached carrying a bundle. Zhang Xingyan opened the package before him, revealing several $1,000s in both foreign currency and local notes. This was a temporary exchange arranged by Zhang, and even Kohei was unaware of its contents. Upon seeing the money, Zhou Weiguo smiled and exchanged a glance with Kohei, who awkwardly nodded in acknowledgement. After all, this was an officer from Huaxia, and the 2 parties were still technically at war, making any transaction feel somewhat peculiar. All right, Kohei, you may leave. Have the heavy artillery transported away, he instructed. Kohei complied, and due to a shortage of personnel, Zhou Weiguo's soldiers assisted in the task. Both sides exchanged glances, sensing the oddity of their situation, yet they adhered to the command. Old Zhou, is there a way to contact you? It would facilitate many matters, Zhou Weiguo inquired. I had anticipated this. We are equipped with a radio this time, on the frequency of XXXXX. You may send intelligence through it, and we will coordinate our actions when necessary, came the response. Splendid. By the way, how is your unit faring? Do you require any supplies? Indeed, we are in need. Currently, we are short on medicine, weapons, and food. Although we appear formidable, with tens of thousands of men, we can only sustain ourselves until tomorrow afternoon at most, Zhang Xingyan reflected, pondering before continuing. Old Zhou, you should come to this location tomorrow noon to collect supplies. I will provide for you. Good. I shan't express my gratitude further. It's time for me to depart. Take care, Zhou Weiguo replied before leaving with his personal guard. He refrained from bombarding the artillery positions. In light of this, Zhang Xingyan ordered the transport of several mountain guns and mortars, ultimately deciding to destroy the last 6 when they could not be loaded. The explosion startled the surrounding enemy troops, who quickly realized that there was a problem at the artillery positions. However, their immediate response was not to provide support, but to seek a retreat, as they found themselves surrounded by Huaxia soldiers. At the command post of the Guoqi Brigade, Commander Guoqi gazed at the marked map, his heart heavy with sorrow. In the span of a single night, half of his battalion had perished, leaving fewer than 6,000 combat-ready personnel. Not only he but several divisions faced significant losses, leading to dissatisfaction from higher authorities. Major General, the situation is so dire for us. Do you believe we will face defeat? Guoqi Deng shook his head and remarked that the recent counteroffensive by the Chinese army was merely temporary, intended to provide cover for the retreat of their main forces. In reality, victory in this battle seemed imminent. However, the casualties we suffered during this counterattack were substantial. This was due to the chaotic command from above, driven by the desire for vengeance on behalf of a prince, which led to a dire shortage of supplies while we were still expected to attack. We could have successfully defended our positions until reinforcements arrived, allowing us to seize the city of Modu in one swift motion. Now, the imperial soldiers were standing firm against the Chinese artillery. Lieutenant, be mindful of your language. We are soldiers executing orders, and it is not our place to judge right from wrong, Guoqi Deng advised. It is my fault, the lieutenant replied. But I am well aware of what you speak. Let us endure this wave of assault. There are no casualties in war without loss of life. I have just received news that our artillery battalion has suffered near total annihilation, and those heavy artillery pieces have been destroyed. This was to be expected. A cannon without ammunition is nothing but scrap metal, and in such chaotic combat, those guns are less effective than a mere knife. At that moment, a messenger rushed in with a report. General, Captain Lin Yi from the Guard has returned with heavy artillery from the artillery battalion, along with several mountain guns. He is waiting outside. Upon hearing this, Guichi Deng's eyes brightened. Are you certain he has brought back heavy artillery? Excellent. Hurry and summon him to me. No. Direct him to wait for me in the conference room. Thus, the lieutenant and Guichi Deng tidied their uniforms and proceeded to the conference room. A tent set up near the rear of the Japanese forces, where distant warships could still be seen. The Chinese army would not venture this far, for the naval artillery was beyond their capacity to withstand. Chapter 14. The Chaotic Battlefield, Part 2. Zhang Xing'an arrived at the command post and saw the old general accompanied by an aide. This man was Guichi Deng, the supreme commander of this troop, a butcher involved in the Nanjing massacre. Upon seeing him, a fleeting chill passed through Zhang Xing'an's eyes. But he quickly rose and respectfully stated, Your Excellency, General. The squad leader of the newly formed transport team reports to you that we have safely returned with the artillery of the artillery regiment. Your efforts are commendable, Guard Commander. Quickly, fetch some water for the Guard Commander. Let him sit and speak. You are a benefactor of the Empire. Your Excellency, I dare not take such credit. This is merely my duty in service of the Empire. Could you elaborate on the events that transpired? Certainly, Your Excellency. Our squad had previously acquired several trucks to transport supplies and assist the wounded on the battlefield. Later, we encountered a situation where the artillery positions were attacked by the Huaxia forces. We joined forces with the artillery units to resist the Huaxia offensive. To protect the Empire's assets, I ordered the heavy artillery to be towed away first. However, some mountain guns could not be salvaged. To prevent them from falling into Huaxia hands, I ordered their destruction. I hope the general can understand. Guard Commander, you have done exceptionally well. Preserving even a few heavy guns is a significant achievement. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your understanding. I should have reported to the battalion commander, but unfortunately, the battlefield was too chaotic and I could not locate him. So, I comprehend. Kobayashi, I must convey unfortunate news. Last night, Fujita's troops perished honorably. Your battalion was surrounded by the Chinese forces during the retreat, and Fujita's soldiers served the emperor with unwavering loyalty. At this moment, Zhang Xing'an stood up earnestly and said, The battalion commander is a true warrior of the Empire and a role model for us all. Guichi Deng waved his hand to indicate that he should sit down and continued, Guard Commander, you have achieved great merit this time, and I must reward you. I hereby declare you the captain of the 9th Battalion of the Guichi Deng Brigade with the rank of Major. Zhang Xing'an expressed his excitement, saying, I vow to serve the Empire with my life. The newly promoted Zhang Xing'an was elated. Having become the battalion commander brought him closer to his goals. Soon, orders from the military headquarters were issued, and the news of his promotion delighted the sycophantic soldiers around him, as they too would now be officers. After Zhang Xing'an departed, the aide remarked, Your Excellency, was the promotion too generous? He has merely risen from a lieutenant to a major in one leap? Commander Gongmu, this instance is different. Firstly, he has indeed rendered great service. There are few heavy artillery pieces across the entire army, and he has brought back 10 cannons. He successfully preserved 4 gates, which can be deemed a significant achievement, and as he is a scion of the Imperial Guard, it could be considered my goodwill towards the family. However, the combat effectiveness of his troops is lamentably low. To put it accurately, they resemble a mere assemblage of farmers rather than a proper military force. The onus of improvement lies solely upon him. I have merely conferred ranks and positions, while the remainder depends on his own capabilities, requiring no further investment from me. Upon Zhang Xing'an's return to the encampment, all gathered to congratulate him on his promotion. Indeed, Zhang Xing'an did not disappoint expectations and was promptly assigned to a new role. As I have stated before, I shall not treat anyone unfairly. I commanded the clan members, Mitsui, Tokugawa. You are now all squad leaders, holding the rank of 2nd lieutenant. Upon hearing this arrangement, everyone rejoiced. However, the names of Kobayashi and Inoue were conspicuously absent. Rather than feeling disheartened, the two were internally elated, evidently believing that something better awaited them. As anticipated, he continued to speak. Inoue, you and your brother are responsible for logistics, managing the finances of our battalion, and you shall hold the rank of 1st lieutenant. Kobayashi, from this moment forth, you will serve as my aide-de-camp, overseeing all external communications. Also with the rank of 1st lieutenant. Yes, I pledge my unwavering loyalty to you, my commander. However, Captain, do we not have 4 squadrons? Now we possess 10. Will the higher-ups consent to this? Humph, they shall not provide us a single soldier, thus we must assemble our own. Yet, this shall not pose a challenge for me. Remember, as long as there is money, any issue can be resolved. Henceforth, you are to begin recruitment. Each squad must comprise no fewer than 300 personnel. Everyone gasped. That totals over 3,000 individuals, akin to the scale of a regiment. The recruitment criteria are as follows. Firstly, new recruits should possess minimal experience, and those indoctrinated by the code of the samurai are to be excluded, for if they join our ranks, how shall we profit? Everyone nodded in agreement. During this period, they had earned quite a sum. nearing the status of 1,000 yuan households, a title that in this era allows one to purchase a grand house and acquire several acres of land back home. Secondly, those hailing from Osaka are preferred, as we share a common background and topics of conversation. Once more, the assembly nodded, deeming this reasonable. Thirdly, individuals who have perpetrated violence against the Chinese populace or are impoverished should be avoided. As you have witnessed, the Chinese military is ruthless towards those who oppress their citizens. Decapitation is the lightest punishment, while severe torture is not uncommon. The only reason we coexist peacefully is that we have not crossed their bottom line. Should we be incessantly scrutinized by the Chinese, our fortunes would be jeopardized. They shuddered at the thought, recalling the terror instilled by Chinese soldiers. Lastly, and most importantly, we seek those with vulnerabilities, such as families in dire financial straits awaiting medical treatment, or individuals burdened by high-interest debts. If we can resolve their predicaments, they will follow us loyally. Do you understand? However, my captain, such an approach will incur substantial expenses. We require funds to establish our troops, and if... in no way Kun, not bad for a newly appointed logistics chief, already concerned about saving money. Let me impart this wisdom. Any problem solvable by money is not a problem at all. Do you have any further queries? Upon hearing this response, everyone was utterly astounded. It seems only you could utter such words. Look at our esteemed captain, who possesses the ability to articulate this. Now, how shall we calculate our allowances? Is it a mere 100 yen per soldier each month? Oh, perhaps that is a bit scant. Let us increase it to 150 for now. As for the officers, let it be doubled. You few should also receive a bit more. Thus, the monthly total would be 1,000. Of course, there will be dividends each quarter. Why do you all gaze at me thus? What is with those expressions? It was only then that they realized this was no ordinary captain. He was, in fact, the god of wealth. Zhang Xingyan then produced a chest, opening it to reveal it brimming with yen, at least 100,000, leaving them utterly speechless. This 10,000 is for you to distribute as a reward for your promotions. The remainder, each of you shall take 10,000 to recruit soldiers for me. My only requirement is that there be no limit on the number. The more, the better. Rest assured, the task will be accomplished. He then extracted another 100,000 for me, to be used as operational funds for purchasing uniforms and provisions. He would find a way to acquire the remaining weapons. In the days to come, apart from the lottery, Zhang Xingyan would also check in daily, a process akin to a lottery based on luck. However, the lottery guarantees valuable rewards, while check-in yields random results. The best check-in could yield 10 75mm mountain guns, accompanied by 5 rounds of ammunition, while the least favorable outcome would be 10 packs of sanitary napkins, leaving Zhang Xingyan utterly speechless. Fortunately, after several days, the system's warehouse had amassed a considerable variety, sufficient for establishing a battalion. However, he lacked no weapons. The equipment gathered from the battlefield over the past few days was more than adequate for the formation of his new battalion. Observing his busy comrades, he retreated to a secluded spot and took out his multifunctional phone to send a message to Zhou Weigua. The content read, Area A of District 7 shall serve as the National Qi Battalion's hospital. Your forces are to launch an attack here at dusk. Merely a feint to provide me with time to relocate. A grand gift will be delivered by morning. Upon sending the message, the radio on the other end would receive it directly. Likewise, he could also receive messages from other radios, though this required spending points. For instance, he could use his phone to send a false command to the Japanese forces via radio, but each message would cost him 100,000 points. Should they conduct even the slightest verification, the truth would be revealed, thus incurring significant risk. However, a notable advantage was that current technology could not trace the source of his messages. Even standing beside the equipment would yield no detection. This was a product of the system. Attempting to discover its origin would be as futile as a direct collision with the truth. Chapter 15. Hospital turmoil. Zhang Xingyan drove to the hospital, where the influx of people had surged. Each day, thousands of wounded and deceased soldiers filled the grounds, many lying helplessly on the ground outside. Due to the scarcity of supplies, makeshift bandaging and bleeding control were all that could be managed, and lives were extinguished with each passing moment. Observing the chaotic scene, Zhang Xingyan felt a sense of satisfaction. It was a testament to the severe blow dealt to the Japanese army by the National Revolutionary Army's counteroffensive. This was merely a gathering point for a hospital. Yet so many were present. There must be tens of thousands of casualties across the numerous medical facilities in the vicinity. At that moment, he spotted Mei Hui, covered in blood and tirelessly tending to the wounded. He approached her and said, Miss Mei Hui, you are still here? This place will soon be unsafe. The Huaxia army could strike at any moment. Seeing Zhang Xingyan, Mei Hui's heart lifted, but her expression quickly turned somber. Kingo, it is so good to see you alive. I am unable to leave. There are too many casualties and a severe shortage of medical supplies and personnel. More importantly, her face revealed a hint of distress. What troubles you, Mei Hui? Is there something you need? Zhang Xingyan inquired. With reddened eyes, Mei Hui confessed, I do not know where to go. Please, Kingu, help me. I am utterly lost and frightened. Sob. Taken aback by her emotional state, Zhang Xingyan pressed for details. He learned that Mei Hui hailed from a prominent family in Tokyo, which had fallen into decline, leaving them to become mere merchants, a status of low regard in the island nation. As an only child, her parents, free from the traditional preference for sons, cherished her and supported her medical studies. However, a devastating earthquake claimed the lives of her family and destroyed their properties. Mei Hui, beautiful and often the target of local harassment, found herself pursued by opportunistic local officials. To escape this torment, she accompanied her professor to Huaxia, but just 2 months later, war erupted, thrusting her to the front lines as a medical aide. The professor had cared for her due to his formidable skills, but after his assassination, she lost her anchor. Many injured officials gazed at her with greed, and she was all too aware of what that meant. Kingu, can you take me away? I wish to join your team. Their gazes terrify me, she pleaded. Do not worry, Mei Hui. If you wish to join my team, I would be more than happy to welcome you. My unit is in need of a doctor. By the way, I am now the captain, which allows me to have my own medical personnel, Zhang Xingyan assured her. Overcome with gratitude, Mei Hui bowed deeply. Thank you so much, Kingu. I am truly grateful. Mei Hui was drawn to Zhang Xingyan because among all the men, he was the only one who did not regard her with lustful eyes. In truth, Mei Hui was a beauty of star-like caliber. Yet Zhang Xingyan's thoughts were consumed solely with survival and confronting the enemy, leaving no space for such distractions. This made her perceive him as a paragon of virtue. Mei Hui, this place has become rather perilous. Gather some medical personnel willing to accompany us. The more, the merrier, for when the enemy comes, we shall be the first to retreat. Rest assured, I shall attend to this immediately. After Mei Hui's departure, Zhang Xingyan enlisted the aid of 2 team members, who dutifully followed Mei Hui, eager to curry favor. They were fearful yet not foolish, for she could very well become the captain's consort. It was prudent to win her favor. As for any romantic inclinations towards her, those who wish for swift demise may pursue such folly. The captain's remuneration was ample enough to indulge in a month of revelry at an upscale geisha house post-conflict. At this juncture, Zhang Xingyan was not idle. He wandered through the hospital, discovering several quarters where officers convalesced. Notably, among them were several of substantial rank, including a few colonels capable of commanding a company. A plan began to take shape in his mind. Glancing at his watch, he noted that there remained less than half an hour until his rendezvous with Zhou Weiguo, affording him ample time. He located a suitable area, exchanged for several cans of provisions, and concocted a sedative using hospital supplies, which he then infused into the cans. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the officer's recovery ward. Upon his entrance, a colonel, intrigued by the unfamiliar visage, inquired, "Who are you? Where's the nurse, Mei Hui?" The colonel had a penchant for taking advantage of Mei Hui's visits. Zhang Xingyan replied, "Colonel, I am Lin Yi, the captain of the newly formed detachment, responsible for logistics. With the influx of wounded, we are quite busy. The higher-ups have instructed us to provide you with canned goods and sake." Presenting the cans and provisions to the Japanese officers, their faces lit up with delight. Their recent sustenance had been dismal, and such offerings were a welcome reprieve. "Ah, the Empire has not forgotten us. You have done well, Captain Lin. By the way, are you the scion of the Kono family? I recall you as the squad leader," the colonel remarked. "Indeed, that is I. Recently, I protected an imperial artillery piece, and with some merit, General Guichi promoted me." "Ah, Captain Lin, you are a true warrior of the Empire. I salute you," the colonel declared, followed suit by all the other officers. Zhang Xingyan reciprocated the salute, mindful of the courtesy owed. As he was currently within the hospital under the auspices of the Guichi detachment, "Then I shall not intrude further. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me." With that, Zhang Xingyan exited, only to hear the sounds of jubilation and revelry emanating from within, punctuated by crude remarks about Mei Hui and other women. He paid no mind to their chatter. Soon, they would all meet their fate. Approximately 10 minutes later, silence enveloped the room. Zhang Xingyan cautiously re-entered, finding the officers incapacitated. He methodically dispatched each one by breaking their necks, followed by disemboweling them with a bayonet, orchestrating the scene to suggest a mass suicide. Having completed this grim task, the distant sound of cannon fire reverberated, indicating that Zhou Weiguo had commenced his offensive. Several kilometers away, Zhou Weiguo led over 1,000 members of the training regiment to launch an assault on the position designated by Zhang Xingyan. The mortars roared incessantly, while they faced the remnants of several hundred retreating enemy soldiers tasked with guarding the hospital's front line. However, due to a shortage of ammunition, they could only hold their ground for an hour. At this moment, Huzi remarked, "Commander, these few enemy soldiers are akin to mere fodder. Give me 200 men, and a single charge will suffice to eliminate them." Zhou Weiguo shook his head, replying, "Huzi, our objective is not to annihilate them, but merely to delay their advance. Remember, do not strike too fiercely. After 1 hour, we will initiate the full assault. These few enemy soldiers hold little value. The real spoils lie behind them." At the battlefield hospital of the Guoqi Brigade, the sound of artillery sent everyone into a panic, realizing that the Huaxiao army was approaching. They had long anticipated this day. Yet when it arrived, despair engulfed them. Fear and trembling gripped all, as they questioned their fate. They understood that the Japanese army's combat doctrine forbade retreat in such moments. As injured soldiers, they were certain to become cannon fodder, destined to perish under the Huaxia army's onslaught. Suddenly, a woman's scream pierced the air, startling everyone. Chapter 16. This is not a retreat, but a strategic withdrawal. A woman, startled, recalled a harrowing scene. A Japanese squad leader seized a nurse from a field hospital, tearing at her garments while exclaiming, "Since we are all destined to perish, why not surrender your body to me before death? Let us not afford such pleasures to those Chinese." As if stirred by his words, several wounded Japanese soldiers appeared encouraged, contemplating unspeakable acts towards the nearby nurses and women. However, before their intentions could materialize, a gunshot shattered the tense atmosphere, and the squad leader's head was suddenly punctured, sending him lifeless to the ground. The terrified nurse rushed inside, weeping, while Maihiko hurried over to comfort her. It was Zhang Xingyan who had fired the shot, as he approached two soldiers with his pistol, executing them with two precise shots to their heads, for they too had dared to reach for a female soldier who seemed to be a liaison officer. Turning to face the remaining soldiers, Zhang coldly declared, "I am Lin Yi, the captain of the Imperial Guard. Look at your disgraceful conduct. Before the Chinese army even arrives, you turn against your own kin? Such cowardice disqualifies you from serving the Empire. You all deserve a swift demise." Some soldiers, shamed, lowered their heads. But one soldier bellowed defiantly, "Captain, we are fated to die. Is it wrong to seek some fleeting enjoyment before our end? Besides, these women will ultimately fall into the hands of the Chinese, and their fates will be far more tragic." In response, Zhang Xingyan delivered a series of stinging slaps to the man, reveling in the exhilaration of the act. "Baka, who told you that you are to die? You are the Empire's finest soldiers. You must not perish here due to the foolish commands of a few." Upon hearing that they were not destined for death, the soldiers' eyes widened in hope. A sentiment echoed among all present. "I have arranged for a fleet of trucks and carriages on their way here. We have 4,000 men, including medical personnel, totaling 6,000. When the trucks arrive, you must board in an orderly fashion. I assure you, you will all escape alive." As he spoke, a convoy of trucks appeared on the horizon, prompting cheers of long life. From the crowd, they gazed at Zhang Xingyan as though he were their savior, tears of excitement streaming down their faces. "Everyone, begin evacuating the hospital. Those who can move, assist the medical staff in gathering supplies, discard everything else." With newfound hope for survival, they obeyed his commands. Suddenly, a woman rushed forward, exclaiming, "It's terrible, Captain. The colonel and generals have all committed seppuku." The news struck everyone with a jolt. Zhang Xingyan furrowed his brow, muttering, "What a spineless bunch, resorting to suicide to evade responsibility. How did such individuals become officers?" "Never mind, let the others board the trucks swiftly." No one paid heed to the fate of those officers. Their own survival was paramount. Soon, the vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of the hospital. Upon inspection, it was evident that there were at least a dozen trucks, with possibly more approaching from behind. Kohei Nidetaro emerged and saluted Zhang Xingyan, stating, "Captain, we have gathered nearly 30 military vehicles, many of which were retrieved from the battlefield. Please give your orders. Direct the medical personnel and doctors to board the vehicles first, followed by the severely injured. We will allocate an average of 20 medical staff per vehicle, while the others will be accommodated at a ratio of 40. We aim to evacuate all personnel within an hour. The hospital is merely 10 kilometers from the coastline, and a round trip takes about 20 minutes. Thus an hour should suffice to transport everyone." At that moment, a motorcycle convoy approached. As they came to a stop at the hospital entrance, a major officer dismounted and shouted, "You there, halt. What are you doing?" Zhang Xingyan furrowed his brow at the sight, recognizing the man as a member of the enforcement team. "Who are you, and what is your purpose here?" "I am Major Ting Xiaoxia of the enforcement team. According to regulations, you are to advance to the front line and defend against the Chinese army's assault." "Are you jesting? You expect these wounded soldiers to confront the Huaxiao army head-on? They are the Empire's heroes. You would have them sacrifice themselves in vain? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? How dare you speak to the enforcement team in such a manner? I can have you executed on the spot for violating battlefield protocol. You are fleeing." "Fleeing? No. We are executing a strategic withdrawal to preserve our strength for future confrontations with the Huaxiao army." At that moment, the major produced a handgun, aiming it at Zhang Xingyan. In a flash, Zhang Xingyan snatched the firearm from him and, without hesitation, fired, shattering the officer's skull. The onlookers were left in shock, bewildered as to how their commander had just been dispatched so effortlessly. "You wretched fool, allowing the valiant warriors of the Empire to perish in vain. You must be a spy for Huaxia." Zhang Xingyan coldly glared at the enforcement team. "Your commander has already met his demise at the hands of the Huaxia forces. Remember this. Had he survived, you would have been sent to the front lines to meet a similar fate." Do you not value your lives? The members of the enforcement team, feeling the weight of his gaze and sensing the fury of the thousands of injured soldiers behind him, swallowed hard, their fear palpable. Yes, our commander was killed by the Huaxiao army. We are here to assist with the hospital's strategic withdrawal. Zhang Xingyan smiled, patting a few of them on the shoulder. Very well, if you are indeed warriors of the empire, then lend your assistance. There will be rewards for those who help. He glanced at Inoue, who immediately produced some yen, distributing 100 to each individual. They gasped in astonishment, their breaths coming in short gasps. This was akin to a year's worth of allowances. Zhang Xingyan also allocated an additional 100 to the other wounded, eliciting profound gratitude among them. Where did this commander come from? Truly remarkable. Not only has he saved our lives, but he also rewards us with money. To serve under such a commander would indeed be extraordinary. Zhang Xingyan endeavored to win the hearts of the people, initiating a large-scale relocation of Japanese soldiers. In truth, his motivation for saving them extended beyond mere reputation. He harbored a grand plan that had long been brewing in his mind. Ah, you devils, are you pleased? Whether you survive this night hinges upon your fortune, he remarked, before instructing his men to facilitate the transfer of the wounded soldiers. The original plan anticipated 3 transfers, each taking 2 hours to complete. However, he had underestimated the desperate spirit of these soldiers. It turned out that fitting 40 individuals into a single vehicle was a considerable feat. Yet one vehicle managed to accommodate 80, causing it to move sluggishly. This revelation prompted Zhang Xingyan to reflect. It appeared that even these soldiers were not entirely devoid of fear for death. They too were cornered by their superiors with no avenue for retreat. Henceforth, he resolved to endeavor to enlighten these soldiers, instilling in them the principle of self-preservation, which would undoubtedly diminish their combat effectiveness by several degrees. Chapter 17, Strategic Shift. Undoubtedly the greatest contributor in a mere hour, all personnel had been successfully relocated, with Mahiko being the last to depart. Zhang Xingyan was taken aback upon noticing her presence. Mahiko, why haven't you left yet? Weren't you supposed to be among the first to be transferred? Mahiko, with a flushed visage, replied, I wish to accompany you. I fear that once we reach the rear, I won't know where to go. Zhang Xingyan nodded and instructed the others, in no way. Oh no, Mahiko is now one of us. You must assist her well. The others bowed respectfully, somewhat flustered by the treatment Mahiko received, and hurriedly returned the gesture. At that moment, Inoue 11 spoke. Miss Mahiko, please join our convoy. We are heading to the main camp, where no one will disturb you. The commander will arrive shortly. Thus, Mahiko was transferred to their encampment, and Ono, with a smile, remarked, Commander, it seems that Miss Mahiko has taken a liking to you. You are indeed fortunate. Ono-kun, I have no time to entertain such thoughts. Surviving and earning a living are of utmost importance. By the way, have you completed the task I assigned you? Rest assured. Commander, everything is prepared. 3 trucks of supplies are in the hospital, and we can depart at any moment. Good. I trust your capabilities. The funds are secured at the rear of our vehicle. Take 1/10 as a reward for the underlings, reminding them to keep their mouths shut. The remaining portion should be distributed among you all, with the rest saved by Inoue and his team as reserve funds. Ono nodded in agreement, fully aware that this was a covert transaction with the National Army. However, the prospect of profit took precedence. Upon opening a crate to reveal an abundance of gold, he was momentarily struck with fear, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Seeing his reaction, Zhang Xingyan slapped him and admonished, How pathetic. Are you frightened by such a paltry sum? It's merely a box of gold. There will be more wealth to come. Soon, they set forth in their convoy. Ono inquired, Commander, are we heading to the camp? No, we are driving toward the battlefield, striving to rescue more soldiers and the wounded of the Empire. But Commander, what will we do if we encounter the Huaxia soldiers? After all, our group of over 10 has only recently gathered, and our combat capabilities. Do not worry. We shall not encounter the Chinese. Just follow my route, and when we rescue more individuals, our merits will be even greater. Ono understood. This was a tacit agreement with the Huaxiao army. I will save my people, you will collect your spoils, and we are merely seeking profit without hostility. Whatever battles ensue later are matters for another time. Before long, their convoy had rescued a significant number of wounded and medical personnel, garnering Zhang Xingyan an excellent reputation. At that moment, the hospital at the Guoqi Brigade's encampment was deserted, left in a state of utter disarray. As the surrounding troops stormed in and beheld the scene, he chuckled. Huzi swiftly began to search for supplies in the vicinity, urging the collection of the weapons and ammunition scattered on the ground, all of which were spoils of war. Zhou Egwa, casually dangling a cigarette, awaited reports from others. Soon, Huzi returned, exclaiming, Commander, we struck gold. 3 entire trucks of supplies. Zhou Weigua's eyes brightened at this news, and he exclaimed with enthusiasm, Oh, what do we have? Speak quickly. There are numerous items. 1 truck filled with food and medicine, another with ammunition and firearms, and the last 2 trucks are loaded with cotton fabric. Ha 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 ha, splendid. Instruct the brothers to expedite the collection of these supplies. Oh, and Commander, in the hospital ward, there is a room where over a dozen Japanese officers committed suicide. The scene is quite gruesome, yet I find it somewhat peculiar. Is that so? Take me to see. Thus, the two made their way over. And upon witnessing the multitude of corpses, Zhou Weiguo furrowed his brow. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a troubling detail. These Japanese soldiers had their necks twisted. Undoubtedly the work of that individual. Indeed, beneath one of the corpses, he found a note written in Japanese. Goods received. Please assist in handling subsequent matters. Zhou Weiguo chuckled, realizing this was a request for assistance in disposing of the Japanese bodies. After all, such deception might work on the inexperienced Japanese soldiers amidst chaos. But it would surely be uncovered by intelligence personnel. He then commanded, Huzi, sever the heads of these Japanese soldiers and set this place ablaze. Subsequently, Zhou Weiguo proceeded to the trucks to tally the supplies. It was evident that Kobayashi had left him numerous valuable items, an M35 German submachine gun and a substantial amount of ammunition. In this chaotic melee, the submachine gun was a formidable weapon, albeit with a high consumption rate. Nevertheless, with these reinforcements, his firepower had significantly increased. At that moment, a telegraph operator rushed over, declaring, Commander, an encrypted telegram. Upon seeing the telegram, Zhou Weiguo recognized it was from Zhang Xing'an. He instructed his men to disperse and took out a small notebook to decode the message, which read, Routes 1 and 3 must not be attacked. Driving the Japanese army toward these 2 routes will be of great utility. Furthermore, at the dilapidated temple 12 kilometers west, there awaits a significant reward, M1903 rifles and ammunition. Brother Weiguo, please slay more of the Japanese invaders. After reading, Zhou Weiguo burned the telegram and relayed the information upward, considering their limited numbers. They could not afford to gather excess supplies. Zhou Weiguo mused that this intelligence officer was indeed a capable individual, although he had not engaged in direct combat. His contributions were equivalent to those of 2 divisions. At that moment, Zhang Xing'an was leading his small team toward a location when, suddenly, a group of soldiers rushed toward them at an intersection, appearing to be a band of disheartened remnants. At the forefront was a major, a company commander, who called out, Stop the vehicles immediately. Everyone, get out of the cars. I am commandeering these vehicles. At this juncture, Zhang Xing'an exited the vehicle and inquired of the company commander. Who are you? How dare you? You are merely a major. Mind your tone. I am the commander of the 11th Division, K-Gaia Company. All of you, disembark immediately. Commander, I fail to comprehend your purpose with these vehicles. We are on a mission to rescue the wounded and brave soldiers on the battlefield. I have urgent military intelligence that must be reported to headquarters without delay. These injured personnel should remain to fend off the oncoming assault from the Huaxia army, granting us precious time. Upon hearing this, the wounded within the vehicle were overcome with indignation. Were they not regarded as human beings? However, Zhang Xing'an interjected, I apologize. Esteemed commander, but my duty is to tend to the injured. Your troops appear to be in good spirits. They can make their own way back. How dare you speak to me like that? The commander, incensed, prepared to take action against Zhang Xing'an for defying his authority. Yet, without hesitation, Zhang Xing'an drew his weapon and shot the commander in the head. Xiao Yikuan, witnessing this, was left in shock. Today they had faced 4 waves of attackers attempting to seize their vehicles, all of whom had been dispatched by their captain. Unfortunately, this was the highest-ranking officer they had encountered. Immediately after Zhang Xing'an's decisive action, 2 machine guns opened fire, swiftly eliminating the remaining officers. The soldiers behind them stood aghast. Had this man truly lost his mind? He had just slain his own commander. Was he a spy sent by Huaxia? Yet, the words that followed from Zhang Xing'an filled them with unexpected joy. What are you all staring at? Do you wish to avenge your commander? He was merely sending you to your deaths as cannon fodder. If you wish to live, hurry and board the vehicles. The injured are in front. 2 trucks will arrive in a minute. The rest of you, hasten and follow me to the safe base. At that moment, they could scarcely afford to mourn the death of their commander. Preserving their own lives took precedence. As for vengeance, why concern themselves with such matters? They were not the commander's family. Moreover, if he were to be dealt with, it would be by those above them. For now, Zhang Xing'an was their protector. Zhang Xing'an had successfully transported countless fleeing soldiers, numbering over 10,000, to several gathering points along the coast. There, naval vessels safeguarded the national army, deterring any assaults. This realization brought them a sense of security. In that instant, Zhang Xing'an emerged as a savior in the eyes of these soldiers, undeniably the foremost hero of the day. Chapter 18. Trouble approaches as night descended. October in the Magic City turned dark rather swiftly. Not far from the shore, numerous bonfires flickered. As the Japanese soldiers huddled together in countless tents, the battles fought during the day had left them with a near brush with death, and at this moment, a semblance of calm allowed them to rest and recuperate. The distant sounds of cannon fire had ceased, with only sporadic gunshots echoing in the air, signaling that this was the final confrontation for both sides. After all, the Chinese army had endured immense depletion since last night, and without artillery support, it was now a test of endurance. In the distance, a convoy approached with its headlights blazing. Many of the young Japanese soldiers stood up, watching the direction of the oncoming vehicles, aware that they were bringing more soldiers and, like them, wounded comrades. Fortunate souls indeed. Zhang Xing'an was the first to disembark from the vehicle. At this moment, the Inoue brothers had already arrived early with their men, having prepared to receive personnel countless times today, with a plethora of supplies at the ready. Upon seeing Zhang Xing'an, the brothers nodded, and then proceeded to assist the severely injured. Many personnel began distributing food and water, guiding the wounded to the newly established gathering area. As Zhang Xing'an walked through, a throng of Japanese soldiers gathered around, excitedly calling out, "It is Lord Jingwei." Wounded soldiers and survivors approached him, their eyes filled with gratitude, for it was Lord Jingwei who had rescued them from the battlefield. In doing so, he had taken down many officers, including several of their own superiors. Yet, they remained thankful, for he was the reason they had survived. Noticing the fervor of the crowd, Koyama and dozens of his loyal guards drew closer to Zhang Xing'an, vigilantly monitoring the surrounding individuals. After all, ensuring the safety of Lord Jingwei was of utmost importance. Witnessing Zhang Xing'an's despondency eased Koyama's worries. He addressed the assembly, saying, "Brave warriors of the Empire, you have toiled valiantly. As a scion of the Jingwei family, all I can offer is this, my sincerest apologies for not being able to save more. It fills me with deep shame to witness so many of our valiant soldiers perish before my eyes. You have done remarkably well, Lord Jingwei. We are eternally grateful to you," came the replies from the crowd. "Indeed, without you, we would have perished long ago. You are our benefactor, Lord Jingwei. My life from this day forth belongs to you. I am willing to serve you." Observing the fervent crowd, Zhang Xing'an signaled to Koyama, "Koyama, is the meat broth ready?" "Yes, as per your request, it has been prepared using canned goods, along with rice balls," Koyama replied. "Distribute the food to everyone immediately. And remember to provide extra nourishment for the wounded. They have shed blood for the Empire." Koyama promptly executed Zhang Xing'an's orders, and thus, thousands gathered at various locations to dine. Naturally, many of the Japanese military units had also retreated, stationed not far away. Most of these individuals were from regiments that had been decimated or obliterated, congregating here to await new assignments from above. At that moment, several armored vehicles approached, appearing severely damaged yet still operational. A tank soldier emerged and saluted Zhang Xing'an, saying, "Captain, Lieutenant Colonel Xiao Lu Yiping reports to you." Zhang Xing'an, perplexed, regarded the individual, wondering who he was. Just then, Inoue Sure approached and explained, "Captain, these are a few wounded soldiers we encountered during the day. They are officers from the armored division, and we assisted them in recovering several vehicles. We have brought back over a dozen in just one day." And he has come to express his gratitude. "Oh, Lieutenant Colonel Xiao Lu, we are all lieutenants here. There is no need for you to salute me. By the way, why aren't you seeking your armored division? I recall it is affiliated with headquarters, right?" "Ah, Captain, my commander was killed last night by a small unit from Huaxia, and they destroyed our vehicles. I am currently unable to contact the command center, so I must rely on you. I sincerely hope for your understanding and apologize for the intrusion. You are too polite. We are all warriors of the Empire. For now, feel free to remain here. Come morning, someone will escort you." Zhang Xing'an surveyed his surroundings. Tens of thousands of Japanese troops were stationed nearby. A bold plan he had long contemplated was about to be set in motion tonight, with the potential to eliminate a significant number of enemies. His spirits were high, especially after receiving a notification from the system in the afternoon, announcing points had been credited to his account. Upon checking the system interface, he was greeted with several messages. "Congratulations, host, for supporting the nationalist troops in eliminating Japanese soldiers. Points earned, 10. Congratulations, host, for eliminating one Japanese lieutenant colonel. Points earned, 500. Congratulations, host, for destroying 2 armored vehicles. Points earned, 20,000. Initially bewildered, as he had not directly slain any enemies, he soon realized that the points were attributed to the weapons and ammunition he had provided to Zhou Weiguo's forces, who had engaged in battle using Zhang Xing'an's supplied armaments. This revelation filled him with exhilaration and inspired even grander ideas. He contemplated purchasing weapons with gold to support the Huaxia army. However, the system promptly notified him that only points accrued from system-produced weapons could be credited, which dampened his spirits, indicating that exploiting bugs was no longer feasible. Nevertheless, upon reviewing his points, he discovered that he had accrued several million in just one afternoon, causing him immense joy, especially considering that supporting Zhou Weiguo's forces had only cost him a mere 100,000 points, an exceptionally lucrative transaction. This rapid accumulation of points was largely due to the Japanese retreat, which resulted in extensive equipment destruction. The majority of his points stemmed from the obliteration of enemy artillery and tanks, along with other military targets such as field hospitals. As he reveled in this newfound fortune, a vehicle approached at high speed from a distance, stopping abruptly nearby. A man in a naval uniform, bearing the rank of lieutenant colonel, stepped out. The man approached Zhang Xing'an, presented his credentials, and inquired, "May I ask if you are Lieutenant Colonel Jean Wei-Lini? I am Matsui, an inspector from the Imperial Navy. There is a matter I would like you to investigate." Zhang Xing'an understood that the intelligence department had taken an interest in him. Yet he believed their focus should be on the army rather than the navy. "What business do you have? Do you require my cooperation for an investigation?" "It appears I do not fall under your naval jurisdiction," the prosecutor remarked, his brow furrowed. "You will understand the specifics upon your arrival at the naval headquarters," replied Lin Yi, "but for now, you must accompany us." The personnel from various naval departments moved their hands behind their backs, evidently preparing to resort to force. Zhang Xing'an regarded them with a hearty laugh before drawing a firearm and pressing it against the naval officer's head, his gaze frosty. "I have already stated that I will not accompany you. Furthermore, the investigation into me is a matter for the army. You lack the qualifications to be privy to such information. Given your inquiries, you should be aware of the number of officers I have eliminated today. Do not presume that, as a mere junior officer, you could intimidate me. Even if your department's chief were to come, I would treat him the same way." The investigator was taken aback by this brash individual who threatened him. It seemed he had not spoken without cause, for he had indeed dispatched several officers that day, including a company commander of considerable rank. Just as he was about to retort, the sound of weapons being chambered echoed from all directions. Turning around, he was astonished to find himself surrounded by thousands of individuals, all intent on a fight. These were the wounded whom Zhang Xing'an had tended to earlier. The situation had reached an impasse. At that moment, a voice rang out, "Everyone, stand down. Cease immediately." Chapter 19. The big shot, a luxurious sedan, came to a halt not far away, accompanied by several hundred soldiers. From the vehicle emerged a stunning woman, exuding an untamed beauty that rendered men utterly captivated. She skillfully maneuvered through the crowd to stand before them, producing her identification and stating, "I am Yamaguchi Miya, an official from the Empire's Special High Command stationed in Magic City. We have a few matters regarding the Imperial Guard Lin Yi that require your assistance in investigation." After a slight nod towards him, Zhang Xing'an understood that these individuals would inevitably question him, given the numerous officers slain throughout the day. However, the apparent cordiality of their demeanor prompted him to respond with a nod of acknowledgement. "Commander Yamaguchi, I am willing to accompany you, but this naval intelligence officer insists on my departure with them, which places me in a rather precarious position." "Precarious? What nonsense." A gun is pointed at his head. "If I do not intervene, this fellow is surely doomed," she retorted. "I apologize, but we from the Special High Command must take Imperial Guard Lin Yi with us. Might I inquire why you, from the army, are apprehending individuals? It seems rather overreaching," the naval investigator responded, as both sides lowered their weapons. "We seek to verify the disappearance of a transport squad of 14 personnel from the Navy this afternoon. Witnesses claim that it was Lin Yi who executed them. We need to bring him in for clarification." Before he could finish, Zhang Xing'an interjected, "No need for verification. I confess to the act. They were obstructing my vehicle, accusing us of seizing their supplies, and berating us as mere army scum, claiming that the army's defeat rendered us unworthy of life, asserting that all of us should perish on the battlefield." "Very well, I comprehend. I will report this matter to my superiors, and I hope you can provide an explanation to the Navy," responded the naval officers, hastily departing in their vehicle. It was evident that they had to flee. Zhang Xing'an's deliberate mention of the Navy's slurs against the army had ignited considerable anger among the soldiers present, who were eager to confront the naval officers. Realizing the situation had turned unfavorable, the naval officers quickly retreated. Zhang Xing'an signaled for everyone to return to their posts, assuring them that he would soon resolve the investigation. After all, they were aware that he had dispatched several officers earlier that day. Had it been anyone else, they might have met a far worse fate. Yet Lin Yi was a scion of the Imperial Guard family, and it was unlikely that the higher-ups would impose severe consequences, perhaps merely a demotion. Zhang Xing'an turned to Yamaguchi Miya and said, "Miss Yamaguchi, we may leave now. I advise you to depart swiftly, lest you provoke these soldiers into taking rash actions against you." This was a clear warning to refrain from any punitive measures against him, as it might incite a mutiny among the soldiers. After all, I had rescued the soldiers, and punishing me would be rather contradictory. It is worth noting that mutinies among island soldiers, resulting in the slaughter of officers, were not uncommon. Just recently, a similar incident had transpired within the upper echelons of the island's leadership, leading to a bloodbath. Before Yamamoto could utter a word, a burst of laughter resonated nearby. A middle-aged man clad in a general's uniform approached, flanked by dozens of vigilant guards. The general reached Zhang Xing'an's side, chuckling, "Ha ha ha. You haven't changed a bit over the years, my boy." As Zhang Xingyan gazed at the man before him, a name surfaced in his mind: Nishio Juz, the highest commander of the early Japanese expeditionary forces in China. He was indeed one of the foremost leaders of the Japanese invasion. Upon recognizing this figure, Zhang Xingyan was taken aback and quickly stood up, respectfully bowing. "Uncle Nishio." "Oh no, General, I didn't realize it was you. How rude of me. What brings you to this front line?" "Ah, Kobayashi-kun, there's no need for such formality. You may still call me uncle. It has been many years since we last met. And you've grown up quite well. You bear a striking resemblance to your father, truly inheriting the bloodline of the Kono family," he remarked, patting Zhang Xingyan on the shoulder. This scene left everyone astonished. Even those from the Tako were taken aback. Here stood the highest commander on the battlefield, unexpectedly displaying such familiarity with this young man. The members of Zhang Xingyan's team were equally surprised. They had only known that Kobayashi was a member of the Kono family, but merely an ordinary scion. Yet, the current spectacle indicated that his status was far from ordinary, which thrilled them, affirming their choice in following him. "Kobayashi-kun, this is not the place for conversation. You should proceed to the Tako for the investigation. If time permits, do come and visit me," Nishio just suggested. "Certainly, Uncle Nishio," Zhang Xingyan replied, bowing respectfully. Nishio Juz did not linger and departed. Yamamoto Miya and the others respectfully invited Zhang Xingyan into the vehicle, which gradually vanished into the night. "Do you think Kobayashi-kun will be all right?" Miya asked, her gaze following the departing convoy, concern etched on her face. "Rest assured, Miss Miya. With General Nishio looking out for him, the captain will undoubtedly be safe. He is a significant figure," came the reassuring reply. "That's a relief. I trust Kobayashi-kun will be fine," she responded, though worry still lingered on her face. Inoue teased, "Miss Miya, are you concerned about that Yamamoto-san?" "Ha. She is indeed quite beautiful. But worry not, you are lovely as well. Kobayashi-kun will surely take a liking to you." At his words, Miya's cheeks flushed crimson. However, Ono interjected, "Miss Miya, I have heard about your situation. In truth, we are all trusted individuals of the captain. I must remind you, a man of his stature is unlikely to have only one woman. I hope you are mentally prepared for this. Do you understand what I mean?" Having received a higher education, Miya was not naive. She understood the implications of his words. She bowed to both men, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Ono-kun and Inoue-san, for your guidance. I hope to count on your support in the future. You are too kind. We shall need your assistance as well," they replied. Indeed, should Miya become the captain's woman, she would wield considerable influence. Establishing a good rapport with her now would prove immensely beneficial, as the friendships forged at this moment held great importance. At the headquarters of the Tako section, Yamaguchi Miya graciously invited Zhang Xingyan into an elegant conference room, where refreshments and snacks awaited him, clearly indicating he was a guest. "Miss Yamaguchi, when may I pose my inquiries?" he asked. "Please, do not hesitate," she replied with a chuckle. "Colonel Kono, you are overthinking it. Your visit is merely a formality. Our section chief is unavailable, and thus I am here to receive you." "Then I must trouble you, Miss Yamaguchi." Zhang Xingyan recounted in detail his efforts to rescue injured soldiers on the battlefield, asserting there was nothing to conceal. As many had witnessed his actions, he could not stand idly by while others neglected the lives of soldiers. After her inquiries, Yamaguchi Miya engaged in casual conversation with him. "You are truly remarkable, Colonel Kono. The Empire is fortunate to have a soldier of your caliber. I wonder which fortunate woman will win your affection in the future," she remarked. "Are you attempting to seduce me?" he jested. "I must admit, you possess a certain charm, but alas, a woman from the intelligence agency should keep her distance." Yamaguchi Miya laughed lightly. "By the way, I noticed the facilities here are rather inadequate and in need of improvement." As she spoke, she produced a 100,000 yen check and slid it across the table. "Please deliver this to the section chief. Consider it my humble contribution to assist the Tako section." Upon seeing the generous sum, Yamaguchi Miya's eyes widened. He was indeed quite magnanimous. It was no wonder General Nishio held him in such high regard. Clearly, he was more than just a scion of the Kono family. Zhang Xingyan then queried, "Miss Yamaguchi, may I inquire why I have not faced repercussions for the officers I eliminated?" "Oh, if it is inconvenient, feel free to remain silent," she replied. "Not at all, Colonel Kono. The officers you dispatched were merely deserters, not true warriors. As for that battalion commander, he abandoned his troops to flee the front lines. Even if he survived, he would have faced a military tribunal. Is that the reason?" he mused. "You certainly see through things. Additionally, one of the injured soldiers you aided is a relative of our section chief. Forgive me for not divulging this. We must maintain confidentiality. But they are exceedingly grateful to you." Understanding that he had saved a member of the Tako section, he concluded that this person had likely reached their ranks by now. He decided not to dwell on it. As long as there were no issues, all was well. He then presented Yamaguchi Miya with 2,000 yen before departing from the Tako section. After his departure, A middle-aged man approached Yamaguchi Miya. Section chief, she greeted him respectfully. He is indeed quite generous, offering 100,000 yen. If we were to bring someone like him into our fold, it would be Miss Yamaguchi. Dispel such thoughts. That is beyond our reach. Securing some benefits is already commendable, considering he is favored by Nishio and Hasegawa. Keep the 2,000 yen for yourself. His interest in you is already a boon. If things do not progress, do not pursue him further. The Kono family is not one we can afford to provoke. Chapter 20, The Conference, Part 1. After departing from the teak headquarters, a car awaited Zhang Xingen outside. A young man with short hair, though clad in a suit, bore the unmistakable demeanor of a soldier. Approaching, he bowed respectfully and inquired, "May I ask if you are His Excellency, Lord Linny? Our commander requests your presence." "Is it Uncle Nishio?" Zhang Xingen replied. "Indeed, please get in the car," the young man urged. Nodding in agreement, Zhang Xingen entered the vehicle, which then proceeded towards the seaside. As night fell, the car advanced slowly under the illumination of the ship's searchlights reflecting upon the surface of the sea. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a warship. In gratitude for the ride, Zhang Xingen offered the escorting men 1,000 yen, which they hesitated to accept, alarmed. However, Zhang insisted, and they reluctantly complied. Guided by a woman in a kimono, he entered the warship, marking his first encounter with the interior of a Japanese battleship. While it could not compare with the obsolete vessels of later eras, the warships of this time belonged to a nation renowned for its advanced naval capabilities. Famously the world's second-largest naval power. After passing through multiple security checks, Zhang Xingen finally entered a modest conference room. Upon opening the door, he found Uncle Nishio already attired in a kimono, seated at a tea table, pouring tea. Upon seeing him, Zhang Xingen promptly bowed and exclaimed, "Uncle Nishio, I have arrived." "Oh ho ho, young Kobayashi, come, sit down and savor this exquisite Longjing tea," Nishio replied. "Apologies for the intrusion," Zhang Xingen said, hurriedly kneeling respectfully before him. At that moment, the woman in the kimono served tea to both of them. Zhang observed her closely. One could discern that anyone who stood beside Nishio was no ordinary individual. Despite her seemingly delicate appearance, he sensed that she could swiftly incapacitate him if necessary. After serving tea, the woman quietly retreated, closing the door behind her. Zhang Xingen understood that she stood guard outside, ready to act should he exhibit any signs of trouble. Moreover, he sensed the presence of many others nearby. This awareness stemmed from the skills granted by the system, complemented by the map that provided clarity about his surroundings. "Haha, what do you think of that maid, young Kobayashi? If you fancy her, I could have her attend to you tonight," Nishio jested. Realizing that he had been observing the woman too intently, Zhang Xingen shook his head, saying, "Uncle, you misunderstand. My mind is far from such thoughts. I have been so busy these past few days that I haven't slept well. Right now, all I desire is a good night's rest. However, I must admit, everyone around you is quite remarkable." "Oh, I had forgotten. You possess quite the skill yourself, learned from your father, I presume? I remember your father was once hailed as the finest martial artist of the Kono family, unmatched even by the members of the royal guard." Zhang Xingen feigned a bitter smile, replying, "Indeed, but what use is skill if one remains confined to a small place, wallowing in decadence in Osaka? To become strong, one must not only possess strength but also wield intelligence. Was it not Kono Bummo's sharp mind that secured him the position of head of the family?" Upon hearing these words, Nishio momentarily lost his composure, followed by a bitter smile. "Ah, Kobayashi-kun, you still harbor resentment towards your uncle. Well, this is a matter pertaining to the Kono family, and as an outsider, I find it inappropriate to interfere. By the way, the reason I summoned you is that I wish to inquire about certain matters." Zhang Xingen, feeling a sense of seriousness in the air, recognized that this was indeed the crux of their conversation. "I have heard that you performed admirably in your recent endeavors, rescuing over 10,000 imperial soldiers." "You have done remarkably well," he remarked. Zhang Xingen shook his head and chuckled. "Not at all, uncle. It was merely a series of underhanded tactics. I trust you are aware that I reached a temporary agreement with certain Huaxia military forces, allowing them to open a passage for soldiers to escape in exchange for some supplies. This was merely a matter of mutual understanding on the battlefield. Of course, my intentions were to enhance my reputation and secure a foundation for future promotions." "Oh, you are quite the honest one, aren't you? Ha ha ha. Aren't you afraid of punishment? Such dealings with the Huaxia military are a violation of military discipline," Nishio retorted. "I understand, Uncle Nishio. If this were a conventional war, I would not have acted this way. However, since yesterday, this chaotic skirmish has hardly resembled a proper battle. It has been sheer folly. My aim was to prevent the imperial forces from suffering losses due to poor leadership. These soldiers cannot simply perish here. They are seasoned veterans. And this contingent of 10,000 could potentially rally 100,000 troops into a formidable fighting force. What is happening now is utterly ridiculous. It is akin to children playing house." Nishio Shizo's expression darkened, acknowledging the truth in the words of the young man before him. The situation in Magic City had devolved into a solitary stronghold, and once reinforcements arrived, it could be decisively secured. The assassination of the prince had prompted the royal decree for retaliatory strikes, leading to their current predicament. Ah, Kobayashi-kun, I comprehend your perspective. The previous commander returned home 2 days ago to report, and I have taken over his command temporarily, Nishio stated with a sigh. Alas, I find myself merely a scapegoat, bearing the consequences of others' mistakes. It is beyond the capacity of one insignificant figure like myself to manage this. My priority is to preserve the seeds of the empire. They must not be squandered here. Nishio nodded in agreement and then inquired, Kobayashi, what are your thoughts on the current situation? Zhang Xing'an was taken aback by the old man's question. Was he being tested? It seemed illogical at first. However, after pondering why Nishio had initiated this conversation, a realization dawned upon him. His recent ostentatious display of the Kono family status had likely stirred discontent among many, leading to complaints reaching higher authorities. The Kono family was probably now aware of his presence, and this meeting might be an attempt to gauge his capabilities. Naturally, they would not question his identity, as it was firmly established by the system. They were likely assessing his potential. If deemed capable, they might cultivate his talents, but if not, they could bring him back home, fearing he might bring shame to the Kono name and become a target for political adversaries. Since my uncle inquired, I shall express my thoughts, hoping the general will not find them amusing. Oh, it matters not. Please proceed. I assert that in the current battle for the Magic City, we can claim victory. The ferocity of the Chinese military's attacks has been irrational, considering their supply shortages surpass our own. How could they possibly sustain such a saturation assault? This indicates they are executing a feigned retreat. I surmise they are in the midst of a large-scale withdrawal. Once our reinforcements arrive, we shall easily seize the opportunity. Nishio nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of my assessment. Furthermore, I conjecture that the situation in North China is equally precarious. I anticipate that once the battle for the Magic City concludes, troops will be redeployed northward to swiftly secure vital locations in that region. Our next objective will be Shuzhou, where a significant conflict is likely to ensue. Nishio's eyes narrowed perceptibly. These strategies were indeed classified plans from the headquarters. It was surprising that this fellow possessed such knowledge. Were it not for his ties to the Imperial Guard, one might suspect him of having illicitly acquired intelligence. How did you ascertain that a significant battle would unfold in Shuzhou? I am well aware, for history remembers the famed Battle of Taerswang, a quintessential confrontation of the Shuzhou campaign. However, I contemplated for a moment before stating that these are merely hypothetical projections, contingent upon our successful capture of the coal city. At that moment, a hearty laughter erupted from outside, and the door swung open to reveal a man clad in a kimono with a square face. Ha ha ha, Nishio's army. I never anticipated that a scion of the Imperial Guard would be so exceptional. It appears that yet another prodigy has emerged from the Imperial Guard's lineage. Chapter 21. The Meeting, Part 2. Ha ha, Nishio-kun, I never expected the scions of the Kono family to be so exceptional. It seems that yet another talent has emerged from their ranks. Upon seeing the newcomer, Nishio Toshizo rose with a smile, greeting the visitor. Come, Kobayashi-kun. Allow me to introduce you to the esteemed commander of the Imperial Fleet in the Magic City, Vice Admiral Hasegawa Kiyoshi. Oh, so it's him, the infamous figure who initiated indiscriminate bombings, that wretched old fox. However, Zhang Xing'an stood up respectfully and said, Greetings, Your Excellency, the commander. Oh, little one. There's no need to be so formal. You may simply call me uncle or senpai. That would be rather impolite, Vice Admiral Hasegawa. Haha, why are you still so courteous? You should know that earlier you frightened my subordinate terribly. He nearly lost his life. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xing'an felt puzzled. Wasn't there a rift between the Navy and the Army? Why did these two appear to share such a cordial relationship? Unbeknownst to him, the discord between the Navy and Army stemmed from years past, when the Navy was predominantly composed of aristocrats while the Army was made up of commoners, thus perpetuating class conflicts. However, in the present day, both branches included individuals from both noble and common backgrounds. The soldiers adhered to traditional rivalries, often looking down upon one another, while the high-ranking officials engaged in mutual attacks, each pursuing their own interests. Meanwhile, mid-level officers occasionally maintained contact to conduct clandestine dealings. Hasegawa-san's goodwill in inviting you, as well as the naval intelligence personnel's intention, is indeed to assist you. However, I am aware of the urgency of the situation, prompting me to seek you out promptly. I know your temperament all too well. You've always had a propensity for conflict over mere disagreements. Fortunately, I arrived just in time. It appears that the situation is as I suspected. I must express my gratitude for the kindness shown by Senior Hasegawa. I apologize for my earlier demeanor and shall extend my apologies and compensation to that enthusiastic individual. Hasegawa waved his hand dismissively, and the group took their seats. As I approached, I overheard your remarks regarding the current state of the battlefield. Indeed, you are a remarkably astute individual. Please, enlighten me about the Navy's forthcoming situation. Do not hesitate. Let us converse as if we were merely exchanging pleasantries. I find myself at a loss. To be candid, I possess little understanding of naval matters. However, based on the present circumstances, I believe our greatest adversary is the United States. We must remain vigilant against them. This statement took the two men by surprise, as they were aware that the United States was their largest partner, providing vast quantities of oil and steel. I understand that you may view the United States as our paramount ally, yet therein lies the peril. Our lifeblood is entirely in their grasp. Should our supplies be severed, it would lead to national paralysis. Furthermore, the Chinese fleet was vanquished during the First Sino-Japanese War, and we also defeated the Russian Navy. The only nation capable of contesting our maritime dominance is the United States. The two listened intently, even Hasegawa paused, his teacup resting in his hand. China, on the other hand, is a nation deficient in oil, with its resources located in Southeast Asia and Australia, which are still under American influence. As our conflict with China escalates, the depletion of resources will yield terrifying figures. We will eventually be compelled to choose between advancing southward or northward. Should we opt for the north, we would face millions of Russian Red Army troops, and I doubt we would gain any advantage. History has proven that while we triumphed over the double-headed eagle, the spoils were meager, leaving us in significant debt. Conversely, a southern advance would pit us against the United States Pacific Fleet. As these thoughts settled in their minds, Hasegawa inquired, "Do you think we could prevail in a naval confrontation with the United States?" "No," came the unequivocal reply. "The island nation would surely face defeat." Hearing such a blunt response left Hasegawa somewhat discontented, as he held the Imperial Navy in high esteem, believing it invincible. "Senior Hasegawa, I beg your pardon for my indiscretion. I do not deny the might of our Imperial Navy. If war were to break out, we could swiftly eliminate the United States Western Pacific Fleet. Yet what follows? Our industrial capacity accounts for merely 2% of the world's production, while the United States dominates with over 50%. They can construct hundreds of warships each year, whereas our output pales in comparison. This left Hasegawa momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to respond. They can replace 10 vessels for every one of ours. We cannot sustain such attrition. To triumph over them would require. "Oh, I apologize. Such matters are dictated by the General Headquarters." I spoke out of turn. "Oh, we are merely exchanging thoughts. There is no need for concern. Are you suggesting that there is a solution?" "Well, not a fully developed one. Should war break out, we could consider launching a surprise attack to swiftly eliminate their Pacific Fleet, subsequently seizing the islands. Utilizing this platform to bombard their industrial zones will significantly diminish their production capacity. Simultaneously, we must obliterate the Panama Canal to prevent their East Coast fleet from providing timely support. This strategy will allow us to stall their progress and buy ourselves some time, contingent upon their entanglement in Europe. With the rise of that little mustached man in Europe, it is likely that another war will erupt. Who would have thought that this individual possesses such keen instincts?" Hasegawa Kiyoshi applauded, exclaiming how admirable it is for the young to achieve so much. "Indeed, the Kono family has birthed yet another prodigy. How enviable. I dare not accept such praise. It is merely a personal opinion." Zhang Xingyan proposed this course of action because he anticipated that the Japanese would inevitably resort to such measures. He aimed to devise a plan in advance to leave a favorable impression. After all, the United States is hardly an innocent party. History has shown that it has not spared China troubles. One might ponder whether, should history shift, the bombing of American industrial facilities by the Japanese would lead to their downfall. It is a jest, for the industrial might of the United States cannot be so easily toppled by the loss of a few factories. Should the Japanese dare to do so, the Anglo-Saxons would mobilize their entire nation against them. After all, they had previously triumphed over the Japanese with minimal effort. Kobayashi-kun, you mentioned that the war with China would be prolonged? "We are poised to swiftly capture their capital, Jinling, and subsequently compel their surrender," inquired Nishio Juzo. "Uncle Nishio, the notion of subduing China within 3 months is merely a grandiloquent phrase, one that even you do not genuinely believe. Capturing Jinling may only serve to dampen their morale. Without Jinling, they can relocate to central cities, and without those, to mountainous regions, and even further to the highlands or cotton provinces. China is simply too vast. But what if their government were to surrender?" "That will not happen, uncle. Even if the chairman capitulates, local forces would rise to establish a new government. History has shown that China is not easily vanquished. Even Genghis Khan's Mongol army, undefeated in its time, took 40 years to subdue the frail Song dynasty, only to be eventually repelled by the Chinese. Thus, uncle, can we afford to engage in a protracted conflict with them? I fear we may be overwhelmed within a decade. Therefore, Nishio uncle, you should prepare for a long war." At this point, the atmosphere turned somber as they recognized the potential reality of Zhang Xingyan's words. If the current situation persists, it is bound to become a reality. Observing the gloom, Zhang Xingyan was the first to speak. "Esteemed seniors, those were merely my ramblings. We are not yet at that juncture. Moreover, if that day truly arrives, it will hardly be our concern, as there will be someone of higher status to bear the brunt. The unfortunate burden will fall upon my uncle from the main family. Let him worry about it. The two finally regained their composure, shaking their heads. At this moment, Zhang Xing'an suggested, let us discuss something more uplifting, such as the prospect of making money. I wonder if you two uncles have any interest in that. Chapter 21. The Discussion, Part 2. Upon hearing the mention of making money, the two old gentlemen chuckled. Are you attempting to bribe us, young lad? Well, what brilliant ideas do you have to share? Originally, I had intended to establish trade routes to the South Seas, but with the onset of war, I decided to put those plans on hold. It was precisely for this reason that I enlisted, gaining a military background which would facilitate my endeavors. I plan to open several maritime trade routes, Zhang Xing'an explained. Nishio smiled. What type of commerce do you envision pursuing? I intend to engage in the trade of contraband, specifically opium and steel. I will transport minerals and rubber from the south, all of which are essential to the empire, and sell opium to the South Seas. Additionally, if circumstances permit, I also plan to delve into the arms trade, selling captured Chinese weaponry to the indigenous tribes down south, who have recently become discontented with the beautiful country, potentially causing them some trouble. The two men listened with wide eyes. They were soldiers, not merchants, and thus not well versed in such matters. Of course, this is merely the preliminary phase. To expand further, I will require assistance from both of you esteemed gentlemen. In the future, I aim to open routes to both the Indian subcontinent and the beautiful country, at which point pharmaceuticals and oil will also be transported in large quantities. This is merely the grand vision laid out by Zhang Xing'an. He would never supply crude oil to the enemy, as sufficient fuel would not bode well for China. Therefore, I plan to acquire 2 naval vessels, specifically decommissioned ships, not excessively large, just enough to deter pirates. This will ensure the protection of the merchant fleet. I intend to allocate 30% of the profits to both of you. The young lad is quite astute. But what does that 30% amount to? Longu Chuan asked with a smile over his tea, dismissing the monetary aspect as a trivial gesture from a younger generation, considering how little he could actually earn. As the year draws to a close, we have only managed to conduct 1 shipment this year. However, starting next year, operations will return to normal. Within 6 months, I estimate that you two will each receive around $1 million. This statement struck the gentlemen like a thunderclap, leaving them momentarily stunned. Nishio nearly lost control, exclaiming, "No one has ever offered us such sums. We typically receive mere tens of thousands of yen. How is it that you can present over $1 million? And in dollars no less? What makes you so remarkable?" Noticing their expressions, Zhang Xing'an hastily added, "Esteemed seniors, I understand this amount may seem modest, but in the future, there will be much more to come. I assure you, you will not suffer any losses." Both men fell silent, striving not to reveal their excitement lest the young man underestimate them. After all, Japan's annual income was only $50 billion, with less than $30 billion available after debt repayment. This young man proposed to earn $10 million in a year, and this was just the beginning. Though they had encountered wealth before, the prospect of several $1 million was still a significant personal fortune. How could they not be astonished? Their hearts raced as Longu Chuan inquired, "Are you certain you can earn such a substantial amount?" "Rest assured, esteemed senior, the profits are assured. I have made several trips in the past. While they were not on a grand scale, they were substantial enough to generate funds for such ventures," Zhang Xing'an replied confidently. "In a gesture of gratitude, I am here to advance this year's 2 payments to the two of you." With that, he produced 2 elegant certificates from the American Flag Bank, each inscribed with the amount of 200,000. The 2 men gasped in astonishment. This young man was indeed generous, presenting a total of 400,000 right from the outset. "Oh, these are merely this year's dividends. I know both of you are quite busy, and I fear that there may not be enough time to pay you later, so I decided to make the payments in advance. Additionally, I am aware that both of you will be investing a substantial amount as shareholders, and I have also prepared some initial capital. I have a box outside. I would appreciate it if you could have someone bring it in." Soon, a large box was carried in, brimming with gold bars, eliciting their delight and prompting them to praise Zhang Xing'an for his filial piety. After some casual conversation, Hasegawa Ao instructed his people to prepare for the matter at hand. Zhang Xing'an bid farewell and departed, having been assigned a comfortable room. Upon exiting, he noticed that the waitress had vanished, and the person guiding him was none other than the intelligence group S Major, with whom he had a prior conflict. "Ah, it is you. Uncle Hasegawa informed me of your presence. I must sincerely apologize for my earlier rashness. Please, do not mention it." "It is my duty," the major replied, hastily bowing in respect. He had just shared a jovial moment with 2 prominent figures, still addressing them as uncles. Everyone present observed this interaction, recognizing the importance of this individual as someone to be courted. "What is your name?" "Major Kono. My name is Koichi Ogawa, hailing from Osaka." "Oh, you are also from Osaka. We are fellow townsmen." "Ha ha, Do not call me Major Kono. Simply refer to me as Kobayashi. Since it is our first meeting. Please accept this humble token, he said, producing 5,000 yen, which left Ogawa astonished as he quickly declined, yet it was insistently pressed into his hands. He then casually distributed 1,000 yen each to the others, who bowed respectfully in gratitude. Having watched too much television in later years, one learns that money is paramount. Without offering benefits to those in higher positions, one risks falling out of favor. In the conference room, Hasegawa remarked, "This young man is truly impressive. Not only does he possess an exceptional talent for generating wealth, but his political acumen and strategic vision rival those at the headquarters, particularly outshining the private, Tojo. Indeed. You speak the truth. I intend to report some of his insights to the naval headquarters. I did not foresee such a remarkable surprise from him. Alas, the army is lacking in this respect. Those individuals are content to conclude matters in the short term. Perhaps a longer duration would serve us better." The two shared a knowing smile, their expressions revealing an understanding that only they could grasp. In the Kono family estate, Konobama reviewed the intelligence that had been relayed back and inquired of the head steward beside him, "O Cannery, have you seen this report?" "Indeed, Prime Minister." "Hiki, Mr. Gangching. Please refrain from calling me Prime Minister at home. There is no need for such formality in private. I am pleasantly surprised that this young lad, who merely relied on his fists a few years ago, has grown to such an extent. His insights and talents stand out among his peers. Yet it seems he harbors a considerable grudge against me, his uncle. Youth is often marked by impetuosity. I trust that with time and experience, he will mature. Now, I shall instruct that his close guards take good care of him, and perhaps send him north for further training, as the current environment in Magic City is not conducive for him." Meanwhile, Zhang Xingyan, accompanied by Xiaochuan Longi, arrived at the rest area. Before he could enter, a resounding cannonade erupted outside, followed by tremors beneath their feet, and faintly, he could hear the cries of the wounded. At that moment, a wave of joy surged within him. He knew his plan had succeeded. Just recently, while conversing with two commanders, he had discreetly utilized a universal phone to decrypt the highest naval codes and issued commands under the headquarters name to bombard the soldiers gathered on the shore, under the pretext that numerous spies were among the retreating troops, who were plotting an attack on headquarters that very night. To prevent chaos, the retreating soldiers had to be eliminated. Using a code reserved for the highest-ranking officers, he transmitted the orders to the captains of the two battleships. However, such commands required a hefty expenditure of points, 500,000 points for a single order, which made his heart ache with anxiety. The risk of verification from the other side loomed large, potentially exposing the ruse. Thus, this was a one-time endeavor. Fortunately, the plan succeeded, perhaps due to the discord between the Navy and the Army. Upon hearing the cannon fire, Zhang Xingyan immediately rushed to the West Tail office. The entire naval base sounded the alarm, prompting Nishio Juzo to inquire loudly about the situation. A messenger reported, "Commander, the 9th and 8th battleships are firing upon the army onshore." Higashikawa was taken aback, exclaiming, "Nanny, who issued that order? Quickly, tell them to cease fire." "Baka, what a fool." Nishio Juzo was equally astonished, glancing at Higashikawa's innocent expression, contemplating the depth of animosity that would lead to such an assault on the army. However, it soon dawned on him that this was likely an act of espionage. Upon learning that the shells were striking the wounded on the shore, he felt little concern. After all, those men would have perished on the battlefield were it not for Zhang Xingyan. Yet, he cast a meaningful glance at Higashikawa, understanding that he must bear some consequence. Higashikawa realized that he would not benefit from the golden treasure box that had just come into his possession and was now lost before he could even touch it. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, "Xiaochuan Longi, immediately investigate who is responsible for this." At that moment, Zhang Xingyan interjected, "Senior, I wonder if I need to undergo an inspection. If necessary, I shall remain here. Please wait a moment, Kobayashi-kun. Results will come swiftly." Indeed, 10 minutes later, they discovered that the telegram had been sent out at 8 p.m. The message was received by a member of the telecommunications team, but en route, it had been intercepted by agents lurking within their ranks, who had relayed the command. Zhang Xingyan felt remarkably fortunate, realizing that his success was due to external assistance. Otherwise, his efforts would have been in vain. At that moment, the system notified him of his achievement. "Congratulations to the host for successfully sabotaging enemy intelligence, utilizing the navy of the island nation to annihilate 316 enemy troops. With 921 wounded. The system rewarded him with 10,000 units of food and a lottery draw, encouraging him to continue his efforts. Despite receiving the reward, Zhang Xingyan remained composed, as his mind was preoccupied with the lottery. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the loyalty recognition system, which can be utilized alongside the mapping system. Upon upgrading, it would enhance the information recognition capabilities. After some inquiry, He learned that the information recognition feature would allow him to obtain basic details about others, costing 10,000 points per use. Nevertheless, he expended 1,000,000 points to upgrade it. Indeed, he discovered that within the map, entities devoid of hostility were marked in green, while those exhibiting hostility were marked in red. Presently, there was a single red point on the ship, likely the captured intelligence officer. He pondered whether this individual belonged to the Red Party or the National Party and considered how he might assist him. Soon, accompanied by a few others, he located the intelligence officer, who was already undergoing interrogation. At that moment, Zhang Xing'an employed the information query feature. Ding. Identity information query. Name, Suzuki Jiro. Age, 39. Affiliated with the internal intelligence of the Tojo family. True identity. An operative assigned to the Navy by the Tojo family. First appearing in the residence of the mayor of Osaka 10 years prior. Upon hearing the system's revelation, he suspected a crucial connection to this individual's identity. A scene flashed in his mind, depicting a Tojo family guard appearing at the Kono family's estate. A memory from his childhood when his father had taken him to a gathering. Although he was young, the figure remained vividly etched in his mind. He understood that this was the system's influence, confirming that his investment of 10,000 points had not been in vain. While they were interrogating him about the influence from Huaxia, Zhang Xing'an quietly remarked to Nishio Toshizo, "Uncle, I believe I have seen this person before. He is not from Huaxia. He belongs to our empire." "Are you certain?" "I am certain. I remember him distinctly. I encountered him at a banquet with my father when I was a child, and he was accompanying the Tojo family as a guard." Consequently, Nishio promptly informed Nagatani of the situation. The Navy swiftly verified his identity and also implicated the Tojo family in the matter. Due to the cordial relationship between the commander of the bombardment and the Tojo family, and primarily due to political disagreements, Nagatani and Tojo suspected that the latter was orchestrating events to incite conflict between the Imperial Army and Navy, thereby tarnishing the reputation of the Kono family. This multifaceted scheme was quite clever, indeed. As all matters were attended to, dawn was approaching, and Zhang Xing'an decided it was time to take his leave. "Kobayashi-kun, you truly suffered this time. Otherwise, I might have fallen victim to this private scheme. I merely provided a little assistance. With the capabilities of our empire's intelligence, the truth will be uncovered swiftly. I never anticipated that the Tojo family would dare to plot against us, the Kono family. It will surely trouble my dear uncle." "Oh. By the way, I would like to ask my uncle for a favor. You must be aware of the Tojo family's enterprises in Huaxia, correct?" "Oh. You intend to encroach upon his enterprise, but it may prove to be a formidable task for, after all." "Oh, dear uncle, you have misunderstood. I merely engage in fair commercial competition. For instance, I have heard that there are several tobacco companies in the Magic City backed by the Tojo family. I plan to establish a few tobacco firms in their vicinity, selling my products at 10 yen while they sell theirs at 5 yen. If necessary, I shall sell at 1 yen. Surely, we can all profit together." "You are truly ruthless. Such tactics could ruin them. You speak of mutual gain? How audacious of you." "Haha, it seems the Tojo family is destined for misfortune. However, this endeavor will require a significant financial investment, and losses could be considerable." "Ah, dear uncle, a mere trifle. Playing with the Tojo family is manageable. I shall initially invest several million yen. If that proves insufficient, I shall invest another million. Of course, if the Tojo family wishes to engage further, I shall raise my stakes, and I shall require your assistance in this undertaking." After speaking, I handed another check to Nishio and Hasegawa, this time for 300,000 yen, a considerable sum indeed, which brought some relief to Hasegawa. It appears that the Tojo family may soon withdraw from their ventures in Huaxia. Humph, this young man is indeed ruthless. Soon, even their domestic enterprises may fall prey to his ambitions. "Tojo, you have stirred up great trouble for yourself." Upon returning to the camp, Zhang Xing'an felt immense satisfaction at the sight of the scattered corpses of fallen soldiers. Upon reaching the station, he found Ono and Inoue waiting for him. After inquiring, he learned that everyone had gone out to assist the wounded. Zhang Xing'an then recounted the events of the previous day, and upon hearing of the internal strife among the upper echelons, the others lost interest. Such matters were not for their discussion. By midday, Maihiko arrived with a multitude of people at their station. Upon seeing Zhang Xing'an's return, she was overjoyed and engaged him in conversation before becoming busy with her tasks. Ono remarked, "This has been a grievous loss. Our assistance will surely earn us their loyalty. You must begin to gather more personnel." "Captain, I have already begun the recruitment process. Over the past few days, as per your instructions, more than 2,000 have joined. However, should we halt recruitment occasionally? After all, we are merely a single battalion." "No, Ono-kun, recruit as many as you can. I plan to amass at least 5,000 personnel. Not only soldiers, but also medical staff and specialists. We shall accept everyone, even those with disabilities, provided they possess talent. Indeed, there is someone fitting that description." A young tank operator named Shika suffered a leg injury last night and is reportedly unable to operate a tank for a while. But he can be recruited to train new soldiers. Precisely. Arrange for that. But Captain, might the higher-ups reprimand us for having too many personnel? Just then, a messenger approached and announced, Headquarters has issued an order. Major Yoshikawa has displayed remarkable valor during the Battle of Magic City, rescuing thousands of Imperial warriors and preserving a significant portion of our vital assets. As a reward, he is granted 3,000 yen and promoted to colonel, with the battalion being restructured into the Imperial Guard. Upon hearing this news, everyone erupted in joyous exclamations. It is indeed astonishing. Within just a few weeks, he has risen to command a battalion, a position that grants him considerable autonomy and effectively makes him a warlord in his own right. In the 23rd expansion of Winning Hearts, your arduous journey has not gone unnoticed. The reward of 3,000 yen shall serve as compensation for your efforts. The courier, brimming with excitement, has heard tales of this individual being a deity of wealth, affectionately referred to as the Lord of the Seven Fortunes, akin to the god of wealth in Chinese mythology who oversees riches. At this moment, those around him gathered to offer their congratulations, with Zhang Xingyan joining in the celebration, subsequently distributing bonuses to everyone. He then addressed Ono, saying, Ono-kun, please summon Koizumi and the others. I have matters to discuss. He referred to his trusted squad, which soon arrived. Zhang Xingyan began, Esteemed colleagues, you are my most trusted companions, and I have some requests to make of you. Scanning their loyalty with his system, he was pleased to find all above 90 points, indicating their unwavering commitment, even to the extent of betraying their own kin without hesitation. Do not feel constrained. First, I must relieve you of your positions as squad leaders, for your conduct speaks for itself, and should you command in battle, it would only lead to losses. The group exchanged sheepish smiles, acknowledging the truth in their leader's words regarding their struggles in managing the team. Consequently, I intend to assign you to other responsibilities. You shall assist Ono in handling external affairs, while you will aid Inoue in managing our finances. Additionally, you will accompany Takeda and his team on their expedition to the South Seas in due time. Rest assured, your families have been well taken care of back home. Your children and siblings have been admitted to prestigious schools, each family granted 30 acres of land, along with public service positions, among other benefits. Overcome with emotion, they wept with gratitude, and Zhang Xingyan found humor in their display, thinking, from now on, you must flourish and corrupt these adversaries. Yet, he playfully admonished them. What is this weeping? Off with you, truly a vexation to behold. After a vigorous reprimand, they accepted it joyfully, while onlookers cast envious glances, understanding that such treatment from the league commander indicated their camaraderie. Having concluded matters there, Zhang Xingyan approached Maihiko. Maihiko, are you busy? I wish to discuss something with you. Maihiko, her face alight with joy, scampered over to salute him. What is it, Kobayashi-kun? Well, as our team expands, I am in urgent need of a multitude of medical personnel. Do you know anyone who can assist? I will offer them generous compensation, 200 yen monthly, and I assure you, they will not be harassed. That is splendid. I know many individuals who came along, but several units have disbanded. How many do you require? The more, the better. Let us aim for 2,000. If that proves difficult, 500 will suffice. Ah, Kobayashi-kun, I fear there aren't that many, perhaps only a few hundred. If you need more, we must venture to the expatriate district. There should be many there. Additionally, I will seek out some exceptional doctors. Maihiko, you shall be the head of the hospital here. I cannot. I have never done such a thing. Ah, Maihiko, there is a saying in China. If you say you can, you can. If you say you cannot, you cannot. Ah, is there such a saying in China? I have never heard it. Zhang Xingyan chuckled and remarked, do not concern yourself with trifles. I declare you the director, so you shall be the director. Just inform me of your needs, and I shall procure the necessary supplies. He turned to Mei Wei, who was engaged in conversation, while his subordinates collectively bowed and addressed her as Director Mei Wei, demonstrating their adeptness in the art of flattery. With the hospital and personnel well equipped, he commenced preparations for the supplies. However, a pressing matter lingered, neutralizing the gas bombs. Glancing at the several timed explosives he had acquired, he felt a surge of joy. There was nothing that a few timed bombs could not resolve, and if necessary, he could always procure more. He then announced, inform everyone that tonight the regiment shall enjoy an additional meal. Each person will receive a box of canned food, or rather, 2 boxes, along with a bottle of clear sake. The nurses will each have an abundance of juice and cola, as long as you do not mind the prospect of not marrying due to weight gain. His words elicited laughter from everyone, including the island girls, who found the proximity of Guo and the other soldiers refreshing. They perceived him as both generous and handsome. Yet, they dared not harbor thoughts of romance, for Mei Hui could be quite formidable, now that she held the position of director. Once these matters were settled, Zhang Xingyan sought a room to rest, having been deprived of sleep for many days and feeling utterly fatigued. At that moment, In the urban sector of the Demon City, Zhou Weiguo had led his men back into the city, having successfully repelled the Japanese forces in a day filled with chaos. Although the Huaxiao army had obliterated at least 10,000 enemy troops, they too suffered over 8,000 casualties, given the stark disparity in combat proficiency between the two armies. Within a building, he attended to the wounded, reflecting that without the medical supplies provided by Zhang Xing'an, their losses would have been far greater. Earlier that day, the commander had summoned him for a discussion, inquiring about Zhang Xing'an's details. Zhou Weiguo had refrained from revealing the truth, instead vaguely stating that the individual had undergone disguise, with false ranks and no identifiable number. His intention was to protect Zhang Xing'an, as he remained uncertain of his affiliations. If Zhang were aligned with the Red Party, would the military intelligence betray him? After all, he had witnessed the betrayal of a brother before. Furthermore, all squad members who had previously encountered Zhang Xing'an had perished in this brutal conflict. Just 2 hours prior, Tiger had been struck down by a shell. And Zhou Weiguo now sought his way back to the team, which he referred to as the training squad, comprised of various collected soldiers who had now become elite through battle. With Tiger's sacrifice weighing heavily on him, he had no time to grieve, for the retreat of tens of thousands was at hand. He voluntarily chose to remain and engage in urban combat against the remaining Japanese forces, joined by a division from the Sichuan Army and another from the Northeast Army, in addition to 2 brigades from the Central Army, totaling over 30,000 troops. Unlike previous instances where they had been compelled to follow orders, these men had chosen to stay of their own volition. Several other units also remained, albeit reluctantly, as they were ordered to retreat, expressing their desire to stand together with the Demon City in life and death, which greatly pleased the committee chair. This spirit was a direct consequence of the morale boost from the counteroffensive. They believed that the Japanese forces were merely sheep without their weapons, and the Huaxia army no longer harbored fears of the enemy, matching their spirits against the Japanese. Recently, Zhang Xing'an dispatched a substantial amount of supplies on the map, allowing his troops to fiercely confront the enemy. Among the provisions were 2,000 grenade launchers, several hundred mortars, and an ample supply of ammunition, with the primary focus being on the firepower needed for urban warfare. Following significant casualties on both sides, a tacit agreement was reached to withdraw forces. Thus, the fighting ceased, ushering in a brief period of peace. In this peculiar atmosphere, 2 days elapsed, during which Zhang Xing'an completed the recruitment of soldiers, primarily sourced from the expatriate community and battered military units, amassing over 5,000 recruits, including medical personnel and others. The total strength reached 8,000. Notably, 2,000 soldiers among them had previously taken lives of their fellow countrymen, some bearing the weight of blood debts. Zhang Xing'an retained these individuals temporarily, intending for them to serve as cannon fodder in future battles. After all, it is improbable that a conflict would conclude without any casualties. Furthermore, allowing them to roam free would pose a threat to their compatriots, while keeping them under his command would help restrain their actions. The remaining task involved transporting supplies, enabling the likes of Koyama to indoctrinate and reshape their mindset. When the time comes, as their ranks swell, they would infiltrate the Japanese forces like a plague, becoming soldiers who prioritize indulgence and fear of death. One day, as Mei Hui was treating Zhang Xing'an's wounds, remnants of superficial injuries persisted. Suddenly, shouts of "Long live!" erupted from the enemy ranks. Upon inquiry, Zhang Xing'an learned that reinforcements had arrived, bringing a significant influx of supplies and troops, numbering over 40,000. Indeed, what was destined to arrive had finally come. Long live! Long live! Thousands of Japanese soldiers jubilantly exclaimed, thrilled at the arrival of their reinforcements. They reveled in the anticipation of entering the metropolis to relish the spoils of victory, unaware that even more brutal combat awaited them within the city, where they would pay a heavy price in blood. Zhang Xing'an cast a discerning gaze upon the supply ships moored at the shore as waves of soldiers disembarked, assembling alongside a multitude of supply crates, armored vehicles, and artillery, including 8 heavy cannons of 200 mm caliber. The members of Zhang Xing'an's guard regiment also expressed a semblance of joy upon witnessing the arrival of reinforcements, though they refrained from showing it, mindful of their commander's grim demeanor. At that moment, Mei Hui approached and inquired, "Kobayashi-kun, aren't you happy? Shouldn't you be pleased that reinforcements have arrived?" Upon hearing her question, Zhang Xing'an turned to survey the gathered troops and sighed, shaking his head. "What is there to be happy about? Most of our regiment consists of newly formed, injured members who cannot engage in battle. Moreover, should we breach the city, the accolades would go to these later arrivals. What relation do we have to that?" His words jolted everyone back to reality. Indeed, the glory would belong to others, and they might even be mocked for their ineptitude. As noon approached, the majority of the reinforcements reached the shore, their conversations rife with derision for the defeated enemy, belittling their inability to capture even a single Chinese soldier. The seasoned veterans seethed with anger, wishing to tear apart these scornful newcomers. In the afternoon, several soldiers dispatched from headquarters arrived at the location of Zhang Xingan's brigade, delivering uniforms, provisions, and other supplies as a gesture of support for his troops. However, weapons were not included. Their orders were to rest and recuperate. Zhang Xingan expressed his gratitude for the arrival of these provisions, saying, "I truly appreciate your efforts in bringing these supplies." The soldier replied, "There is no need for thanks. This is a directive from General Tianzhong. However, there is one matter to discuss regarding the Imperial Guards. Oh, please feel free to speak. I will not hesitate to assist if I can." The soldier continued, "It is about the Imperial Guards. We are preparing for another offensive against the Magic City, and our forces require trucks to transport supplies. Many trucks are currently with you, so I was hoping." Zhang Xingan understood the situation. The trucks collected earlier were intended for the brigade, but now they needed to be returned to the battlefield. He smiled and responded, "Ah, I see. I will certainly cooperate with you. I will arrange for all the trucks to be returned. However, we will need to retain 5 vehicles for our brigade." "That is immensely appreciated, Imperial Guard. The higher-ups have stated that you may keep 10 vehicles. How fortunate. Would you care to stay for a meal?" "No, Imperial Guard. I must hurry back to report, so I shall not impose further." Zhang Xingan promptly returned the remaining trucks, along with several intact armored vehicles. He recognized that the current orders were for rest, and retaining these supplies would be unreasonable. Nonetheless, Zhang Xingan was indifferent to these matters in his system. Trucks were not particularly valuable, costing merely 300 points to exchange for one, and he had a substantial balance of points. He then addressed his troops, saying, "Listen closely, everyone. Our current task is to rest and restore our forces, ensuring the swift recovery of our wounded. Additionally, I will conduct ideological education so that our soldiers understand the culture of our brigade. In the afternoon, in no way return to report that conflicts had erupted between the newly arrived troops and the veterans, seemingly over supplies." "Oh, did not the higher-ups send supplies?" Zhang Xingan inquired. "How could there still be conflict?" "Commander, due to the urgent need to support the Magic City, only half of the supplies and ammunition have arrived so far. The remaining provisions will not arrive for another 3 days. Moreover, there are some individuals." Sigh? He understood that someone had been siphoning off supplies. However, Zhang Xingan was unconcerned. In fact, he felt a sense of joy at the thought of the enemy's difficulties. "Inform everyone that we possess ample resources. Ensure that others do not seize them from me, and keep a vigilant watch." Thus, Zhang Xingan convened several hundred officers and senior officials for the inaugural regimental assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, many of you are familiar with me, so I shall refrain from extensive self-introduction. I have gathered you here today to engage in an earnest dialogue. As we shall be working closely together henceforth, I sincerely hope for a pleasant collaboration. We are prepared to brave any peril for your excellency." "Very well. I hereby announce that Xiao Jianjun, you 10 individuals will no longer hold the position of captain, for your incompetence is undeniable. Proceed to the logistics department to spare me the embarrassment. It matters not. You have already disgraced yourselves." As he recited the names, a few of his former subordinates stepped forward, sheepishly smiling, while others joined in laughter, not in mockery, but in a spirit of camaraderie, as they were indeed the trusted confidants of the regimental commander. "Now, I shall announce the appointments. Kazujiro Gokumura, you will serve as the captain of the 1st Battalion. Ryuji Kato, you will be the captain of the 2nd Battalion with the rank of Major. Nakashika, you shall be the chief instructor of the Armored Vehicle Corps." These are the commands of the regiment. He named 6 battalion commanders, 1 artillery battalion commander, and the instructor for the tank unit, with further positions to be distributed in written form, as all present were officers. You have all seen the letters of appointment. I must clarify one point. Our regimental culture is somewhat distinct, and if you find it intolerable, you are free to leave. "What is the culture of the regiment, Commander?" Captain Nakashika inquired, relishing the exchange. Zhang Xingan cleared his throat and continued, "In essence, first and foremost, it is loyalty to His Majesty the Emperor, to sacrifice for the sacred war of the Empire, and to remain true to the Empire." Upon hearing this, the assembly felt that it was no different from other regiments and sensed a hint of insincerity in the regimental commander's demeanor. Secondly, everything I just mentioned is mere platitude. If you believe it to be true, you may leave my ranks. At this, the assembly was taken aback. It seemed there was significant news afoot. Do not wear that expression, my friends. Allow me to clarify that our regiment can only function as a logistics unit, responsible for the transport of supplies and provisions. Thus, our motto is life is invaluable. We must preserve ourselves at all costs and cannot afford to perish. A silence enveloped the room as they heard this sentiment for the first time. This notion is quite simple. Consider this. We are the ones delivering supplies to the front lines. If we perish, the front will face starvation, lacking weapons and ammunition, waiting to be slaughtered by the enemy. The loss of one of us equates to the demise of dozens or even hundreds of valiant souls on the front lines. Therefore, we must not die under any circumstances. I am even prepared to surrender if necessary. They were stunned. Surrender? Would that not lead to a military tribunal? I know what you were thinking. Fearing that surrendering would lead to a military tribunal, there was no need for concern. Should you choose to yield, I shall gladly provide the means for your redemption. You need not worry about your families, for I, Lin, assure you that no one would dare to harm them. The enemy soldiers are still momentarily bewildered. At this juncture, a mid-ranking wounded officer inquired, Your Excellency, did the Empire not proclaim that surrender is forbidden? I do not wish to question your perspective, but if that day were to come, would we truly escape punishment? Why should there be punishment? I responded, Becoming a prisoner of war should be regarded as a disgrace to the Empire, yet you deserve respect. Should they fail to provide you with allowances? I shall ensure you are compensated. Each soldier here receives 100 yen monthly, while officers are allotted between 500 to 2,000 yen. Additionally, you shall enjoy abundant food and drink daily, and any illness can be treated free of charge. On holidays, we distribute benefits, and during festive occasions, gifts are bestowed upon you. I guarantee you comprehensive social insurance. He elaborated on the multitude of benefits offered. Although many were unfamiliar with some of the terms, they instinctively felt the truth in the commander's words. It was akin to having a protective talisman. The treatment was indeed far superior to what they had previously endured. In that moment, all notions of emperors and imperial glory faded into insignificance. Wealth and tangible benefits were what truly mattered. Instantly, a fervent applause erupted. Now, I request your attention as I outline our training program, Zhang Xingyan announced, gesturing for silence. Alongside him, Inoue Ju and several soldiers presented large boxes brimming with 100-yen bills, causing the young soldiers to salivate with anticipation. Seizing upon their excitement, Zhang Xingyan ordered the distribution of this month's allowances. Those who received the money were filled with elation. Many had fought for 2 months without pay, and now they found themselves in receipt of an entire year's allowance, and that was merely for a single month. Most of them were seasoned veterans, having witnessed the harsh realities of battle. They understood the plight of fallen comrades whose families struggled. Their deserved benefits siphoned away by corrupt local officials. Holding the yen in their hands, they began to think that perhaps arriving here was a fortuitous choice. Now, I shall discuss the structure of our training, he continued. Overall, it will remain consistent with previous programs, but certain aspects need not demand excessive effort. For instance, the bayonet training can be reduced to merely an hour a day, without requiring intense focus. At this moment, a captain raised his hand and asked, Your Excellency, if we do not engage in bayonet training, what shall we focus on? The Empire's bayonets are renowned for their invincibility. Zhang Xingyan anticipated dissent from some quarters. I am aware of this, yet during my travels across numerous nations, I have observed their training methodologies. Do you understand how the Western powers conduct warfare? Thousands of artillery pieces bombard relentlessly for hours, followed by waves of aircraft raining down destruction, and ultimately, hundreds or even thousands of tanks and armored vehicles advance. Do you honestly believe there will be opportunities for bayonet combat? Upon hearing this, a collective gasp escaped their lips. In their homeland, training consisted of artillery fire followed by infantry charges, a repetitive cycle that lacked innovation. The thought of witnessing a barrage from thousands of artillery pieces was indeed unfathomable. Therefore, our future training focus will be on the clustering of tank formations, the consolidation of artillery units, and mastering the principles of survival and escape on the battlefield. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves, and Zhang Xingyan did not deter their discussion, understanding that a transformation in their mindset would not happen instantaneously. However, once they experience the ease of a well-coordinated assault, they will surely appreciate its benefits. Of course, his intention was not merely to train them into elite soldiers capable of combating the forces of Huaxia, but rather to facilitate future opportunities for Huaxia soldiers to seize more resources from them. Additionally, most of the Japanese soldiers had undergone a militarized education system, which would prove invaluable in the long run, forming part of an overarching strategic plan. Little Dirjans was said, My lord, we currently have only 2 vehicles left, and only one is operational. How can we possibly have so many tanks to operate? Zhang Xingyan approached him and playfully tapped his head, saying, You rascal. Do not question my authority. Remember, you are not to doubt my words in the future. Do you understand, you scoundrel? Yes, I understand, Commander. Please stop hitting me, he replied. The others laughed at this exchange, while Inoue and Kono exchanged glances, recognizing the commander's apparent regard for this individual. Listen, you are to train the soldiers in driving and operating tanks, while the rest of the troops will focus heavily on physical training. Only with superior physical fitness can one hope to survive on the battlefield. Furthermore, from now on, each unit will incorporate artillery training. I expect that more than half of the soldiers will be proficient in operating mortars and mountain guns, Zhang Xingyan concluded. Lastly, I must emphasize the prohibitions within our ranks. Pay close attention. Those who defy me will face dire consequences, and their families will not fare better. Everyone listened intently, their expressions growing serious. First and foremost, there shall be no indiscriminate slaughter or violation of the Huaxia populace, particularly women. We have many business dealings ahead, which involve the interests of those above us. Your indiscretions could provoke retaliation from the Huaxia people. Should they respond by pillaging our supply transports, I will personally ensure your punishment is severe. Of course, I understand that many of you find it difficult to manage your desires. However, I will not be heartless. Our unit provides ample benefits. A monthly allowance is sufficient for you to indulge in the company of geishas several times over. Therefore, when seeking companionship, choose those of refinement. Preying upon the impoverished diminishes our stature. Remember, we are the Imperial Guard, a noble entity. Even in spending, we must hold our heads high. If others pay 1 yen for something, we shall pay 2, for it is about prestige and quality. Thus, our spending should not be for the best, but rather for the most expensive. They gazed in astonishment at the commander's rationale. Could there truly be individuals in this world who regard money so lightly? Yet, it somehow resonated with common sense, considering their lack of expenses for food and the assurance of free medical care. The ordinary soldiers received a monthly salary of 100 yen and a 50 yen stipend. It was said that every month, they also received a bonus, reportedly no less than 500 yen, amounting to over 600 yen per individual. In the famed entertainment districts of the metropolis, a night with a high-class geisha costs around 20 yen. Could they not indulge every day without consequence? Indeed, the commander was remarkably generous. Furthermore, it is imperative that none shall pilfer the supplies of the regiment, nor shall anyone withhold allowances from their subordinates. Should such actions be discovered, the offender shall face the severance of both hands. Moreover, the sale of the regiment's interests is strictly forbidden. It is your duty to safeguard these interests. Only when the regiment thrives financially can you secure your own future. I trust you do not wish to revert to a life of meager allowances, subsisting on merely 20 yuan a month. Observing their reactions, Zhang Xingyan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Remember, the core principle of our regiment is money, money. And once again, money. In this world, there exists no problem that cannot be resolved with currency. If such issues arise, I shall simply procure more funds. Upon uttering this declaration, the hall erupted in fervent applause. They were all from humble beginnings. Who among them could resist the allure of wealth? The commander of the Imperial Guard is unlike the others. He speaks not of grandiose promises, but delivers tangible riches. After a considerable time, the meeting concluded, and Zhang Xingyan summoned Inoue, inquiring about lunch. Inoue, what is on the menu for midday repast? Commander, we have prepared sushi, sake, and canned goods for you. More canned goods? Can we not procure something different? Today, I would like to have some vegetables. Oh, and let us cease the canned goods. I truly cannot acclimate to them. Henceforth, ensure each person receives a box of canned food daily, until they can endure no more. Hooray, long live the commander. With the support of the assembly, Zhang Xingyan lazily departed, inwardly smirking. The Japanese must wait. This is merely the first step. In due time, when I have risen to prominence, they shall witness my prowess. At that juncture, I shall publish a book titled How the Corruption of the Japanese Soldier is Cultivated, which is bound to attract a plethora of readers. Later that evening, while dining in the resting area, he invited Koyano and Inoue to join him, but both hesitated, fearing to intrude, remaining outside instead. Zhang Xingyan recognized that, in their eyes, he had become the patriarch. Such servile tendencies are ingrained in the Japanese psyche. Just as he intended to relax, he was startled by a commotion outside. Koyano, why is it so noisy out there? Commander, it is the 102nd Division seeking to requisition supplies from us. They arrived this morning. What is the situation? Where does this 102nd Division hail from? We are not even in the same command structure. How dare they demand supplies from us? Have they lost their minds? Commander, it is rumored that this division is backed by the Tojo family. I see now. They are merely troublemakers. These wretched individuals possess no fear of death. Inform the men to disperse them. Should they refuse to leave, I shall bombard them with mortars. I grant them but 5 minutes. Remember, I am not jesting. Understood, Commander. With that, he descended, while Zhang Xingyan remained unfazed by the incident. Such occurrences are commonplace within the ranks of the Japanese military. Seasoned veterans bully newcomers, and established units intimidate those without connections. He waited for 5 minutes, anticipating the sound of cannon fire. However, to his dismay, silence ensued. Soon after, Koyano entered to report that the division commander and his men had departed. After we set up the mortars, they left directly, evidently having received some orders. Indeed, the division commander is remarkable. This 102nd Division has plundered the supplies of several units. Their urgency for resources suggests they are part of the main offensive force. One can only hope they are fortunate enough not to fall victim to the forces of Huaxia. Division commander, do you mean the Huaxia forces will resist? Did they not retreat? Humph, Koyano, just watch. There are still tens of thousands of Huaxia soldiers within the city. The most brutal urban warfare is about to commence, and we may have to endure casualties in the thousands. This is precisely why I advised you to remain vigilant. Earning accolades is not as simple as it appears. Koyano and the others wore serious expressions, lost in contemplation. The 26th Battle of Magic City, Early November 1937, nearly 200,000 Japanese troops began a full-scale assault on Magic City, primarily targeting the eastern and northern sectors. While the southern front was approached with a supplementary strategy due to the presence of numerous concessions and foreign interests, which the Japanese were cautious not to damage excessively. As the morning artillery fire reverberated, the enemy launched their final assault on Magic City, unleashing nearly 80 heavy artillery pieces upon the city's outer defenses. In less than an hour, the Japanese regained the positions they had previously lost. Aircraft and tanks rained down a deluge of bombs on the nationalist positions, transforming the area into a hellish inferno. However, the nationalist forces had anticipated the fierce attack from enemy reinforcements. They had long abandoned all outer positions, preparing to engage the Japanese in urban combat. Orders had been issued to make a stand within the city and fight to the last. Warriors of the Empire, slaughter the enemy's soldiers. Long live His Majesty the Emperor. Charge. Countless Japanese soldiers surged toward the city. As the first wave entered the urban area, the following troops advanced under the cover of tanks, and within 20 minutes, nearly 10,000 Japanese troops had penetrated the Magic City. At that moment, the first explosion resonated. It was the external mines laid by the nationalists. The leading Japanese troops suffered nearly 100 casualties in the blast. Then came the second, the third, followed by the sound of gunfire erupting everywhere as the most intense urban combat began. Zhang Xing'an stood atop a high slope, watching the Japanese advance into the urban area with a heavy heart. Although he realized that Magic City would inevitably fall, witnessing it unfold before his eyes was difficult to bear. This renowned financial hub of Huaxia was on the verge of succumbing to the enemy. However, he found solace in the continuous notifications from his system, indicating points earned from eliminating Japanese soldiers, their sounds resonating in his mind. He chose not to silence the notifications, as they provided a distraction from his troubling thoughts. From his elevated position, Zhang Xing'an observed the distant battle, while the guards beside him remained vigilant, carefully watching their surroundings. The explosions illuminated the night, a stark reminder of the brutality of urban warfare. On board the warship, Nishio Shizo furrowed his brow. His aide inquired, "Commander, is something amiss?" Nishio Shizo set aside the telescope and hurried to the map, saying, "I did not anticipate such fierce resistance from the Chinese troops within the city." The recent explosion was caused by a plethora of landmines and mortars. If this is their final stand, it would be understandable. However, if their resistance continues to be this intense, the Empire will suffer significant casualties. Your Excellency, I believe they must be nearing their last moments. Otherwise, they would not be retreating. I suspect they lack the ammunition to sustain their defense. Nishio could only nod in agreement, yet they were bound to be disappointed. Zhang Xing'an's recent supply of ammunition was indeed ample. With tens of thousands of landmines and bombs on hand, these resources were quite economical and served as potent instruments for a defensive battle. As anticipated, after a morning of combat, aerial reconnaissance reported that the Imperial troops had advanced only a third of the way into the city before halting their progress. They encountered fierce resistance from the Chinese forces, whose firepower was exceptionally savage, as if grenades and mortars were being unleashed without restraint. Currently, the tanks and armored vehicles, upon entering the city, found themselves unable to maneuver effectively, with over a dozen being rendered inoperable. Reluctantly, the armored units had to withdraw from the city, as numerous Japanese soldiers engaged in brutal combat with the Chinese, driven by a singular belief in annihilating the enemy to secure the final victory. In the city, behind an office building, Zhou Weiguo and his men flanked a small Japanese position, taking advantage of their momentary unawareness to set up several mortars. He instructed, "Aim at the heavy machine gun and mortar positions, fire 10 rounds in unison, and retreat immediately, do not linger." Under his command, a dozen soldiers launched their mortars at the Japanese emplacement. After a barrage, most of the enemy's artillery was neutralized, yet a considerable number evaded the onslaught. It was evident that the Chinese soldiers were not entirely adept with the mortars, as many shells landed in open ground. "Retreat, quickly," he urged, as the men fell back to their position. However, the Japanese marksmanship was formidable, resulting in 4 soldiers being struck down. As Zhou Weiguo and his men returned to their lines, a large contingent of Japanese troops closed in from the northwest. "Abandon this position. Move to the next defensive point. We cannot hold here. Destroy all weapons. We cannot leave anything for the enemy." The soldiers executed their tasks with remarkable proficiency, and once they had evacuated, the sound of explosions echoed as a dozen cannons and heavy machine guns were obliterated. This marked the 4th position they had destroyed that day. The sheer number of Japanese troops relentlessly compressed their operational space, yet their regiment had successfully eliminated over 1,000 enemy soldiers, delivering a significant blow to the opposing forces. Zhou Weiguo ran behind to ensure no one fell behind, when he noticed a 15-year-old youth following closely beside him. Zhou Weiguo turned to him and asked, "Who are you? Why are you following me?" "Hasten to the front, Commander. I am called Zaiduzi, a messenger assigned to you by Brother Manzi before his demise." I am swift of foot. Zhou Weiguo recalled that Manzi had taken on the role of a messenger and part-time guard this morning. This marked the fourth replacement since Huzai's sacrifice. Tears welled in Zhou Weiguo's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and said, "Very well, stay close to me. I cannot bear another change." Soon, they arrived at the next stronghold, where over 100 soldiers were already prepared for battle. Upon seeing that Zhou Weiguo had returned with merely 50 men, they understood that more than 100 brothers would not be returning. Yet, there was no sorrow among them, for it was now their turn to face the fray. As they entered the stronghold, the bombardment commenced as before, followed by a relentless assault from heavy machine guns that reaped the lives of the enemy. Despite the enemy's superior marksmanship, which claimed the lives of their comrades at a distance of mere hundreds of meters, both sides suffered countless casualties in a brutal exchange. Zhang Xingyan observed the diminishing numbers of the national army on the map, realizing that at least 3,000 had perished in a single morning. The enemy, too, had not fared well, losing over 4,000 men, primarily due to the inexperience of newly arrived soldiers. It was expected that the casualties would decrease by the following day. Zhang Xingyan disabled the system notifications and turned toward his regiment. Along the way, he saw numerous soldiers returning from the battlefield, some injured, while others entered the city, boasting about their newfound wealth and sharing laughter over their spoils. Suddenly, a piercing scream caught Zhang Xingyan's attention. He witnessed a woman being dragged by several Japanese soldiers, her clothing being torn from her. She appeared to be an ordinary woman, terrified and desperately attempting to escape, but her cries were futile. Zhang Xingyan noticed her intent to seize a soldier's weapon in a bid for survival, or perhaps to end her own life, but the enemy restrained her movements. In that moment, a surge of fury coursed through him. These despicable invaders deserved punishment. Yet, saving this woman was paramount. His gaze fixed upon them as he drew his pistol, contemplating the act of firing into the sky. The gunshots startled the assailants, who believed the Chinese army had arrived. They instinctively reached for their weapons to retaliate. However, upon seeing the approaching figure of the 10 squad leaders, they scattered, none daring to confront this maniac. Zhang Xingyan approached the woman, intending to rescue her while they were momentarily distracted. Yet, in that fleeting moment of hesitation, she dashed toward one of the soldiers, impaling herself upon his bayonet, thus ending her life. This unforeseen turn of events left Zhang Xingyan astounded, yet he admired her bravery. As he watched her collapse to the ground, nearing death, he knelt beside her and softly spoke in the Chinese tongue, "Dear lady, rest in peace. I am a soldier of the Chinese army. I shall remember this debt, and I vow to avenge you." Upon hearing his words in her native language, she paused, then closed her eyes and nodded. Zhang Xingyan stood, gazing at her, and soon, her breath ceased. He looked upon the enemy and the lifeless body at his feet, feeling a tumult of sorrow, rage, sympathy, and helplessness. In a fit of grief, he discharged several rounds into the air until his weapon was emptied. He cast a cold glance at the several enemy soldiers and uttered, "Leave at once. Do not let me lay eyes upon you." The soldiers, frightened, fled. For the individual before them held the rank of battalion commander, a status they could not afford to provoke. Zhang Xingyan understood that he could not eliminate these adversaries at present due to insufficient justification. He could only suppress his fury temporarily, yet he vowed not to let them survive the day. However, he needed to devise a reason to justify his actions. Zhang Xingyan shouted vehemently, "Baka! Baka! You are all scoundrels. We should have claimed the credit. Why have we woven garments for others? Cursed be the foolish commanders. Had it not been for their selfish vendetta against the Huaxiao army, we would not have suffered such losses. This city should have been our celebration." The guards began to comprehend that the battalion commander's ire stemmed from this cause. It was no wonder anyone would feel aggrieved in such a situation. They too felt as though they had fashioned garments for another while missing out on the wedding festivities. "My lord, perhaps it would be prudent to calm your temper. Discussing these matters now could be ill-fated if overheard by those with ulterior motives. After all, the orders come from the royal family." Only then did Zhang Xingyan retract his weapon, taking several deep breaths before nodding. "You are right, Koyama. It is I who failed to manage my emotions. Yet I am grateful for your timely reminder. My lord, you are too courteous. But what shall we do now? It appears that the assault ahead is not proceeding well. Is it possible we may be called to engage in battle ourselves? Unlikely. At most, we will be tasked with delivering supplies. The front lines are occupied by 200,000 imperial warriors, while the Huaxiao forces consist of merely 30,000 battered remnants. If they cannot secure victory by nightfall, they might as well take their own lives. Let us not concern ourselves with such matters. Koyama, our priority now is to recuperate and restore ourselves as swiftly as possible. And I suspect that supplies and medical provisions will soon become scarce again. Inform the logistics department that without my express permission, no medications shall be distributed to anyone. Rest assured, not only medications, but all supplies will be meticulously controlled." The understanding of the battalion commander's displeasure was palpable. Not only was he dissatisfied, but so were they. Upon returning to the battalion, Zhang Xingyan observed the soldiers studying the battalion culture. Suddenly, he instructed, "All of you, proceed to the hospital and lie down. Apply more bandages to yourselves and keep the nurses occupied. Do you understand?" Everyone was taken aback, unsure of the battalion commander's intent. Yet they neither disobeyed nor inquired as to why. They simply executed the order, for the pay was generous. Later, they discovered that the intention was to avoid dispatching medical personnel and supplies to other units. Upon learning the reason, they cooperated willingly. Indeed, several units sent requests for assistance with supplies and medical staff, but they were declined due to the overwhelming number of casualties on their side, as their battalion was constituted primarily of the wounded. In the urban district of the Demon City, it was initially believed that victory would be secured within days. However, the street battles dragged on for nearly a week. At that moment, the number of national troops in the city dwindled to less than 30,000, bolstered only by the sporadic arrival of local militias and patriots over the past few days. Meanwhile, the fallen national soldiers had reached 20,000, indicating that the initial rearguard forces had suffered significant attrition. The situation for the Japanese forces is equally dire, with at least 25,000 casualties on their side, resulting in a near 1-to-1 casualty ratio. In a different timeline, the circumstances would not have been so grim. Here, the substantial support from Zhang Xingyan, particularly in terms of heavy artillery, caught the Japanese off guard, as they did not expect such ample supplies for the Huaxia army. Consequently, the Japanese, unable to make headway, began preparations for large-scale deployment of gas shells. Initially, they refrained from utilizing such measures, believing that the Huaxia soldiers were merely remnants that could be dispatched within a day. However, they were astonished to discover that these soldiers exhibited fierceness and valor unlike any they had encountered, far surpassing the capabilities of their imperial soldiers. The Japanese forces no longer underestimated their opponents. Moreover, this locale is Shanghai, a city teeming with foreign diplomats and journalists, leading to reluctance in deploying such lethal means unless absolutely necessary. Nevertheless, if the situation continued to deteriorate, they would find themselves unable to endure. Thus, on that fateful noon, a significant quantity of gas shells was transported from the warehouses, carefully delivered to the front lines. However, before the shells could be extensively deployed, a catastrophic explosion occurred at the ammunition depot, obliterating the vast stockpile within, along with numerous howitzers and mountain artillery. This left the higher-ups in a state of shock. Yet, the true horror lay ahead. Following the explosion of the gas shells, toxic fumes drifted towards the southern base of the Japanese forces, where a considerable number of logistics personnel and reserve troops were stationed. They were unable to prepare gas masks in time and fell victim to the noxious vapors, resulting in over 10,000 casualties. The most affected were the Guichi Brigade and the 102nd Division of the Tojo family, with reports indicating that many from the Guichi were killed instantly, while the 102nd Division suffered the loss of half a regiment. All of this was, of course, the handiwork of Zhang Xingyan, who had previously infiltrated the ammunition depot to plant numerous timed explosives. Due to unfavorable weather conditions, with persistent northern winds, the gas did not impact the Japanese forces until the long-awaited southern winds finally arrived. Seizing the opportunity, he detonated the explosives. Had the southern winds been present earlier, the Japanese would have suffered even greater losses, but unfortunately, most of their troops were now concentrated in the urban area. This dazzling display of destruction earned Zhang Xingyan a long-awaited notification. Congratulations to the host for destroying the gas shells and thwarting the Japanese plans. A reward of 1 lottery draw has been granted. Additionally, congratulations to the host for eliminating key personnel of the Guichi Brigade. The system rewards a rifle production line. Zhang Xingyan's eyes lit up at the prospect of such a valuable reward, for a rifle production line would prove immensely beneficial. He proceeded to draw again, this time receiving an even greater reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an S-Class grand prize. The system rewards $20 billion, urging further efforts. $20 billion? This was indeed a windfall. Zhang Xingyan felt a surge of excitement. Although his system held vast reserves of gold, converting those assets in this era would yield only a fraction of that value, with the total income of the United States at approximately $400 billion, meaning this reward represented 1/20th of that income. Clearly, the system aimed for him to embark on a shopping spree in the United States, potentially causing inflation with such a large influx of currency. Quickly regaining his composure, he began to devise a plan to establish a trade route to the United States for extensive purchasing. Just then, a car pulled up outside. The visitor was none other than Admiral Ogawa Ryuichi from the Naval Intelligence Office, his arrival leaving Zhang Xingyan quite astonished. Ogawa-kun, what brings you here? Could it be General Hasegawa seeking me? Oh, Kobayashi-kun, Commander Hasegawa has other matters to attend to. It is His Excellency Nishio who requests your presence. The situation is urgent, so please follow me. Very well, let us depart at once. Thus, he brought along Inoue and Ono as they made their way to the naval station. 20 minutes later, They arrived at Nishio's resting place, where he instructed the two to wait outside while he entered to meet Ryuichi Ogawa and Nishio Shizu. Upon entering the room, he observed Nishio Shizu, who wore a troubled expression as he perused maps and documents. Upon seeing Zhang Xingan's arrival, he finally managed a faint smile. "Kobayashi-kun, do come here," Nishio Shizu urged. Zhang Xingan respectfully approached Nishio Shizu and inquired, "Uncle Nishio, what is it that you need from me?" "Oh, there is indeed a matter I wish to discuss with you. You are aware of the explosion that occurred last night?" "Yes, I have heard about it. It seems there was also a leak incident. I am uncertain of its veracity. Indeed, this was a sabotage orchestrated by the Huaxiao intelligence organization, resulting in significant losses among imperial soldiers. I summoned you to inquire whether you could procure some special medication, as many soldiers have suffered injuries from specialized munitions. I hope you can assist in this matter." Zhang Xingan furrowed his brow and replied in a lowered voice, "Uncle Nishio, if it pertains to penicillin for treating wounds and inflammation, I may have a solution. However, regarding the specifics of the imperial special munitions, I truly cannot assist, especially since I am unaware of their components." "I understand. I merely wish to ask. The reason I called you here is that the battle for Magic City is nearing its conclusion. Although the resistance has been fierce, we will likely secure Magic City within a few days. However, the situation in North China is rather troublesome, and you may need to provide support there." "Towards North China? Uncle Nishio, what has transpired there?" "The situation is as follows. According to the original plan, the 5th Division, led by Sakagaki Saishiro, was expected to capture Meiching a month ago. However, due to the ongoing conflict in Magic City, many troops have been diverted from North China, causing delays in the Meiching campaign. Uncle Nishio, I will comply with orders. When shall we depart?" "There is no immediate rush. After the victory in the Magic City campaign, you will proceed to North China. For now, you may focus on organizing your troops. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I shall prepare supplies and weaponry for you." "I am most grateful, uncle." In truth, he held little regard for the inferior equipment of the enemy. Yet he believed that it would serve him better than falling into the hands of others, for he would not employ weapons against his own troops. Nishio Shizu continued, "Once you arrive there, you are to coordinate with Sakagaki-kun's actions and avoid any conflict with him, given his favorable ties to the imperial family." "Oh, thank you for your guidance, uncle. By the way, my transfer to North China must be at the behest of the Kono family, correct?" "Huh, you are quite astute." "Indeed. The Prime Minister sent a telegram instructing me to reassign you from Magic City. What are your thoughts on this?" "I had long anticipated this. As I represent the Kono family, the magical realm is indeed a splendid place, yet many do not wish for my continued presence here. My uncle, the Prime Minister, likely harbors similar sentiments, being ever so contemplative. I cannot discern if it is due to prudence or timidity." Nishio Shizu chuckled and shook his head, saying, "You rascal. Never mind, I have faith in your abilities. Perhaps they will flourish even more over there. There is a third matter for which I sought you out. Your overseas trade initiatives have been approved by the Prime Minister, who has even arranged for several warships to expedite this endeavor." Zhang Xingan furrowed his brow. "Is there a financial dilemma within the empire, Uncle Nishio?" "Not at present. But I did not foresee the Sino-Japanese conflict escalating to this extent. It is likely that the empire's finances will face difficulties in 2 years. Hence the urgent need to expand business operations to increase revenue." "I understand, uncle. I shall act swiftly." After parting from Nishio to Shizu, Zhang Xingan contemplated his next course of action. The first order of business was to transfer funds back home. This was an unavoidable task, especially after inflicting considerable damage upon the enemy. Thus, he must expedite his plans. The second matter was to visit the Coal City battlefield, a destination he was eager to reach. Upon arriving in the Second War Zone, he would seek to establish contact with the Red Party. For having grown under the banner of the Reds, he was acutely aware of where his loyalties lay. He believed that once there, the party would swell in strength. However, he still needed to devise a strategy to confront the old ghost, Bangu. At the Kono family residence, the steward presented a telegram to Kono Munma. He furrowed his brow as he perused it for a considerable time before finally sighing. "I did not expect the situation on the Sino-Japanese battlefield to unfold in such an undesirable manner. Having reached this point, we can only press onward. Neither side will halt the machinery of war. Master, there is also a document here, a gift list sent by Kono Hayato." "Oh, a gift list? How considerate of him." "Haha. Master, this pertains to his expenses for expanding trade overseas. A portion is designated for the royal family, which I have arranged to be sent, while another portion is intended for the Kono family. It appears to be an advance payment of 3 months' dividends, totaling 6 million yen. Upon hearing this sum, Kono Munma was taken aback. Where did this fellow acquire such wealth? He then inquired, "What else does it say?" "Merely a breakdown of who receives what in dividends. It includes the management from various sectors of the Kono family, and as the chief steward, I am to receive 200,000 yen. However, what is it?" "O Ken-kun, speak freely." "Ah, your name is notably absent. Instead, It states that the largest portion of dividends, amounting to 1,500,000 yen, is designated for Aunt Chiyoko. Haha, what a rascal he is. Does he truly detest me so? Very well, let my wife keep it. She often complains about the household expenses being insufficient. This will surely bring her some joy. Oh, that scoundrel. O King-kun, when you have the chance, do visit China and meet this fellow. In the enchanting city of Huaxia, the soldiers rejoiced in their victory, their jubilant cheers resonating through the air, both from the front lines and the rear. However, one particular unit stood apart from the rest, Zhang Xingan's brigade. At this moment, his troops were engaged in their daily cultural studies, striving to embody the spirit of their unit. Within a mere month, these Japanese soldiers had begun to understand the essence of a life filled with luxury and indulgence. The provisions for the troops were of the highest standard, the mess hall brimming with an array of fine wines and beverages, complemented by sushi and gourmet dining experiences. With sufficient funds, one could procure anything one desired. Thus, the saying "a full stomach leads to desires" held true. In an effort to prevent these soldiers from indulging in debauchery at the expense of the Huaxia people, Zhang Xingan generously dispensed Japanese yen, allowing them to revel in the foreign concessions, albeit with a strict admonition against harming the local populace. Such actions would invite retaliation and provoke diplomatic issues with foreign envoys. The soldiers complied, for the allowances granted by their commander ensured their leisure for an extended period. This, however, stirred some discontent in Nurse Meihui, as the soldiers basked in their daily bliss. On one occasion, Zhang Xingan informed them of an impending deployment to North China, prompting frustration among the ranks. They lamented the loss of their idyllic existence, questioning why, after their triumph, they were to leave the city for battle in the north. Yet, Zhang Xingan reassured them that this was but a temporary phase. Once they established their territory in North China, life would surpass their current comforts. He urged them to trust in his leadership, promising brighter days ahead. As preparations for departure commenced, an unexpected notification echoed in Zhang Xingan's mind. Congratulations, host, on your significant contributions during the battle in the magical city. The following rewards have been allocated. A generous reward with a comprehensive evaluation of your contribution rated as A. Rewards include 10 million points, a production line for assault rifles of your choice, a production line for bullets, 5 lines, a production line for grenades, a production line for light artillery, and a production line for anti-aircraft machine guns, all with customizable blueprints. Elated by the system's announcement, Zhang Xingan meticulously reviewed the details of the rewards. The weapon production lines offered were fully operational, with components available for purchase in the system's marketplace. The option to select blueprints meant he could choose the type of production line, for instance, the Japanese Type 38 rifle, the Garand rifle, the Mosin-Nagant rifles, or the Mao-style rifle. After careful consideration, he opted for the Type 38 rifle production line, with plans to decide on the other weapon lines subsequently based on future evaluations. His choice of the Type 38 rifle was strategic, while other rifles may have superior qualities. The protracted conflict between Huaxia and the island nation meant that capturing enemy weapons and ammunition on the battlefield would be commonplace. This would allow for ammunition compatibility, a crucial factor, as other rifles would quickly deplete their supplies in the heat of battle, leaving little recourse for replenishment. Moreover, the concealment of his weapon production line would undoubtedly be untenable. Should he provide support to the Huaxia army using other rifles, the issue would soon come to light. And at that point, even his status as a member of the Imperial Guard would offer him no protection, as this would be deemed an outright act of arms trafficking and treachery. Fortunately, the system also granted him 3 lottery draws. It is well known that rewards from the system often come with delightful surprises. The usual check-ins may bring forth all manner of strange and fearsome entities. But the lottery is distinctly different. The system immediately initiated the draw, followed by a fleeting sound of spinning that lasted less than a second. One must commend the remarkable efficiency. The main cannon is a 100mm rifled gun capable of penetrating 10 centimeters of armor at a distance of 1,000 meters. Additionally, it is equipped with a 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine gun, enabling it to target both ground forces and aerial vehicles. In this contemporary era, this tank is indeed a formidable weapon. It could easily crush the diminutive tanks of the enemy, and annihilating any tank in the world would be a trivial task. At this juncture, Zhang Xingan examined the production line within the system and, as expected, discovered a production line for the Type 59 tank, requiring a staggering 10 million points. With nearly 30 million points at his disposal, he promptly purchased the tank production line to store it within the system's domain, intending to unveil it when the time is ripe. He then proceeded to the second lottery draw, the outcome of which left him in a state of frenzy. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a discount card, which allows for a 50% discount on any purchase in the marketplace. However, this card is a one-time use. Exasperated, he lamented that he should have waited for the second draw before purchasing the production line, which cost a hefty 5 million points. He resigned himself to the thought of acquiring a better production line in the future, as the marketplace does not feature production lines. Only upon obtaining certain items does a production line prompt appear. After the final lottery draw, the system rewarded him with 1 million tons of fuel. This fuel could be freely exchanged for gasoline or diesel at the host's discretion. Zhang Xingyan was quite pleased with this acquisition, as it spared him the need to expend points on purchasing fuel from the marketplace. While this quantity of fuel may sound substantial, the Japanese naval forces consume it within a single quarter. Nonetheless, for Zhang Xingyan, it would suffice for at least 2 years, having organized all the rewards. Zhang Xingyan once again retreated to his quarters, where he diligently studied the map, meticulously planning his next steps. As the sudden influx of rewards necessitated significant adjustments to his strategy, 2 days passed, and as the Japanese forces eradicated the remaining factions within the city of Magic Capital, they commenced their ceremonial entry. General Nishio Shizo proudly led his troops into the city, proclaiming its complete occupation. Zhang Xingyan chose not to join them. This was not a matter of joy for him. Nishio Shizo understood Zhang Xingyan's reluctance to enter the city, recognizing that many wished for him to remain in Magic Capital for a limited time, and even more so, did not desire news of the Imperial Guard's kin to circulate in the media, as internal strife within the island nation was fierce. Zhang Xingyan today entrusted some matters to Xiao Yi and Inoue. You two must diligently guard our camp. Tomorrow, I shall venture into the city to attend to certain affairs. Commander, should we not arrange for an escort to accompany you into the city? After all, urban areas can be perilous. Although we have seized control of the Magic City, numerous insurgents remain resistant, and it would be too dangerous for you to go alone. Rest assured, I shall disguise myself for this trip and will merely enter the concession to conduct banking affairs. Having ascended to a higher position only a month ago, they are unlikely to possess any intelligence about me. A larger entourage would only attract unwanted attention. Very well, Commander. Please be assured that we will ensure everything here proceeds without a hitch. Indeed, the soldiers who ventured out these past few days are gradually returning. Once all personnel are back, we shall prepare to depart for the coal city in North China. Oh, by the way, I have acquired a substantial number of trucks in the northern town of Tianshui. Please ensure they are well guarded, as they will serve as our means of transport to the coal city, over 200 in total. The two men were astonished, not expecting the commander to procure such a large number of trucks in such a short span of time. He truly was an extraordinary individual. Without further ado, they set off with their men to Tianshui, bringing along ample supplies to begin loading the trucks. The following morning, Zhang Xingyan, disguised as a businessman in a tailored suit and a Panama straw hat, arrived at several banks in the Magic City as concession. He made modest deposits at various banks, for his own system was akin to a super bank, boasting a gold reserve of 10,000 tons and billions in dollars. Opening accounts was merely a means to facilitate his future trade endeavors. As he aimed to expand his business significantly, profit was of little consequence to him. After all, he lacked for nothing. He simply wished to impress upon them the magnitude of his enterprise. By midday, he had completed his business. During this time, he noticed some of the soldiers exiting various Japanese guilds, seemingly having just indulged in leisure activities, laughing as they left. A few of them recognized Zhang Xingyan along the way and contemplated saluting him, but were promptly halted by his gesture. Understanding his intent, they quickly departed, for their focus was solely on obedience. Chapter 30. The Capture at Noon. Zhang Xingyan felt a pang of hunger and decided to visit a noodle shop for a bite to eat. The establishment was rather desolate, in stark contrast to the bustling street outside, where a multitude of people sought refuge from the enemy-occupied areas in the French concession. The atmosphere was fraught with chaos, punctuated by distant gunfire, indicative of gang skirmishes or battles between undercover operatives. The local constabulary, it seemed, turned a blind eye, only intervening once the turmoil had subsided. As Zhang savored his noodles, he observed the scene outside, sensing that a group of unusually trained individuals was approaching. These were undoubtedly operatives, likely there to apprehend a significant figure. Opening a map, he noted a flashing location not far from his position, merely 20 meters away. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a middle-aged man, approximately 50 years old, clutching a box and scanning his surroundings with an anxious expression. The man appeared neither fearful nor panicked, but rather apprehensive, holding tightly to the evidently heavy box. Suddenly, the man stepped cautiously toward an alley, the surrounding agents closing in, prepared to act. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhang utilized his system to identify the man as Zhang Dinghua, a senior intelligence officer of the Red Party, codenamed Golden Swallow. His role involved gathering intelligence on the island nation within the city and overseeing vital supply lines for the Red Party, including the provision of medicine and funds to their forces. Recognizing him as one of their own, Zhang felt a compelling urge to intervene. After all, he had been adrift in this era, longing to connect with the Red Party. Though he had ties to Zhou Weiguo, those were born of necessity on the battlefield, aiding Chinese soldiers against the Japanese. Joining the National Party was out of the question, as he was acutely aware of the character of its leadership. Without hesitation, he stealthily followed the agents, waiting for an opportune moment to confront them when the numbers were fewer. His system revealed that these operatives were members of a special unit from the Japanese, infiltrating the concession as a tactical group. Soon, the sound of gunfire erupted from the alley, followed by a leader shouting in Japanese, "Capture him alive. Do not kill him. He is an important figure." Realizing he had to act swiftly to save his comrade, Zhang understood that the Red Party operative might resort to detonating explosives to avoid capture. He drew an M1 rifle and began firing at the nearest Japanese agents. In a flurry of shots, several assailants fell, and the sound of automatic gunfire sent shockwaves through the alley, startling the operatives who were accustomed to wielding only handguns. This is the support from the Chinese. We must retaliate swiftly. In the alley, only 8 enemy soldiers remain, 4 have moved to the entrance to counterattack, while the other 4 hasten their assault on the Red Party intelligence officer, aiming to capture him as quickly as possible. To buy time, the 4 enemies occupy strategic positions to engage Zhang Xing'an. Zhang Xing'an realizes their intent to delay his actions, as they seek to swiftly apprehend the Red Party comrade, potentially anticipating additional reinforcements. However, their plans are destined to fail, for Zhang Xing'an possesses extraordinary skills, although they hide behind crates, evading machine gun fire. Zhang Xing'an retrieves a mortar from his concealed space and unleashes a rapid 3-round barrage. The resounding explosions echo through the alley, obliterating the enemy soldiers tasked with suppressing Zhang Xing'an. In their final moments, their only thought was how deplorable the security in the French concession was. How could someone wander the streets with a mortar without intervention? Panic ensues. The presence of a mortar prompts cries of retreat. Faced with such unorthodox tactics, they are understandably intimidated. After all, they all belong to the same espionage community. Was it not agreed that only sidearms would be employed? The use of a mortar seemed to defy the very ethics of combat. Yet, Zhang Xing'an harbored no such principles. Observing the enemy's attempt to flee, he swiftly brandishes his M1 automatic rifle, and within mere seconds, none of the enemy's soldiers escape. Each falls before him. For the skills of a Special Forces king are effortlessly effective against these adversaries. Zhang Xing'an soon charges into the depths of the alley, where he finds the Red Party intelligence officer gasping for breath, slumped in a corner with a gunshot wound to his leg. The officer's ammunition has likely been expended. Zhang Xing'an rushes over, exclaiming, "Comrade, you are injured. I will carry you to safety. The enemy seeks to kill me, and the police will arrive shortly." Without waiting for a response, he hoists the officer onto his back and swiftly departs. Before long, the sounds of approaching reinforcements echo behind them. The weakened man on his back murmurs, "Thank you for saving me. Please set me down. I cannot go on. You must escape." "No, I cannot abandon my comrade. I will ensure your safe passage," Zhang Xing'an insists. Utilizing his remarkable physical prowess, he transports the man to a secure location, an abandoned house beyond the concession. Once inside, the officer begins to cough profusely, blood spilling forth. Zhang Xing'an, puzzled, watches as the middle-aged man weakly grasps his arm and asks, "Who are you?" In that moment, Zhang Xing'an chooses to offer a benevolent lie. "I am one of our own. You are Zhang Dinghua, codename Golden Swallow, responsible for the organization's logistics in Shanghai. I am here to assist you." Upon hearing Zhang Xing'an utter his name and codename, the officer's expression shifts from shock to profound relief. Only a select few high-ranking officials would know such details. It is clear that Zhang Xing'an is indeed one of their own. In organizations, there are always personnel assigned to protect high-level individuals, often unbeknownst to them. The purpose is to ensure their safety. Should they betray the cause? These protectors are tasked with executing the traitors at the earliest opportunity. "Comrade, listen to me. Time is of the essence. I thought I would not escape and had ingested poison in advance. You, how could you, old Zhang?" Alas, Zhang Xing'an realized it was too late to express regret. In truth, he should have taken the initiative to confront the enemy from the start. Had Zhang Dinghua known there would be a rescue, he would not have resorted to poison so swiftly. This stemmed from Zhang Xing'an's lack of experience in infiltration. "Comrade, heed my words. Time is fleeting. You must immediately proceed to 23XX Road. There lies a radio and a code book. Destroy the code book, and if possible, bring back the radio to the organization. If not, eliminate it. Additionally, there are party funds I contributed for the organization. Please ensure they reach the party. Furthermore, find a way to send a telegram on this frequency, stating that reinforcements are arriving. This will prompt other comrades to evacuate promptly." Zhang Xing'an committed every word to memory, understanding these were the final words of an elder comrade. Ultimately, he received a small silver swallow, no larger than a matchbox, which was likely a token of his trust. "Comrade, do you have any unfulfilled wishes or messages for loved ones? There is. Please inform the organization. I deeply regret not witnessing the victory of the revolution." I. Tears filled Zhang Xing'an's eyes as he recalled his admiration for veteran revolutionaries from his textbooks. Now, witnessing the sacrifice of this elder before him, his heart ached profoundly. He softly uttered, "Comrade Zhang, rest assured, I will provide resources for the organization in the future. My cover is as the commander of the guard company. I will utilize this identity to assist the organization. You may depart in peace." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ding's eyes widened in surprise, followed by a smile. Gradually, he closed his eyes, leaving this world with a serene expression. Chapter 31. The Vengeance Act. He dared not transport Zhang Ding's lifeless body, so he sought a nearby location to incinerate it. Subsequently, he placed the ashes into an urn and stored it within the confines of the system space, grasping the golden swallow insignia in his hand. His heart ablaze with unquenchable fury. This anger stemmed from the fact that the comrades of the Red Party had failed to rescue him in the face of Zhang's sacrifice, thereby severing his ties with the organization once more. He yearned for retribution against the Japanese invaders and the treacherous collaborators. Thus, that very afternoon, Zhang Xingyan departed the concession and ventured into the urban expanse of the Magic City. He identified several enemy strongholds on the map and, utilizing the map's resource deployment feature, strategically planted numerous timed explosives at several critical locations. With the aid of a multifunctional mobile device, he remotely eliminated dozens of high-ranking officials and traitors. Subsequently, Zhang Xingyan transmitted a clear message, proclaiming to all that the demise of the Magic City Prince and these officials was orchestrated by him, under the moniker of Yin Luo. This name, steeped in meaning, suggested that the King of Hell had summoned one at the stroke of midnight, leaving no one to linger until dawn. This event reverberated throughout the nation, unveiling Yin Luo as a patriot, prompting various intelligence agencies to investigate the identity of this enigmatic figure. After executing several significant operations, Zhang Xingyan felt a modicum of relief. However, he discovered that only 10 timed explosives remained in his possession, with none available for purchase within the system, leaving him to rely solely on luck for acquisition. It appeared that the system was wary of him exploiting a potential flaw for divine intervention in warfare. Such a scenario would elevate him to the status of a deity. Regaining his composure, Zhang Xingyan changed into a clean outfit as evening descended. He stepped outside, traversing the streets of the Magic City, which bore little resemblance to the prosperous metropolis he had previously encountered. The East District had been reduced to ruins amidst the street battles, while the affluent western area remained largely unaffected, with its inhabitants obliviously indulging in revelry and distraction. Observing the women soliciting customers in the streets and the laughter echoing from the dance halls, Zhang Xingyan felt a profound dissatisfaction with their actions. Yet, this was the state of China at that time, filled with patriots bravely engaging in battle, yet equally teeming with traitorous turncoats. He did not intend to emulate other time travelers by relentlessly hunting down traitors. After all, the assassination of one traitorous leader would merely result in another taking their place, a futile endeavor. The imperative was to expel the invaders swiftly, especially since professionals were already tasked with their eradication. At that moment, a group of Japanese soldiers approached, eyeing Zhang Xingyan, who was alone on the street and appeared well-dressed, likely perceiving him as a wealthy target for extortion. "Stop! What are you doing here alone at this hour?" they called out, blocking his path. Zhang Xingyan, feeling irked by their intrusion, thought, "Damn it, I have yet to satiate my thirst for bloodshed today, and now you have the misfortune to cross my path." He retorted in Chinese, "What business is it of yours? Keep your distance, you scoundrels of the 102nd Division, lapdogs of Tojo Hideki." The soldiers, taken aback by the audacity of his insult, wondered if this man had truly lost his mind to dare to provoke them. "Baka, who dares to insult the soldiers of the Empire? You shall perish." As he spoke, he reached for his gun, intending to eliminate Zhang Xingyan. At that moment, Zhang Xingyan also drew his pistol, ready to deal with the few young soldiers before him. Suddenly, a voice from afar interrupted their confrontation, commanding, "Stop. Put down your weapons immediately. Do you even know who you are firing at?" At that moment, several individuals dressed in plain clothes appeared around them, exuding a military aura, unmistakably agents. At the forefront stood a woman clad in leather, her petite hat accentuating her voluptuous figure, making her strikingly alluring. Zhang Xingyan recognized that voice. Turning to see a familiar face, Yamaguchi Maya, the deputy chief of the Imperial Special High Command. It was she who had previously escorted Zhang Xingyan to the Special High Command, and upon parting, he had generously offered her a sum of money in gratitude. The woman swiftly approached, saluting respectfully, "Your Excellency, I did not expect to find you here. These individuals have been exceedingly rude. Please do not take offense." Zhang Xingyan immediately recognized her, aware that he was disguised in this region. The ability of an agent to identify him in an instant was indeed impressive, prompting a sense of wariness within him. "Oh, it is Miss Maya. What brings you here? Surely you are not on a special mission?" he inquired. "Am I interrupting your operations?" Yamaguchi Maya shook her head, smiling as she replied, "Your Excellency, there is no mission at hand. We are merely on regular duty. The security forces of the 102nd Division are collaborating with us on patrols, especially since this area hosts many prominent figures. Following our recent occupation of the Magic City, we must coordinate with local security. You are courting death. Do you know who he is?" He is Lord Kono's nephew, Kono Lini, the brigade commander appointed by Lord Nishio, and also the nephew of Prime Minister Kono. Upon hearing this, the Japanese soldiers were struck with terror, each one of them hastily attempting to bow towards Kono Lini, only to be interrupted by Zhang Xing'an. Enough. You are mere insignificant beings. I have no desire to converse with you. Leave, or I shall take your lives. The soldiers understood that they had narrowly escaped death and quickly apologized before departing, cursing Zhang Xing'an's lineage in their minds. Is this not entrapment? He is clearly a high-ranking official, yet he speaks to us in Chinese. Is this how one conducts themselves? Once the Japanese soldiers had left, Zhang Xing'an turned to Yamaguchi Maya with a smile. Thank you for your assistance, Miss Yamaguchi. My apologies for interrupting your duties. Consider this my compensation. He then produced 1,000 yen for the other personnel and offered Yamaguchi Maya 2 small yellow fish. The others were visibly tempted, yet without their superior's command, they dared not act. Yamaguchi Maya remarked, "Take what His Excellency has given you. It is a gesture of goodwill." All present bowed in gratitude, having heard of this scion of the Kono family. Reputed for his generosity. Within the empire, he was often referred to as a real-life embodiment of the 7 lucky gods, or even as the 7 lucky boy. Today, they witnessed that reputation firsthand. Indeed, the nobility's generosity was unparalleled. Yamaguchi Maya gazed at the gold bars without taking any, instead stating, "Kono-kun, you have already given me so much last time. I truly feel embarrassed to accept more." Zhang Xing'an interrupted her, saying, Miss Yamaguchi, this time is different. I initially intended to present you with some jewelry, but I am unsure of your preferred style. As a mere mortal, I thought you could fashion some ornaments from these gold bars as a token of my appreciation. Oh, and please, do not call me Kono-kun. Simply refer to me as Kobayashi-kun. Yamaguchi Miyo's heart soared with delight. Not only was he offering her jewelry, but he also wished to be called Kobayashi-kun. Could it be that he harbored feelings for her? If that were the case, she would truly be climbing the social ladder. Despite her status as a high-ranking operative, she was ultimately just a woman. The empire held women in disdain, often resorting to seducing high-ranking adversaries. She had prepared herself to make sacrifices at any moment. However, should she become Kobayashi-kun's woman, things would be different. He would not subject her to such sordid affairs. Although she understood that her background rendered her unsuitable as Kono's legitimate wife, being a concubine or mistress would elevate her status significantly. At that point, not only would her section chief regard her with respect, but several senior figures within the intelligence department would also take her seriously. Moreover, he was renowned as a wealthy benefactor. Perhaps those old men would even seek to curry favor with her. Lost in her reverie, she suddenly realized Zhang Xing'an was calling her. Coming back to her senses, she replied, "Thank you very much, Kobayashi-kun. By the way, how is it that you find yourself here? Aren't you at the joint headquarters?" Zhang Xing'an, wearing a troubled expression, glanced around and sighed. "This is a long story. I have no pressing matters. I am merely handling some banking affairs here. By the way, Miss Yamaguchi, I believe this is your first visit to Magic City. Is it not? I have conducted business here for quite some time and am quite familiar with the area. It is a pity you are on duty, otherwise I would have shown you around." Upon hearing this, Yamaguchi Maya felt overwhelmed with excitement. This unexpected happiness left her nearly fainting. She enthusiastically responded, "Oh, it's no bother. There isn't much work here. I have time." Suddenly realizing her eagerness was too overt, she blushed and lowered her head, softly adding, "I can just request leave from my section chief. He should oblige. I just wonder if Kobayashi-kun can wait for me a moment while I change into something more suitable." Zhang Xing'an, equally pleased, remarked, "Oh, that would be splendid. I know of a lovely Western restaurant nearby. I shall take you there for dinner." He and Yamaguchi, along with a few others, took a car to the headquarters of the Special High Command in Magic City. However, Zhang Xing'an did not alight to enter the building. He mentioned that he did not wish to draw attention to himself, as some individuals preferred him to remain low-key. In reality, the Special High Command was already aware of Zhang Xing'an's presence in the city, as were other intelligence factions. He simply entered in disguise, without making a grand entrance. For Zhang Xing'an, this gesture was a matter of maintaining face, as those families were not entirely opposed to his activities in the city, provided he refrained from promoting the Kono family. Soon, the head of the taco learned that Miss Yamaguchi was to dine with Kono Lini, and his excitement compelled him to inform Yamaguchi Maya that she could set aside all her tasks. Her primary duty now was to cater to this benefactor. He had learned from higher-ups that this gentleman was willing to distribute a profit of $1 million among the officials above, with even the royal family receiving a share. This indicated that merely a hint of generosity from him would suffice for the taco's sustenance. Fortunately, his subordinate, Miss Yamaguchi, had won the favor of this gentleman. Should anything transpire between them, it would not be long before he, as the section chief, would find himself ingratiating with Miss Yamaguchi. That evening, Yamaguchi Maya donned a traditional qipao, accentuating her figure. She had initially intended to wear a kimono, but given the empire's recent occupation of Shanghai, Such attire would attract undue attention and potentially incite undesirable behaviors from others, which could implicate Kono-kun. Zhang Xing'an first complimented her beauty before guiding her to a Western restaurant, where they were not alone. Numerous taco personnel lurked nearby. Other intelligence organizations initially speculated whether the taco was engaged in a covert operation, only to realize that a female operative was simply on a date with Zhang Xing'an, evoking envy among them. They pondered whether their female operatives should similarly try to charm this benefactor, but quickly dismissed the idea, knowing the dire consequences if the Kono family discovered that intelligence personnel had been placed near Kono Lini. Upon arriving at the restaurant, they ordered an extravagant meal of steak, fine wine, and various desserts, with the wine and caviar being the most costly, likely amounting to several $100s for the evening. At the dining table, Zhang Xing'an remarked, "Miss Yamaguchi, I noticed many places seem quite unsettled today. Is there a rebellion among the Chinese? Your line of work appears perilous, and as a young lady, perhaps it would be wise to reconsider your position in such a dangerous department." Hearing this, Yamaguchi Maya felt a stir within, yet maintained her composure as she replied, "You know, Kobayashi-kun, in intelligence work, we often find ourselves with little choice, especially as someone from an ordinary family. To rise, I must strive relentlessly to uncover more intelligence." Zhang Xing'an waved his hand dismissively. "Ah, such matters are for men. How can we allow a young lady like you to engage in them? The empire's leaders must be out of their minds. A beauty like you should be involved in clerical work, enjoying tea and reading in an office. I will speak to your section chief about this, if he disagrees. I shall confront that old man Tafahara and tell him you are my dear friend. Let's see if he dares to disregard my request." His tone was reminiscent of a privileged youth, and it was evident that this scion of the Kono family held Tafahara in little esteem. Yamaguchi Miya was filled with immense joy, for she understood that with Kobayashi-kun's assurance, she would no longer be compelled to partake in perilous work. In truth, she had never desired to inhabit such dangerous environments. Her relentless efforts were merely a means to attain promotion. She believed that as long as she demonstrated her worth, she would not be relegated to a mere tool offered to others as a mere pawn. Now, with the protective shield of Kono-rin, she felt liberated from the need to struggle tirelessly. She was grateful to Kobayashi-kun, uncertain of how to repay him. "Ah, you were too kind, Miss Yamaguchi. Had you not arrived in time, I might have clashed with those naval fellows, and Uncle Nishio might have had to penalize me. I should be the one expressing gratitude. As a token of my appreciation, I believe we can engage in deeper conversations." Upon hearing this, Yamaguchi Miya's heart raced. Could it be that he wished for something more? However, the subsequent words revealed her misunderstanding. "Miss Yamaguchi, as you may know, I might be heading to North China soon. Nonetheless, Shanghai is a splendid place. And as a businessman, I certainly cannot forsake the benefits here. I plan to establish my own trading firm. And I will require your assistance from your esteemed special high-tech department. I hope you can oversee my business, and of course, I shall provide you with a share of the profits, including for your department." "Oh, may I inquire what kind of business Kobayashi-kun is involved in?" "Merely legitimate enterprises, such as grains and cotton, along with various luxury items like antiques and artworks. Most notably, I deal in gold ornaments and similar wares. There are also some contraband items, like pharmaceuticals and minerals, but I steer clear of arms, so as not to complicate matters for you. I shall provide you with a 10% share of the profits annually, and your department will receive 20%. Yamaguchi Miya listened intently, her heart fluttering at the prospect of a 10% share. A 30% profit was certainly a substantial sum. The last time she had engaged in trade, it amounted to several thousand yen, so it appeared that financial worries would no longer plague her. "Rest assured, Kobayashi-kun, I will confer with the section chief, and I am confident there will be no issues. I believe she will establish a specialized department to assist you." "That is splendid news. I suggest you take charge of this department. You could manage the profits, ensuring your intelligence section is safeguarded. This way, your section chief would not dare to bully you, and you could sever their financial ties at any moment." "Ha ha ha, Kobayashi-kun, you jest. The section chief treats me quite well. You needn't worry. I shall certainly report to her. However, would you be so kind as to disclose the particulars of your business? It would aid me in preparing her for a swift response." Zhang Xing'an waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, the business is not particularly large. It is merely a small venture, likely generating about 10 million yen in profit annually." Yamaguchi Miya stood stunned, her mind racing. Did he just say 10 million yen in profit? That was a staggering figure. This meant she could potentially earn 1 million yen each year. Was he truly dismissing such sums as trivial? What, then, constituted a substantial amount? This. Observing her state of bewilderment, Zhang Xing'an inquired, "What is the matter, Miss Yamaguchi? Are you feeling unwell? According to your understanding, I could earn 1 million yen annually? This is indeed overwhelming. I dare not accept it." Zhang Xing'an understood that for this woman, over 1 million was an astronomical sum. However, she was unaware that the prolonged conflict would lead to a significant devaluation of both the yen and the national currency. When the World War commenced, The only currency to retain its strength globally would be the dollar. The yen would depreciate drastically by the end of next year, currently exchanging at 1 to 1.5 with silver dollars, but by next year, it would be 1 to 4. This trend of devaluation would persist annually, and by the end of the war, it would be almost rendered worthless. Ah, Miss Yamaguchi, this is inconsequential. You will require assistance with matters here. And I believe those imperial warriors accompanying you today would be quite suitable for the task. I shall offer them 5,000 yen each per year, with additional bonuses for their contributions. Upon hearing these words, a nearby individual suddenly choked, coughing vigorously. These were operatives from the Special High Police, covertly safeguarding the two, who became agitated upon hearing the mention of several thousand yen annually. A few others also took deep breaths to steady themselves. Zhang Xingyan intentionally approached Yamaguchi Meiya to leverage the connections with the Special High Police for his own benefit, facilitating the placement of his own informants within the agency in the future. As for those special operatives, Zhang Xingyan recognized them as formidable individuals. They were elite agents, and having them capture patriots would spell disaster. Instead, he preferred to corrupt them, suggesting that engaging in business would be far more profitable. He was weaving an extensive net. With Shanghai merely the initial step, he planned to establish his influence in various locales, crafting a network of his own within the island nation to facilitate his future endeavors. At the Special High Police headquarters, a middle-aged man widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "What? Miss Yamaguchi, are you serious?" "Oh, my apologies, Miss Yamaguchi. I'm not questioning you, but I find it hard to believe. Has Lord Kono truly entrusted us with the business routes in Shanghai?" The Special High Police could receive nearly several million yen annually. Upon hearing the chief address her as Miss Yamaguchi and apologize for his tone of skepticism, Yamaguchi Meiya realized her status had changed. The once lofty superior would now be deferential before her. "Please continue to address me as Yamaguchi," she replied. "Very well, Yamaguchi. You need not concern yourself with other matters. Your sole responsibility henceforth will be to manage affairs for Lord Kono. This resolution alleviates a significant funding issue for us, and with the financial support, the intelligence department will." However, before he could finish, Yamaguchi Meiya interjected, "Chief, you misunderstand. Kobayashi-kun mentioned that these 2 levels of profit are not for the intelligence department. He does not wish to entangle himself with the intelligence department, stating that this money is for you, with 1 portion allocated for Mr. Toira." "Oh, did he truly express that?" The department head's eyes brightened. It is essential to understand that providing information to the intelligence department is an entirely different concept than offering it to an individual. This was for himself, so how could he not be exhilarated? Of course, he would still allocate a portion of it to benefit his subordinates. Indeed, his exact words were, chuckles, somewhat irreverent, as he instructed that a telegram be sent to Lord Tafahara, stating, "I hear you have been making quite a fortune in the Northeast. This is your pocket money. Do not involve yourself in the business affairs of the Magic City." Essentially, he was indicating that the funds from the Magic City were meant for Tafahara, while advising him to refrain from meddling in other matters. In truth, though Tafahara was the head of intelligence, he was still not of significant standing within the empire. He did not even possess the privilege to meet with the royal family. The department head shook his head, but dared not oppose Zhang Xingyan's intentions, ultimately sending the money to the Northeast. When Tafahara received the intelligence, he was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, feeling quite complicated inside. It was rather disheartening to be looked down upon by a young man. Yet who could blame him? After all, he was a scion of the Imperial Guard, a most esteemed aristocrat. Receiving 1,000,000 yen brought him considerable joy, a sum that was not insignificant for him. That evening, Yamamoto Miya was on her way back to her residence when one of her subordinates approached to report, "Captain, Lord Kono has just purchased a villa nearby, claiming it is for you, and we have brought the keys. You may move in tonight." Yamamoto's heart raced. Was she being kept? Could it be today? "Is Kobayashi-kun at the villa?" she inquired. "No, he has gone to the military police command. Apparently, he is to have a secret meeting with the commander today, but we do not know the specifics." A hint of disappointment flickered within her. She had hoped something might transpire between them today. It seemed that was not to be. And doubts crept into her mind about whether he had other women in his life, particularly that beautiful Mieko from before, who was not inferior to her. Regaining her composure, she resumed her serious demeanor. "From now on, you will share responsibility for matters concerning Kobayashi-kun with me. There must be no errors. If Kobayashi-kun has taken a liking to you, consider yourselves fortunate. However, if you fail to fulfill your duties, do not blame me for being unyielding. Yes, we pledge our unwavering loyalty to Lord Kono and to you, Miss Yamamoto." They were well aware of this woman's capabilities. Although she presented a demure demeanor before Zhang Xingyan, they had witnessed her formidable side. Fortunately, they would enjoy substantial benefits in the future, earning more than many officers did in a year, without the constant peril. After bidding farewell to Zhang Xingyan and Yamamoto Miya, he proceeded to the military police command. Previously, Nishio Toshizo had mentioned that business could be conducted with the military police department, so he came to meet with the highest-ranking official here. Their conversation was quite amicable. After providing some benefits to the official, they opened 2 new business avenues, offering the military police a share of the profits, which would yield an annual income comparable to that of the Special High Technology Division. The military police commander wished to host Zhang Xing'an for the night, but he declined, stating that staying there would invite gossip. The commander, understanding the situation, did not insist and accompanied Zhang Xing'an until he departed. After all, he recognized that this gentleman's capabilities were on par with those of the top brass at headquarters, rendering his own position as mere commander of the military police rather insignificant in comparison. Zhang Xing'an left and walked to the entrance, where he encountered a familiar face. It was Captain Kudo Junrin, the military policeman he had met at the battlefield hospital. They had previously experienced a minor conflict over the apprehension of Mihoko. Surprised to see him, Zhang Xing'an remarked, "Isn't this Kudo Junrin? What brings you here? Aren't you with the military police at the National Chi Brigade? Are you here on official business?" Kudo, equally astonished by Zhang Xing'an's presence, responded respectfully, Your Excellency Kinwei. I am currently the military police inspector here." The commanding officer interjected, "Oh, Kinwei, you two are acquainted?" "Indeed, I met Kudo during the Battle of Magic City. We are old friends," Zhang Xing'an replied. "I wonder if it would be possible for me to take Kudo out for a drink?" "Of course, since you are old friends. I shall not interfere. Make sure to entertain His Excellency Kinwei well," the commander said, smiling. At a small tavern run by Japanese nationals in Magic City, Zhang Xing'an and Kudo raised their glasses. Zhang Xing'an began, "Kudo, you were a squad leader in the military police. How is it that you are now engaged in such menial tasks here? Does the National Chi Brigade no longer require military police? How could they let such talent slip away?" Kudo took a sip of his drink, his expression sorrowful as he replied. The National Chi Brigade was hastily assembled at that time, and the subsequent biochemical weapon explosion led to the complete annihilation of the unit. Over 4,000 personnel perished, and General Guichi sacrificed himself. I was fortunate to have been on a mission away from the base at that time, thus escaping the disaster. A week ago, the organization was disbanded, and I found myself without a place to go. However, upon learning that I was a graduate of the Imperial Academy, they offered me a position at headquarters, albeit in a subordinate role, as I hail from humble beginnings. Zhang Xing'an inquired with curiosity, "Kudo, I have heard that you are a person of considerable talent. Surely you could find a high-ranking position elsewhere. Why remain here?" "Oh, you know well that we military police are generally despised, and the department is rife with corruption. As a newcomer, I am not permitted to partake in their spoils. Much like when I was tasked with apprehending Mihoko. Speaking of which, I must apologize. It was never my intention to apprehend Mihoko. In truth, I despise such actions. It was my commanding officer who encountered Mihoko at the hospital and used his authority for personal gain. For this, I sincerely apologize." Zhang Xing'an waved his hand dismissively. "Kudo, that is in the past. I will not conceal the fact that I have investigated the matter afterward. It was indeed the fault of that commanding officer. We recognize your integrity, and Mihoko harbors no resentment towards you. Had it been you personally, she would likely have met a far graver fate." Kudo nodded, unperturbed by Zhang Xing'an's veiled threat, understanding that he valued their conversation simply because he was a small player in this grand scheme. "Later, I received news from home that my sister had been embroiled in a school conflict, offending a local powerful figure. Were it not for my status as a military policeman, they would have sold her into a brothel or forced her into servitude here. However, a small business of ours was disrupted by them, and our family relies on my allowance for our livelihood. For the sake of my family, I have no choice but to come here. Hiki, Kudo-kun, you are indeed a talent. How about joining me? My battalion has just been established, and your oversight would be invaluable to our operations. You need not worry about remuneration. I shall provide you with a monthly stipend of 5,000 yen. Is this truly the case? It would be my utmost honor to serve you, and I swear my unwavering loyalty to you." Kudo-kun, you are being too modest. "It is settled then. I will inform your commander upon my return. Prepare yourself tonight, and tomorrow you shall accompany me back to the battalion. However, I must clarify one matter. My battalion is unlike any other, as you may have heard. Upon joining us, you must adhere to our regulations. Do you comprehend my meaning? Rest assured, Kono-kun, I shall comply with all your arrangements." Late at night, Zhang Xing'an returned to the battalion station and found Inoue Shichige waiting for him at the entrance. Curiously, Zhang Xing'an remarked, "Inoue, have you been waiting here for me? You must be exhausted." Inoue, taken aback, replied, "It is no trouble at all, battalion commander. I and Ono have been taking turns to wait for your return." Zhang Xing'an nodded, appreciating Inoue's practicality and his consideration for others. He then inquired, "Was there anything significant that occurred while I was away?" Inoue respectfully followed Zhang Xing'an, saying, "Nothing of great importance, except that several logistics departments from other divisions came to procure supplies from us. There were also some Chinese merchants who wished to collaborate. but as you instructed, I declined their offers. Well done. Focus on organizing supplies over the next couple of days, as we shall soon depart from Meiqing, Zhang Xing'an instructed. Inoue bowed and resumed his post outside Zhang Xing'an's quarters. The following morning, Zhang Xing'an rose early and, upon exiting, encountered Mahiko at his door. He gently said, "Kobayashi-kun, you are up. I have prepared breakfast for you. Would you prefer to eat in your room or in the conference room?" "Thank you, Mahiko. Let's have it in the conference room. By the way, why not join me for breakfast? Afterward, we can inspect the troops together and see what else needs preparation." Mahiko was overjoyed at the prospect of sharing breakfast with Kobayashi-kun, a routine they had come to cherish during this time. After finishing their meal, he escorted Mahiko to the troops, where the once leisurely atmosphere had transformed into a flurry of activity. Many were driving vehicles back and forth to transport supplies. Observing this, Mahiko sadly asked, "Kobayashi-kun, are we about to engage in battle again? I detest warfare. When will there be peace? Why can't China and our island nation coexist harmoniously? Must it always be a fight to the death?" Zhang Xing'an was acutely aware that Mahiko was an ardent pacifist, deeply opposed to warfare. There were many islanders like him who shared this anti-war sentiment, and he felt it was his duty to stir these sentiments into a fervent outcry against the conflict. As Mahiko gazed at him, she remarked, "Kobayashi-kun, I know you are a good person, and the soldiers here are immensely grateful for your care towards them and their families." "It is my obligation, after all, as their commanding officer," he replied. While they conversed and strolled, a soldier approached briskly and saluted Zhang Xing'an, stating, "Your Excellency, the commander of the brigade, Kobayashi Dano, has instructed me to inform you that all soldiers and supplies are ready for departure at any moment." Zhang Xing'an thought highly of Kobayashi's efficiency, deeming him well suited to serve as his aide. "Kobayashi-kun is indeed proficient. Please inform him that we shall set off after lunch today. Heading northward, advise him to maintain a pace of 200 kilometers daily for the advance guard." After lunch, Zhang Xing'an led his troops toward the northern city of Wulu. An officer inquired of a soldier, "Do you believe Jinling can withstand the siege?" The soldier responded, "I fear Jinling will not hold. The enemy will undoubtedly muster all their might to assault it, as it is the capital. Capturing it would significantly bolster their morale." With a resigned sigh, the officer continued, "There are rumors of a massacre planned by the Japanese forces in Jinling. Do you think there is any truth to this?" The soldier replied, "I believe there is a considerable likelihood. Based on their past actions, they are certainly capable of such atrocities. Many civilians have already evacuated Jinling, which is prudent to avoid chaos and protect the innocent during the impending battle." Reflecting on their duty, he asserted, "We are the guardians of Jinling. I hope you will embody the valor of our Chinese soldiers." On the mountainous highway, over 300 trucks thundered towards the coal city. While Zhang Xing'an meticulously examined a map, news arrived that skirmishes had begun near Taiyuan, although they were merely minor clashes, with both sides cautiously testing each other's defenses. Zhang Xing'an recognized that, according to the historical timeline, the Battle of Coal City should have concluded by now, but his butterfly effect had delayed it by 2 months. Additionally, he was aware that troops stationed in Modu were beginning to converge on Jinling. He learned that the chairman had ordered the evacuation of civilians from Jinling, prompting a significant number to leave, which alleviated his concerns. In a bid to swiftly seize Jinling, the Japanese had dispatched 20 divisions, amassing over 400,000 troops against the Jinling defenders, who numbered around 100,000, clearly at a disadvantage in terms of weaponry and equipment. Torn between the desire to assist the Second War Zone in eliminating more enemy forces and the need to support the city of Jinling, he pondered the proximity of the combat on both fronts. Just then, he received a telegram from above, instructing them to cooperate with the 5th Division in supporting the Pingsingwen area, and to bring along logistical supplies to rendezvous with the 42nd Brigade for coordinated operations in the combat zone. "Is the 35th entrance set for an ambush?" he mused. Upon seeing the words Entrance Ridge, Zhang Xing'an was momentarily taken aback. This location was exceedingly familiar to him. It was the site of the celebrated victory of the Entrance Ridge campaign, a classic battle in the history of our party. Here, 2,000 enemy troops were annihilated, marking our first triumph in the war against Japan and shattering the myth of their invincibility. However, our forces also suffered considerable losses, with over 500 casualties. Subsequently, a policy was established to avoid direct confrontation with the enemy, opting instead for operations behind enemy lines, employing tactics such as the sparrow warfare and guerrilla strategies for prolonged engagement. Now, having his men advance alongside the 5th Division towards Pingsingwen, they were on the verge of entering the encirclement of the 8th Rout Army. Nevertheless, his side boasted nearly 6,000 troops, and with the addition of various logistical and medical personnel, the total exceeded 8,000. Should they indeed fall into an ambush, it was likely that the 8th Rout Army would reconsider their plans for this engagement. As Zhang Xing'an pondered these matters during the journey, he reached a critical point and halted, summoning his aides. "Have Xiaojun and Inoue come to see me, quickly." A few minutes later, Inoue and several others arrived at Zhang Xingan's vehicle, a truck converted into a mobile office equipped with a desk for conducting meetings on the road. Upon their arrival, Zhang Xingan addressed them, "Gentlemen, I have just received orders from above. Our unit is tasked with rendezvousing with the 42nd Regiment to transport supplies to the front lines, which may inevitably involve combat. You are all aware of our situation. Out of over 6,000 men, only about 3,000 are capable of engaging in battle. Therefore, I do not intend to take everyone with me. Inoue, you will lead 2,000 soldiers to Hejiak County, where it is said there is minimal resistance." Inoue nodded in agreement. Zhang Xingan then turned to Xiaoye Taro and issued a command, "Xiaoye Jun, you will lead another 2,000 men along with logistical personnel to Yang County, which is not far from Inoue's location. You can support each other. I will proceed to the Pink Penguin area with the remaining troops. Should any issues arise, I will head to Quan County, allowing us to coordinate across the 3 regions." Xiaoye Jun also consented but then expressed concern. "My lord, do you not think you are taking too few men? Perhaps I should hold back 1,000 for your safety, which is of utmost importance." "Xiaoye Jun, you are overthinking. You know my capabilities. Should I wish to leave, none can hinder me. My reason for taking only these men is twofold. First, we must preserve our strength, as this is not our primary battlefield. Any accolades achieved here would not benefit us, and I do not wish to find myself in a situation akin to Shanghai, where I end up aiding others. Secondly, many within the ranks do not share our resolve, and I aim to utilize this opportunity. Do you understand?" A flicker of trepidation mingled with a sense of ruthlessness appeared in the eyes of the others. They were inherently wary of their commander's fierce demeanor. After all, these individuals were among the first to follow him. Despite his outwardly gentle disposition, the leader was not one to show mercy in matters of violence. Remember, once you arrive, do not draw undue attention. Maintain a low profile in these 2 locations. And do not forget my rules. Refrain from wanton destruction of the surrounding area and the slaughter of our compatriots. Do you comprehend? Do not forget our purpose. Should it affect the plan, I shall ensure he has an audience with the great Amaterasu." "Ah, I understand, my humble self." "Excellent. Ahead lies a fork in the road. We shall divide our forces there. You must reach the designated location before dusk." After outlining all the details, Zhang Xingan parted ways with the main contingent half an hour later. He led over 1,700 men in vehicles towards a gathering point north of Pink Penguin, an area under the jurisdiction of the 42nd Regiment, with the intention of providing support at Pink Penguin the following dawn. As the troops advanced towards the gathering point, Zhang Xingan abruptly commanded the column to halt. This location was less than 100 miles from their destination, and night had already fallen. Zhang ordered the troops to encamp at their current position, planning to arrive at the gathering point by morning. At this moment, Zhang regarded the system map. Its upgraded coverage now extended 50 kilometers. He had just discovered a small contingent approximately 20 kilometers away, likely observing their movements. According to the map, this was probably a reconnaissance unit from the 8th Route Army, comprised of around 30 personnel. As everyone dined, Zhang Xingan waited in his vehicle until night had fully descended. He then summoned a few capable soldiers to stealthily depart with him. These individuals, recognized as elite within the ranks, were informed by the regiment commander that a significant mission awaited them. Upon reaching a secluded gorge, Zhang addressed his companions, stating, "I have called you here because I sense something amiss. You have all proven yourselves as the finest in our ranks. I now command 2 of you to form a small team and scout in different directions, searching for any signs of a large troop movement. Remember, reconnaissance must not exceed 50 miles. We shall regroup here at dawn. Do you understand?" "But Commander, what about you?" one questioned. "Are you unaware of my capabilities? In the event of a confrontation, none of you could match my skill. Now, time is of the essence, off you go." Upon receiving the order, they dispersed to conduct their scouting missions. Observing the map, Zhang noted that their paths did not intersect with any 8th Route Army forces. He cautiously advanced alone towards their direction. Guided by the map, he soon arrived at the temporary encampment of the 8th Route Army. The number of individuals had dwindled to fewer than 10, likely due to other urgent tasks. The arduous conditions faced by the 8th Route Army were well known. Their radio communications were limited to regimental and brigade levels, with lower units relying on manpower for transport. Taking advantage of their inattention, Zhang stealthily approached from behind. As they took turns on watch, he noticed a veteran engaging in conversation with another, presumably their commander. However, the darkness obscured their features, though he could discern a pair of binoculars hanging from the man's chest, indicating his leadership role. Suddenly, Zhang sprang into action. While the others remained focused on their observations below, they felt a shadow descending upon them. With a series of thuds, 2 soldiers were knocked to the ground by Zhang's swift assault. The officer, sensing danger from behind, quickly drew his short blade, prepared to defend against the assailant. The individual appears to possess considerable martial prowess, as his immediate instinct was to draw his blade rather than resort to a firearm, suggesting he is a seasoned close combat veteran, albeit slightly slower than Zhang Xingan. In an instant, Zhang Xing'an intercepted the weapon from his hand, seizing the opportunity to wrest control of the knife, while simultaneously grasping the officer by the throat and positioning the blade against him. As several soldiers raised their weapons, Zhang Xing'an quietly cautioned, "Do not move. There are thousands of enemies below the mountain. A single gunshot will surely attract their attention. Surely, you do not wish for your demise." The subdued officer echoed the sentiment, urging, "Do not fire. Are you trying to draw the enemy closer?" He then addressed Zhang Xing'an, inquiring about his origins. "I must say, your skills are impressive. I wonder where I, oldly, may have offended you? Surely, we can resolve this amicably." Understanding that the individual was stalling for time, Zhang Xing'an cut through the pleasantries, stating, "Officer, please do not act rashly. I harbor no ill intentions. Time is of the essence. I implore you to swiftly contact your superior, preferably the highest-ranking officer present. I possess an emblem that must be delivered to him, accompanied by a message that Jinyanzi is in urgent need of his attention." Upon hearing these words, the officer seemed to relax slightly, as if recognizing Zhang as an ally. The mention of Jinyanzi piqued his curiosity, prompting him to act quickly. Delaying could jeopardize critical matters. "Xiao Huzi, take this item and proceed to the higher command immediately, ensuring this brave man's message is conveyed." "But the regiment—" "Silence. Follow my instructions," Zhang Xing'an interjected. The officer, with a hint of regret, remarked, "I must wait for your people to arrive before I can release you. I understand your skills are formidable. Should you escape, it would indeed complicate matters for me. So I must impose this temporary restraint." Thus, both parties remained in a tense stalemate for over 20 minutes, enveloped in silence. Eventually, Xiao Huzi returned, panting, and exclaimed, "Commander, Commander, there's an order from above to escort this individual to the division headquarters. The division chief wishes to meet him personally. You must accompany him alone, ensuring no outsiders are present." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xing'an exhaled in relief and gradually released the officer, who grumbled, "All right, I've heard enough. How many times must I say it? I am no longer the commander of the regiment. I am now the company commander." Zhang Xing'an complimented, "Your skills are commendable. This is the first time I, oldly, have faced such a setback. Had you been an enemy, I might not have made it through today. Very well. I shall have someone bring you a change of clothes so you may accompany me to headquarters." Zhang Xing'an then expressed his apologies, saying, "I deeply regret any offense, sir. Enough with the formalities. A skill gap is simply a skill gap. I, oldly, concede defeat. Xiao Huzi, ensure someone keeps watch on that group of enemies below. Their sudden appearance suggests a formidable battle is imminent." Chapter 36 Encounter. Following the commander of the 8th Route Army, they swiftly descended the mountain and galloped on horseback. After approximately 10 minutes, the two arrived at a small village. Although it was nighttime, the air was rife with the scent of gunpowder, indicative of the impending conflict. As they approached the village entrance, they spotted 2 horses approaching them. To their surprise, the officer whom they had previously captured dismounted and approached the two, exclaiming, "Ah, the 2 busy individuals have come in person. I am to escort some men to your location. Enough of your prattle. This must be Comrade Jinyanzi, am I right? Follow me." Through their conversation, Zhang Xing'an discerned that this individual was a member of a special department tasked with verifying his identity. Inside the dwelling, the officer stated, "Comrade, this is our first meeting. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the commander of the special department, and these 2 are our intelligence personnel. We need to confirm your identity, so please do not take offense." Zhang Xing'an was mentally prepared, understanding that an examination process was necessary and that he must comply with the required protocols. "Gentlemen, my name is Zhang Xing'an. I was introduced to the Red Party by Comrade Zhang Dinghua. I have come to deliver his relics and assets to the party organization." As he spoke, he retrieved an urn containing ashes, along with a watch and a pen from his backpack. He fabricated a story, claiming to be a peripheral member developed by Zhang Dinghua, as this was crucial for establishing his identity. He then recounted the circumstances of Zhang Dinghua's sacrifice. The examiner inquired, "When did you meet Comrade Zhang Dinghua? How did he recruit you into the party?" Aware that this was a test of his credentials, he responded that he had not formally joined the party yet and was still in the evaluation phase. He mentioned that Comrade Zhang Dinghua had recognized his potential and had casually spoken about the Red Party, emphasizing that these details could be verified by the party, as they were part of a system that provided identities, which he had obtained through a significant investment of points. It must be said that the party's efficiency was remarkable. They swiftly verified everything and confirmed that Zhang Dinghua had indeed identified this peripheral member, reportedly having successfully infiltrated the Japanese army. Once verification was complete, the officers stood up, expressing excitement as they shook his hand, thus fully acknowledging his identity. The examiner remarked, "Comrade Zhang Xing'an, do you bring any significant news with you?" "Indeed," he replied. "The Japanese have dispatched the 42nd Regiment, comprising over 2,000 men, to Pingsingwen to reinforce the coal city. Just today, they issued an order for the Imperial Guard Regiment to lead troops to converge at Pingsingwen." Hearing this, The examiner furrowed his brow and said, "The Imperial Guard Regiment? I don't believe I've heard of that." One of the intelligence personnel interjected, "I am familiar with them. The Imperial Guard Regiment was newly formed a month ago, with a strength of over 6,000. They departed from Shanghai 4 days ago, heading this way. However, according to intelligence, there are fewer than 2,000 troops stationed below, and the whereabouts of the remaining 4,000 are unknown." At this juncture, Zhang Xing'an remarked that the 4,000 troops deployed to the 2 eastern counties would not partake in the upcoming battle, and that the Imperial Guards Brigade was merely a second-rate unit. While their combat capabilities were not negligible, the true elite forces resided within the 2,000 personnel present, who had been dispatched to this location. "Oh, Comrade Zhang Xing'an, it appears you possess considerable knowledge of this unit. Have you infiltrated their ranks?" Zhang Xing'an smacked his forehead, realizing he had neglected to disclose his true identity. "Indeed. I am the commander of the Imperial Guards Brigade. My undercover alias is Lin Yi, the highest officer of this regiment." Upon hearing this, the others were taken aback, rising in disbelief as they gazed at the man before them. Had he truly just claimed to be Lin Yi, the noble scion of the Guowei family? Was this some sort of jest? "What did you say? You are Lin Yi, the one who commands respect within the enemy ranks?" "Yes, you are aware of me?" "More than aware. Your name resonates throughout Huaxia. No wonder your troops are expressly forbidden from harming civilians, engaging instead in trade both locally and overseas. It seems surreal. Might you elaborate on how you achieved this?" Thus, he recounted his tale, explaining that at the age of 17, Lin Yi had ventured to the South Seas, where he met someone in a town, resembling whom many believed them to be twins. Subsequently, Lin Yi fell ill and passed away. Zhang Xing'an had since adopted this identity to conduct trade across several nations, with everyone believing him to be Lin Yi. Upon hearing this incredible account, the intelligence officers were left in a state of bewilderment. One finally spoke up, "Sir, should we not keep his identity classified at the highest level? We must report this to the higher-ups, detailing the situation." Effective immediately, Comrade Zhang Xing'an's rank is elevated to the highest level. By the way, summon Li Yunlong. Upon hearing Li Yunlong's name, Zhang Xing'an was equally astonished. Was this truly the world of sword light? It appeared this timeline was indeed multifaceted. Before long, a man in his 30s entered, bearing binoculars, and was swiftly cautioned by several superiors that the events of the day were to remain confidential, with severe consequences for any breaches. Li Yunlong understood the gravity of the situation and solemnly nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, they deliberated over the strategic plans for the day after tomorrow. Zhang Xing'an shared his insights, stating, "As the Japanese forces advance through Pingsingwen, I have several recommendations. First, we must refrain from direct confrontation. Their combat proficiency is exceptional, with nearly perfect accuracy from 200 meters. Additionally, their bayonet tactics are highly coordinated, with 3 men capable of withstanding 10 of our troops. Most importantly, do not entertain the thought of capturing prisoners. The enemy is indoctrinated and will not surrender. Even when injured, they will detonate grenades." Furthermore, when it comes to securing the battlefield, he expounded on the Japanese combat strategies for half an hour, leaving the others with furrowed brows, realizing why the National Revolutionary Army had consistently retreated. At that moment, Li Yunlong interjected, "But these Japanese troops are logistics units. Are they truly as formidable as you suggest?" "Brotherly, it is not as you perceive. The logistics troops and the frontline combat units undergo similar training. Many of them find themselves in the logistics division due to a lack of connections. They train with fervor, yearning to achieve merit." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xing'an furrowed his brow and inquired, "Do you have any viable solutions? Your urgency in coming here must be accompanied by some preparation." Zhang Xing'an nodded, then pointed at the map, stating, "Firstly, regarding this battle, I envision it as follows. We will, then, ultimately, we shall, this way. I can achieve a dual advantage." Suddenly, Li Yunlong interjected, "No, absolutely not. The initial part is manageable. But asking us to discard our weapons and feign retreat at the end, what shall we rely on afterwards? This is the hard-earned foundation we have built over the years." Li Yunlong, silence. Refrain from making such a ruckus. Our intelligence department has yet to voice their opinions. What right do you have to interrupt? Hearing Li Yunlong's reprimand, Zhang Xing'an chuckled and replied, "Brotherly, I have already considered these aspects. Those weapons are far too antiquated. Their presence in the ranks severely hampers our combat effectiveness. I have prepared substantial quantities of arms and ammunition here, and here. You shall see tonight. It will be sufficient for the troops to re-equip." "Oh, you have arranged for weapons and ammunition? I wonder how much there is. Surely there are at least 2,000 rifles. Considering you are quite the affluent individual in that region. I have prepared 30,000 rifles, 500 artillery pieces of various models, and 2,000 machine guns, both light and heavy. The ammunition has not been tallied, but you will find it at these locations." Chapter 37 Discussion. Zhang Xing'an met with the commander to report on his affairs. After several hours, he stepped outside, where Li Yunlong approached him, scrutinizing the youthful figure before him. You've done well, my boy. I hear you've managed to procure quite a few excellent items, many of which are foreign, he remarked boisterously. Just call me Xiao Zhang, brotherly. The weapons I acquired during my time with the Japanese are primarily the Type 38 rifles. Given the current wartime conditions, I prioritize these. As our forces expand in the future, I will continue to supply arms to the organization. By the way, the weapons have already arrived at these locations. We should hasten to transport them. At that moment, Li Yunlong departed, instructing Xiaomi to facilitate the transfer of supplies. Shortly thereafter, he returned, guiding Zhang Xingyan into a small room. Politely pouring him a glass of water, he smiled and said, Comrade Zhang Xingyan, the individuals you meet here today are trustworthy comrades. Rest assured, your identity will remain confidential. Only a select few are aware of who you are. Frankly, your role is extraordinarily significant. It is tantamount to the strength of several divisions. No, I would argue it is akin to that of hundreds of thousands of troops. Haha, you flatter me, brotherly. I am merely fulfilling my responsibilities. The true hardships belong to the soldiers, and I cannot compare to you, Zhang Xingyan replied humbly. I say, young brother, there's no need for excessive modesty. I hear you have a fearsome code name, Yama. I've heard the Japanese are offering 300,000 silver dollars for your head. Truly impressive for someone so young. Li Yunlong said thoughtfully. However, that name draws too much attention. Your safety must come first. It would be wise to refrain from using that alias in the future. Let others bear the name Yama. Zhang Xingyan nodded in agreement, recognizing that it was merely a code name. Who it belonged to was of little consequence. It signified a belief, a term that instilled fear in the enemy. Li Yunlong smiled and inquired, do you have any plans? Your regiment should be entering the second war zone soon, correct? Are you stationed there or temporarily reassigned? We need to understand these details for future communications. Zhang Xingyan had already contemplated these matters and expressed his thoughts without reservation. I intend to establish a long-term presence here. This will facilitate coordination with my own troops in service of our party. With my financial resources and the influence of the Guangdong family, I aim to expand my territory and strive to seize control of the entire second war zone in a short span of time. In my jurisdiction, it will become a safe haven for our comrades. Zhang Xingyan then elaborated on his comprehensive plan. Upon hearing his proposal, Li Yunlong nodded in agreement, finding it highly feasible. If implemented effectively, it could significantly augment the territory and strength of our party. Soon thereafter, news arrived that a substantial amount of supplies had been secured, including not only weapons and ammunition, but also a considerable quantity of provisions, which left Li Yunlong grinning from ear to ear. Li Yunlong remarked, Xiao Zhang, the higher-ups have approved your plan. Now, we must execute it. Zhang Xingyan promptly rose and gestured reassuringly, rest assured, brotherly. I am fully prepared and will ensure the task is completed. Li Yunlong continued, the news has arrived that we have obtained supplies, albeit only weapons and ammunition. If it is convenient for you, could you possibly provide some medicine and cotton clothing? We are currently facing harsh conditions. It is winter, and many soldiers are still clad in summer uniforms, leading to significant casualties due to the cold. Zhang Xingyan slapped his forehead, realizing that in focusing solely on maps and weapons, he had overlooked this crucial issue. He stood up and assured, do not worry, once this battle concludes, I will transport the goods back. I happen to have a considerable supply of huangin, approximately several dozen boxes. As for cotton clothing, I do not have any. But I can offer cotton and fabric, around several dozen tons. You can collect them from the location I designate. Both men were elated upon hearing this. Albeit slightly numb to Zhang Xingyan's capabilities, it seemed they had underestimated the influence of his position. Thus, they engaged in a lengthy conversation, solidifying their contact details and points of communication. During this exchange, they understood that their objective was to ambush and eliminate the enemy, specifically targeting the enemy's logistical support to aid the Coal City campaign. At 3 in the morning, Zhang Xingyan said, it is getting late. I must return. I have arranged to rendezvous with my men before dawn, and I should prepare them for our tasks. Shaking hands with Zhang Xingyan, Li Yunlong solemnly remarked, Comrade Zhang, please take care. Allow me to accompany you part of the way. On the road, Li Yunlong patted his shoulder and said, I must say, Comrade Zhang, you are impressive. Capturing me single-handedly. Haha, brotherly, just call me Xiao Zhang. I will refer to you as brotherly as well. This is special operations, utilizing small units to strike enemy command posts for decapitation missions. Here, take this special operations manual, study it as a token of our meeting. Upon receiving the small booklet, Li Yunlong burst into hearty laughter. Good, Xiao Zhang. I appreciate your spirit. However, if the enemy were as formidable as you, we might be in for serious trouble. It is not that many. Training special forces requires immense resources and energy. Out of tens of thousands, only a few hundred emerge. However, the enemy has established their own units over the years. I am aware of the Takeshita Jun Special Operations Team and the Yamamoto Kazuki Special Operations Brigade. Rumor has it they may arrive in the second war zone, so you must exercise caution. Given that this is a parallel world, Both Zhou Weiguo and Li Yunlong exist. So it stands to reason that Takeshita Jun and Yamamoto Kazuki will also appear. Li Yunlong committed these two names to memory. A sly grin spreading across his face as he leaned closer to Zhang Xingyan, causing the latter to feel a shiver down his spine. Chapter 38 The Brazen Fellow He. My brother, I must say, Old Li, truly admire your remarkable capabilities. From the outset, you have procured firearms and artillery. Brother. Since we seem to have established a rapport, how about extending me a favor? Oh, Zhang Xingyan comprehended the situation. This fellow was evidently seeking some benefits. He recalled how this man had a penchant for exploiting small advantages, and Zhang Xingyan couldn't help but feel a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Li, my dear brother, I just provided the firearms. The troops should be well equipped by now, no? Are you suggesting you wish to establish your own dominion? Get lost. What do you mean by establishing a dominion? Don't portray me as a bandit. Zhang Xingyan mused to himself that, in a certain sense, his elder brother was akin to a living bandit. At that moment, Li Yunlong donned a grave expression. Brother, if you were not with our ranks, you wouldn't understand. Although we have acquired quite a few weapons, it merely suffices for our few divisions. Furthermore, to facilitate your theatrics, we have had to sacrifice many subpar weapons for appearances, which ultimately results in a net loss. To put it plainly, we are still at a deficit. In due time, we will undoubtedly need to expand our forces, and we shall face the dilemma of securing more weaponry and ammunition. Isn't that where you, the local magnate, come into play? Old Li contemplated that with their camaraderie. Perhaps they could secure a prominent position in the future, and should any matters arise, he would certainly lend a hand. Moreover, you just threatened me with a knife. Shouldn't you offer some compensation for that? Zhang Xingyan was nearly driven to laughter by his antics. Brother, are you truly discussing friendship with me? We've known each other for less than 3 hours, and just 2 hours ago, you were attempting to stab me. He shook his head in resignation. All right, Old Li. I cannot argue with you. Speak up, what else do you desire? But let me be clear, I have no aircraft or tanks to offer you. No. Those would merely serve as decorative pieces. I would prefer several machine guns instead. How about you provide me with 1,000 rifles, 50 artillery pieces, and 100 heavy machine guns? That doesn't seem excessive, does it? Not at all excessive. Just the artillery and machine guns would surpass the firepower of a division from the Central Army. Truly, it seems you are destined to become a division commander, Li Yunlong. Congratulations on your fortune. Zhang Xingyan chuckled and replied, very well, considering the difficulties faced by the troops after tomorrow's battle. I will place the items in a designated location. There will be a map indicating the second batch of supplies, which will include cotton and medicine, along with your arms and ammunition. Brother, don't do that. If you place them together, won't our brigade commander be alerted? Won't that just invite him to seize my goods? You have chosen to remain here alone, Zhang Xingyan remarked with a smile. Very well, it is settled. Leading a team is no easy task, and I shall provide you with additional support. Li Yunlong, brimming with excitement, clapped his hand on Zhang Xingyan's shoulder. If not for Zhang Xingyan's system skills, he might not have withstood such a forceful gesture. Soon, the two arrived at a small canyon, where Li Yunlong expressed, Brother Zhang, let us part ways here. You have your battlefield, and I have mine. I hope fate allows us to meet again. Rest assured, Brother Li, we shall surely meet again. Zhang Xingyan replied, saluting before vanishing into the night. Li Yunlong watched his silhouette linger in the darkness, remaining motionless for a time before finally turning to return to his troops. At the command post of the 8th Route Army's forward position, Li Yunlong reported back, and upon learning of Zhang Xingyan's safe departure, the others reiterated the confidentiality agreement. Suddenly, the earlier inspector looked at Li Yunlong and asked with a smile, Tell me, Li Yunlong, how much benefit did you reap this time? A jolt of surprise coursed through Li Yunlong, but he maintained a calm facade. Oh, what are you saying? I haven't gained anything. Zhang just supported us with an abundance of weapons and ammunition. How could he possibly provide me with more? The inspector, with a knowing gaze, replied. Li Yunlong, when did I ever mention that benefits pertain solely to weapons and ammunition? Isn't that a confession in itself? By heaven's virtue, I merely engaged him in conversation. Oh, right, we discussed special operations, and he even handed me a manual. You know, I, Old Li, am illiterate, perhaps you could take a look? He then recounted the details of special forces, and the inspector, having attended military academy, quickly discerned the significance of the information, ordering it to be relayed to headquarters to plan for upcoming special operations training and counter-special operations. Li Yunlong, relieved that he had successfully deflected their probing, mused to himself about the sharpness of intelligence operatives. As soon as he hinted at benefits, they had already guessed his intentions. It seemed imperative to act swiftly after the battle to secure what he needed before others could seize the opportunity. Once Li Yunlong departed, the inspector chuckled. This lad must have procured more weapons and ammunition from Zhang Xingyan. Perhaps we should keep an eye on him. He could cause trouble if he loosens his reins. A staff officer chuckled in agreement, saying, "This fellow has a knack for attracting trouble. It's wise to monitor him. Such matters must be reported to our superiors." With that, they began to discuss preparations for the next day's combat. Meanwhile, Zhang Xing'an returned to the previous assembly point, where a small team had already gathered. Soon, the remaining members arrived, and Zhang Xing'an inquired, "What is the situation on your end?" At that moment, a Japanese soldier approached, presenting a rudimentary self-drawn map. "Sir, our reconnaissance has revealed signs of large-scale troop movements in this area. Based on my assessment, it appears to be evidence of a march." Zhang Xing'an was taken aback. How could the enemy be aware of the significant presence of 8th Route Army forces nearby? He had instructed them to scout in the opposite direction. "Oh, please elaborate on your reasoning. What led you to this conclusion?" "Greetings." Although no signs of human footsteps or traces of habitation were discovered, the numerous trees along the path bore evident marks of branch severance, and a notable quantity of wild fruits had been harvested. Upon my assessment, these signs were not the handiwork of local woodcutters. Rather, they bore the unmistakable marks of a military blade, distinct from that of a mere axe. Additionally, the evidence of wild fruit gathering was apparent, with many branches lopped off and scattered fruit strewn about on the ground. It is unusual for wild fruits to be wasted unless one is hindered by poor night vision, suggesting nocturnal activity. Zhang Xing'an expressed admiration for the enemy forces, recognizing their remarkable military discipline as traces were found in several locations. At this juncture, another soldier remarked, "Your Excellency, we have made a discovery as well. In the downstream creek, a vast area of vegetation has been trampled, likely caused by the Chinese army fetching water." Upon hearing the analyses of others, Zhang Xing'an commended them and then led them back to the battalion's quarters. Having not rested throughout the night, he resolved to take a brief slumber before setting out towards the 42nd Battalion's assembly area after lunch. Chapter 39, Seeking One's Own Demise that noon. Zhang Xing'an's contingent arrived at the encampment of the 42nd Regiment, where they were received by a captain named Chiri Yoshiyama, a major in rank. Though his demeanor towards Zhang Xing'an was marked by respect, the disdain in his eyes was unmistakable. Zhang Xing'an was acutely aware that such militaristic zealots held contempt for individuals like him, yet they refrained from expressing it openly due to the constraints of rank and status. Upon their meeting, Zhang Xing'an inquired, "Captain Yoshiyama, when does the unit depart? I hope we are not too late." Yoshiyama responded with deference, though internally he cursed, wishing that he could have proceeded to the battlefield without waiting for these privileged scions. Any further delay might jeopardize his chances for accolades. "Sir, everything will proceed as planned. Tomorrow morning at dawn, we will traverse Pingxing Pass directly to the front line. We will deliver the supplies and engage in the siege of Meicheng, allowing you to rest thereafter." Zhang Xing'an nodded in agreement, but then solemnly remarked, "Captain Yoshiyama, our late arrival was primarily due to reconnaissance along the way, where we observed numerous signs of troop movements nearby. Should we not wait a little longer? After all, our mission is crucial, and ensuring the timely delivery of supplies is paramount." Yoshiyama, with an expression of nonchalance, replied, "Sir, you need not worry. This region has seen frequent military activity, with most troops being remnants of the Jinsui forces, easily dispatched by us. Even if there are ambushes at Pingxing Pass, we will handle them in a single encounter. Your safety is not a concern." Zhang Xing'an thought to himself, "So he believes I fear for my life. Perhaps this aligns well with my current persona." Yet, he cautioned, "Might this be overly reckless? The supplies are of utmost importance." Yoshiyama, displaying signs of impatience despite maintaining a respectful smile, suggested, "How about this, sir? I shall escort the military supplies, food, and clothing with the 42nd Regiment, while your Imperial Guard handles their own logistics. We will maintain a safe distance of 5 kilometers, allowing you to provide support should any issues arise. How does that sound?" Zhang Xing'an, satisfied, replied, "Very well. I will assign the 4th Battalion to accompany you, ensuring that we can manage any problems that may arise with greater numbers." "Thank you, sir. I shall prepare my men at once." "Oh, we have also provided fine wine here. I hope you enjoy it," Yoshiyama said, bowing slightly before departing. Once he left, Zhang Xing'an's temporary aide, Nitani, expressed his outrage, exclaiming, "What an insolent attitude. This captain clearly holds us in contempt. Not even a commander of the Shanghai region would dare treat you so." Zhang Xing'an waved a hand to calm Nitani. Nitani had originally been part of Zhang's small team, one of the 13 survivors, collectively referred to as the 13 Guardians by others. The evident leader among the 13 Taibao is none other than Ono Nigtaro, followed closely by the brothers Inoue Zhe and Inoue Janana. Although the subsequent 10 may not hold as high a status as these individuals, they are nonetheless regarded with a certain deference by others. Zhang Xing'an chuckled and remarked, "Ah, Notakun, things are different here. This is North China, not the magical city. In the magical city, I was treated well due to Uncle Nishio's influence, but here, everything relies on our own efforts. We must develop from the ground up. Rest assured, with our strength and financial resources, it won't be long before the entire coal city and all of North China fall within our sphere of influence." Only by becoming formidable will they respect us. Noda-kun respectfully replied, I have faith that the team leader is an extraordinary person. That day will surely arrive swiftly. Zhang Xingyan patted his shoulder, offering a word of comfort. This is a splendid place. It is said that during the tumultuous times of warlords in Huaxia, there were the Central Army, the Jinsui Army, and even the Red Party's 8th Route Army operating in this region. Now, with the Imperial Army added to the mix, it is indeed intriguing. The more chaotic it becomes, the more advantageous it is for us, allowing for greater opportunities to prosper. Do you understand, Noda-kun? Noda shook his head. For he had previously been a mere pawn, often doing as he was instructed by those above him. Observing his somewhat naive subordinate, Zhang Xingyan smiled. It was better that way, for overly clever individuals can be difficult to manage. Noda's loyalty was commendable, having achieved a perfect score, which is why he remained by his side. Noda-kun, I have heard that your family is involved in fishing. Do you not know that the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish? Upon hearing this, Noda's eyes brightened, as if a realization dawned upon him, though some confusion lingered. Zhang Xingyan chose not to dwell on this topic any further and instead stated, Has the madman from the 4th Division been arranged? Ensure they act in conjunction with the 42nd Brigade. The list of personnel is included, correct? Noda's expression turned grave, a hint of coldness in his gaze, as if he were ready to exact vengeance. Rest assured, team leader, everyone is accounted for. Those wretched individuals owe their lives to you, yet they show no gratitude, speaking ill of you behind your back. Some even plan to leave the brigade. They are merely here for the money. These scoundrels truly deserve contempt. Zhang Xingyan, unfazed, chuckled and reassured him, such discordant parasites will soon vanish, making our plans all the more convenient. I assure you, your future earnings will multiply severfold. Noda, now elated, stood up and respectfully saluted. He had become a person of considerable means in just 2 short months, transforming from an impoverished farmer into a landowner, something he had never dared to dream. Now, his sole aim was to align himself closely with the team leader. In his mind, notions of emperors and imperial glory were utterly trivial. Securing tangible wealth was what truly mattered. Many compatriots who had followed the army to Huaxia had perished in battle, while many others returned disabled, receiving a meager compensation that barely covered a year's expenses amid soaring local prices. Aligning with the team leader offered no empty promises. It was a path paved with real gold and silver. If one did not share his heart, whom could they trust? That absurd emperor? Spare me. The emperor holds little worth in his eyes. Zhang Xingyan gazed at the array of beverages on the table, filled with joy not only for reconnecting with the organization but also for the relief of temporarily escaping the attention of the enemy. He invited Notoda to join him for a couple of drinks, and Notoda, equally exhilarated, noticed the envious glances from the guards outside. Notoda, I have brought you along this time because of your unwavering loyalty. While you may lack the talent of Kohei or the capabilities of the Inoue brothers, I recognize that your sincerity surpasses theirs, and that is what I admire most. Work diligently, for I have faith in you. Notoda rose respectfully, nodding in acknowledgement, and Zhang Xingyan urged him to sit comfortably. They poured sake into their cups, and Zhang Xingyan raised his glass, pouring a portion onto the ground as he declared, This first cup is dedicated to the valiant warriors of the 42nd Regiment who are about to sacrifice their lives, as well as to our over 700 comrades. May they learn to be wiser in their next life, and refrain from recklessly charging to the front as they have in this one. Despite my counsel, they remain undeterred. Notoda, with a hint of sarcasm, followed suit and poured his drink onto the ground, then inquired, Commander, are you certain they will fall into an ambush? I have conducted reconnaissance, and there are no fewer than 10,000 waiting for them. What do you think their fate will be? Upon hearing this, Notoda frowned. Then, Commander, what should we do? After all, will we not be compelled to participate in the battle? Of course, we must partake in the fight. Not only must we engage, but we must also establish our reputation, lest others label us as cowardly merchant troops. We shall silence their doubts. Chapter 40, The Battle of Entrance Ridge, Part 1. In the early hours of the following day, the logistics troops of the 42nd Regiment and an understrength company of the Guard Regiment set forth towards Pingsingwan. Zhang Xingyan trailed the convoy at a distance of 10 kilometers. The forward troops advanced with remarkable speed, eager to reach the Coal City battlefield. However, Zhang Xingyan instructed everyone to maintain rigorous vigilance. On both flanks, tens of thousands of soldiers had awaited for a whole day and night. This marked the first encounter between the 8th Route Army and the Japanese forces since the army's establishment. The soldiers were filled with anticipation to confront the enemy, especially as rumors circulated of the Japanese troops' arrogance on the front lines. This time, the 8th Route Army was determined to teach them a lesson. The day before, all soldiers had donned new uniforms and received brand new rifles, shiny Japanese Type 38s, still glistening with oil. An abundance of mortars and grenades awaited to be unleashed upon the enemy, as the morning sun had yet to fully illuminate the ground. The sounds of approaching vehicles echoed in the distance. Scouts had already reported the sighting of numerous Japanese trucks nearby, loaded with supplies and soldiers, accompanied by cavalry and infantry, set to enter the attack range in half an hour. At the forward position of the 8th Route Army, the reconnaissance squad leader peered through binoculars and solemnly declared, "The enemy is about to enter the encirclement. This time, comrades, let us ensure they come with no return, and let them savor a feast of iron." The scouts, eager for action, chimed in, "Not merely a one-way trip. I believe this time the enemy may be left with nothing but bones. Our new gear has significantly boosted our combat effectiveness." The squad leader chuckled, "Let us see who dares to label us as a ragtag army in the future." At that moment, the Japanese forces began to enter the encirclement. Leading the charge were their cavalry and mechanized units, tasked with clearing the hillsides for any ambushes. The 8th Route Army had long anticipated this maneuver. As the enemy commenced their sweep, they released a number of animals that had been carefully kept, causing a myriad of creatures and birds to scatter in all directions. The Japanese aimed to observe any signs of movement among the animals, as a lack of activity would suggest the presence of hidden troops. After all, animals typically shy away from human gatherings. Noting the fleeing animals and birds, the Japanese squad leader nodded in approval. After a cautious observation period, and finding no signs of danger, he relayed information back to the main body of troops. With most of the Japanese forces now within the encirclement, the order from the war god commander was issued, and signal flares erupted into the sky. Upon seeing the flares, the various units of the 8th Route Army commenced their assault. Mortars and field artillery unleashed a torrent of fire upon the enemy, illuminating the battlefield with flashes and explosions amidst the Japanese trucks and soldiers, sending them into disarray. The cacophony of screams and detonations merged into a singular roar, prompting many Japanese soldiers to seek cover while returning fire towards the flanks. Shortly after the initial bombardment, an even greater barrage of shells descended upon the enemy, as the 8th Route Army, now well supplied with munitions, unleashed their full might against the adversary. However, due to various reasons, only about 60 artillery pieces were available for use this time, primarily because there were too few artillerymen, and most were not proficient in their operation. While the bombardment was underway, the assault troops swiftly advanced towards the enemy positions, hurling an array of grenades and explosives at the Japanese forces, denying them any respite. Li Yunlong, now a battalion commander, was responsible for launching a counterattack against the enemy following the artillery fire. Meanwhile, Shen Quan, concerned, remarked, "How many shells does the commander intend to fire? We have never been so extravagant. It feels somewhat wasteful. Why don't you speak to the higher-ups and suggest we halt after this round? I can lead an assault and take care of it." "The enemy is in such disarray, they can hardly put up a fight." Li Yunlong retorted sharply, "Shen Quan, shut your mouth. This is an act of goodwill from above to avoid sacrificing our soldiers. Do you think I relish engaging in close combat? That's only done when ammunition runs low. These Japanese are formidable. Do not underestimate them. If your insubordination leads to unnecessary casualties, I swear I will have your skin." Turning his gaze, he noticed Juzi happily toying with the mortar. Li Yunlong admonished him, "What the hell are you doing, Juzi? It's just a mortar. Don't act like you've just met your bride. Once the shelling ceases, the enemy will still have strongholds that are tough to crack. You better ensure they are all dismantled." Juzi, with a serious demeanor, assured him, "Rest assured, Commander, I will accomplish the task. Just watch. I have over 50 shells from above, and I guarantee I will take down no fewer than several hundred of the enemy." Li Yunlong scolded, "Stop with the empty flattery. I want to see results. Your objective isn't merely to kill the enemy, but to eliminate their machine gun and artillery positions. We must demonstrate our might." Soon, the bombardment ceased. It must be said that the combat proficiency of the Japanese was commendable. Although the initial strike had decimated half of their forces, the remainder swiftly organized their defenses and began retaliating, leading to an exchange of fire. In just a brief encounter, over a dozen of Li Yunlong's soldiers were struck, with 4 killed instantly, all from headshots. This outcome startled Li Yunlong. Other positions reported similar casualties, totaling at least 100. As Zhang Xingen had stated, the Japanese combat prowess was indeed formidable. It was no wonder the National Revolutionary Army was retreating steadily on the front lines. It was not solely due to their incompetence. The enemy was currently overwhelming the Chinese soldiers on all fronts. However, the 8th Route Army consisted of seasoned veterans from the Long March, possessing combat experience that surpassed that of the Japanese. They quickly began to retaliate, inflicting significant losses on the enemy. Heavy and light machine gunfire rained upon the adversary, with many Japanese soldiers surviving the initial bombardment but suffering severe injuries that hampered their movements, making them easy targets. At this moment, Li Yunlong bellowed, "Juzi, take out that heavy machine gun for me. Eliminate that enemy officer directing operations. Destroy his command post." Under Li Yunlong's command, Juzi relentlessly fired round after round, demonstrating remarkable skill with the mortar. Shizi was a renowned sharpshooter, known for his ability to eliminate enemies with precision, having dispatched nearly 20 foes during this period of ample ammunition. Meanwhile, Shen Quan commanded the machine gun unit to commence fire upon the adversaries below. Unfortunately, a ricochet struck his arm, provoking a torrent of curses from him. Observing the battlefield, the reconnaissance squad leader promptly reported their achievements upwards. It appeared that within half an hour, the battle could be decisively concluded. Indeed, it was unexpected for our 8th Route Army to experience such a bountiful engagement. However, one must acknowledge the formidable capabilities of the enemy. Despite the circumstances, they inflicted significant casualties upon us. It seems there were at least 200 losses. Even with the advantageous terrain and conditions on our side, it is difficult to ascertain our chances of victory in a direct confrontation. Truly, we must not underestimate the enemy in the future. Chapter 41. The Battle of Entry Ridge continued half an hour prior, upon hearing the sound of cannon fire. Zhang Xingan's troops immediately halted their advance, astonished by the sudden commotion. Fortunately, the Japanese soldiers did not exhibit overt panic. As they were seasoned veterans of the Battle of Mo at that moment, Nida hurriedly approached, his expression tense as he remarked, "Indeed, Colonel, you were correct. The Chinese forces ahead have laid an ambush. Judging by the sounds, there seem to be dozens of artillery pieces and hundreds of machine guns. Have we encountered the enemy's main force? Are they from the Nationalist Army or the—" Zhang Xingan, peering through his binoculars, responded to Nida's inquiry. Nida Kuan. "These are the 8th Route Army of China. They are clad in gray uniforms, and I did not anticipate their main force would be so formidable, rivaling our Imperial Army. It appears they have established connections with the Empire." Several Japanese officers were perplexed by Zhang Xingan's implication, prompting him to elaborate. "Gentlemen, observe the artillery fire from the 8th Route. The models are of Imperial manufacture, and the gunfire is unmistakably from Imperial rifles. This indicates that someone has supplied the 8th Route Army with weapons. Is this what they mean by loyalty to the Emperor? We are far more honest. As the saying goes, they are both courtesans and hypocrites." The Japanese officers grasped the colonel's intent, their expressions darkening. On one hand, they resented the insincere politicians who treated them as mere cannon fodder. On the other, they were incensed that such a lucrative opportunity had been seized by others. It was utterly unforgivable, resulting in substantial financial losses for them. Zhang Xingan deliberately guided their thoughts towards profit, asserting that in this context, making money was commonplace and there was no need for psychological burdens. Let us not dwell on this matter. Once they finish their engagement, we shall advance. The 42nd Regiment should not hold out for long. Order the troops to establish defensive positions here and bring up all heavy weaponry from the rear. We will need to intimidate them shortly." An hour later, the sounds within the valley gradually faded, leaving only sporadic gunfire from Japanese wounded soldiers making a final stand. Observing his watch, Zhang Xingan deemed it the appropriate time to command the artillery to be positioned as planned. For the purpose of intimidating the Chinese forces, he had brought forth 40 mountain guns, 30 field guns, 20 pieces of 105mm howitzers, 20 heavy artillery of 150mm caliber, and 200 mortars, totaling over 300 cannons. Almost all of the regiment's 1,200 personnel would operate the artillery. Although their training had been extensive, they were not yet proficient. But Zhang Xingan believed that the display of firepower would suffice. Through his binoculars, he witnessed the 8th Route Army eliminate the last of the Japanese soldiers, who did not secure the battlefield but instead ordered a rapid retreat from the Pink Singwen position. Zhang Xingan smiled, recognizing that events were unfolding as previously agreed. At the entry ridge position, Li Yunlong received orders from higher command, instructing all personnel to cease their cleanup efforts and withdraw from the position. They were to take only the newly issued firearms and ammunition, discarding all outdated mortars and Hanyang rifles. Although soldiers grumbled about the waste, they were compelled to comply with the order, leaving many officers bewildered by the rationale behind such a decision. However, Li Yunlong was aware that an impressive spectacle was about to unfold. Earlier reconnaissance had revealed that over 1,200 enemy soldiers were advancing from the foot of the mountain. These troops were said to be elite forces from the island nation, renowned for their formidable combat prowess, arguably the strongest in the entire country. If they did not retreat promptly, they would undoubtedly face considerable losses. This revelation only fueled the discontent among the soldiers, who scoffed at the notion of merely 1,000 enemy troops, especially after they had just vanquished over 3,000. Observing the dissatisfaction among his men, Li Yunlong could not reveal the harsh reality and was compelled to enforce a retreat. Indeed, mere minutes after they vacated their position, a relentless barrage of artillery descended upon their former stronghold, with hundreds of light and heavy cannons unleashing their fury. The sheer scale of the assault was enough to instill profound psychological terror. At that moment, Shen Quan could no longer conceal his astonishment and exclaimed, "What in the world is happening, Commander? There must be at least 100 cannons, if not several hundred. These enemies are extraordinarily well equipped." Li Yunlong himself was taken aback, his thoughts drifting to the previous night. He lamented that Zhang Xiaozai must have retained many valuable assets. He resolved that when they next crossed paths, he would demand more. The esteemed war god commander was equally astounded by the enemy's lavish display of firepower and felt relieved that they had adhered to their prearranged withdrawal. Otherwise, their losses would have been catastrophic. The bombardment continued unabated for 20 minutes, showing no signs of abating, and seemed to escalate in intensity. Shen Quan remarked in disbelief. My goodness, are they attempting to obliterate the entire Pingxing Pass? It has been nearly half an hour without a pause. These enemy shells outnumber our bullets by far. Truly, they are elite forces. Commander, how shall we engage such formidable foes? Li Yunlong was equally stunned. If the initial bombardment served as intimidation, the incessant fire from hundreds of cannons had now evolved into a tactical maneuver, one that a financially stricken army could scarcely afford to execute. How to combat this? How in the world should I know? This is merely a display of bullying. Nevertheless, rest assured, this is a singular enemy force. You won't find another like them. He felt an urge to curse, recalling that the previous night, they had agreed that the 8th Route Army would assist Zhang Xingan's coalition to secure a foothold in the Second War Zone, thereby facilitating their party's endeavors. Initially, he had wondered if this young man could muster the spirit of an elite force, but it now appeared that they were determined to press on, which would inevitably affect the morale of the 8th Route Army. The soldiers might believe that the regular forces of the enemy were uniformly fierce. An officer, who had attended the Soviet Military Academy, spoke to the political commissar beside him. My old friend, this is a classic European battle tactic. A bombardment to clear the field, followed by an extension of artillery range. It seems this young commander has introduced us to the Western mode of warfare. Our path ahead is still long, indeed, but we shall defer discussions on Western warfare for later. Should we retreat or remain here? The officer shook his head. I am uncertain. Charging forward would result in significant casualties. We must await orders from above. Soon, commands arrived from higher up, instructing them to withdraw from their positions to mitigate losses. In front of the guard regiment's position, the artillery fire persisted for over 40 minutes before finally ceasing, with dozens of cannons rendered inoperative. However, Zhang Xingan felt no remorse. For the earlier engagement had decimated the 42nd Regiment and the 4th Battalion, yielding substantial rewards and points. The 8th Route Army, utilizing their supportive weaponry, annihilated over 3,000 enemy troops and seized substantial supplies, thereby earning approximately 200,000 points. The expenditure for this artillery exchange amounted to merely a few tens of thousands of points. Once the bombardment ceased, Zhang Xingan observed the enemy troops behind him beginning to brandish their bayonets. Realizing their intention to charge, he pondered whether they had become emboldened by the recent artillery fire. What folly was this? Did they truly intend to launch an offensive? Sir, are we not to advance? He mused, noting that the Chinese forces appeared to have retreated, presenting a perfect opportunity to showcase their valor. Zhang Xingan smacked his forehead in frustration, thinking, have you lost your mind? It seems your thoughts are muddled. It would be prudent to cleanse your mind of such foolishness. The 8th Route Army has long since departed. Why do you not flee in the face of this assault? The individual in question, a battalion commander, nodded submissively, acknowledging his error. Zhang Xingan chose not to dwell on the matter and commanded his troops to swiftly secure the battlefield. Chapter 42. The Battle of Entrance Ridge, Part 2. The valley lay in utter disarray, strewn with the remnants of battle. Mangled limbs and severed arms were omnipresent. Soldiers entered to conduct a cleanup of the battlefield, yet what was there to salvage? Supplies had been lost in the initial ambush by the 8th Route Army. Their relentless shelling for 40 minutes had eradicated even the smallest of creatures, and the entire Pingxingwan had been scoured. Not a single plant could be found. Many soldiers, upon witnessing this harrowing scene, were gripped by dread, some feeling nauseous, yet managing to suppress their retching. Noda approached and said, Commander, there is no sign of the 8th Route Army. They must have fled, taking their dead and wounded with them. What shall we do next? Should we pursue them or make a swift exit? Zhang Xingan pondered, sensing something was amiss. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. He gathered the soldiers and divided them into two teams. One group immediately began searching the ground for 8th Route Army uniforms and weapons, donning the attire to masquerade as the fallen soldiers. He sought to create evidence that he had vanquished the 8th Route Army, thereby enhancing his own accolades. Thus, they commenced their performance, as the soldiers disguised as the 8th Route Army lay on the ground pretending to be corpses, while a few began to take photographs. After a flurry of activity, Zhang Xingan felt a swell of satisfaction within him. He proclaimed, Everyone, you have worked hard. After this battle, who will dare label us as mere support troops? We possess proof of having repelled the main force of the 8th Route Army and safeguarded the Empire as supplies. You have all performed admirably. Today, each of you shall receive 100 yen, with additional bonuses for those who have made significant contributions. The prospect of monetary reward ignited excitement among the soldiers, but Zhang Xingan's subsequent words shattered their spirits. In light of your exceptional performance, we shall treat you to a hearty dinner tonight, with each of you receiving 2 cans of meat, along with assorted pork and beef. Before he could finish, many soldiers could no longer contain their nausea. They had been suppressing their sickness amidst the battlefield's horrors, but the mere mention of canned meat proved too much. As one soldier retched, others followed suit. Realizing the distastefulness of his remarks, Zhang Xingyan too felt the urge to vomit. He hastily departed the battlefield, leaving behind the damaged artillery, and urged his men to leave the area quickly. This was not merely a faction of the 8th Route Army. Encountering the Central Army or the Jinsui Army could spell disaster, potentially leading to their annihilation. After their departure, a small contingent of the 8th Route Army, led by their brigade commander, arrived at the battlefield. The commander instructed his men to assess any usable supplies. They did not hesitate to recover the discarded artillery, as even the damaged cannons could be repaired and put back to use. Soon, Li Yunlong stealthily approached the supplies, guided by a hand-drawn map that marked several locations, indicating the provisions of medicine, cotton, and a substantial stock of grain, enough to sustain 100,000 men for an entire year. Li Yunlong was elated to receive the weapons previously discussed with Zhang Xingyan. He promptly ordered Shen Quan to lead a team to the designated secret location to inspect their armaments. Upon arriving at the designated location, he was taken aback, initially stunned and then exhaling a sigh. The reason for his astonishment lay in Zhang Xingyan's provision of an abundance of weaponry, not merely 1,000 rifles, but a staggering 20,000 rifles, along with several hundred artillery pieces. Such an overwhelming quantity was far beyond the capacity of a mere battalion. Reluctantly, he reported the situation to his superiors. Upon hearing the news, the commander laughed heartily. Li Yunlong, who would have thought you would encounter such a setback? It appears the taste of being outmaneuvered is rather unpleasant, isn't it? Li Yunlong sighed, contemplating the unexpected cunning of this seemingly benign individual, who seemed intent on preventing him from gaining an advantage. However, he mused, this could be seen as an opportunity to secure additional firearms and artillery for the troops. Surely, he deserved some form of reward for his efforts. The commander, chuckling at his audacity, replied, Li Yunlong, I recognize your intentions. You are indeed correct. This unexpected windfall is a testament to your merit. Therefore, I shall authorize you to take 3,000 rifles and leave 20 artillery pieces behind. You are to form an enhanced regiment, designated as the new 1st Regiment. Remember, if you fail to enhance your combat effectiveness, you shall trade your military uniform for fodder. Yes, Commander, rest assured I will accomplish this task. Grant me 6 months, and within 3 months, I shall forge a formidable fighting force. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the 5th Division, Sakai Takamura was astonished as he perused the contents of a telegram. In disbelief, he inquired, what do you mean to say? The 42nd Brigade, comprising over 2,000 men, was annihilated by the enemy just an hour ago? The enemy's casualties were less than 300? Was it that unit from Huaxia? Who commanded them? According to intelligence, it was the 8th Route Army of the Huaxia Group, a force established by the Huaxia Red Party. The attack on the 42nd Brigade was executed by their elite division, whose commander had previously served with the Soviet forces. Upon receiving the report from the intelligence department, Takemura was filled with indignation. This marked the first defeat for the Huabei forces, with over 2,000 men lost. Indeed, it should have been more than 3,000, including nearly 1,000 from the Guards Brigade. Inquiring about the status of the Guards Brigade, he was informed the Guards Brigade successfully repelled the 8th Route Army's assault. Although they were unable to rescue our troops, they safeguarded a substantial quantity of military supplies and provisions, which are expected to arrive here the day after tomorrow. Takemura felt as if he had misheard, questioning his own sanity. What? The Guards Brigade, those ragtag soldiers, defeated over 10,000 8th Route Army troops with their newly formed force of just over 1,000 men? Are you mad, or am I? The intelligence officer wore a similarly perplexed expression, unsure of how to proceed. He believed that the Guards Brigade's combat tactics were indeed the work of lunatics, albeit wealthy ones. As he recounted the details of the battle to Takemura, the latter gasped in astonishment. This is madness. Truly insane. That Lin Yi from the Guards is nothing short of a lunatic. Hundreds of artillery pieces firing continuously for nearly 40 minutes, and many heavy guns rendered useless? This is utterly reckless. Is the entire Guards family so profligate? It seems I have heard that his father squandered the family fortune on indulgences. Could it be that he inherits his father's lineage? I have not heard of such a tradition in the Imperial Guard family, for that would entail hundreds of cannons. If I possessed such an abundance of artillery and ammunition, I would not bother with a mere flanking maneuver. I could forego attacking Shinko and directly assault the coal city, obliterating it entirely. Your Excellency, the division commander, what shall we do next? Vengu was heard to sigh as he replied, report the situation accurately. Inform them that we achieved victory at the entrance pass, repelling an assault by tens of thousands of 8th Route Army troops. We must prepare a positive narrative and instruct the lower ranks to get ready to host the commander of the Imperial Guard Brigade arriving this evening. However, Division Commander, is it possible for us to request some of those cannons to assist us in the assault on the coal city? That would be. Vengu shook his head in resignation, saying, let go of such delusions. At most, he may provide us with a few mortars. In a sense, this is his private property, a talisman for self-preservation. Indeed, what a grand gesture. Chapter 43. The First Army of the Island Nation. Following the conclusion of the battle, major media outlets commenced their coverage, leading to a fierce war of words between the media of Huaxia and the Island Nation. The Huaxia media hailed the victory at the gateway as a significant triumph for the 8th Route Army, reporting the demise of over 3,000 enemy troops, while their own casualties numbered less than 300, resulting in an impressive loss ratio of 1:10. This achievement severely undermined the myth of the Japanese army's invincibility. Conversely, the media of the Island Nation contended that the disparity in numbers had allowed Huaxia to gain the upper hand, asserting that the Imperial Guards, with merely 1,000 men, had repelled a force of over 10,000 8th Route troops, thus framing it as a classic case of victory through superior strategy. Both sides staunchly defended their positions, engaging in a battle of public opinion. However, for the 8th Route Army, the annihilation of over 3,000 elite enemy forces was a concrete accomplishment, rendering the rest mere rhetoric. Additionally, they had acquired a substantial cache of supplies and weaponry through Comrade Zhang Xingyan, sufficient to equip tens of thousands of troops, marking a promising start for the 8th Route Army. The Imperial Guards under Zhang Xingyan garnered significant attention, as this unit reportedly employed a combat strategy distinct from that of other Japanese forces, utilizing hundreds of artillery pieces to bombard the enemy for an entire hour, a tactic unheard of on the Huaxia battlefield and one that would be considered grand even in Western theaters of war. This drew the gaze of international media. Some newspapers affiliated with the imperial family dubbed this force the First Steel Army of the Island Nation, a claim that many in the Island Nation's military found utterly absurd, yet they were left without argument. After all, how could one contest the overwhelming firepower of hundreds of artillery pieces? With over 1,000 troops, were there not potentially thousands of artillery pieces awaiting them? Wealth equates to power, and this realization incited the curiosity of more military personnel and merchants from the Island Nation, who sensed opportunities and benefits in forging connections with Zhang Xingyan. This indicated that the younger generation of the imperial family wielded considerable influence. Establishing a relationship with him could yield substantial advantages. The garrison troops of the two counties also received word of this development and erupted in cheers, now emboldened against anyone who would dare label them as mere cannon fodder. Have you ever seen cannon fodder backed by 1,000 artillery pieces? As for the prospect of someone attempting to ambush them for their artillery, it seemed unlikely in the near term. With a battalion boasting hundreds of artillery pieces, who could guarantee that every soldier wouldn't be armed with machine guns ready to engage? Those who doubted were welcome to test their resolve. Yet, Zhang Xingyan remained unconcerned by such matters. His thoughts were consumed with how to make the old fox Bangguan uncomfortable upon their eventual encounter, with an impending confrontation in Shinko looming. However, he had yet to devise a solid plan, primarily troubled by the dismal performance of the Jinsui army, which was even inferior to the nationalist forces. Historically, Bangguan had swept through much of Shanxi with less than 10,000 troops, decimating over 100,000 Jinsui forces. One could only wonder if these troops were capable of combat at all. For now, he could only take it one step at a time, aware that he was still a minor figure unable to sway the tides of battle, and thus, he needed to strengthen his own position. After a day of rest, Zhang Xingyan resumed his journey, with Noda quietly seated beside him. Noda-kun, has the battle concluded? Have the subsequent matters been arranged? Noda respectfully produced a notebook and handed it to Zhang Xingyan, responding, I have already contacted Koyano-kun. All follow-up matters have been handled. Koyano-kun even sent me a telegram stating that they have established a presence locally, adhering to your instructions without clashing with the local armed factions, instead sending individuals to procure supplies in exchange for goods. A flicker of amusement appeared in Zhang Xingyan's eyes. It seemed Kono-kun was quite astute, indeed deserving of his origins in Osaka. Furthermore, Koyano-kun mentioned that numerous expatriates and soldiers were eager to join our ranks over the past few days. He sought your guidance on whether we should continue to expand our forces. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Xingyan furrowed his brow and inquired. Our reputation has grown considerably lately. A significant recruitment drive might raise suspicion. Let us accept a limited number of recruits for now. Select over 3,000 from the current applicants, and I will arrange their duties upon my return. Upon hearing Zhang Xingyan's words, Noda felt a wave of frustration. Reducing recruitment seemed paradoxical. My esteemed commander, that would still yield a force exceeding 10,000, almost half a division. However, he felt a sense of joy. The larger the army, the more elevated his own status would become. Oh, Noda-kun, did Koyano-kun mention why there are soldiers wishing to join us? What is their situation? Report, esteemed commander. It is similar to the circumstances in the Magic City. Most are personnel from obliterated or dispersed units. Due to the intensity of the conflict, many lack dedicated oversight. To put it plainly, they're unwanted wherever they go. Zhang Xingyan expressed his confusion. That shouldn't be the case. After all, they are experienced veterans. How could they be undesirable? Aren't we in dire need of manpower across various battlefronts? Noda replied softly, Commander, it's not that they are unwanted. Rather, employing them requires providing allowances, at least 520 yen per month. Thus, many prefer to have them work for free. However, they are not foolish. They previously had no choice but to work without pay, and now they seek to align with us. Zhang Xingyan grasped the situation. These Japanese officers were not only cruel to the Chinese but also harsh towards their own. They wished to exploit free labor without compensation. If the Japanese had no alternatives before, that is no longer the case. Once word spreads of the benefits within our ranks, it is likely that these young Japanese will consider switching sides. If that occurs, we welcome it. Internal discord among you scoundrels is precisely what we desire. Very well. Let Koyano-kun proceed with his efforts, but remind him that this is merely a temporary base for us. He should focus on the second war zone, instructing him that it harbors vast mineral resources. We must seize that territory amid the current chaos. Noda acknowledged the command and set off to execute it. Zhang Xingyan gazed at the map, his eyes fixated on the location of Shinko, then glanced toward the direction of the coal city. He sighed inwardly, aware that the old fox, Ban Guang, had suffered defeat at Pink Singwen, yet it did not deter his forthcoming plans. Ishigaki Shiro would undoubtedly launch an assault on Coal City at any cost, determined to prove that he could conquer it. Zhang Xingyan contemplated whether to eliminate Ishigaki but ultimately shook his head. In the bustling metropolis, eliminating inconsequential figures drew little attention, yet Ishigaki was a major general, and such an act would certainly cause an uproar. Moreover, wherever he went, high-ranking officials seemed to meet their untimely demise, which would only serve to incriminate him. He surmised that once they met and Ishigaki handed over supplies, he would be revered like an ancestor, subsequently sidelining him from all affairs. This would allow him to quietly expand his territory, taking advantage of the fact that the Japanese were currently dismissive of these smaller counties, believing that once Jinling fell, the national government would capitulate. They were gravely mistaken. The battle had only just begun. Seizing the opportunity to occupy these neglected regions swiftly was paramount for his expansion. At this moment, he found himself quite disgruntled with the so-called infiltration system. Had it been named the Exterminate the Invaders system, it would have been far more suitable. He wouldn't have to disguise himself as a Japanese to endure the scorn of his compatriots. With weapons and artillery, he could establish substantial forces in China to combat the invaders. Unfortunately, he was ensnared in this predicament and realized he needed to reach out to the island nation's family for assistance. Thus, a telegram was dispatched to the Imperial Guard family, requesting aid. The telegram conveyed his need for local laborers to assist in construction, hoping that those who benefited would lend their support in return. Chapter 44. The Thoughts of Katagiri in the Archipelago. Kono Fumimaro gazed thoughtfully at the telegram in his hand. The message was brief, essentially expressing a desire for the island nation to dispatch laborers to assist the Kono Corps in stabilizing North China and participating in its development. In the event of extraordinary circumstances, these laborers could also contribute to defensive efforts. In reality, this was a veiled call for conscription in the North China region. Although it was framed as a request for laborers, and it was clear that he sought individuals from the archipelago. Seated in contemplation, Kono Fumimaro closed his eyes and pondered for a considerable time before turning to his steward, Okane-kun, and inquired, "Do you believe we should acquiesce to Lin Yi's request?" Standing quietly beside Kono, Okane did not disturb his master's reflections, an essential quality of a steward. Only when prompted did he respond, "Master, I perceive both advantages and disadvantages in this matter. The benefit lies in the fact that if Kono Lin Yi thrives there, it would greatly benefit our family. After all, the Kono family is formidable in both political and commercial spheres, yet our military influence pales in comparison to that of several other families. Previously, in the absence of war, we maintained some degree of sway. However, with the onset of conflict, it is imperative that we establish our own military authority. I comprehend your point. Yet the cabinet is quite wary of private armies. It is well known that His Majesty the Emperor harbors apprehensions in this regard," Kono remarked. After a moment's contemplation, Okane continued, "Precisely for this reason, we ought to support him. Currently, the Tojo faction is also expanding its influence, and they possess private forces. I believe His Majesty has taken note of this. At this juncture, augmenting our military presence to counterbalance the Tojo clan would likely align with His Majesty's desires. Furthermore, even if we were to secure military power, it remains distant in China, thus posing little threat to the imperial authority. Therefore, backing him would ultimately serve our family's long-term interests." Kono Fumimaro nodded in agreement, finding merit in Okane's reasoning. He then queried, "And what do you consider the drawbacks?" "Master, undertaking this action will undoubtedly provoke resistance from other clans. They would be disinclined to witness the Kono family amassing too much military power, and they would exert political pressure upon us. Furthermore, in China, there could be repercussions against Kono Lin Yi. Should he fail, we would find ourselves in a precarious position. with His Majesty unable to assist us at that juncture. Kono Fumimaro contemplated this, tapping his fingers on the table as the steward laid out the pros and cons. The decision now rested upon his shoulders. Suddenly, he rose, resolved, and approached his desk to draft a document. After signing it and affixing his seal, he handed it to the steward. It was a directive calling for young men from the nation to travel to North China. With this decree, he consented to Lin Yi's request, placing no limitations on the number of volunteers, though they would be responsible for their own travel expenses. Neither the family nor the cabinet would bear the costs. The steward smiled, recognizing that while this issue might seem daunting to others, it posed no challenge for the family's Shichifukagen. He then inquired once more, "Master, how shall we address the challenges that lie ahead?" The cold gaze of the imperial guardian radiated an aura of chill, instilling trepidation in the steward beside him. "Humph, merely a band of clowns. I dismiss them entirely. What can a few miscreants achieve when united? The Kono family is not to be trifled with. If necessary, we can seek assistance from the Navy to suppress the army. Furthermore, let them know that if they seek trouble, they should approach Kono Lin Yi in Huaxia. I merely dispatched laborers. How he manages is of no concern to us. It is time for that young lad to shoulder some pressure. The family cannot always do his bidding." The steward expressed his concerns, pondering whether to send someone to assist, fearing that he might encounter difficulties alone in Huaxia. "Dear Okamoto-kun, you underestimate this individual. His financial connections have ensnared numerous influential figures, special high-tech units, the gendarmerie headquarters, and even the naval command have been drawn into his web of interests. If one cannot navigate such challenges, they do not deserve to be a member of the Kono family. Nonetheless, safety must remain paramount. Dispatch someone to discreetly protect him to prevent any malicious intent against him." In the Huaxia Second War Zone, there remained but an hour before reaching the Banyuan command post. Just moments ago, he received 2 telegrams, one from the headquarters, a commendation congratulating him on his victory at Pink Singwen for thwarting the scheming of the Huaxia army, followed by a plethora of meaningless platitudes. There were no tangible rewards, not even a single rifle, leaving Zhang Xingyan to conclude that the little devils were indeed miserly. The second telegram contained encouragement for his troops to cooperate in the Huaxia Second War Zone and actively maintain order. Zhang Xingyan recognized this as an attempt from above to suppress him, denying him participation in the front lines and any promotions. Everyone believed that those who fought on the front lines would gain merit. However, Zhang Xingyan was aware that the islanders were naively optimistic about swiftly defeating the Huaxia army, oblivious to the impending sorrow that awaited them. As they tread the path of conflict for a year without success, they would eventually find their territories seized by him. By then, dreaming of reclaiming what was his would be futile. He was not alone in this fight. He would unite with the 8th Route Army to ensure their demise in the north. With the year 1938 swiftly approaching, he planned to completely control the eastern part of the Second War Zone before the year's end and extend his influence into the rice-producing provinces, should circumstances prove favorable. He aimed to secure Chahar and the steppes as well, intending to carve out a piece from the Guangdong army. The other telegram from the Kono family conveyed their approval of his plans and indicated an immediate mobilization of personnel to northern Huaxia. However, once they arrived, the responsibility would rest solely on him. Zhang Xingyan acknowledged that the Kono family's support was commendable. Subsequently, he contacted Nagatani Ayakawa, seeking assistance in transporting these imperial workers, and promptly transferred 200,000 into his account. With the funds secured, matters would proceed smoothly, as Nagatani assured him there would be no issues, given that such internal conflicts within the army had no bearing on him as a naval officer. He was merely profiting from transport fees. Upon organizing the various teams, they arrived at the command center of General Itagaki's 5th Division. As they disembarked, they noticed a gathering of officers at the distant city gate, welcoming them. This display took Zhang Xingyan by surprise, particularly as he recognized the leading figure, the formally appointed Lieutenant General Itagaki Saishiro. Without lingering, Zhang proceeded towards the Itagaki headquarters, where he respectfully saluted and addressed, "Your Excellency, the Imperial Guard Brigade has arrived with supplies to report for duty. Please accept these provisions." Zhang Xingyan offered a courteous bow. In response, Itagaki Saishiro laughed heartily, approaching Zhang and affectionately patting him on the shoulder. "You have worked hard, Imperial Guard. I have heard much about your endeavors. You truly embody the excellence of our Empire's soldiers. There is no need for such formality. Feel free to call me Uncle Itagaki in private. I share a good rapport with the Prime Minister as well." "I dare not presume," Zhang replied. "I shall still address you as senior. Your words are too kind. But I regret that I could not save the brave warriors of the 42nd Brigade. I am sincerely sorry." Itagaki shook his head, saying, Imperial Guard. You need not blame yourself. Their folly was their own. Foolish individuals must face the consequences." Itagaki was aware of the battle's circumstances, having heard that before the conflict, Imperial Guard Lin Yi had cautioned the responsible parties, yet they were still ambushed and annihilated by the Huaxia forces. Moreover, The brigade commander had consistently displayed an unfriendly demeanor toward Zhang, which greatly irked Itagaki. Why would you provoke him? What offense could a mere brigade commander cause you? Even I, as the division commander, must speak to him with courtesy, Itagaki noted, emphasizing the necessity of easing the tension between them. It must be said that Itagaki was indeed a cunning individual. Ah, Imperial Guard, it is not convenient to converse here. A banquet has been prepared in the city. Come and join me, he suggested. Then I am grateful for your invitation, Senior, Zhang responded. Chapter 45. Itagaki's transaction. The gathering was modestly attended, with most officers and commanders stationed at the front lines. Only a few of Itagaki's trusted confidants were present, among whom Zhang Xing'an was the youngest in rank and age. Yet he was also the wealthiest. Upon arriving at the restaurant, it was not the anticipated Japanese cuisine that awaited them, but rather a renowned Huaxia establishment. With a table laden with exquisite dishes from Huaxia, it appeared that Itagaki had done considerable research beforehand, knowing well Zhang Xing'an's fondness for Huaxia delicacies, hence the thoughtful arrangement. Zhang Xing'an promptly seated himself beside Itagaki, engaging in brief pleasantries with the few present. Itagaki raised his glass in a toast to Zhang Xing'an, who swiftly reciprocated. You have worked tirelessly, Kono-kun, not only preserving our empire's invaluable resources, but also vanquishing the arrogance of the Huaxia 8th Route Army. Truly, you embody the spirit of our imperial soldiers, and now you bear the esteemed reputation of the Imperial Steel Army. Zhang Xing'an quickly waved his hand, saying, Itagaki-senpai, you flatter me. My achievements are merely trivial tactics. I simply relied on our firepower advantage to intimidate the Huaxia soldiers. I cannot possibly compare to you, Itagaki-senpai. It is said that you, with less than 10,000 troops, swept through the entire Huaxia military in the Second War Zone, leaving Yin Laoxi's Jinsui army in disarray. You are indeed the foremost general of the empire. Itagaki chuckled, acknowledging the truth in Zhang Xing'an's words, and felt a sense of satisfaction in his accomplishments. Nevertheless, he humbly replied, Kono-kun, you are being too modest. The disarray of the Huaxia military was merely due to their lack of unity. They acted independently to preserve their own forces. Otherwise, I would not have had the opportunity to outmaneuver them. Although I did defeat many Huaxia troops, they largely fled. And in reality, their losses of personnel were minimal. Zhang Xing'an understood the truth in Itagaki's statement. In the early stages, many Huaxia troops were local militias that disobeyed orders and retreated from the battlefield, leading to widespread routes, which often allowed a single Japanese regiment to pursue several Huaxia divisions. After engaging in conversation for a while, Zhang Xing'an chose not to dwell on this topic further. He comprehended that Itagaki's seemingly grand reception was merely a gesture to curry favor with the Kono family. Itagaki, too, had powerful backers, reportedly the Kuji family. Known for their neutrality and considerable influence in the island nation, families of their stature typically adopted a collaborative approach, refraining from hastily establishing adversarial relations. Thus, Zhang Xing'an took the initiative to speak. Senpai, besides transporting supplies, I wish to request your assistance with a matter. Upon hearing this, Itagaki's demeanor grew serious. A flicker of caution emerging in his gaze, yet he maintained a courteous faade. Kono-kun, you are too kind. As soldiers of the empire, we ought to assist one another. What assistance do you require? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xing'an replied, Itagaki-senpai, as you are aware, my troops consist merely of farmers and civilians donned in military garb, lacking any real combat capability. Several veteran soldiers suffered significant losses just days ago. Therefore, I seek a location in northern Huabei for rest and recuperation, specifically between Baoshi and Shishir. I wonder if you might be able to assist me in this regard? Upon hearing about this matter, Bang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. As long as this individual does not seek glory on the front lines, it is acceptable. This person is akin to a hot potato. Should he succeed, he would share in the accolades. But if misfortune were to befall him at the front, the consequences could be dire. Now that he has voluntarily chosen to remain, why not extend a favor? Ah, so this is the situation. Do not worry, Lord Kono. I happen to have numerous troops stationed here to maintain order. Otherwise, the force would not be limited to merely half a division. While I cannot claim much, there are indeed many areas under my jurisdiction that I can entrust to you. The reason Bang Yuan relinquished territory was not out of generosity, but rather because most in our island nation believe they will swiftly conquer China. Everyone is eager to rush to the front lines for greater glory. Yet they fail to realize that warfare is not as straightforward as they imagine, and soon it will enter a stalemate phase. Zhang Xing'an is taking advantage of this interim period to expand his territory significantly. Once reinforcements from our nation arrive, his power will surge considerably. At that point, with the support of the 8th Route Army, he will be able to exert better control over North and Central China. By then, it will be impossible for him to extricate himself, especially with the Kono family backing him, which they are unlikely to relinquish. Zhang Xing'an rose to express his gratitude, saying, I am truly thankful to you, Senior. Allow me to toast to you. With that, the two exchanged cups and drank heartily. Feeling a bit tipsy, Bang Yuan inquired, Lord Kono. I noticed that the areas I desire are not military strongholds. What use do you have for them? Zhang Xingyan did not conceal his intentions and replied candidly, indeed, senior. These locations are not of great military significance, but they are vital thoroughfares for economic exchanges. You know, my subordinates are not particularly adept at warfare. Yet they manage well in business. With the Empire having recently occupied this region, I can swiftly restore its economy, which is essential for effectively supporting the front lines. Although Bang Yuan lacked knowledge of economics, he acknowledged the logic in Zhang Xingyan's reasoning, for this man was undeniably wealthy. However, he was taken aback when Zhang Xingyan continued. Senior Bang Yuan, this time I have brought a substantial amount of specialties, including copious cotton and fabric. Unlike North China and the Magic City, this area is currently experiencing the coldest weather, making cotton a prized commodity. I intend to engage in the cotton trade here. If you could facilitate matters, I would offer you a profit margin of twofold. From this batch of supplies, you could earn 1 million yen. Upon hearing this, Bang Yuan sobered up considerably. He had heard tales of Zhang Xingyan's wealth, but who could have imagined it reached such staggering heights? Although cotton is a strategic resource and prohibited, which high-ranking official does not engage in the trade of contraband? It is merely a means of suppression, thought Banagata, and then he spoke, Kono, let me be frank with you. After our 5th Division concludes its operations in North China, we will undoubtedly be dispatched to other battlefields. I assure you that the territories I have secured can be entrusted to you for maintaining order, with the exception of Coal City, as it has been earmarked for someone else, reportedly the commander of the 10th Division, Shinizuka Yoshio. Aside from Coal City, everything else is open to you. Zhang Xingyan was pleasantly surprised, as he had only intended to seek a small favor from the system, hoping to find an opportunity to send the old enemy to the heavens. He had not anticipated this additional advantage, prompting him to carefully plan his next steps. Although the current focus is on resisting foreign invaders, numerous troops have defected or collaborated with the enemy. Should the old enemy seize more territory, it would effectively allow the 8th Route Army to expand its operational area, inadvertently aiding their cause. Zhang Xingyan graciously expressed his gratitude, stating, I have heard that the Battle of Shinko is imminent. While I may not have much to offer, I can provide some support in the form of damaged artillery pieces that can still be repaired. These include heavy artillery of 105mm caliber and several 150mm howitzers, all manufactured in the United States. With a bit of maintenance, there are over 30 pieces available, along with a limited supply of ammunition, which I hope will be of use to you. Banagata was taken aback by the prospect of artillery support, particularly such large-caliber heavy guns. It is worth noting that even an entire division does not possess this many artillery pieces. He happily accepted the offer, and both men, harboring their respective thoughts, enjoyed the banquet with great delight. However, within Zhang Xingyan's heart, a cold chuckle arose. He had no intention of genuinely aiding the enemy's artillery against his own troops. He planned to deliver a crushing blow to Banagata at the peak of his elation, ensuring that not only would he be unable to retain the artillery, but that his heavy firepower would ultimately be rendered useless. Chapter 46. Itagaki's Fury. Early the next morning, Zhang Xingyan ordered the remaining heavy artillery pieces to be handed over to Itagaki's supply troops. The Japanese soldiers, upon completing the transfer, cheered exuberantly, shouting long live. However, the soldiers of the Imperial Guard Brigade felt a twinge of discomfort as they watched their artillery being taken away. Many secretly scorned the 5th Division soldiers, thinking it disgraceful that they could not secure their own equipment. Yet, a few high-ranking officers refrained from grumbling, understanding that the brigade commander had struck a deal with higher-ups, and they proceeded to follow orders as instructed. As soon as the 5th Division acquired the artillery, they hastily transported it to the Shinko front, indicating the urgency of the situation. Little did they realize that they were less than 40 kilometers from the front lines, precisely within the range for Zhang Xingyan's remote deployment on the map. Once all the artillery arrived at the designated location, Zhang Xingyan planned to detonate a substantial amount of TNT explosives, setting off timed bombs to ensure that not only the Japanese heavy artillery would be lost, but also other pieces would be rendered inoperable. That evening, the heavy artillery reached the Shinko battlefield, significantly boosting the morale of the Japanese troops, who were poised to launch a fierce assault on the Huaxiao army's positions the following morning. However, unbeknownst to them, a series of explosions rocked the Japanese encampment that night. Around midnight, Zhang Xingyan detonated the timed bombs, witnessing their disappearance on the map. After the detonation, he could no longer see the location of the timed explosives on the map, leaving him uncertain about the state of the Japanese artillery positions. All he could do was await news the following day, deciding to get a good night's sleep. Upon waking, Zhang Xingyan stretched and stepped outside, where he observed many hurried soldiers from the 5th Division escorting the wounded back to their lines. He surmised that these individuals were likely the guards of the artillery positions, and it appeared that his plan had succeeded, inflicting considerable losses on the Japanese. Regrettably, the system did not count the kills he had directly caused. Otherwise, he would have amassed a significant number of points. Soon, Zhang Xing'an arrived at Itagaki's headquarters to inquire about the situation. To his confirmation, both artillery regiments attacking Taiyuan had been annihilated, reportedly leaving virtually no remnants. Indeed, the TNT explosives had proven devastating. Upon entering Itagaki's office, he found the commander pinching his forehead, looking as if he had aged a decade. As Zhang entered, he overheard Itagaki roaring in frustration at his subordinate's incompetence. When he noticed Zhang's footsteps, he attempted to unleash another tirade but managed only a grimace that was more painful than a smile. As Lord Kono arrived, he expressed his deep remorse, acknowledging the destruction of the heavy artillery he had provided, which was annihilated by the Chinese forces on the front line last night. Along with it, the mountain artillery of the artillery regiment was also lost. Zhang Xing'an nodded and remarked, "Senior Bangu, I have heard the news. There is no need for you to be overly disheartened. Such occurrences are commonplace on the battlefield. I recall witnessing the destruction of thousands of specialized ordnance during last year's Battle of Magic City, resulting in the loss of over 10,000 valiant warriors. Thank you for your consolation, Zhang Xing'an," Lord Kono replied, "yet it remains my dereliction of duty. The absence of artillery will undoubtedly lead to significant casualties in the Coal City campaign. I dread to think how many Imperial warriors may perish." After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Xing'an suggested, "How about this, Senior Bangu? I still have several dozen mountain guns and anti-tank artillery in my unit. I shall send them to you as a token of my gratitude." Upon hearing that Zhang Xing'an was willing to provide him with additional artillery, Bangu stood up excitedly and bowed in thanks. Although these were small-caliber guns, they were still superior to those of the opposing Chinese military, and he felt compelled to express his gratitude for Zhang Xing'an's timely aid. Zhang Xing'an quickly responded, "Senior Bangu, please do not be so formal. You are my superior, and I cannot accept such a grand gesture." "Nay, Lord Kono," Bangu insisted, "I owe you my thanks for the immense assistance you have rendered us. Regrettably, my blunder has caused great losses to our forces, but with your support, once we secure Coal City, I shall ensure your contributions are duly recognized." The two exchanged pleasantries for a while, after which Zhang Xing'an revealed his intent to bid farewell, as he was about to head towards Bao City. Half an hour later, he departed from Bangu's command center, his subordinates in tow, carrying the remaining mortars. Yet, in his heart, he harbored a vengeful thought. Does this old fox Bangu truly believe I am aiding him? I shall ensure he is thoroughly disgusted. I intend to serve him a rotten deal, and he shall be compelled to swallow it, no matter how repugnant it may be. Indeed, shortly after Zhang Xing'an's departure, the artillery battalion, bearing the remaining mountain guns, left the command center, hastily making their way towards Coal City. However, this time, the artillery never reached their designated positions. All the guns were rendered inoperable en route. This act was intended to inflict humiliation upon Bangu, and it was indeed successful in causing significant casualties. Upon receiving the news, Bangu was so overwhelmed that he collapsed, reportedly regaining consciousness only in the early hours of the following day. This incident led the old general to believe that the command center had become a veritable garden for enemy intelligence infiltration, prompting him to initiate a thorough purge. Adhering to the principle that it is better to wrongfully execute than to overlook a threat, he targeted hundreds, many of whom held officer ranks, either directly or indirectly implicated. In truth, while these individuals were not spies, they had engaged in various underhanded activities. Their misdeeds were not grave enough to warrant death under normal circumstances. However, Bangu's ire had been ignited, and as a consequence, they faced dire repercussions. Meanwhile, Zhang Xing'an remained unaware of these developments, yet he had achieved his objective. Although he had succeeded in eliminating Bangu's artillery, it would not significantly alter the overall course of the war. Unlike the previous conflict in Magic City, this time the Japanese forces included the Chahar Corps, the 20th Division from the islands, as well as the Guangdong Army and numerous independent brigades, totaling over 150,000 troops. After a day of marching, Zhang Xing'an and his troops swiftly arrived near Shicheng. Gazing upon the city seized by the enemy, a sense of melancholy washed over him. Currently, the operations within the city were being commanded by Kiyoshi Getsu, who was still engaged in the Coal City campaign. Regrettably, Zhang was unable to liberate this city at present. Instead, he had to retreat northward to secure Baoding. Yet, every beginning is fraught with difficulty. If he could just hold Baoding for the time being, he could later expand outward. With ample resources at his disposal, wealth, a robust system, weapons, medicine, food, and supplies, he was confident that he could strengthen his forces. Given sufficient time, not only would Shicheng fall into his grasp, but even the imperial capital and Wei City would eventually be claimed. He believed that day was not far off. After a mere glance, he turned his thoughts to the north. At the Shicheng Command Center, Kiyoshi Getsu was marking the map when he received news of the destruction of the 5th Division's artillery. Although this news pained him, it did not alter the overall situation. Capturing Coal City made such losses seem trifling. After all, what war comes without sacrifice? At that moment, A report arrived indicating that a 1,000-strong contingent had just appeared outside the city, heading towards Baoding. According to intelligence, this was likely the newly formed Imperial Guard Brigade. Upon receiving this information, Kiyoshi Kei gets nodded and inquired of his chief of staff, Taniguchi Jun, about his thoughts on this scion of the imperial family. After a lengthy contemplation, Taniguchi replied, "Your Excellency, I believe this individual possesses considerable foresight. I have heard accounts of his actions, and I find him to be quite distinct from other officers. His political acumen is remarkably sharp, as if everything unfolds under his control. Indeed, Your Excellency, he is not the type to be content as a mere pawn. He aspires to be the one orchestrating the game. From what I understand, he is the most capable among his generation in the imperial family, and it is possible that he may emerge as a favorable candidate for the head of the family in the future." Kiyoshi Keigetsu nodded in agreement, pondering this for a while before breaking into a smile. "Taniguchi, once the Coal City campaign concludes, please arrange for me to meet this young man. I hear he is quite the businessman. I would like to engage in a transaction with him. Consider it a favor I am extending to the imperial family." Chapter 47. The first base Bao City, a renowned historical city, has long been celebrated for its strategic position connecting the north to the 3 passes and the south to 9 provinces, thus earning the illustrious title of a fortified hub of the Central Plains. However, at the onset of the war, it fell into the hands of the enemy, becoming an occupied territory. At this moment, fewer than a squad of enemy soldiers remained within the city, with only traitorous collaborators assisting in maintaining order. Upon their arrival, Zhang Xingyan and his companions were greeted with fervor by numerous Japanese soldiers and their collaborators, while the local populace harbored palpable resentment. As they approached the city gates, Zhang Xingyan noticed a squad leader accompanied by several Chinese individuals awaiting their arrival. With a furrowed brow, he inquired, "What is your name? Who are these people?" Reporting to the esteemed brigade commander, "My name is Ogawa Hidataka, affiliated with the 5th Division's military police detachment. As per the orders of Lieutenant General Bango, I am here to facilitate the handover with you, after which we shall proceed to the front lines," the squad leader replied. Zhang nodded. "Ogawa, there is no need for such formality. My presence here is merely a formality. What is the situation with these individuals? They appear quite welcoming." Reporting to the esteemed brigade commander, "These are certain collaborators from Bao City, eager to assist us in restoring order," Ogawa responded. Zhang harbored a deep disdain for these traitors, yet he felt compelled to feign enthusiasm, for he was playing the role of a shrewd opportunist. Thus, he greeted the collaborators amicably, expressing his desire to rest before discussing the economic recovery of Bao City later. The handover proceeded swiftly with squad leader Ogawa, during which Zhang discreetly gifted them several thousand yen and a few small yellow fish. This gesture delighted Ogawa, who had heard tales of the brigade commander's affluence and generosity. To express his gratitude, Ogawa provided insights into the surrounding situation. Unbeknownst to the Japanese, the small yellow fish concealed TNT explosives capable of remote detonation, ensuring that any mishap along the way would be attributed to the local populace. The region around Bao City was rife with unrest, as small factions continued to resist, frequently attacking the supply lines of the Imperial Army, which posed significant challenges. However, their primary focus remained on the main battlefield, leaving little time to address these insurgents. Zhang was aware that most of the nearby groups comprised guerrillas from the Red Party, alongside various bandits and patriotic militias, as well as disbanded nationalist troops stationed in the vicinity, amounting to an estimated 10,000 individuals. While others might find this daunting, he reported these developments to higher authorities, confident that the 8th Route Army would address the situation. His current mission was to stabilize Bao City and establish the first base for his party. An intelligence officer from the 8th Route Army emerged from a report, beaming with joy, and approached a commanding officer, exclaiming, "Good news! Our first base is secured. And it is indeed a prime location." The officer, equally pleased, inquired, "Old Huang, what splendid place have you found? What news does your intelligence department bring?" Director Huang responded with a smile, "It is Bao City. The higher-ups have instructed me to establish our base there." The officer, still in high spirits, asked, "What is the situation there now? Was it not said that enemy troops were present?" "The numbers appear to be considerable, with plans to station troops and establish factories there. It was suggested that comrades infiltrate the area, indicating that there are influential figures who can resolve matters, along with their own munitions factory." The officer's eyes lit up with delight. What a fortunate development. Not only would this establish a base of operations, but it would also cultivate skilled workers. Truly a win-win situation. "So, when shall we set forth?" The directive from above was clear. The sooner, the better. The infiltrating comrades were to scout the terrain first, allowing our party's operatives to gradually erode the assets of the traitors, ensuring that these betrayers would pay a price. This would eliminate the traitors without raising suspicion among others. What a splendid idea. When the time comes, we shall position our troops around Baoqing, first clearing away the local bandits and other factions. and then commence rigorous military training. We have indeed recruited numerous soldiers this time. Oh, by the way, many young men and defectors from the National Army have joined our 8th Route Army during this period, increasing our numbers. Could we inquire with headquarters about the possibility of additional supplies? The commander chuckled, jesting. You've started to resemble Li Yunlong, always seeking to gain an advantage from above. Haha, this is not about taking advantage. It is also about expanding the 8th Route Army. I wonder what you think of my proposal. If we could secure even 1,000 more rifles, it would be equivalent to equipping a regiment. With a smile, he replied, You are being rather stingy. Equipping a regiment is underestimating the resources available above. I have heard that they are preparing an additional 40,000 rifles along with ample supplies of medicine and materials. This time, there will also be many semi-automatic rifles, over 800 artillery pieces, and machine guns. I hear they are all European imports, including several Italian cannons, which would be perfect for Li Yunlong, as he has a penchant for Italian artillery. Hey, with this, isn't Li Yunlong becoming a veritable god of wealth? Ha ha ha. Upon receiving news from the 8th Route Army headquarters, he realized that the first step of his plan was underway. He then sent a telegram to Koyama and Inoue, instructing them to leave some personnel in the 2 counties while the rest were to assemble in Baoqing. 2 days later, Koyama, Nitai, and Yoshiko arrived in Baoqing. Their journey fraught with tension, for there were still many insurgents in the area. Should these Japanese troops encounter regular forces, their second-rate skills might well lead them to disaster. However, Zhang Xing'an had already coordinated with headquarters. The 8th Route Army acted swiftly, and within days, they had eradicated the local bandits and tyrants, leaving none of the notorious criminals alive while assimilating those who had not committed heinous acts, including several defectors from the National Army. Now, around Baoqing, nearly 50,000 soldiers of the 8th Route Army were actively engaged, primarily veterans from the Battle of Pingsingwen who were in the process of expanding their ranks, most of whom were new recruits, perfectly timed for training. Zhang Xing'an also ordered the troops to conduct symbolic punitive actions, which essentially involved the Japanese wearing 8th Route Army uniforms, lying in mock deaths for photographs before returning. Yet, headquarters believed this ruse, as the public order around Baoding had significantly improved during this time, with no insurgents causing disturbances. Days later, Zhang Xing'an met with the traders in Baoding, and after establishing stability, the focus shifted towards developing commerce. Chapter 48, Patriotism? Then go find trouble with Tojo. Zhang Xing'an strolled into a conference room, followed closely by Ono Jitaro, who now played the role of Zhang's secretary. Ono introduced the attendees of the day, but Zhang struggled to recall their backgrounds. Fortunately, Ono had meticulously prepared the materials and presented them before him. With this information, Zhang quickly discerned the traitors from the patriots, while a minority were collaborators. The majority of the Merchant Association members were indeed patriots, predominantly resisting the invaders. However, many had found themselves helpless in the wake of the defeat of the Huaxia army. Upon entering, Zhang took a seat at the head of the table and surveyed the room, realizing there were quite a number of attendees. In the small city of Bao, influential merchants and political figures had gathered, totaling over 100 individuals. A quick glance through the system revealed a startling truth. Most of these individuals seemed intent on their own demise. The ominous red dots flickered, explaining the recent assassination attempts he had faced. Were it not for the system's intervention, he might have perished hundreds of times. Zhang's feelings were mixed. He felt a sense of joy at the presence of numerous patriots willing to contribute to the nation, albeit constrained by circumstances. Yet, the constant threat to his life from these very patriots left him feeling helpless, as he now held the title of a high-ranking official of the invaders. At that moment, the commercial and political representatives rose to greet Zhang, applauding to welcome the esteemed general of the Imperial Guards. However, the applause was sparse, with most remaining indifferent. Unperturbed, Zhang cut straight to the point, stating, "All right, everyone. I believe many of you are already aware of my identity, so I shall refrain from further introduction. The purpose of gathering you here today is to discuss several matters. This area is now under my jurisdiction, and many regulations will differ from those of the past." The attendees braced themselves, realizing that the invader was about to reveal his intentions. Zhang wasted no time in expressing his demands, causing many hearts to sink. Since the empire has entered North China, numerous trades must be restricted, particularly concerning contraband items such as pharmaceuticals, grain, cotton, and arms. I understand many of you are engaged in these trades. However, starting today, I do not wish to see any such activities within my jurisdiction. All illicit industries must be handed over to the empire for management. This is a command with no room for negotiation. This decree sent shockwaves through the assembly. The newly appointed officer was indeed ruthless, seizing their industries from the outset. Was he truly intent on driving them to their doom? Observing the myriad of disdainful gazes directed at him, Zhang Xing'an chuckled softly and remarked, "Of course, I understand that this will lead many to lose their livelihoods, yet it is a command from the military. I do not consider myself a brigand. Rather, I can approach this from a commercial standpoint. I am willing to purchase your enterprises at a premium of 50% above market value. For instance, if your property is valued at 10,000 taels, I would offer 15,000 for it. This statement alleviated the spirits of many, as it appeared that the acquisition would adhere to established norms, suggesting not only the absence of loss but also the prospect of substantial profit. However, a minority remained reluctant to relinquish the ancestral assets they had accumulated over generations. One individual spoke up, General Jingwei. May I inquire how we are to sustain ourselves after selling our businesses? Are there alternative industries into which we might transition? This question implied a concern for their future, questioning whether they would be cast aside without consideration. Rest assured, I plan to undertake extensive infrastructure development here, constructing numerous warehouses, airports, and railway facilities, all of which will require a significant workforce. Your assistance will be invaluable, and I assure you that wages will be commensurate with market rates. As for raw materials, I intend to procure them in substantial quantities. I also plan to invest in factories, and before he could finish, an elderly voice interrupted him. You young rascals should cease your pretentious facade. Spare us your insincere persuasion. I will not sell my family's enterprises under any circumstances. You might as well abandon that hope. I would rather burn my goods than leave them to you. This proclamation brought an immediate hush over the gathering. While the traders cast scornful glances at the speaker, a patriotic business magnate regarded as a pillar of the community. To their astonishment, he had come to voice defiance and insult the newly appointed commander, instilling fear among others who worried about the repercussions of inciting the general's wrath. Zhang Xing'an regarded the elderly gentleman before him, recalling from his dossier that this man was engaged in the pharmaceutical trade and was a notable figure in the region. He was indeed a patriotic merchant who had generously provided medicines to the Nationalist Army and the 8th Route Army on multiple occasions. Zhang Xing'an restrained his soldiers, who were eager to advance, and simply smiled as he addressed the elder. Mr. Liu, is it? I am aware of your reputation. In the context of our Chinese heritage, you are considered a patriot. Your animosity towards our empire is not unfounded, given our current occupation of this territory. However, I harbor no fondness for war. My inclination lies in commerce. It is quite inappropriate for you to direct such hostility towards me. Humph, do not attempt to charm me, you young ruffian. You have invaded our land, wreaking havoc and pillaging. Rest assured, divine retribution will come for you in due time. Let me be clear. The only way for you to acquire my enterprises is over my dead body. Mr. Liu glared fiercely at Zhang Xing'an, appearing prepared to sacrifice himself for his principles. Zhang Xing'an had anticipated this reaction and responded with a composed smile. Mr. Liu, I hold you in high regard, and I understand you did not come here with intentions of returning alive. Nonetheless, I implore you to hear me out. My sole desire is for stability in this region and to engage in profitable business. If you seek trouble, you have chosen the wrong target, and your approach strikes me as rather foolish. What difference does it make if you were to perish today? Your enterprises would still fall into my hands, and your family would inevitably be implicated. Therefore, your threats here are futile. If you truly wish to stir up trouble, it would be wiser to take your money and seek out others instead. This declaration left everyone present momentarily stunned. What could it possibly mean? It appeared that this officer had no intention of killing him. Was he merely pretending to be benevolent? What was this talk of finding trouble with others? Observing their confusion, Zhang Xing'an chuckled softly and took a sip of tea. To my knowledge, Mr. Liu has previously assisted several Huaxia forces, correct? Oh, I mean no offense. I merely wish to convey that such matters must not arise on my territory in the future. If you wish to express your patriotism, you may do so elsewhere without any impact on your love for your country. For instance, in the central streets of the Magic City, there are 3 rice vendors, logistics centers within Shurcheng, and liquor workshops nestled in the alleys of the imperial capital, among others. These are indeed properties under the influence of the Tojo family. Are you unaware of who Private Tojo is? He is the mastermind behind the assault on Huaxia, and it is said that they have committed numerous heinous acts within Huaxia. You could certainly find trouble with them. Murder, kidnapping, or even bludgeoning would suffice. If necessary, arson could be on the table as well. I assure you that should you seek conflict with the Tojo family, I will lend you my utmost support, including their guard duty schedules, personnel lists, and more. Everyone was bewildered. The old gentleman was also taken aback. This officer exhibited a different demeanor than those previously encountered. Suddenly, he recalled the identity of the individual before him, a scion of the Imperial Guard family, who, given Mr. Liu's stature, must possess some knowledge of island affairs. It seemed that internal strife was at play within their nation. After a moment of contemplation, the old gentleman regained his composure. The points made by this officer were not without merit. Why not preserve his own utility to aid the Huaxia soldiers in expelling the invaders more swiftly? After observing Zhang Xing'an for a while, Mr. Liu sighed and slowly exited the council hall, followed by several other patriotic individuals. Zhang Xing'an felt a deep respect for these individuals and wished to prevent their sacrifice from being in vain. He turned to Kobayashi and whispered, "Keep a close watch on their actions, do not alert them. Let us see what they do next. Kobayashi Nitaro nodded and then inquired, Sir, do you intend for us to follow them to eliminate them? They are prominent figures in both the business and political realms, and I fear that any misstep could lead to significant turmoil. What are you thinking, Kobayashi-kun? We are noble merchants, not executioners. They undoubtedly have connections, however tenuous, with the Huaxia military. If we can forge ties with these military factions, it would enable us to collaborate with the local Huaxia forces. They are also in dire need of supplies. We possess vast quantities of cotton, grain, and numerous pharmaceuticals. Wouldn't that be advantageous? Kobayashi's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, Your wisdom is unmatched, sir, and promptly set about arranging these matters. After those individuals departed, Zhang Xingyan smiled as he gazed at the remaining half of the crowd. Recognizing them as steadfast traitors, he had no intention of letting them escape unscathed. Displeased, he prepared to leave, knowing that those who remained were allies of the empire. Earlier, when he mentioned acquiring assets at 1.5 times the value, it was directed at them. However, for the esteemed assembly present, he proposed a threefold offer to demonstrate his sincerity. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes sparkled with delight. Yet, internally, Zhang Xingyan scoffed, contemplating how he would later instruct his organization to deal with this group of scoundrels. As for their wealth, it would be seized as a form of restitution, ensuring none would evade justice. After this affair concluded, he would need to reassure his soldiers. Perhaps establishing a film studio reminiscent of an island nation would appeal to the Japanese. Chapter 49. The path to wealth. The traders were exhilarated as they discussed the acquisition with Zhang Xingyan, who acquiesced to their requests, unaware that time was already ticking down. It was evident that numerous intelligence agents mingled among them, utilizing his system. He identified a covert operative from our party, a female colleague serving as a secretary to one of the traders, along with several other spies. He was acutely aware that the city harbored many such intelligence organizations, not only from Huaxia but also from abroad, including a significant number dispatched by the island nation. Zhang Xingyan resolved to eradicate these espionage networks thoroughly, ensuring his jurisdiction was devoid of such elements. The intelligence personnel from other factions also intended to eliminate the trader's ability to remain hidden. He wished to operate without prying eyes observing his every move. Yet he could not resort to outright extermination, as many among them were patriots. As for the agents from the island nation, their fate depended on their affiliations. Should they be allies of the Kono family, they would be dispatched, but if they were adversaries, they would not be spared, and he would deal with them harshly. After discussing the acquisition, Zhang Xingyan elaborated on the details of business expansion. I plan to recruit a substantial number of personnel to help me control the surrounding towns and rural areas. If you have suitable candidates, I trust you will recommend them, as I believe in the integrity of those endorsed by the empire. This directive ignited a wave of excitement among the traders, as it implied that the more individuals they recommended, the larger their territories would become. The combined wealth from the surrounding towns could amount to tens of thousands of dollars in taxes each year. However, the true purpose of this order was to obscure intentions. His aim was to infiltrate numerous operatives from our party into these areas. As our party possessed a profound understanding of managing rural and township affairs, this would not only shield the local populace from disturbances, but also solidify their own territories against encroachments. It was crucial to recognize that other hostile factions were present. Backed by unsavory patrons, and incidents of opportunistic plundering were frequent. Should they dare to act, the 8th Route Army would deliver a severe blow, allowing Zhang Xingyan to step in afterward to resolve the aftermath, ensuring that the avaricious families from the island nation would refrain from extending their greedy claws. After the meeting concluded, Zhang Xingyan felt a tinge of fatigue. This was the first time he had navigated such matters. Lacking experience even in a managerial role in his previous life, the strategies discussed had been a collective effort. With this operational model as a reference, he planned to delegate responsibilities to his subordinates in future endeavors, as such exposure was perilous. He could not rule out the possibility of encountering a patriot who might shout slogans against imperialism while brandishing explosives, willing to perish together. Upon returning to the resting area, may we serve tea, embodying the role of a devoted spouse and her attentiveness to Zhang Xingyan's needs during her idle moments. After careful observation and assessment of her loyalty, he felt comfortable having her by his side. Unlike others, Zhang Xingyan did not have a maidservant to attend to him. Mei took it upon herself to ensure his well-being. The members of the team, including Kayama and Inoue, gathered in the room, with the exception of Inoue Shirchi and Takeda, who had ventured to the South Seas, and 2 others who remained in the bustling metropolis to manage affairs. Zhang Xingyan invited everyone for tea, and Mei stayed by his side, unbidden. After arriving in North China, we had not gathered for some time. Today, having finally settled down, I summoned everyone to come together. I arranged for the finest tea and fruits to be brought in, and those present were all abuzz with excitement, respectfully lifting the tea poured by Mei Huizi and drinking it in one gulp. Zhang Xingyan shook his head at the sight and admonished, "Despite having followed me for so long, you remain unchanged. Can't you comport yourselves like genteel individuals?" Truly, It seems you will never shed your rustic habits. The others felt somewhat embarrassed and laughed self-deprecatingly. In truth, they were deliberately acting in a careless manner, for they dared not consider themselves noble in Zhang Xingan's presence. A few months ago, they had been mere farmers and merchants, lacking in worldly knowledge. Now, they had matured, at the very least understanding that one should never presume too much in front of their leader. Well, you were among the first to follow me, and I suppose you need some time to adjust. In the future, I will rely on all of you to help establish our commercial empire. That is why I have gathered you today. There are important matters to discuss, as soon we may not have the opportunity to meet again. Upon hearing his words, the group became solemn, filled with both anticipation and apprehension, for the influence of the Imperial Guard was considerable, and they might one day become formidable powers themselves. I have been in contact with the homeland, and within a fortnight, a contingent of local volunteers will arrive, an estimated 30,000 individuals. These recruits will be under our management upon their arrival in North China. To be frank, these individuals have undergone military training. They simply have not yet seen battle. Immediately, they gasped in astonishment. Were we to cultivate private soldiers? We are poised for extensive expansion, taking advantage of those mindless individuals still on the front lines to swiftly seize territory. I will devise a strategy to capture the two key cities of Meiqing and Shiqing to ensure that all of North China falls under our dominion, facilitating our trade endeavors. Therefore, I hereby issue orders. Xiao Yikuan and Oei Kuan. Upon hearing their names, Xiao Yutar and Oei Ju rose and bowed respectfully. Xiao Yikuan, you are to lead a team to the Weiqing port in the coming days to ensure the safe return of the personnel dispatched here. Oei, assist Xiao Yikuan in this task. Yes, Your Excellency, we will exert our utmost efforts. Notakuan, you will take a few hundred men to the northern county of Tianshu and secure that area. Do not engage in conflict with the local military. Offer them certain incentives, encouraging the fervent to rush to the front lines for glory, as they are eager for death and do not merit our concern. Understood. I shall accomplish Your Excellency's task. De Xiangjun, you will oversee construction efforts. I hear your family has a woodworking business, so you might as well carry on your family's legacy. As for Ko-Island Kuan, you will first maintain order in your jurisdiction until Kudo Toshihito arrives, at which point you will hand over responsibilities to him. There will be new arrangements then. As for Keifu Shinjin, you were tasked with proceeding to. For a full half hour, I discussed and arranged matters with everyone. Zhang Xingan inquired if there were any further questions. It was once again Xiao Yitar who stood and spoke. Commander, the front lines are engulfed in flames of war, and our local security faces significant threats. Numerous guerrilla fighters and insurgents are wreaking havoc in the rear. If we encounter them, what should we do? Zhang Xingan smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, Xiao Yikuan. I will manage this matter. As long as you adhere to the route I previously outlined, there will be no issues. Of course, if we encounter the enemy forces, refrain from engaging in combat and strive to avoid conflict. After all, you are all well aware of our combat capabilities. Should the opposing side open fire, I grant you permission to surrender voluntarily. In such an event, I shall spare no effort to negotiate on your behalf. Everyone was touched, realizing this was the essence of true leadership. While others commanded their soldiers to charge heedlessly into battle, their leader offered them the dignity of surrender to ensure their safety. It felt somewhat peculiar, yet profoundly moving. Zhang Xingan then recalled something and spoke up. Oh, by the way, Xiao Yikuan, before you head to the walled city, please secure a piece of land for me. I intend to establish an arms factory. Upon hearing about the arms factory, Xiaoya furrowed his brow. Sir, might our unilateral establishment of an arms factory provoke discontent above us? They may accuse us of insubordination, and it could lead to allegations of arms trading with the Huaxia. Xiaoya expressed his concerns, although they had previously engaged in arms trade with Huaxia military personnel. Zhang Xingan scoffed. What can those fellows do to me? Do you believe they are without their own faults? Take a look at this. He then retrieved a substantial stack of documents from his bag, revealing clandestine transactions between high-ranking officials from the island nation and certain members of the Huaxia government, involving arms and pharmaceuticals. Many of these dealings dated back to 35 years ago, leaving the group astonished. They had not anticipated that those who vocally celebrated the empire's longevity were secretly engaged in such sordid transactions. Zhang Xingan then shared another startling revelation. Do you all recall when our squad was first established, comprising over 40 members, and the bombing we faced in the outskirts of Modu? Upon investigation, I discovered that the artillery responsible for those bombings was sold to Huaxia by the Mitsubishi family just a month prior. In other words, you nearly perished at the hands of your compatriots. The thought of it ignites my fury. The group listened in outrage, recognizing that if those in power could act in such a manner, there was no reason they could not follow suit. Why should they profit while denying others the same opportunity? Chapter 50, Development Plan for the Base. Ladies and gentlemen, much has been revealed to you. What you see is merely the tip of the iceberg. The individuals involved in these transactions hold titles such as battalion commanders and brigadiers. In reality, there are significant players behind them. Families like the Mitsui and Tojo clans are also engaged in this, so rest assured, as long as you follow my arrangements. There will be no issues, and the Huaxia military will not disturb us. Now they understand. No wonder the battalion commander is so confident about his safety. It seems he has established connections with the other side, probably facilitated by His Excellency in private, allowing for mutual non-aggression while we conduct business and coexist peacefully. If there is a need for warfare, let it be directed elsewhere. However, discussions on weapons and ammunition are still open, as this is also a matter of commerce. Kono and the others refrained from further comment, aware that some matters were not meant for their ears. Knowing too much could jeopardize their lives. Observing the spirited demeanor of his subordinates, Zhang Xingyan felt quite pleased and proceeded to address the second pressing issue, the need to restore local law and order. A favorable security environment is essential for our business endeavors. I require you to eradicate local gangs and thugs in the shortest time possible. Furthermore, all illicit brothels and gambling establishments within our jurisdiction must be eliminated. In the future, all entertainment venues must operate only with our permission. The opium trade is strictly prohibited within my territory. Kono and his associates listened quietly, taking notes. The opium business is thriving, yet we neither produce nor engage in its trade. Such activities must not manifest in our domain. The Huaxia people are impoverished and cannot profit significantly. If our jurisdiction becomes a haven for addicts, we will lack a capable workforce. We must confiscate the opium and sell it to the beautiful country, where wealth abounds. The subordinates displayed enigmatic smiles, given that the beautiful country once colonized our islands, casting a shadow over their sentiments towards it. Lastly, as our gatherings are rare, I have arranged a banquet at the finest restaurant to honor everyone. Regrettably, I shall not be attending this time, as I have other matters to attend to. Please, enjoy yourselves. The group stood and respectfully saluted before exiting the room, leaving only Mei Wei and Zhang Xingyan. Mei Wei appeared somewhat anxious as she gazed at Zhang Xingyan, yearning to express something yet unable to find her voice. Noticing her demeanor, Zhang Xingyan inquired, "Oh, do you have something to discuss with me, Mei Wei?" Mei Wei finally spoke, her expression revealing a hint of shyness. "Mr. Kobayashi, I wish to establish a hospital here, capable of employing a significant number of staff to save lives. That is indeed a commendable endeavor. Why the apprehension? I initially thought it was something of great concern. Is it a matter of funding? You need not worry about finances. Not so, Kobayashi-kun. I wish to establish a public hospital that offers free medical care for the impoverished. Upon my arrival here, I observed that many children in Huaxia suffer from malnutrition and are afflicted by numerous ailments. I aspire to provide them with free medical treatment." As she spoke, her voice diminished. Zhang Xingyan had not anticipated such a matter. It seemed he had overlooked it. He then furrowed his brow, deep in thought for a considerable time. Before finally responding, "Mei Wei, you are absolutely correct. The headquarters has also indicated the need for stable governance post-war. I find your proposal commendable. Initially, we shall establish 30 hospitals, with 5 in our city, allowing us to recruit a significant number of Huaxia medical personnel and train them in healthcare. I will take care of the finances and supplies. I apologize for the burden this places on you." Upon hearing this, Mei Wei was elated. She joyfully approached Zhang Xingyan and kissed him on the cheek before blushing and running out. Zhang Xingyan, taken aback by Mei Wei's gesture, was also observed by the members of their team outside, who peered through the window and chuckled softly. "You rascals, what are you looking at? Get out of here at once, or I shall send you to the military police." Zhang Xingyan feigned anger, causing the 13 bodyguards to scatter in fright. Though they continued to murmur about the earlier incident, Zhang Xingyan felt a profound complexity regarding Mei Wei. He was uncertain how to confront this woman. It was known that she was a staunch opponent of war, a genuinely good girl, yet his nationalistic sentiments created an internal conflict he found difficult to reconcile. The following day, everyone arrived at the designated location and commenced their tasks, including the maintenance of public order. However, the territory they occupied was vast, and their numbers were insufficient, rendering them unable to manage many affairs. Reluctantly, they could only send a message to the 8th Route Army headquarters. Upon receiving the message, several officers in the intelligence department convened to discuss the matter and discern any directives from above. One officer remarked, "I find this proposal quite promising. It is a bold idea. Under the guise of establishing hospitals, we could dispatch a multitude of comrades to learn there, without fearing that the enemy might identify our intelligence personnel. After all, the highest-ranking infiltrators are our own. This way, we could also cultivate a greater number of nurses and doctors." Another officer chimed in with a smile. Moreover, it would allow for a continuous supply of medicine and resources, achieving dual objectives. "I have also heard that Comrade Zhang Xingyan is initiating a rectification campaign in the region. This truly reflects our party's values." However, a concern arose. Will the common people come to perceive the enemy as benevolent? How might this affect our future interactions with the populace? The head of the intelligence department replied with a grin, "Rest assured, he is currently issuing enlistment notices to recruit locals into the military. We can send soldiers to assist in city governance, allowing some to infiltrate, thereby controlling enemy intelligence and managing the urban landscape. After hearing this, the group erupted into laughter, recognizing that this would also provide them with valuable experience in urban management. After all, post-revolution governance would be of utmost importance. This would serve as a practical exercise for managing several cities. Which troops shall we dispatch? Could this provoke discontent among our comrades? After all, I fear that having them don dog skins may lead to discontent, the person in charge remarked. Let higher authorities decide this matter. We shall merely convey their directives. I trust our superiors will handle it adeptly. Our focus should be on meticulously planning our next steps. Currently, Comrade Zhang Xingyan is establishing an armaments factory over there, and the equipment is already in place. It is crucial to understand that once this factory commences operations, it will be our personnel managing it, effectively rendering it our own facility. Do you comprehend the significance of this? The group grew serious and promptly sent communications to the higher-ups. Soon, orders arrived from above, instructing them to cooperate closely with Zhang Xingyan's efforts while also expediting the construction of the armaments factory, as well as the training of medical personnel, among other tasks. Upon receiving this news, numerous units began selecting elite members and key personnel to head toward the Baoqing region. Days later, within the Baoqing production line workshop, a middle-aged man gazed excitedly at the main equipment before him. He was an undercover operative for our party, as well as a senior mechanical engineer. Speaking softly to his assistant, he remarked, "The East District Armaments Factory features 1 mortar line, 1 mountain gun line, 3 rifle lines, and 1 grenade production line. Truly astonishing. I've heard there are 2 additional lines to the north, and the estimated production capacity appears quite promising." The assistant nodded in agreement, glancing around before quietly inquiring, "Old Zhongth, now that we have all arrived here, how many personnel remain at the base's armaments factory? Wouldn't that lead to its neglect?" Old Zhang smiled mysteriously. "Why would we let resources go to waste? Such an approach is not our style. However, we must deploy them at critical moments to maximize their value." Just then, they noticed a group of enemy soldiers passing by, and the two fell silent, focusing on adjusting the machinery. Chapter 51. The development of the entertainment industry. An order was issued to various regions to commence a thorough cleansing of the underworld forces. This endeavor primarily involved members of the underground party, as it was recognized by the higher authorities that such efforts would facilitate the infiltration of more comrades into the area. Subsequently, a substantial recruitment of workers was initiated to embark on large-scale infrastructure projects, beginning with road construction, followed by the establishment of airports and various large factories, with warehouses being the most numerous. The majority of the recruited individuals were local farmers, as it was March 1938, a period of leisure for them. A considerable number of individuals participated in the construction efforts, with Zhang Xingyan initially offering them a choice between wages or grain. Many opted for grain to take home, recognizing that sustenance was paramount in those times. Others, whose families did not lack for food, chose monetary compensation. Our party is characterized by diligence and resilience, harboring a deep-seated animosity toward the enemy and traitors. Initially, there was reluctance to work for the Japanese. However, through ideological persuasion, many came to understand that although the territories were temporarily occupied, they would ultimately belong to their own people once the Japanese were expelled. Furthermore, numerous citizens recognized that many of the managing puppet soldiers were former comrades from local guerrilla units. They were unwilling to believe that these comrades would betray them, assuming they were merely masquerading as enemies while secretly battling the Japanese. Yet, many individuals lacked experience in subterfuge and soon revealed their true identities, being recognized by local traders who reported them to the Japanese guards. The local military inquired how Zhang Xingyan intended to handle these infiltrators. He responded firmly, instructing that no harm should come to them. Instead, they were to be captured and sent to his location for discreet handling. Zhang Xingyan also communicated with higher authorities, directing the exposed comrades not to resist, assuring them of their safety during transport to the base. This opportunity also served as a means to train comrades in infiltration techniques. The higher-ups unanimously endorsed this plan, deeming it an excellent chance for training, as the exposure of infiltrators often carried fatal consequences. Consequently, a significant number of our party's infiltrators arrived in Zhang Xingyan's controlled area. Zhang Xingyan viewed this development favorably, believing that such opportunities were rare and beneficial in abundance. However, during this operation, many Japanese became aware of the situation. It seemed that the infiltrators surrendered immediately upon discovery, revealing nothing after exposure, leaving the Japanese perplexed. Nevertheless, the higher authorities had decreed against extrajudicial punishment, and all were escorted to Zhang Xingyan's special agency. The astute Japanese suspected that there might be some underlying deal at play, but they were unconcerned, focusing solely on their profits. They noticed that the recent arrivals had earned substantial sums from capturing individuals, enough to purchase several acres of land. They welcomed more such occurrences, relishing the prospect of earning without bloodshed. However, it soon became increasingly challenging, as the remaining infiltrators were of elite caliber, not easily discernible. To prevent subordinates from achieving false merit through the killing of innocents, Zhang Xingyan halted the capture operations. The hospital has commenced operations, with funds secured and construction progressing at an impressive pace. The only shortcoming lies in the shortage of medical personnel. However, Zhang Xingyan has established both traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine hospitals, inviting more practitioners from the community to participate. Mei Zi has also begun conducting lectures to impart medical knowledge. A graduate of a prestigious university, her medical expertise, albeit not on par with that of domestic professors, places her among the adept. She is capable of handling relatively complex conditions and surgeries, and Zhang Xingyan has provided her with numerous books for her studies. The audience for her lectures comprises over 200 female students from Huaxia, the first batch organized and dispatched by various groups, including patriotic students and citizens. While they harbor deep resentment towards the Japanese, they hold great respect for their Japanese instructor, who has proposed establishing public hospitals to provide free medical care for children, earning her admiration from many. On that day, several captives were transported out of the city, comrades released by Zhang Xingyan. A group of 8th Route Army soldiers awaited their return. One young man, his face marked by sorrow, lamented, "It's all my fault. Had I not been careless while transmitting information, the enemy would not have captured me." An officer cautioned, "Let this lesson serve as a reminder to be vigilant. We may not be so fortunate next time." As he watched the last batch of infiltrators depart, Zhang Xingyan shook his head, while Koyakan expressed his helplessness, stating, "Commander, this is the final group. As you mentioned, the Huaxia people did not launch an offensive against us. Instead, they are attacking other regions. Currently, our area is the most tranquil amongst all occupied zones. Indeed, Koyakan, the violence will not resolve our issues. By the way, has the first batch of personnel from the islands arrived?" Zhang Xingyan inquired. "Yes, my lord. They arrived the day before yesterday. A total of 20,000 have come, and I have arranged them into several areas," Koyakan replied. Frowning, Zhang Xingyan questioned, "What is going on? Why are there only 20,000? Wasn't it stated that there would be 30,000? Koyakan, equally frustrated, retorted, "There are infiltrators from other families among them. After disembarking, they incited many to join other units, promising that achievements would bring rewards. If I hadn't mentioned the benefits here, more would have left. It is rumored that a campaign in Jinling is imminent." Zhang Xingyan squinted, pondering, "What is that old fool, the Imperial Guard commander, thinking? Does he truly expect me to clean up his mess? Very well, let it be 20,000. First, we must stabilize these individuals and provide them with some funds, then gradually convey our policies and objectives to them. Furthermore, I am aware that many Imperial warriors are becoming restless. Inform them to be patient, as our establishment will soon be completed, at which point countless Imperial beauties will arrive." Koyakan, perplexed, asked what an establishment was. Noticing his confusion, Zhang Xingyan explained, "An establishment is a place offering comprehensive services." "What do you mean you don't understand what comprehensive services are? Do you know about foot massages or Thai massages? You truly are a rustic. Do you think that is a brothel? Please do not insult the soldiers of the Imperial Guard Brigade," he added. "This is indeed a prestigious venue, a privilege that belongs solely to us." Zhang Xingyan took 2 hours to elucidate the meaning and nature of the club, leaving Kobayashi Nidatoro in a state of bewilderment. He couldn't help but reflect on how adeptly these nobles engage in such affairs, articulating them with an air of sophistication. According to the captain's statements, does that imply an ordinary soldier receives over 100 in allowances each month? If commissions are included, one could afford to indulge for at least 15 days, or even spend entire nights at the club. The captain hinted that subsidies would be provided for the women from this island nation. Initially, over 5,000 women would arrive. But with your generosity, esteemed captain, it would not merely be 5,000, it could easily exceed 50,000. At that point, the number of women would outnumber the soldiers by several fold, leading to a troubling thought. Thus, Kobayashi cautiously inquired, "Esteemed captain, will the combat effectiveness of our troops diminish under such circumstances? After all, your safety is paramount. We must ensure the soldiers maintain their combat readiness." Zhang Xingyan shook his head. "Kobayashi, I have no intention of forcing them into hand-to-hand combat. Our strategy emphasizes firepower superiority. A machine gun in each soldier's hands would indeed be feasible." He conceded, "Let us consider this matter settled. A machine gun for each soldier is certainly within the realm of possibility." Realizing he had been overly concerned, Kobayashi felt a surge of ambition. Upon exiting, he promptly ordered the construction of the club to commence with utmost urgency, insisting it must be completed ahead of schedule. Zhang Xingyan understood that once this establishment was fully operational, the Japanese would indulge in high welfare, lavish enjoyment, and exorbitant expenditures. Within half a year, their combat capabilities would plummet by 90%. By that time, not only would they be incapable of engaging in battle, but even standing would prove to be a formidable challenge. Chapter 52. The invitation from Kiyoshi Getsu. Time swiftly passed, and a month had elapsed. The large-scale production was fervently underway. During this period, Under the robust support of Zhang Xing'an, the 8th Route Army's numbers had significantly increased, with new recruits undergoing training. By the end of the year, it was estimated that their ranks could swell to several 100,000. The munitions factory had commenced operations successfully, producing weaponry for the enemy. Zhang Xing'an communicated with the higher authorities, indicating that the current production lines were merely for training workers. In due course, he planned to procure a batch of more advanced production lines from abroad, capable of producing weaponry far superior to that of the enemy. He intended to exchange for a production line of the Type 56 rifle, a first-generation domestic replica of the AK-47, which would undoubtedly outperform modern weaponry. Not only would it surpass the enemy's arsenal, but it would also be regarded as advanced on a global scale, along with various artillery pieces and anti-aircraft machine guns. However, it was imperative to maintain a low profile. Despite his frequent inspections to eliminate spies in various regions, the growing prominence of his operations had drawn dissatisfaction. Two nearby enemy regiments had lodged complaints against his establishment of a weapons production base, reflecting the opposition force's discontent. Zhang Xing'an recognized these individuals as troublemakers sent by the Tojo family. Consequently, he contacted the 8th Route Army to train the troops, decisively educating the two regiments. These two regiments, formed later as security forces, were relatively weak, with most of their personnel encountering the battlefield for the first time. Their numbers totaled just over 4,000 and were not concentrated. After a vigorous engagement with the 8th Route Army's 20,000 troops, they had no choice but to seek Zhang Xing'an's assistance. Thus, he led a contingent of 10,000 men to engage in a skirmish near Anghua City, ultimately repelling the enemy. Reports suggested that their tactics remained unchanged, relying solely on bombardment and covering fire without charges or bayonet clashes. Consequently, they naturally occupied the territories of the two regiments, while Zhang Xing'an showed no interest in the remnants of their forces, allowing them to depart for other locations. However, en route, they encountered an ambush from the 8th Route Army and purportedly suffered total annihilation. With this advantage, the 8th Route Army launched offensives against numerous enemy-controlled areas, inflicting severe losses upon the enemy, who subsequently requested reinforcements. Zhang Xing'an, as before, came to their aid, but naturally, the territories would have to be surrendered. Regarding the damaged weapons and ammunition, which the headquarters could not replenish in a short time, Zhang Xing'an offered supplies from the munitions factory. Thus, the headquarters found themselves at a loss for words. After all, the front lines were in dire straits, and ammunition was scarce. The presence of a munitions factory here could support the occupying enemy forces, albeit at a cost. Zhang Xing'an would not provide assistance without compensation. However, whether the weapons could be retained was no longer his concern, as he had long since reported the coordinates of their supply depots to the intelligence division of the 8th Route Army, leaving everything else to fate. Remarkably, during this campaign, he had successfully eliminated over 10,000 8th Route Army soldiers, and not long after, accolades arrived from above, rewarding him for his achievements in maintaining order. Now, his forces were generating profits daily, creating a paradise-like existence for the soldiers from the island nation who were spared from the rigors of battle. However, there is some unfortunate news. A few days ago, the Battle of Coal City resulted in a defeat for the Huaxia Army. Although they initially succeeded in destroying Bangu's artillery, the Jinsui Army quickly collapsed, losing the Niang-Ziguan region in no time, followed by the occupation of Shinko by Japanese forces. After 5 days of resistance, most of the troops in Coal City retreated, and a few days later, the city fell. Despite being mentally prepared for this outcome, it still left him feeling uneasy. A small consolation lies in the fact that the 8th Route Army, during the battle, successfully eliminated over 5,000 Japanese soldiers. At present, the paramount task is to annihilate the enemy's living forces through physical means on the battlefield, while he focuses on a broader psychological eradication from the rear. On this day, as Zhang Xing'an reviewed the intelligence from the Battle of Coal City, his expression was not particularly pleasant. At this moment, Koyama remarked, "Rest assured, Colonel, I will reach out to our contacts and work swiftly to restore the commercial channels to Coal City." Zhang Xing'an smiled faintly and patted his shoulder, then shook his head in resignation. "Oh, Koyama, these fellows chant long live the Empire all day long, yet they fail to grasp that we have lost over 20,000 brave souls this time. What on earth are they doing? Since the onset of the war, the Empire has suffered casualties of around 300,000. At this rate of attrition, sigh." Koyama chose to remain silent, understanding that this was not a matter he should interject in. Zhang Xing'an shook his head. "No more of this. It doesn't concern us greatly. By the way, how has the training of the troops been progressing lately?" Koyama replied. "Everything is proceeding smoothly. The headquarters has sent a considerable number of personnel recently. Aside from those dispatched elsewhere, we have now formed a force of 50,000. Although we are currently organized according to brigade size, we do not yet have a formal designation. I believe once you are promoted, that will soon change." 50,000? Does that mean everyone has joined the army? Who will handle production? Zhang Xing'an asked. Rest assured, Colonel. The Huaxia people are remarkably resilient and industrious. We have nearly 10,000 workers in our jurisdiction, supplemented by local security forces. We need not worry about production. Moreover, the soldiers are well treated. And they all aspire to enlist. Zhang Xing'an understood. This new batch from the island nation must have been attracted by the army's generous benefits, as well as the presence of young women in the social clubs. It was said that many women from the island nation had heard of the favorable conditions in Zhang Xing'an's establishments, leading to a significant influx of them, totaling several tens of thousands. This revelation startled Zhang Xing'an. He had not anticipated such enthusiasm from the women of the island nation. Nevertheless, it mattered little to him. For within the system, only 20 tons of gold had been utilized, with nearly 10,000 tons remaining. The dollar sign-ins and lottery winnings had surged to over 5 billion, actually increasing in value. He realized that this system was quite generous with money. He might as well call it a banking system. Yet, he did not remain idle. Money must be spent to hold value. Thus, he instructed his people to engage in extensive procurement from the United States, purchasing industrial equipment and various products as much as possible. Having just endured a financial crisis, the local populace was delighted as Zhang Xing'an invested heavily in acquiring goods. All these matters must be transported to Huaxia, where my subordinates will be responsible for production. Subsequently, I shall dispatch my troops to take over. For the rise of a nation necessitates a robust industrial foundation. It is imperative that I begin assisting our compatriots in establishing their own industrial system. I understand. Is there anything else? Ah, yes. Your family has conveyed that no more volunteers will be forthcoming. The remainder is up to you. Zhang Xing'an contemplated this with indifference, realizing that he was merely advertising his cause. The desired effect had been achieved. It would not be long before a multitude sought refuge with him. At that point, he would indeed be able to assemble a larger force. While the two were engaged in conversation, a messenger burst in, reporting, Sir, an urgent telegram has just arrived. Commander Kiyoshi Keigetsu invites you to Stone City tomorrow for an important discussion. Kiyoshi Keigetsu is seeking me? What could this entail? It seems he has little connection with this old fox. After some consideration, he instructed the messenger to reply that he would arrive punctually. He asked Ono-kun to prepare. As the journey to Stone City would take merely 2 hours, he reported the situation to headquarters, primarily to clarify his travel route and avert any potential ambush by his own men, for Stone City is certainly not within his territory, and the guerrillas would consider him a significant target. Headquarters responded, assuring him to proceed without worry. Furthermore, they noted that the casualties in Coal City had been substantial, necessitating a period of recuperation, and requested Zhang Xing'an to provide a batch of medical supplies. Zhang Xing'an reassured them that the supplies were ready, and he also instructed the troops to rest in his jurisdiction, designating a secure area for their stay. Early the next morning, Zhang Xing'an, accompanied by Ono-kun and Inoue, made his way to Stone City, leading a substantial contingent of troops. Their weaponry was uniformly automatic, a result of the system's exchange for German automatic rifles, complemented by a plethora of mortars. This display of his self-preserving nature garnered much admiration from the other Japanese soldiers. Chapter 53, A Favor Upon Arriving in Shurching. A substantial contingent of soldiers had already established a state of vigilance. As soon as Zhang Xing'an's convoy was spotted, individuals approached to offer their assistance. Recognizing him as Kinomoto Linichi and respectfully leading the way, the convoy, accompanied by a select group, proceeded to the city gates, where only a couple dozen elite personnel remained by Zhang Xing'an's side. Under the guidance of his attendants, they arrived at the largest office building, which served as the command center of Kiyoshi Kaizuki. Upon entering, Zhang Xing'an adjusted his military uniform and strode forward. Just as he reached the threshold, he encountered a stunning woman clad in a kimono who guided him inside, her gaze towards him brimming with admiration. After all, the name Kinomoto Linichi resonated throughout the entire archipelago. A youthful and striking heir of the Kinomoto family, he was still single and wielded considerable military power. It was rumored that he possessed immense wealth, perhaps unmatched by few in the entire archipelago. Paying no heed to the woman's gaze, for he had encountered such looks far too often, those who had come from the archipelago and beheld him for the first time often regarded him similarly. He had no intention of entangling himself with these foreign women. Yet, as for Mahiko, he would see how that unfolded. Upon entering the room, he observed a gentleman in a kimono, approximately 60 years of age, engrossed in reviewing documents. Upon noticing Zhang Xing'an's arrival, the man rose with a warm smile, stating, "Ah, the young scion of the Kinomoto family has arrived. Come, come. Take a seat. Kayako, please prepare some tea." Upon hearing the name Kayako, Zhang Xing'an couldn't help but glance a few extra times. Could it be that this Kayako resembled the woman from the films? Surely, he had not traversed into a supernatural realm. Thankfully, it was merely his overactive imagination. Haha, do you fancy her? If so, I could arrange for her to attend to you this evening, the gentleman jested. Zhang Xing'an hastily shook his head. Commander, You misunderstand me. I was merely curious upon hearing the name Kayako, as it is the same as a friend of mine. Oh, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Please, do not refer to me as commander. For now, we are merely meeting as acquaintances. Call me senpai instead. Zhang Xing'an nodded in agreement and respectfully took a seat before him, beginning to assess the man in front of him. Kiyoshi Kaizuki was quite renowned, having participated in the planning of invasions and later serving as a vanguard in the war against China. Following the Battle of Meiqing, he was directly reassigned back to the archipelago to report to the Central Command in recognition of his contributions. As this thought crossed his mind, Zhang Xing'an felt a stir within him. Indeed, with the conclusion of the Battle of Meiqing, he must have received directives from above. Thus, his presence here likely pertained to a significant matter, the question of territorial ownership of Shurching. Could it be? As these thoughts swirled within him, his demeanor remained unchanged. Kobayashi-kun, I have heard of your recent commendable achievements. Not only have you maintained order in the rear, but you also managed to eliminate over 10,000 enemies not long ago. Truly, you possess the esteemed lineage of the Kono family, remarked Zhang Xing'an graciously. You flatter me. Senior, I merely focused on economic management and environmental governance in the rear. As for those 8th Route Army soldiers, I simply had good fortune on my side. It is hardly worthy of mention, responded Kiyoshi Akizuki, waving his hand dismissively. Kobayashi, do not underestimate the 8th Route Army. I have gained a new understanding of them. Their 20,000-strong force withstood an assault from the 20,000 troops of the Chahar Division. Their firepower and combat prowess are formidable. We suffered over 5,000 casualties, while the 8th Route Army lost more than 3,000. Had it not been for the defeat of the Jinsui Army, the Chahar Division might have faced annihilation. Zhang Xing'an mused thoughtfully, praising his comrades and acknowledging that the Huaxia forces are not inferior to the Japanese. With improved equipment, even the Japanese forces have been left lamenting their plight. I have indeed heard this news, though according to intelligence, the 8th Route Army comprises merely these elite troops, while other units lack strong combat capabilities. Kiyoshi Akizuki nodded. You are correct, yet I fear their potential for growth. I sense they are distinct from other forces. A military that can survive amidst the encirclement of hundreds of thousands is truly remarkable. They possess a conviction that rivals our imperial warriors. But enough of that. I came to reminisce, as our recent busyness has prevented us from meeting. I suspect there is more to your visit than mere nostalgia. You are indeed a cunning old fox, wishing to ensnare Kayako. By the way, I have yet to congratulate you on your victory in the Coal City campaign. Allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations. The headquarters must have rewarded you accordingly. Indeed, you are correct. I shall soon return to the island nation to report on my duties. I sought you out today to discuss this matter. With my departure, Shurcheng will be vacant. And after much contemplation, I believe you are the most suitable candidate to manage this area. The headquarters had proposed that Abe Norahide take over, but I vetoed that suggestion, as I must consider the younger generation and the Kono family. So, you have revealed your intentions. But why would you grant me control of Shurcheng? Understand that this is a prime opportunity, entirely different from Bouching. I cannot allow Abe Norahide to seize this opportunity. After some reflection, he began to comprehend the underlying motives. This was a favor extended to the Kono family. After all, returning to headquarters would necessitate dealings with them. Currently, the Kono family and the faction of Tojo Hideki are the dominant powers. Thus, by choosing the Kono family, he would inevitably offend Tojo. If that is the case, there must be something that Tojo cannot offer. Money. Yes, it must be wealth. Returning to report to headquarters and managing relationships requires substantial financial resources. And this does not necessarily offend the Tojo family. As tensions rise between the Tojo and Kono families, he would be remiss to create additional enemies when he could instead cultivate alliances. The old rascal sought me out precisely because he recognized this aspect. And he mentioned that it was initially intended for Abe Norahide, the highest-ranking officer who perished in Huashur. It appears that a lucrative deal is on the horizon. Coincidentally, I am in dire need of funds. My friend, while I may lack in other areas, when it comes to money, I assure you, I will provide you with an abundance. Throughout this exchange, Zhang Xing'an wore a jubilant expression, exclaiming, Congratulations, esteemed senior. As a junior, I find myself at a loss as to what gift could adequately honor your promotion. I hope you will not take offense at this modest token, as I had not prepared anything for this visit. With that, he produced a check from a Japanese bank, inscribing a series of digits upon it, and respectfully handed it over. Kiyoshi Kazumi regarded the young man with approval, feeling quite fond of him. Zhang Xing'an's intentions were clear. He was in need of funds, and here was a willing partner to assist him. He accepted the check without hesitation, but upon seeing the figure inscribed, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. He almost dropped the check, for it bore the sum of 2 million yen. What a staggering amount. He had anticipated a mere few 100,000. Yet here was a generous sum of 2 million. Hearing Zhang Xing'an's words, Senior, please do not think this amount trivial. This check is from the largest bank in Japan. but their cash flow is somewhat constrained, so you will receive the 2 million yen shortly. I will arrange for a shipment of equivalent value in US dollars to be delivered here as well," left Kiyoshi Koizumi utterly astonished. He quickly regained his composure and responded with a beaming smile, "Kobayashi, you are quite thoughtful. Upon my return, I shall inform the Emperor of your commendable performance here. By the way, you are still the brigade commander, correct? I hereby appoint you as the commander of the Imperial Guard Brigade. However, I am unable to elevate your rank, as that is determined by the general headquarters." Zhang Xing'an was overjoyed and expressed, "I cannot thank you enough, esteemed senior. I will ensure that the US dollars are sent promptly. I have also purchased several steampunk cars in the beautiful country, and I will have them delivered to you as well." Upon hearing the name of the automobile brand, Kiyoshi Koizumi felt a twinge of confusion. Yet Zhang Xing'an refrained from mentioning the name of the aircraft commander, instead describing it as a vehicle befitting a presidential level, globally limited in quantity. Chapter 54. Garrison in Shichang. In the evening, Seiji Getsu invited Zhang Xing'an to dine together, and Zhang Xing'an arranged for some dollars to be brought over. The old Japanese man felt quite pleased with himself. After dinner, he invited Zhang Xing'an to watch a geisha performance. Zhang Xing'an, however, found little appreciation for the Japanese geishas. The women with faces wider than ghosts left him perplexed as to the Japanese's taste. The other Japanese officers were thoroughly entertained. Having heard that these few were renowned geishas from the island nation, Zhang Xing'an remained largely indifferent, manifesting a calm demeanor. Seiji Getsu observed Zhang Xing'an's expression closely and, noticing his lack of engagement, remarked, "Oh, Kobayashi-kun, do you not enjoy these young ladies' performances?" Zhang Xing'an quickly apologized, saying, "Oh, Senior Getsu, how could I not appreciate beautiful women? It is merely that I am pondering how to manage matters here in Shichang. After all, I lack experience in governing such a large city. I hope I have not embarrassed you." Seiji Getsu, understanding the underlying reasons, chuckled and patted Zhang Xing'an on the shoulder, saying, "Kobayashi-kun, I have faith in you. You have performed admirably in Baocheng, and I believe Shichang will flourish under your governance. Oh, Kobayashi-kun, I have a question to pose to you, though you need not feel obligated to answer." "Senior, you are too kind. Please feel free to ask." "I shall share whatever I know," Zhang Xing'an replied. Seiji Getsu gazed at Zhang Xing'an for a moment before speaking. "Kobayashi-kun, it has come to my attention that you seem rather skeptical about the Empire's ability to triumph over China. Do you lack confidence in the Empire?" Upon hearing this question, Zhang Xing'an was taken aback, realizing that this old Japanese man was not to be underestimated. Reflecting on his own actions, he recognized that he was indeed preparing a retreat, maintaining control over the territory without resorting to slaughtering the Chinese people. His soldiers were behaving themselves, and he was aware that he could not conceal his dealings with the Chinese side from the higher-ups. After contemplating various angles, he decided to adopt a strategy of retreating to advance, laying his cards on the table. "Senior Getsu, I am aware that many matters cannot escape your notice. The higher-ups have likely discerned this as well. Even the headquarters must be informed," he stated. Seiji Getsu merely smiled at him, offering no response. This confirmed Zhang Xing'an's suspicions, yet he was certain that the higher-ups were unaware of his provision of substantial weaponry to the 8th Route Army. Otherwise, even the Emperor could not protect him. "Senior Getsu, just 2 months ago, I heard that the Chinese government relocated its headquarters to Huolu City, establishing numerous offices in Shanxing and setting up multiple stations near Shueshan Province. Do you know what this signifies?" Getsu Seiji was also aware of these matters. He found himself intrigued by the inquiry posed by the young lad. Zhang Xing'an's subsequent remarks astonished him, implying that the war in Huaxia would not conclude in the near future, with an expectation of lasting at least a decade or more. The old Japanese man, bewildered, remarked, "We achieved victory in the Battle of Meicheng, and next we will establish a corridor with the forces in Modu to commence our assault on their capital, Jinling. Once we capture Jinling, they will be compelled to surrender, and then the war will come to an end." Zhang Xing'an shook his head. "Senior, I beg to differ. As I mentioned earlier, their establishment of strongholds in Shueshan Province and Chuan Province clearly indicates their intention to relocate the capital. Many significant governmental agencies and industrial facilities have already moved to Huolu City, suggesting they are prepared to abandon Jinling. This implies that even if we seize Jinling, Huaxia will continue to resist us to the bitter end." Getsu Seiji fell into deep contemplation, meticulously reflecting on Zhang Xing'an's words. Zhang Xing'an continued, "Thus, without Jinling, they still possess Huolu City. Without Huolu City, they have the mountainous regions of Chuan Province. Even if they lose Chuan Province, they can retreat to Shueshan Province, then to Gaoyuan Province, and finally to Mianhua Province. After all, Huaxia is vast, with a population of 40 million. Their resources and resilience far surpass ours. Furthermore, even if the national government surrenders, what difference would it make? The national government controls merely 1/5 of Huaxia's military forces, including Li Lingjun and Bai Zhuge in the southern regions, General Long in the west, and Yin Laoshi from the Second War Zone, along with the Red Army and the Ma family troops in the north. What if they continue to resist? A flicker of concern appeared in Getsu Seiji's eyes. Indeed, the headquarters believed that Huaxia would capitulate upon losing Jinling, but what if they did not? Additionally, the beautiful nation would not idly witness our unceasing encroachment upon Huaxia. They might very well sever our resource supply, as much of the empire's steel and oil originates from them. The northern bear harbors lingering grudges from the far east battlefield, and one cannot rule out the possibility of a sudden strike against us. Therefore, I believe the empire is in a precarious position. Any misstep could lead to irretrievable consequences. Upon hearing these reflections, Getsu Seiji regarded Zhang Xing'an with a resigned sigh. Truly, you are the most exceptional scion of the Kono family. Your foresight is remarkable. It seems you have already formulated this plan. Was this your own decision, or that of the Kono family? This time, it was Zhang Xing'an who smiled in silence. Getsu Seiji refrained from pressing further. After all, Japan seemed to have prepared for contingencies as well. No one could guarantee that victory in war was assured. Zhang Xing'an observed the old Japanese man and discerned his wandering thoughts, finding it preferable to let his imagination run wild, as he had decades of experience to draw upon. Suddenly, Zhang Xing'an chuckled and said, "Of course, senior, all of this is merely my conjecture. The empire is not destined to fail. However, this war will be protracted. I believe the next strategy of the empire will involve the extensive enlistment of local populations to serve their interests. I am merely one step ahead of them. Perhaps a puppet regime may even be established." It was at this moment that Kiyotaka Getsu comprehended the intentions behind the actions of the individual before him. He could not help but admire his foresight. No wonder many of the older gentlemen remained silent regarding his methods. It appeared that the strategy of leaving a contingency plan was not exclusive to the Kono family, and he felt as if he were lagging behind. Their conversation extended into the late hours of the night, after which Getsu invited him to rest there. Zhang Xing'an also decided to stay, intending to thoroughly observe the local customs and culture, and it turned out that many infiltrators and patriots were indeed present in the area. However, such matters were best left to the organization. Those who needed to be eliminated should be dealt with, while those exposed domestically should be informed to depart at the earliest opportunity. 5 days later, Kiyotaka Getsu set off for home, bearing a signed order from the headquarters appointing Zhang Xing'an as the commander of the Kono Brigade, retaining the rank of colonel. Yet, Zhang Xing'an paid little heed to the rank. The possession of wealth and weaponry was the true measure of power, and everything else was mere illusion. A week later, the newly formed 2 regiments of the Kono Brigade were stationed in the Shurching urban area, accompanied by troops from the 8th Route Army, all of whom were developing their influence discreetly around Shurching. Zhang Xing'an also enlisted several Chinese soldiers to help maintain law and order, marking them as one of the earliest infiltrating forces of our party. In reality, these individuals were disguised troops of our army, aimed at seizing control of the territory. Upon receiving the telegram from Zhang Xing'an regarding his control over Shurching, the headquarters rejoiced immensely. They ultimately decided to form 4 divisions, totaling 60,000 troops stationed around Shurching, while other units began expanding their formations as well. Consequently, our army strength on the North China battlefield reached 200,000. The greatest credit for this achievement belonged to Zhang Xing'an, who provided a substantial amount of weapons and ammunition. However, the recruitment of soldiers had reached its limit, not due to a lack of supplies, but rather because development required a process. Training soldiers also took time, and progress had to be made step by step. Chapter 55. The fall of Jinling. After a brief period of tranquility, ominous news arrived once more. Jinling had fallen. The enemy amassed a formidable force to assault the city, leading to a fierce battle between the defenders and the invaders. Ultimately, the defenders found themselves encircled, and in a desperate act of defiance, they chose to perish alongside the enemy when their ammunition and provisions ran out. Upon learning of Jinling's occupation, the enemy celebrated jubilantly, urging their leadership to compel Huaxia to surrender. However, the Huaxia government resolutely refused to capitulate, vowing to fight to the bitter end against the island nation. In light of Huaxia's unwavering stance, the island nation sought to continue its offensive, emboldened by their recent victory in Jinling, aiming to advance westward and annihilate the main forces of Huaxia. In the North China plain, the weather had turned warm, heralding the season of harvest. Regrettably, what should have been a bountiful year had instead witnessed a significant decline in grain production. Last year's turmoil had left vast tracts of land fallow, resulting in a 1/3 reduction in yield. Zhang Xing'an, seated in the office building of Shurching, perused documents from various regions, feeling a sense of mounting frustration. Observing the silence of several key governmental officials, he could not help but express his dismay. "I do not understand what you are all contemplating. Why has there been no resolution to such a severe reduction in grain production? Are you aware of how many people will starve in your jurisdictions?" Internally, several officials grumbled among themselves, attributing the crisis to the chaos wrought by the enemy. Yet, the mayor, seeking to ingratiate himself, replied, "Your Excellency, you are aware of the reasons. We have made considerable efforts to procure grain from various regions, and Zhang Xingyan interrupted him sharply. Enough. I do not wish to hear your excuses. I know the war has rendered the land barren, but has it not been over a year since the conflict began? You should have had ample time to prepare. And if it were not for the war, but rather natural disasters like earthquakes or floods, what would you do? Would you merely lament your fate? Is this the efficiency with which you conduct affairs in Huaxia? Do you not comprehend the implications of ongoing warfare on grain prices? With prices soaring, how will the impoverished procure food? His barrage of questions left them speechless. Many were inexperienced, having been appointed by the party as underground members in Shicheng. Zhang Xingyan had promoted them despite their lack of management experience, which only compounded his frustrations. With a resigned expression, he stated, "Listen, I have a stockpile of grain here. Immediately release it into the market to stabilize prices. Furthermore, we shall recruit laborers and pay them for their work. This will not only boost our production, but also provide them with the means to purchase food." Moreover, as he outlined his plan, the officials' eyes brightened, and they diligently recorded the measures for implementation. At that moment, Zhang Xingyan could only shake his head with a wry smile. Before instructing the guards to permit no interruptions, he entered the innermost private chamber, where a middle-aged man clad in a traditional gown was seated. Upon seeing Zhang Xingyan, the man rose with a solemn expression to greet him with a handshake. Zhang Xingyan was the first to speak, addressing him, "Comrade Liang. It is a pleasure to see you. I apologize for the inconvenience of your long journey. As you can see, my situation here is quite sigh." The individual before him was a liaison from our party's underground operatives, sent to convey directives from above. Having overheard the earlier reprimand, he shook his head with a bitter smile, saying, "These individuals have caused you trouble. However, they are merely young comrades. It is nothing. It is my duty to assist. No one begins as an expert. Yet, I believe some matters require flexibility. It would be prudent for them to learn from the methods of those with experience. For instance, while we despise the traders, we cannot deny their capabilities. It would be wise to glean some knowledge from them temporarily before proceeding." The liaison nodded in agreement, stating, "You are correct. I will relay these observations. By the way, I have a mission to discuss with you. First, the troops require certain supplies, and I was hoping you could assist in procuring them." Zhang Xingyan invited him to sit, and they began a detailed discussion. They reviewed the list, which primarily consisted of food and medicine, the quantities modest, indicative of the organization's awareness of his current state. Given the prevailing market conditions, these items were indeed exorbitantly priced. Zhang Xingyan smiled, assuring him that he would deliver the supplies to the base within a couple of days. To avoid arousing suspicion, he planned to utilize a system of airdrops and ambush tactics, a strategy that had been successfully employed multiple times. Furthermore, he continued, "The national government has contacted us, requesting our troops to engage in a blockade against the Japanese forces in the Chahaku area. Since the fall of Jinling, that location has become a crucial route for them." Zhang Xingyan was taken aback and exclaimed, "Chahaku is simply indefensible. Sending troops there would result in tremendous casualties. We have painstakingly built up our resources over the past 6 months, and we cannot afford such losses. I am personally opposed to this. The potential for devastation is too great." The liaison shook his head, responding, "We understand the potential for significant casualties, but the higher-ups have decided that we must participate in this battle. We cannot allow fear of sacrifice to permit the Japanese to rampage unchecked. With the loss of Jinling, our nation is in peril. This is a fight for our people. We must ensure the enemy pays dearly for their advance." Zhang Xingyan fell into deep thought. Currently, our party had grown to nearly 200,000 members. Although training was incomplete, our weaponry was undeniably superior, and each soldier was equipped with a rifle and ample ammunition. Zhang Xingyan had also provided substantial artillery support. We were indeed strong enough to confront the Japanese forces. "Comrade Liang, I have an idea. I will fully support this supply effort. Since we must oppose the Japanese, let us do so decisively. The terrain at Chahako is unsuitable for defense. Instead, we should concentrate our forces near Huishui City, where the geography favors us. The Japanese would have to pass through there to cross Chahaku, and we could then eliminate their effective forces." "Oh, your idea is both audacious and feasible, and I believe it merits communication to the higher authorities." Zhang Xingyan studied the map intently, asserting that the enemy is determined to succeed. "Once we reinforce our troops, they will assume we will steadfastly defend Huishui City. In light of this, we should devise a strategy to lure the enemy there. They possess formidable air and artillery power. So we shall abandon all peripheral positions and engage them in combat around Huishui City, where the terrain is treacherous and advantageous for us. Should it be necessary, engaging in urban warfare will not be detrimental. After all, urban combat is typically a last resort, but this city is uniquely positioned among various hills and waterways, potentially transforming it into a slaughterhouse for the enemy. The enemy must traverse this area to annihilate the main forces of Huaxia. Should they abandon this route and attempt to circumvent it, our troops could sever their lines, thereby reversing the entire battlefield dynamic. Historically, The conflict between the small mustache nation and the Arctic bear resulted in a brutal urban battle with astronomical casualties. Zhang Xingan's strategy draws inspiration from that engagement, albeit this location favors us. However, such a plan imposes considerable logistical strain. Are your supply lines truly reliable? If the logistics falter, I fear. Zhang Xingan resolutely declared, I shall provide weapons and logistical support for hundreds of thousands. In the coming days, I will dispatch a portion, with further supplies sent to the front as needed. After all, half of North China falls under my jurisdiction, and I dictate the supply routes as the commander of the guard. The revelation of Zhang Xingan's commitment to supply such vast resources was astounding. Was he truly a reincarnation of the god of wealth? However, this was not the time for such reflections. Knowing that Comrade Zhang Xingan does not make empty boasts, he recognized the necessity of reporting this matter to the higher-ups, as it was of paramount importance. Current intelligence indicates that the Japanese forces are advancing in 3 columns to the west, with 4 divisions and 7 brigades totaling 160,000 troops in North China. Additional divisions are being withdrawn from the Shanghai area, and it is rumored that the enemy's main base is reorganizing 5 divisions to arrive imminently, intent on swiftly seizing Huaxia. Upon Liang's departure, Zhang Xingan commenced his preparations. The higher authorities, after deliberation, approved this initiative and coordinated with the national government, which also endorsed the proposal and resolved to participate in this significant campaign. As Zhang Xingan had anticipated, the most brutal battlefield, a veritable meat grinder, is on the verge of unfolding. Chapter 56. Joint Operations in Huolu City. Representatives from the national government and the party convened to discuss the specifics of the defensive operations. The party representatives' presence aimed to deliberate on the particulars of the impending battle. After considering the party representative strategy, the national government concurred and decided to deploy forces to engage in a fierce confrontation in Huishui City. Following the defeat in Jinling, they sought to restore their reputation. This forthcoming battle was set to unfold under conditions of parity. The intricate waterways rendered the enemy's heavy artillery ineffective. Both sides faced considerable challenges within the complex urban landscape and its surroundings. Should the enemy become excessively aggressive, it could devolve into a brutal melee. Furthermore, this plan could be seen as a strategic maneuver. In any other city, the enemy would be reluctant to commit additional troops. However, given Huishui's military significance, the enemy was compelled to expedite the conflict, believing that securing this location would signify a definitive victory for their cause, thereby justifying their relentless assault, an idea stemming from the island nation as perspective. The national government representative took a deep breath and remarked, this strategy, while ostensibly equitable in terms of casualties, will undoubtedly leave us severely weakened. The enemy will likewise sustain significant losses. It is indeed a case of inflicting 1,000 casualties upon ourselves to slay 800 of the foe. The party representative nodded in agreement, acknowledging the grim reality that the confrontation would be devastating, possibly resulting in the loss of 800 of our own to take 1,000 of theirs. Yet, this presented a prime opportunity to deplete the enemy's forces. Such an occasion would not present itself again, and in warfare, casualties are inevitable. We are prepared for sacrifice. The national government representative affirmed, I shall report this matter to the higher authorities. 1 week later, numerous dignitaries gathered in Huolu City to deliberate on this military endeavor. Following the battles of the Magic City and Jinling, the Central Army had suffered considerable losses, placing them in a precarious situation. Thus, all present bore a collective responsibility to engage. Dignitaries from various regions arrived promptly upon receiving telegrams. The assembly unanimously approved the proposed plan, especially since many were distanced from the enemy. Engaging the enemy's forces in Jinling would be beneficial for all, alleviating pressure from the preceding battlefronts. During the meeting, General Zhang raised a concern. If our logistics falter, we may encounter significant issues. How do we address the logistical requirements? As we are speaking of hundreds of thousands of supplies, a party representative reassured, rest assured, we have contacted numerous overseas Chinese patriots who have generously contributed $20 million and various supplies to support this battle. They have also procured a substantial amount of arms abroad. While the munitions may be limited, we have ample provisions. With this assurance, many nodded in approval, placing their trust in the integrity of the party. Additionally, the party proposed the establishment of a joint oversight committee to manage the distribution of supplies, thereby preventing any illicit trading of resources. This suggestion garnered unanimous consent. With a united committee overseeing provisions, the allocation of manpower would be assured, provided that the supplies were sufficient. The high-ranking officials of the national government endorsed this proposal, acknowledging the corruption prevalent among their subordinates. While they recognized the inevitability of such misconduct, the establishment of a joint committee for resource management would alleviate their concerns. Thus, the assembly approved the proposal, and that afternoon, each returned to their respective locations to rally the soldiers for battle. Unlike in previous instances, the war zones refrained from issuing commands. Instead, They opted for a voluntary approach, conveying to the soldiers the stark reality of the situation. This mission was fraught with peril, almost a one-way journey, so they believed that refraining from coercion would instead kindle the soldiers' fighting spirit. As anticipated, upon hearing the call to defend the nation against the enemy, the soldiers willingly headed to the front lines. Many even declined military compensation, reasoning that life was too precious to squander on money. This surge of morale swiftly spread throughout the land, and within days, it was reported that nearly 400,000 joint forces were advancing towards Huishui City to confront the enemy in a significant battle. The defeat at the Coal City campaign was regarded merely as a reflection of the incompetence of the Jinsui army. After all, during the defense of Shanghai, the casualties had been evenly matched. At this moment, the spirit of the Chinese forces was not inferior to that of the enemy. Soon, the enemy caught wind of the mobilization, learning that hundreds of thousands from various war zones were converging towards Huishui City, with more troops reportedly on the way, prompting them to adopt a serious demeanor. Were the Chinese preparing for a decisive confrontation? This suited the enemy perfectly, as they aimed to crush the main force in one fell swoop. Consequently, the enemy began mobilizing domestically, dispatching another division from North China southward, while also sending troops from the island. Reinforcements were steadily gathered from the Korean peninsula as well. The atmosphere was thick with tension in some localized areas. The enemy even ceased their offensives, with some units retreating 10 kilometers, biding their time for the Chinese reinforcements to arrive. After all, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The vastness of China made time a disadvantage for them, so they resolved to wait for the entire force to arrive and then strike decisively. Unbeknownst to them, the Chinese had no intention of engaging in a conventional battle on open plains, but instead aimed to utilize the terrain for a war of attrition. Zhang Xing'an received orders from above to commence preparations. Although he was merely a brigade commander without a significant rank, he commanded over 30,000 enemy troops, with additional reserves still in training. Many within the island's high command were eager for his forces to march southward to assist in the conflict. However, this notion was dismissed by the Imperial Guard, who argued that this unit lacked combat effectiveness and would be of no use on the battlefield. Rather than allow them to make futile sacrifices, it was deemed better to keep them stable in the rear. Consequently, his forces did not participate in the Jinling campaign. But this time, with the Chinese military mobilizing significantly, they might be called upon to engage. Upon learning this, Zhang Xing'an swiftly telegraphed the Imperial Guard family, urging them to refrain from participating in this conflict to preserve their military strength. The request was granted, with the stipulation that the Imperial Guard would provide logistical support. Zhang Xing'an consented, and thus the Imperial Guard and the island's high command deliberated the arrangement, with the Imperial Guard agreeing to fund the provision of medicines and food, while logistics would be managed by Lin Yi from the Imperial Guard. This decision left many speechless. Even the Emperor felt a sense of relief, as it represented a considerable financial commitment, and the Imperial Guard's voluntary assumption of this responsibility alleviated the Empire's burdens. Figures like Tojo Hideki had no grounds to contest the arrangement. After all, how could they compel the Imperial Guard to march south after such an agreement? Let these funds be provided by you. This is a cunning strategy that renders Tojo Hideki utterly powerless. After all, wealth is on his side. Subsequently, Kono Fumimaro transmitted this decision to Zhang Xing'an. Upon receiving the telegram, Zhang Xing'an naturally acquiesced, even stating that if necessary, he could also shoulder the medical logistics for allied forces. Kono Fumimaro had not anticipated this young man as considerable resources. In truth, Zhang Xing'an harbored his own intentions. He planned to conscript all Japanese soldiers who were injured or incapacitated, preventing them from returning to the battlefield, and would subsequently send them packed off to the Prairie Province. To pacify his subordinates and dissuade them from recklessly advancing towards the battlefield at Huishui City, he allocated substantial allowances of over 100,000 yen to each regiment, much to the delight of his men, who reveled day and night in the geisha houses. These young Japanese soldiers, often impetuous and inclined towards insubordination, could pose a significant issue if not appeased. Their eagerness to rush into battle could lead to complications. He promptly reported his actions to the organization and provided details about troop deployments and firepower allocations. The organization reassured him that they would make prior arrangements to address the situation. The 8th Route Army Special Forces had trained several units, which were now being deployed for actual combat. Within a few days, most of the supplies had arrived. Upon witnessing the abundance of resources, one could only be astonished. This time, there were a staggering 200,000 rifles, alongside thousands of various artillery and mortars, primarily field guns and mortars, which were convenient for operations along the Shaku River. Additionally, there was an ample supply of high explosives and anti-aircraft machine guns. Given that the Chinese Air Force had suffered considerable setbacks, it was imperative to bolster air defense. Notably, support also included 60 tanks, all T-26 models from the Arctic Bear Nation, showcasing Zhang Xing'an's impressive acumen in securing such advanced tanks that had only recently entered service. Chapter 57. The visit of Itagaki Zhang Xingan's objective in exchanging T-26 support for Huaxia was deliberate. He sought to incite conflict between the Arctic bears and the island nation. Currently, he assumed the identity of a Japanese soldier, which would further engender animosity towards the Arctic bears aiding Huaxia. This would lead them to engage in mutual hostility, ultimately benefiting Huaxia's resistance efforts. At present, no one in the Red Party was capable of operating the tank units. Hence, our party began to enlist a significant number of educated youths to train as tank soldiers, with the instructors dispatched by Zhang Xingan being Japanese officers. Notably the now Lieutenant Colonel Shika Kenji. During his time in the Magic City, he had been an exemplary tank soldier, regrettably captured by Huaxia's military before he could see combat. Fortunately, this spared him from the bloodshed associated with the Huaxia conflict. Shika's presence at our military base was not without reason. He had two stunning twin sisters who had attracted the attention of a wealthy young man from the locality, who sought to claim them for himself. His family, in desperation, sought Shika's aid, and upon learning of their plight, he was incensed. Here he was, fighting for the empire, while his family endured such indignities at home, particularly knowing that the adversary took advantage of his absence on the battlefield to bully his kin, an embodiment of the island nation's class privilege. Upon discovering this, Zhang Xingan intervened, and that very night, the wealthy young man met his demise, along with his entire family, under the guise of a robbery. Shika was aware that it was the execution of the noble guard, and he felt an immense gratitude. Subsequently, he brought his family to Huaxia, ensuring they could settle safely, fearing retaliation from the adversary. When the twin sisters and their mother arrived, they indeed captivated many, yet all understood the close relationship Shika had with the noble guard, which deterred any inappropriate thoughts. Upon meeting the twins, Zhang Xingan was astonished. It was no wonder the wealthy young man had such intentions. Realizing they were from an island nation restaurant, he assisted them in opening a large establishment, ensuring no one dared to cause trouble under Zhang Xingan's protection. Thus, Shika's loyalty reached a perfect score of 100. He confided in Shika many matters, identifying himself as a member of the island nation's Red Party without revealing his Huaxia origins. When Shika learned of the connections between the noble guard Lin Yi and Huaxia, he was initially taken aback but eventually indifferent. The shamelessness of the empire's elites towards their families prompted Shika to pledge allegiance to those who treated him well, regardless of whether they were Huaxia or islanders. He assumed the role of an instructor here. One day, as he lectured the 8th Route Army on theoretical concepts, a student interjected, "Instructor Shika, could you perhaps forego these discussions and instruct us directly on operating artillery and driving tanks? We are headed to the battlefield." The young student spoke cautiously, omitting any mention of fighting the Japanese, as this instructor was still an islander, and sensitivity to such sentiments was warranted. Many recognized him as an anti-war advocate, having suffered persecution from the ruling class of the island nation. The young deer spoke with gravity. "No, absolutely not. Your theories will render you nothing more than live targets on the battlefield." The instructor continued, "We are not afraid of death. We are always prepared for sacrifice," came the reply. Shaking his head, the instructor retorted, "It is not a matter of whether you fear death. You are the assurance of the infantry. If you mishandle the tank due to inexperience, the loss will not only be your armored vehicle. The infantry will also be exposed to enemy fire and suffer because of you. If tanks engage in collective warfare, the situation becomes even more dire. Should a tank in the front line be incapacitated, you may find yourselves in disarray, losing command. Is that what you wish to see?" The youths fell silent. While they were unafraid of dying, they dreaded implicating their comrades. Resentment lingered in their hearts, yet they focused intently on the lesson. This time, the 8th Route Army did not intend to deploy the tank units to battle, for the seeds of our party are destined to bear fruit in the future. Nevertheless, half of the tanks were provided to the national government, as they still had many tank soldiers. The tanks in the plains outperformed those of the enemy, significantly reducing casualties. Currently, the 8th Route Army was not only bolstered by tank instructors but also by numerous sniper and artillery instructors from the islands, who had come to impart their knowledge. These were individuals brainwashed by Zhang Xingan, anti-war Japanese who were welcomed by our party. Additionally, many medical personnel and doctors were present to guide the troops in emergency response measures. At Li Yunlong's command center, after attending the class, Zhuzi returned to the regiment headquarters. He picked up a pen to diligently summarize the experiences of the day. Li Yunlong approached and remarked, "Zhuzi, what on earth are you doing? Has the lesson concluded for today?" Zhuzi quickly rose, exclaiming, "Commander, the class has indeed finished. I must say, Teacher Mutu is quite remarkable. It turns out that artillery requires not only precision but also encompasses numerous intricacies, such as coordinated operations and anti-armor tactics." Li Yunlong chuckled. "Ah, now you refer to him as a teacher? Wasn't it I who initially urged you to study, and you would call them little devils?" He continued, "Let me inform you that this is the Red Party of the islands, our own comrades. I heard about it, Commander. I was surprised to learn that there is a Red Party organization in the islands. It said that Teacher Mutu's family was murdered and dismembered. Even his 6-year-old grandson was not spared. How ruthless the enemy is, even towards their own, Zhuzi exclaimed. Had it not been for that high-ranking official, Jin Weilin, releasing him from prison, he might have met a similar fate in the islands. Upon hearing Jin Weilin's name, Li Yunlong chose not to dwell on the topic further and instructed Zhuzi to continue his studies independently. As it had been a while since he had seen this young brother, it was said that this lad was thriving among the enemy, having seized half of North China. This also contributed to the 8th Route Army's tranquil development nearby. Presently, the 8th Route Army was rapidly expanding, having grown to nearly 200,000 in just a few months. The new regiment boasted over 5,000 men, constituting a formidable reinforced unit. They were to head to the battlefield, and Li Yunlong felt a complex mix of emotions, uncertain of how many would return this time. Li Yunlong turned to Zhao Zhengwei and inquired, "Comrade political officer, how is the preparation of the troops progressing?" Zhao Gang, with a solemn expression, nodded and said, "Everything is prepared. The order just came through that we are the first troops to depart, tasked with showcasing the might of the 8th Route Army. The soldiers have even written their farewell letters, leaving no regrets for themselves." Li Yunlong chuckled and remarked, "Oh, old Zhao, do not wear such a gloomy face. The higher-ups trust us to take the lead. When have we ever been so well equipped? We have an entire array of new rifles, and our regiment boasts over 40 mortars and mountain guns, more than 1,000 semi-automatic rifles, and over 400 light and heavy machine guns. Additionally, we possess more than 300 German submachine guns, with ammunition in abundance. If we encounter the enemy, we are not daunted by a division. Keep boasting, Li Yunlong. I wonder where you find the audacity to challenge an entire division," Zhao Gang replied. "However, this occasion is exceptional. Before we depart, I permit you to indulge in a drink, unlimited, but only this once. My excellent political commissar, but let us not be the only ones to feast. Inform the entire regiment that for the next few days, we shall have extra rations, steamed buns and meat are to be enjoyed freely. Ensure everyone is well fed before we set off. Zhang Dapio, go and convey the order." In an instant, the troops below erupted in cheers. Li Yunlong wore a smile. Yet sorrow lingered in his eyes, and Zhao Gang turned his head, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. In Shicheng, Zhang Xingyan was engaged in his office work when Chief of Staff Kohei Nida entered. "Sir, General Itagaki has arrived." "Oh, how did he come to be here?" "Take me to receive the general immediately." Nida hesitated before saying, "Sir, General Itagaki is visiting in secret. He has brought only a few attendants and is dressed in civilian attire, not in uniform." Zhang Xingyan contemplated for a moment before responding, "I see. Then escort them to my residence without alerting anyone else." Chapter 58. Itagaki's request. Zhang Xingyan made some preparations while Mei Wei prepared a few dishes, eagerly awaiting Itagaki's arrival. Upon meeting Itagaki, Zhang was taken aback. It had only been 2 months since their last encounter, yet Itagaki appeared significantly aged. Zhang couldn't help but wonder what brought this man to his doorstep. Nevertheless, he welcomed him with warmth. Itagaki engaged in some polite conversation with Zhang before sitting down to enjoy some sake. After signaling for Mei Hui and the others to leave, Itagaki revealed the purpose of his visit. "Lord Kobayashi, I have come to bid you farewell. My troops are set to depart for the Chahaku battlefield tomorrow," he stated. Zhang was aware that a significant number of Japanese forces had begun to mobilize towards the southern Chahaku. While he was not surprised at Itagaki's involvement in the battle, he was curious about the reason for his visit today. Feigning enthusiasm, Zhang replied, "Then allow me to extend my early congratulations on your impending victory. Had I known, I would have organized a banquet in your honor." Itagaki shook his head, a pained expression on his face. "Let us forego that. It is better to reserve the funds for the brave warriors of the empire. I do not know if I shall return alive. Hence I have come to ask you for a few favors." Zhang was taken aback. What could this old soldier possibly want? Was he preparing for his own demise? "Senior, this is merely a military operation. The Huaxia army cannot withstand the empire's advance. Do not be so pessimistic," Zhang reassured him. With a sigh, Itagaki responded, "This time is different. The Huaxia have mobilized a considerable number of troops to Chahaku, and I have an unsettling premonition regarding the imminent clash." Zhang, puzzled, questioned further, "Senior, on the front lines, the Huaxia are no match for us, as demonstrated in the Meiqing battle. You swept through the entire Meiqing region with fewer than 10,000 men. And even Jinling has fallen. I believe you will achieve greatness once more. Kobayashi, although you have ascended to the rank of brigade commander, you lack a military background and are unaware of many crucial matters. The most vital elements for a soldier on the battlefield are morale and conviction. With steadfast belief, one becomes an indomitable force, akin to our samurai spirit and our loyalty to His Majesty the Emperor. Since the outbreak of war, Huaxia soldiers have proven their unwavering faith. Intelligence suggests that the current Huaxia troops have voluntarily joined the fight, without any orders from their commanders. These soldiers have forsaken all their wealth and resources, arriving at the front lines armed only with guns and explosives, fully prepared to sacrifice their lives. Zhang fell into deep contemplation, having heard similar reports. He felt a profound admiration for them. Truly, they were the sons of Huaxia. He had also heard that many soldiers strapped explosives to their bodies. Moreover, the combat effectiveness of the empire has severely diminished. Take my 5th Division, for instance. It began with nearly 30,000 troops, but after several campaigns, we suffered significant casualties, leaving us with a contingent of reinforcements who lack combat experience, thus reducing our fighting capability to a lower tier. In truth, what I dread most is not encountering the Huaxia forces in open battle, but rather engaging in a brutal urban warfare scenario, a war of attrition surrounding Huishui City. This truly troubles me. Zhang Xing'an was startled. The old general had discerned the intention to engage in street fighting and a war of attrition. Suddenly, he recalled that intelligence in that region had been thoroughly infiltrated by the enemy, and it was no surprise that Itagaki was unfazed upon receiving this news. He remarked, "Even if they hide within the city, we still possess aircraft and artillery. If necessary, we can execute a saturation bombardment." Itagaki chuckled. "Not everyone is as affluent as you, Kobayashi. Besides, do you have any idea how much explosives are required to bombard Huishui City? Even the Empire's production over several years would be insufficient. Furthermore, the city is replete with fortifications. The purpose of bombing lies in striking industrial and military targets, while inflicting casualties on infantry is virtually negligible." Zhang Xing'an suggested, "What if we besiege the urban area of Huishui, preventing anyone from exiting while also thwarting external forces from entering to provide support?" "It would be impossible." Itagaki replied with a smirk. "Our intelligence indicates that the Huaxia have stockpiled enough supplies for 100,000 troops for half a year in Huishui City. To establish a siege, we would require at least 500,000 troops, and the logistical consumption for such a force would be astronomical, something the Empire simply cannot bear. The only feasible approach is to disperse our forces and launch strikes on other cities, compelling them to withdraw troops for defense and thereby forcing the Huaxia forces within the city to retreat," Zhang Xing'an remarked, astonished by the potential efficacy of this strategy. However, Itagaki immediately countered, "Unfortunately, the headquarters does not intend to pursue such actions, believing it to be a sign of the Empire's impotence. They have issued directives to capture the Chihuahua region at all costs and subsequently compel Huaxia to surrender." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xing'an understood that the higher-ups had already anticipated all of these developments, orchestrating a scheme to ensnare the Japanese into their trap. "Did you not say the goal was to annihilate Huaxia within 3 months? Come now, your main force is right here. Let us see how you strike. If you fail to engage, the media will label you as cowardly, diminishing your troops' morale and international standing. Should you choose to advance, then let us engage in mutual attrition." "Who fears whom? What brings you here today, my senior?" Zhang Xing'an inquired. At this juncture, Itagaki produced a check and a stock certificate, remnants of the financial transactions Zhang had previously provided him and the commissions from their past dealings. He was perplexed by the significance of this gesture. "Kobayashi," Itagaki began, "the Itagaki family has existed for centuries. Once, we were illustrious, yet now our lineage has withered. To speak candidly, I harbor no hope for the situation in Huaxia. It seems the empire is under the control of a group of lunatics who will ultimately destroy its future." Zhang Xing'an harbored disdain in his heart. This man was hardly virtuous himself. If we are to speak of madness, he was no less than the others, merely possessing a modicum of reason and intellect. While those fools had completely lost their grip on reality, I have come this time with a request, should I perish on the battlefield. I implore you to deliver these belongings to my kin. If possible, I would be grateful if you could tend to those family members who remain unscathed by the ravages of war, as a means to preserve the legacy of the Itagaki clan. It is clear that this old warrior has entrusted you with his final wishes. One must acknowledge the strategic acumen of this young warrior. He perceives the unfolding events through subtle signs. Aside from the war profiteers facing judgment, it seems that the Itagaki family has given rise to a few cartoonists post-resistance. Upon reflection, Zhang Xing'an acquiesced to Itagaki's plea. For his own plans involve establishing a foothold in China and becoming a military overlord from the island nation. He aims to unite those factions and families who have remained aloof from the conflict, collectively opposing the war profiteers, including the influential Kido family. The war merchants of the Itagaki clan must undoubtedly be eradicated. However, the remaining individuals still wield influence in the island nation, and by discarding the dross while retaining the essence, they may serve a purpose for me. Ultimately, Itagaki's unease dissipated, reassured by Zhang Xing'an's promise. He departed with a sense of peace. The reason for choosing Zhang Xing'an over others was his awareness of the uniqueness of this band. The army's code prohibits harm to the Chinese and the infringement of their interests. Perhaps this is the contingency plan left by the Kido family. Should the Kido clan one day fall or face trial, Kido Hayashi may still preserve the lineage. Thus, Itagaki entrusted his family to Zhang Xing'an, considering it his final contribution to his clan. After Itagaki's departure, Miho appeared behind Zhang Xing'an, embracing him tightly while weeping, asking, "Must we engage in battle? Why can't our two nations coexist in harmony?" Why must so many lives be lost? During my recent interactions with the Chinese, I have discovered that these students are remarkably kind and exceedingly humble. Must it truly come to a life-or-death struggle between our nations? Zhang Xing'an sighed, lamenting. It is our misfortune that Miho was born into this era. We must strive to survive amidst these tumultuous times. Thankfully, we still possess the means to assist others. You should rest more. In a few days, we may receive wounded soldiers here, and then there will be little time for respite. As dusk enveloped the land, the distant rumble of thunder echoed across the sky, soon followed by torrential rain. This deluge posed significant challenges for both armies, yet the drenched soldiers felt no discomfort. Rather, the downpour alleviated the oppressive atmosphere of recent days. The sensation of being soaked, while uncomfortable, served as a reminder of their vitality. Only the living are entitled to experience suffering. The clash of battle loomed imminent. Chapter 59, The Commencement of Battle on June 5th. With the thunderous echoes of explosions resonating across the Yangtze River, the curtain was officially raised on the fierce confrontation at Huaxia's Chakyo River. A multitude of antiquated vessels, numbering in the hundreds, had arrived at the entrance of the Yangtze waterway in the early hours of the 4th. The nationalist forces had obliterated the old ships, effectively blocking the downstream routes and severing the support for the enemy fleet. By noon on June 5th, the enemy airfield in the metropolis was dismantled through a collaborative effort by the underground party and the nationalist personnel, resulting in the destruction of numerous aircraft as armed individuals infiltrated the airport and detonated explosives. All operatives carrying explosives to the fuel depot perished without exception. Upon receiving the news, the commander of the metropolis, Nishio Shuz, exhibited an unsettling calm rather than outrage. This marked the third airfield to be destroyed in a matter of days, and although the loss of aircraft was substantial, it paled in comparison to the impending calamities. The Huaxia forces were engaged in desperate, sacrificial assaults to annihilate their own airfields, supply lines, and storage depots, driven solely by the objective of exhausting the enemy in a war of attrition at Chakyo River. This was a preparatory measure to deny the Imperial aircraft any support, though fortunately there remained several dozen planes available for deployment to the battlefield. In the afternoon of June 5th, the enemy advanced towards Jinling with several armored vehicles, comprising units from the Guangdong Army and the North China Front Army. Their aim was to leverage the armored divisions to strike the Huaxia positions and, ideally, to breach their defenses in one decisive push. However, they were met with disappointment as Huaxia promptly dispatched an equal number of armored tanks, all manufactured by the Arctic Bear, prompting the enemy officers to vehemently denounce the Arctic Bear for its audacity in supplying weapons to Huaxia. Despite their ire, the enemy was compelled to confront Huaxia's forces directly, only to discover that the quality of the opposing tanks was far superior. Within half an hour, the enemy had suffered catastrophic losses, with over half of their tanks destroyed, forcing the remainder to retreat to their positions. Huaxia, albeit facing some losses due to inexperience, also suffered the destruction of over 10 tanks. Nevertheless, the remaining forces shared a singular ambition to charge the enemy's positions and dismantle their defenses. The enemy, in a fit of desperation, initiated suicidal assaults, with many soldiers carrying explosives and petrol bottles, wreaking havoc upon the tanks, which were not particularly advanced, merely superior to their adversaries. Faced with insurmountable odds, the Huaxia tank divisions retreated. Subsequently, the enemy commenced a bombardment of Huaxia's various positions along Chakyo River, mobilizing hundreds of artillery pieces, many of which were of large caliber. Yet, Huaxia was not to be trifled with. They retaliated with an array of artillery, leading to a fierce and tumultuous artillery duel. The enemy's artillerymen exhibited exceptional skill, delivering precise strikes. But Huaxia's numerical superiority in artillery and ammunition led to a fierce stalemate, resulting in significant casualties on both sides within just a single day. Both sides suffered grievous losses. The enemy incurred over two-thirds of their artillery strength, primarily due to ammunition shortages that compelled a withdrawal from the battlefield. Huaxia also sustained considerable damage, with more than half of their artillery incapacitated. Although they still possessed ammunition, the dwindling number of artillery personnel necessitated a gradual withdrawal from combat. This was exacerbated by the region's intricate waterways, which hindered infantry from effectively launching surprise attacks on the artillery positions. In truth, both parties were acutely aware that this confrontation between artillery forces was fundamentally an exercise in attrition, aimed at depleting each other's heavy firepower. Only by exhausting the opponent's artillery could the infantry engage with diminished casualties. It appeared unlikely that either side would significantly reinforce their artillery in the immediate future, heralding an impending direct clash. On the dawn of June 6th, a contingent of Japanese vanguard troops stealthily crossed several rivers, advancing towards Huishui City with the intent of infiltrating its defenses unnoticed. However, it wasn't long before the city erupted into gunfire, which ceased within the hour. Reports from the radio indicated that several hundred reconnaissance troops had been annihilated, signifying that the Huaxia forces had been well prepared for the assault. By the morning of June 6th, The majority of Japanese troops gathered in the vicinity, with many units having crossed the river and commenced their advance towards Huishui City. Initial skirmishes erupted around the city's outskirts, yet the Huaxia forces chose not to engage in a large-scale confrontation and retreated within the city's walls. Taro Takayama, observing the defeated Huaxia troops ahead, was gripped by an unsettling premonition, his brow furrowed in silence. "Sir, the Chinese have abandoned their positions. Should we pursue?" After considerable deliberation, Taro Takayama resolved to act. His orders were to seize Huishui City before nightfall. However, witnessing the current situation, he pondered whether it would even take a day to accomplish this. He could breach the city within mere minutes. The real question was whether they could emerge unscathed. Reports suggested that nearly 100,000 Huaxia soldiers awaited them inside, with the Empire's heavy artillery unable to provide support. He commanded the 4th Battalion to storm the city and capture its districts. This battalion was composed of troops from Korea, unaware of the true conditions within the city. They were misled to believe that glory awaited them in the form of abundant wealth and women, which fueled their fervor as they charged in. Meanwhile, in Huishui City, Zhou Wei was stood atop a building, observing the fall of the defensive positions without the slightest hint of anger. This had been meticulously orchestrated, as he had never intended to engage in a traditional positional battle. As he noticed nearly 800 Japanese troops charging into the city, he issued commands. "Shao Duzi. Instruct our comrades to conceal themselves, seize the high ground and elevated structures. Snipers should target the officers first. Heavy firepower must not become embroiled in prolonged fights. Strike and then relocate." At that moment, Zhou Wei, clad in the attire of the 8th Route Army, had recently been wounded in the Battle of Magic City and found refuge with the 8th Route Army, fortuitously reuniting with his fiancée, Xiaoya, who was teaching in the rear. Now he commanded a primary division of the 8th Route Army, numbering 3,000 troops, equipped with formidable firepower. With substantial experience in urban warfare from his time in Magic City, he was among the vanguard forces collaborating with the nationalist troops to defend Huishui City. As the uncoordinated Japanese soldiers charged in, shouting indiscriminately, Zhou Wei raised an eyebrow, recognizing them as a group of inexperienced recruits. Did they not understand that such reckless urban warfare would lead to their demise? However, he understood their language. These individuals were not islanders, but rather outsiders. They were merely being used as cannon fodder. Nevertheless, for the Huaxia, it mattered not who the invaders were. All must be eradicated, according to the original plan. After the sniper fired, grenades and heavy artillery would follow, demolishing several surrounding buildings to seal off their escape routes, swiftly annihilating these foes. At the sound of a gunshot, a Japanese officer fell, and a massacre ensued. Initially, there was a barrage that eliminated the majority, followed by precise gunfire targeting individuals, including soldiers hiding behind cover, who were also attended to by mortars. They never comprehended why these Huaxia people were so ferocious. Was it not said that immense wealth and beauty lay within? After dealing with this group of enemies, Zhou Wei commanded a rapid retreat, anticipating artillery fire from the Japanese and urging caution. Indeed, the Japanese artillery struck Zhou Wei's previous position. In the distance, the Japanese scouts shook their heads and approached the commander with grave expressions. Upon seeing this, Yamataro lost the last vestige of hope. Were the enemies exceptionally skilled in urban warfare? The scouts nodded affirmatively, confirming their expertise. Evidently comprised of elite forces that had participated in the battles of Magic City and Jinling. Upon hearing this news, Yamataro felt an unexpected calm. There was no longer any room for hesitation. He ordered the troops to commence artillery bombardment and launch a full-scale attack, led by the 1st Brigade. Upon entering the city, they were to disperse immediately and avoid clustering, as they lacked urban combat experience. The 1st Brigade had participated in the Magic City campaign and possessed ample expertise. They would learn on the battlefield, absorbing whatever knowledge they could. Indeed, upon observing the newly arrived Japanese forces occupying the ruins, they did not immediately launch an assault. Instead, they, like Zhou Wei's troops, sought high ground. Subsequently, small units of Japanese forces stealthily moved along the walls. Noticing this, Zhou Wei's eyes narrowed. Xiaoduzi ordered the troops to retreat. The Japanese elite had arrived, the very individuals who had fought in the Magic City battle, even from several streets away. He could sense their presence. "Commander, are we not holding our position?" "No longer," he replied. "Our purpose was merely to ascertain the enemy's situation. The core of this battle does not lie here. There will be more opportunities to fight. For now, retreat and set explosives to make their advance uncomfortable." 10 minutes later, explosions erupted across multiple locations, marking the official commencement of the brutal meat grinder battle in Huishui City. Chapter 60. The battlefield outside descends into chaos. Gunfire echoed throughout the city of Huishui, where fierce combat had commenced. Outside the city, both sides engaged in an intense struggle for supremacy, with Huishui serving as the epicenter of contention. The surrounding elevations, riverbanks, and intersections had all transformed into crucial battlegrounds. Although the enemy was unable to provide heavy artillery support, their individual soldiers proved formidable, presenting a challenge that the Huaxia army struggled to withstand, resulting in the rapid loss of numerous positions. Days had passed since the onset of hostilities, and the Japanese forces had breached multiple defensive lines established by Huaxia, with 3 key areas of Huishui now under enemy control. Fortunately, the western city gate remained defended by Huaxia troops. However, it was only a matter of time before its fall. Should the enemy breach this point, the hundreds of thousands of allied forces within the city would be deprived of supplies, a situation that would prove catastrophic for our military. Despite the significant loss of territory, the soldiers displayed unparalleled courage and tenacity, refusing to retreat or surrender. The enemy, too, suffered grievous casualties, with both sides enduring losses in the tens of thousands over the span of a few days. In the Joint Command Center, the commanders wore expressions of deep concern as they scrutinized the map. At this juncture, a certain strategist, known as Little Zhuge, lamented, "It appears that our disparity with the forces from the island nation is quite pronounced. In just a few days, we have suffered such heavy losses. And this is without their heavy artillery support. If this continues, we will face dire consequences, not merely in terms of casualties, but in the very real threat of defeat." A staff officer from the 8th Route Army, also studying the map with a furrowed brow, noted that a temporary command center had been established for this joint operation. It won't be long before the enemy encircles Huishui. Is there a viable strategy to alter this predicament? All present shook their heads in response. At that moment, a voice broke through the tension. A chief of staff coldly proposed, "One approach is to create chaos. We can abandon our large-scale forward positions and infiltrate the enemy lines under the cover of darkness, engaging them in disarrayed combat." The implication of this strategy was clear to all. It was indeed a potential solution, albeit one that would lead to a brutal melee. Should the fighting escalate to that extent, the situation could spiral completely out of control. The chief of staff continued, "We have previously excavated extensive tunnels and built numerous shelters, and we have prepared a significant number of boats. Under the cloak of night, we could dispatch 100,000 troops to infiltrate the Japanese lines, reminiscent of the counteroffensive in the city of Moto. This would sow chaos among hundreds of thousands, and at that point, each would be left to their fate. If we must fight, let us do so without fear. After all, engaging the enemy in a positional battle has led to excessive casualties. Let us abandon our defenses. If the commander wishes me to lead the charge, I will assuredly restore the honor of the Huaxia army." Qiu Fengzi was the first to exclaim in fervor, and many officers vied to take the lead. Among them, numerous commanders from Sichuan and Yunnan were particularly enthusiastic. This external battlefield was under the command of Shui, who closed his eyes and signaled for them to prepare. He instructed the troops to ensure they had ample provisions and water, distributing a box of canned goods to each soldier. In the afternoon, they were to dine heartily and take whatever they desired. Many soldiers, aware of the madness of this strategy, were unreserved in their requests, inquiring if they could bring along some alcohol, and were met with no objections from above, allowing them the freedom to choose. That night, 100,000 soldiers from Huaxia charged towards the enemy's stronghold. The Japanese forces, bewildered by this sudden assault, were met with an unexpected onslaught from hidden infiltrators within their ranks, who launched suicidal attacks on their command centers. On that day, over a dozen command posts at the regimental level were obliterated, and dozens of brigade command centers were also annihilated. This alarming turn of events made the Japanese high command realize that the Huaxia forces were fiercely determined, intent on engaging them in a protracted and chaotic battle. Consequently, the soldiers on both sides within the city found themselves deprived of supplies, leading to a nightmarish scenario akin to a vast slaughterhouse, a situation the Japanese were most reluctant to witness. Logically, the Japanese defenses were robust, and it was not an easy task to breach them. However, in their frantic attempt to secure the Shiku River area, they had concentrated heavy troops there, resulting in utter disarray, akin to sheer folly. Rumors suggested that this was the council of the cabinet surrounding the infamous Tojo. It was no wonder that the frontline Japanese generals derided Tojo as a fool. Meanwhile, the battlefield had devolved into a deadlock, with neither side able to locate their commanders nor their soldiers. Viewed from above, the scene resembled a chessboard, with pieces of various colors moving chaotically. Even the slightest shift of a piece could trigger a cascade of reactions. The Japanese Air Force, witnessing this predicament, was taken aback, as it posed a significant challenge for them to deploy their bombs. However, they received orders to create a breach in the Western Front, disregarding their own casualties, with the sole objective of facilitating the evacuation of their troops through the gap to minimize losses. Yet, the Huaxia forces were determined to thwart their plans. A multitude of anti-aircraft guns targeted the Japanese aircraft, which were primarily bombers, having previously eliminated the Huaxia Air Force. The Japanese pilots, overly audacious, flew at dangerously low altitudes. Many of these were outdated wooden planes clad in metal, and after coming under fire from anti-aircraft guns, several were immediately shot down. Many others met their end in mid-air explosions, resulting in a loss of over 20 bombers, primarily from the Naval Aviation Corps, who swore never to return, leaving the Army in a state of helplessness. In a bid to break this stalemate, the Navy dispatched engineers to recover sunken ships in the river, hoping to expedite their fleet's ability to provide support. However, the Huaxia forces denied them this opportunity, persistently deploying vessels downstream to block the river. This left the Japanese in a state of frustration. If they were to attack, it would be futile, as the enemy did not retaliate, allowing them to sink their ships without consequence, thereby conserving their explosives. The relentless Huaxia forces were recklessly sending vessels to the river's depths, making it impossible for the Japanese to recover faster than they could be sunk. Ultimately, the Japanese decided to abandon this approach, leaving the army to devise their own solutions. Acknowledging that the current predicament was of their own making, faced with this impasse, the Japanese were pressed for time. In a desperate attempt to break the stalemate, they ordered the remaining forces in North China to advance westward, circumventing the battlefield to reach the temporary capital of the Huaxia army, thereby allowing for potential reinforcements. Yet, while the idea was promising, the reality was rather disheartening. At that moment, there were no available troops in North China. Reluctantly, they could only send the Chahar troops westward, along with over 10,000 remaining soldiers from the North China army to assist in the endeavor. However, Huaxia has also made ample preparations. Are you not headed to the Furnace City? Multiple defensive lines have long been established there, which the Japanese forces will not easily breach in a short time. Furthermore, the cavalry of the Ma family army is poised for a swift assault on the Chahar region. Are you not attacking my homeland? I would prefer to launch a surprise attack on your territory instead. If that does not work, shall we simply switch tactics? This compelled the supporting troops to abandon their advance westward, and they soon realized that rather than assaulting the enemy, safeguarding their own homeland was paramount. Consequently, the Japanese once again initiated a domestic mobilization, this time assembling 10 divisions totaling 300,000 troops, with the age limit expanded to 40 years, indicating a noticeable depletion in their military strength. Additionally, soldiers were mobilized from the small island and Ryukyu regions to join the fray. On the Huaxia side, numerous troops have been dispatched to the battlefield in Jinling, including not only soldiers, but also many patriots and volunteers who seek to contribute their efforts to aid the nation, striving to expel the Japanese from Huaxia as swiftly as possible. A significant number of wounded soldiers were evacuated from the battlefield, with the highest casualties occurring among the North China Front Army and the Shanghai Front Army, the first two units to engage in combat and currently suffering the most substantial losses, according to initial agreements. Aside from those severely injured who required surgical procedures at temporary hospitals, all personnel from the North China Front Army were sent northward. Zhang Xingyan established dozens of large medical stations over 100 kilometers north of the battlefield to receive and treat these wounded soldiers. Zhang Xingyan provided an abundance of medical supplies and food, along with numerous antibiotics, which greatly reduced the mortality rate among the injured. However, due to the sheer volume of casualties and the brutality of the battlefield, many soldiers continued to perish in rear hospitals within 10 days. Numerous medical personnel had never witnessed such horrific scenes. They trembled in fear, overwhelmed by the grim reality. Without systematic support, it is unfathomable the scale of casualties that would have occurred this time. The Japanese forces had also anticipated the potential ferocity of this battle, yet none could have foreseen it escalating to this extent. The Huaxia strategy is utterly ruthless. To put it bluntly, it resembles a game of chance, where they eschew tactics and instead gamble everything on luck. Currently, Huaxia has blocked the waterways, destroyed a multitude of aircraft and armored vehicles, and heavy artillery cannot provide support. They must await the arrival of reinforcements from the headquarters in a month, along with the southern advance of the Guangdong army. But can they truly endure for an entire month? Little did they know, this battle would extend far beyond a mere month. Chaos ensued within the 61st Division. Fujitachi Jiro observed the battlefield through binoculars, his heart heavy with bitterness. He belonged to a unit of the Guangdong army, which had received orders last week to support at the Shiku River battlefield. This was already the third contingent dispatched by the Guangdong army since the onset of hostilities. The first to arrive was an armored unit, which, reportedly on the very first day, was utterly annihilated by Huaxia's armored forces. This incited considerable dissatisfaction within the Guangdong army headquarters, who deemed the North China Front personnel to be inept for allowing such a distinguished unit to be squandered. Consequently, 2 divisions and 3 brigades of the Guangdong army proactively requested to be sent to the battlefield to demonstrate to their comrades what true elite forces are capable of. Thus, the second batch of tens of thousands of Guangdong army troops ventured beyond the borders towards Shiku River. However, a month later, it was reported that these multitudes were left stranded there, leaving them in utter astonishment. What was the situation on that side? Logically, these Guangdong soldiers should have been capable of handling a force of 100,000 without difficulty. Consequently, A third contingent consisting of 2 regiments and artillery was dispatched to the battlefield, primarily to investigate the conditions of the conflict. When they relayed the status of the battle back to headquarters, everyone was taken aback, especially General Shida, who was astounded to learn that the fighting had devolved into a brutal meat grinder. Initially intent on expressing his fury, he fell silent. Realizing that the losses incurred by the Guangdong army, amounting to several tens of thousands, were relatively minor, while the vanguard forces of the other armies were nearly obliterated, he concluded that he could no longer send reinforcements to that area. However, under persistent pressure from the main command, he reluctantly dispatched 2 divisions and a brigade, essentially understrength units totaling around 30,000 men, to maintain defense against the polar bear threat. Among those sent was Fujita Jiro, who surveyed the chaotic scene before him, his head aching in dismay. Moments ago, he had ordered artillery to bombard a Chinese military position on the periphery, only to witness the targeted soldiers flee in panic. He then commanded his men to charge and pursue the fleeing Chinese troops. However, this pursuit quickly unraveled. Upon entering the fray, they found the battlefield in utter disarray. The Chinese forces that had just retreated launched a counterattack, many wielding automatic weapons. This left the pursuing Japanese soldiers bewildered, forcing them to scatter their attacks. Before long, the situation became dire, with gunfire erupting from all directions. The chaos was overwhelming. Although the enemy donned Japanese military uniforms, they were shouting in Chinese as they pressed their assault. There were even soldiers in Chinese attire, who, after being struck by their own comrades, cried out for help in desperation. This left the seasoned Guangdong soldiers utterly confounded. Who were they meant to fight? It was impossible to engage indiscriminately. Indeed, there had been instances of newly arrived troops conducting such indiscriminate assaults, leading to a scenario where everyone was firing upon each other, regardless of nationality. In less than an hour, Fujita Jiro's regiment of 3,000 men became assimilated into this chaotic melee. Now he understood how the previous tens of thousands of Guangdong soldiers had met their fate. This was no conventional battle, but rather a chaotic brawl. Were the high-ranking officers on both sides truly incompetent to allow the conflict to devolve to such a state? At this juncture, retreat was unthinkable. Even the prospect of escape was virtually non-existent. As Fujita Jiro mused, soldiers positioned near the periphery might find a chance to flee if they were frightened. But those closer to the city had no opportunity for escape. Those who could break free would surely be exceptional. The battlefield resembled a game of Go, with white stones surrounded by black and vice versa. Everyone felt encircled by enemies, instilling a paralyzing fear that discouraged any hasty actions. Thus, this battle had raged on for over 2 months, and now, in mid-August, the oppressive heat bore down upon them. The most excruciating aspect was the utter failure of resupply efforts. Provisions were either destroyed before reaching their destination by enemy operatives and special forces or were scavenged in the fierce fighting closer to the city, leaving only a fraction available for those on the periphery. The scene within the city is indeed harrowing. If the outskirts can be likened to a slaughterhouse, then the interior resembles hell itself. Although the sound of cannon fire has diminished within the urban area, the outer city remains a perilous zone, with its inhabitants too fearful to enter, as it is rumored that those within have nearly succumbed to madness. Zhang Xingen, seated in his vehicle, leads an army of over 3,000 to the battlefield, having received orders for support. However, his mission does not entail direct combat, but rather involves establishing several large resettlement zones several dozen kilometers north of the battlefield. At present, Zhang Xingen's forces are invaluable. No one dares to send them to the front lines, not even the likes of Higashi Ty, who has publicly praised Zhang Xingen's efforts. The rationale behind this is simple. The bulk of the logistical burden for the island nation is shouldered by Zhang Xingen's contingent, with the Kono family personally financing the support. Initially, the agreement was to treat the wounded from the North China Army here, but within a month, the facility became overcrowded, accommodating over 30,000 recuperating soldiers. Subsequently, the forces from the Magic City could no longer bear the strain and requested material and medical support from Zhang Xingen. This time, however, Zhang Xingen was less generous. He provided medicines to the Huaxia troops free of charge, while telling the Japanese that supplies were scarce and could only be allocated to the critically injured. Nonetheless, he ensured ample provisions of food, water, and canned goods to prevent starvation among the soldiers. His ability to achieve this has garnered considerable satisfaction from his superiors. During this period, he also supplied a significant amount of weaponry and ammunition, including several hundred mortars, although most were subsequently destroyed by Huaxia intelligence operatives. The means of the information leak remaining a mystery, the pressure on the battlefield was overwhelming, prompting Zhang Xingen to permit the injured from the Magic City region to come for treatment. This command was met with immense gratitude from General Nishio, who, without hesitation, sent tens of thousands of wounded soldiers to the facility. As the influx of injured continued, Zhang Xingen began to feel overwhelmed, with over 100,000 soldiers recuperating there, most of whom were treatable. He declared that any soldier wounded on the battlefield should be brought back for care, instilling a sense of hope among many Japanese troops. Those who were fearful and hesitant to flee found a perverse solace in inflicting wounds upon themselves, thus securing a passage to the rear for healing, thereby escaping the inferno of the front lines. Zhang Xingan's actions greatly diminished the combat strength of the Japanese forces. Had these tens of thousands of soldiers felt hopeless, they might have resorted to suicidal charges, resulting in devastating losses for the Huaxia army. His approach was affirmed by his superiors, and even the 8th Rout Army concurred, instructing him to devise means to prevent the injured Japanese soldiers from returning to the battlefield. Zhang Xingan agreed wholeheartedly, recognizing the future utility of these individuals and deeming it unwise to allow them back to the front. Upon arrival, he observed soldiers rushing about. While the Japanese had abandoned other fronts, consolidating their remaining forces to persist, numerous corpses of fallen soldiers lay scattered on the ground. The remains of those who perished en route, neglected and left to fate, as others would eventually attend to such grim tasks. The transport brigade has become a focal point of concern for the enemy. Many individuals have been reimbursed after their first transport mission. This predicament is not exclusive to the adversaries. The situation is similarly dire on the side of Huaxia, with both parties struggling to deliver supplies. Zhang Xingan finds himself at a loss in this chaotic environment, even if he were able to airdrop weapons and ammunition. He cannot guarantee their safe arrival into the hands of his own men. The ongoing conflict has severed direct communication with the organization, and should the supplies fall into enemy hands, it would spell disaster. Upon disembarking, he spotted a distant small town, which housed the treatment center. Outside the town lay a multitude of soldiers sprawled on the ground. These were lightly wounded personnel who, due to a shortage of beds, had no choice but to rest on the earth. Many had superficial injuries, but were rendered unable to move normally. Upon the arrival of a high-ranking officer, the soldiers merely cast a glance, but suddenly noticing the insignia and unique badge of his unit, they immediately sprang to attention and saluted the newcomer. With palpable excitement, they exclaimed, "Commander of the division, you have worked hard." Indeed, Zhang Xingan has risen to the rank of Major General and is now the commander of the 180th Division in North China, a position for which he owes a debt of gratitude to Tojo Hideki. Chapter 62, Promotion to Major General of the Division initially. Tojo's faction sought to suppress the Kono family by compelling Zhang Xingan's troops to march south and engage in the chaos, with the objective of depleting his military power. However, as the nature of the conflict escalated, the investments from both sides grew significantly, leading to substantial logistical expenditures. Zhang Xingan, who initially managed tens of thousands of wounded soldiers from the North China Army, gradually began to receive casualties from other divisions, and now over 70% of the injured are convalescing at Zhang Xingan's base. Moreover, a significant portion of the frontline supplies, including food and clothing, is also provided by Zhang Xingan, alongside a considerable quantity of arms and ammunition. Although much of this weaponry has been destroyed by the Huaxia army, it cannot be denied that the contributions of the defenders, albeit disappointing, are still noteworthy. The unexpected financial capability of Kono Lini surprised Tojo Hideki and his associates, prompting them to reconsider their strategy, realizing that depleting his resources could effectively undermine his forces. Consequently, they decided to allow the Kono family to continue shouldering the logistical burden. However, Kono Wenma is no fool. He sent a telegram to Zhang Xingan in Huaxia, inquiring whether he could sustain this pressure. The response assured him that it was not an issue, leaving Kono Wenma astonished. How could this individual possess such wealth? Was he truly a reincarnation of a god of fortune? Nevertheless, with this reassurance, he felt more secure. Yet, the Kono family could not continue to bear the cost indefinitely. Financial stability must yield substantial benefits for them. It stood to reason that these wounded soldiers would express gratitude towards the Kono family, potentially leading to an influx of new recruits. These would be elite soldiers, especially from the Kando army and the North China region's Kono soldiers. Yet, military exercises still needed to be conducted. At this juncture, the astute politician Kono Wenma began to exert pressure, claiming that financial constraints necessitated the return of these soldiers to their respective units. This predicament also troubled the emperor, who sought to placate the prime minister, acknowledging the significant fiscal burdens the Kono family was currently shouldering and was eager to curry favor. Tojo was acutely aware that if the Kono family abandoned their responsibilities, it would pose considerable challenges for his faction. Ultimately, after negotiations, a concession was made. Kono Lini would be appointed as division commander with a promotion to the rank of Major General. Previously, such an elevation would have been extraordinary. However, with the army's expansion to over 50 divisions, many brigade commanders were also elevated to division commanders. Nevertheless, Kono Wenma perceived this as mere tokenism and rejected the proposal, questioning why they should bear these financial burdens based solely on an order. He proposed that Kono Lini become the highest commander in the North China region, a suggestion met with vehement opposition from Tojo and his allies. The prospect of managing North China was simply inconceivable to them. Unperturbed, Kono Wenma presented an expense list for Tojo to reimburse. Upon reviewing the financial statement, Tojo's anger ignited. The document indicated expenditures amounting to 3 billion yen. What a farce. Are you attempting to rob us? He believed that the Kono family was seeking money amidst the chaos, but upon reviewing the records, he fell silent. There were over 100 ledgers, each meticulously detailed and verifiable. For instance, on a specific date, the second squad was ambushed by the Jinsui Army Reconnaissance Unit while transporting medical supplies, resulting in a loss of food valued at 100,000 yen, which included several medicines for horses, 2 mules, and damage to 3 rifles, with medical expenses amounting to 3,000 yen for the injured soldiers from the Tanaka Brigade. Truly, the subordinates from Osaka had an impeccable record, leaving no coin unaccounted for. Some accounts even included compensation for the soldiers' emotional distress. Kono Minamoto remarked that if there were doubts about his statements, one could have the intelligence department investigate to verify the accuracy of his claims. At this moment, Tojo Hideki remained silent, aware that the opposition was merely seeking to challenge him, unperturbed by any inquiries. Both parties were equally obstinate, until Emperor Hirohito finally spoke. Very well. Let Kono Hayashi be appointed as the Lieutenant General of the 180th Division. Additionally, the General Headquarters shall establish the 181st, 182nd, 183rd, and 184th Divisions stationed in the eastern and southern regions of North China. I request that the Kono family recommend suitable candidates for the division leaders. Furthermore, these 5 divisions will belong to the 12th Army of North China, commanded by General Ida Makoto. Upon hearing this acceptable proposition, both sides acquiesced, as it effectively granted Kono Hayashi a command structure of 100,000 troops, potentially increasing to 200,000. Even without formal command, he could still recruit soldiers, thus creating a favorable circumstance for him. While it was framed as a recommendation for candidates, it essentially meant that personnel from the Kono family would be under their command in the future. However, the Army Group Commander appointed General Makoto Ida, subtly constraining the situation, as the distinction between a division commander and a regional commander was significant, with the latter enjoying a superior reputation. Thus, a deal was struck, with the Emperor supporting the Kono family, especially since Tojo and his faction were notably aggressive within the military. The Kono family's newly acquired troops could serve to counterbalance Tojo's radical faction, and their presence in China posed no threat to the imperial family. Yet, Ida Makoto found himself in a most frustrating predicament, vexed by the notion that their conflict had ensnared him. What was his role as a commander in this affair? Was he to serve merely as a mascot? Initially, he contemplated resigning from this position, but the family elders suggested that it was a favorable opportunity. They all recognized that the Kono family possessed considerable wealth. As long as he did not interfere with their activities, he would undoubtedly receive generous rewards. Though it was a title devoid of real power, it was still the designation of a commander. In time, as Kono Hayashi ascended, the Kono family would assist in his promotion to cabinet member. With this thought in mind, he acquiesced, especially since the island nation was in dire need of funds, and the Ida family was particularly financially strained. Establishing a good relationship with such a wealthy benefactor seemed advantageous. Indeed, the very next day, a senior steward from the Kono family arrived at the Ida household, presenting 1,000,000 yen as a gesture of goodwill from Kono Hayashi to the commander. The arrival of money without prior acquaintance brought immense joy to the Ida family. In the northern base of Huaxia, Zhang Xing'an waved to greet them. These individuals were elite soldiers from the battlefield who would soon join his ranks. This decision served a dual purpose: to keep them close at hand and prevent them from becoming seeds for the enemy's resurgence, and to ensure he had capable soldiers for future endeavors. Naturally, those who had committed heinous crimes would be dealt with in due course. One must eventually repay their debts incurred in the world. Upon his arrival, the first to rush forward to meet him was Mahiko, who, upon seeing Zhang Xing'an, appeared as though she had found her pillar of strength. Tearfully, she embraced him, pleading, "Kobayashi-kun, please don't continue fighting. So many lives have already been lost." Zhang Xing'an understood that her reference to the dead numbered in the tens of thousands pertained to those in hospitals. The battlefield casualties were likely in the hundreds of thousands. He consoled Mahiko and arranged for her care, as she had been quite overwhelmed during this tumultuous time. Meanwhile, the twin sister of the fawn, who possessed commendable culinary skills, had arrived to assist with meal preparations for the headquarters and to attend to the needs of Mahiko and others. Upon seeing Zhang Xing'an, I needed Aro and Noda rushed forward to salute him. Zhang Xing'an had now ascended to the rank of division commander, possessing his own unit designation in the past. He would have been considered a regional lord rather than a mere local hegemon. It was well known that he still held 4 divisional commander positions, and many sought to curry favor with the scion of the Kono family. The divisional commander positions were exceedingly enticing, as the excellency of the Kono family had stated. One position would be allocated to a scion of the Kono family, while the remaining 3 would be selected from within the ranks. After inquiring about the local situation with Oi and the others, he learned that this area had become the sole rear base, within a radius of several dozen miles. There were numerous medical facilities, the largest of which numbered 5, serving over 20,000 wounded and medical personnel. Zhang Xingyan suspected, as he had anticipated, that medical personnel were woefully insufficient. He grew concerned for the organization. If the Japanese medical system was already so overwhelmed, what would be the condition of the Huaxia military? Although they were supplying large quantities of medicines and materials, the proficiency of the medical staff would undoubtedly be inferior to that of their counterparts here. He was aware that there were still over 100 female medical personnel from Huaxia stationed here, retained by the organization to learn battlefield rescue techniques. Initially perplexed as to why they weren't sent to Huaxia for training, they were informed by their leaders that learning here allowed for safe experimentation and accelerated growth. Chapter 63. Running for survival. Zhang Xingyan finally realized that they were treating the enemy soldiers as guinea pigs. The severity of their injuries allowed the medical personnel to proceed with confidence. Heart wounds were sutured directly without anesthesia, bullets extracted with bare hands, and missing body parts reattached with glue. Why not use a hammer and nails as well? After all, it is quite normal for a doctor to possess a hammer, is it not? However, such methods could not be applied to their own people. Employing them on the enemy carried no psychological burden. Interestingly, the quickest to adapt were the Chinese female medical personnel. It became evident, upon receiving patients, who had a chance of survival. Initially, some enemy soldiers suspected that they were being harmed and contemplated retaliation, but Kudo Juanren's enforcement team swiftly quelled any disturbances. Over time, it became clear that these Chinese medical staff were indeed saving lives. Those who were saved expressed profound gratitude, while others, who were beyond help, remained silent. As Zhang Xingyan conversed with a few subordinates, distant gunfire erupted from a large courtyard. Frowning, he turned his gaze towards the source. Koyano Itaro responded, "Sir, such incidents are frequent. Either the soldiers cannot endure the pain and take their own lives, or they are executed for causing disturbances by the enforcement team. There are too many people here, resulting in some chaos, as they come from various divisions." Zhang Xingyan nodded in understanding and proceeded towards the building. 10 minutes earlier, Zuolan was, as usual, observing the wounds of each Japanese soldier. She and her comrades had been dispatched by their superiors to infiltrate the medical team, acquiring battlefield rescue skills through diligent study. Initially resistant to treating the enemy, their medical expertise had significantly improved over the months. As headquarters had stated, these were excellent subjects for experimentation. Once they gained experience, they would return to train others in their organization. Just moments ago, while changing the dressing for a Japanese officer, he suddenly grasped her hand with a lewd grin, uttering vulgarities. Zuolan, however, did not resist, regarding him with a cold stare, akin to gazing at a corpse. As he attempted to molest her, the surrounding personnel watched in silence, akin to witnessing a death. Indeed, an enforcement team approached without hesitation, raising their weapon and shooting him in the forehead, instantly ending his life. An enraged soldier shouted, "What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? This is our captain." A member of the enforcement team coldly retorted, "We warned you upon entry to adhere to the rules. Otherwise, you will face military justice." Bah. This is merely a Chinese woman. What does it matter for an imperial soldier to play with a few Chinese flower girls? The discontented shouts of several soldiers were met with the sharp crack of gunfire. Subsequently, the law enforcement officers collected their weapons and bowed to Miss Zuolan, apologizing for the fright they had caused her, citing their oversight. Zuolan merely shook her head, accustomed to such occurrences over the past 2 months. "It's nothing. It's a pity about the medicines, though several vials of antibiotics have been wasted." Many of the soldiers held a measure of respect for the medical personnel from Huaxia, as they were the ones saving lives. At that moment, a general entered through the back door, his rank of Major General immediately recognized by many. They excitedly rose to their feet and bowed, while some injured soldiers attempted to stand but were halted by his gesture. "There's no need for you to rise. I am merely here to inquire about what transpired." As a member of the law enforcement approached to explain the situation, Zhang Xingyan turned his gaze towards Zuolan. His surprise was palpable. "Isn't this Zuolan, Yu Ziqing's future girlfriend? What is she doing here? Things seem a bit chaotic. You are Zuolan, correct? I have heard commendable things about you, how you have saved many imperial soldiers." Zuolan bowed in response, "You flatter me, sir. I am but a student, and it is thanks to the exceptional teachings of teacher Mei Hui." Everyone was aware of the connection between Mei Hui and Zhang Xingyan. She was destined to become the future wife of the division commander. Flattery was undoubtedly prudent, especially given Mei Hui's esteemed reputation within the military, not only as the division commander's future spouse, but also for her remarkable medical skills that had saved countless soldiers, akin to a saint in the eyes of the soldiers. "How is it? I've heard you are nearing graduation. Would you be interested in staying on with us? The benefits would be substantial." Zuolan, confronted with this inquiry, answered candidly, "I apologize, sir, but I plan to return to my hometown in the north to establish a clinic and take over my father's practice." The organization had assured her that everything here would be safe, so there was no need to worry about exposure. Even in the event of exposure, they were instructed not to resist, as there would be help available. As an intelligence officer, Zhuolan understood the underlying implications. There were individuals from their side within the enemy's higher echelons. However, it was improbable that a significant number of party members would be released. This particular officer must possess some unique qualities unknown to her. She speculated that this General Lin might be an anti-war figure. He had not only refrained from eradicating the 8th Route Army within his jurisdiction, but had also sent numerous experts to teach them. He was likely a pacifist, possibly even a radical from the island nation. Yet, no one could have anticipated that he was an infiltrator from their party within the higher ranks of the enemy. Zhang Xingyan deemed it unfortunate but said nothing further, allowing her to resume her duties. Upon seeing the azure blue, thoughts of Yu Ziqing and the esteemed station master flooded my mind, and that timeless phrase echoed in my brain. Ziqing. It seems now there are only the two of us left. I suspect I am a Red Party member. Zhang Xingyan felt that this statement was somewhat military in nature and thought it more fitting to say, Ziqing, it appears we are the last two remaining. There is no doubt, I am indeed a Red Party member. Not just I, but the entire intelligence agency is comprised of Red Party members. He subsequently shook his head, dismissing this whimsical notion. Stepping outside, he arrived at an underground command center, where he greeted both familiar and unfamiliar officers with a smile. Gentlemen, he began. I trust you have heard that the headquarters is forming several divisions. You are all astute individuals, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. I wish to inquire whether you would be willing to join my ranks. I understand that many of your units have been disbanded, and some have even fled the battlefield to come here. Rest assured, I empathize with your sentiments. I am in need of personnel and will not hold past events against you. I wonder if you would consider joining? All present rose in excitement, expressing their eagerness to join Zhang Xingyan's forces. They were well aware of the benefits and safety associated with his command. It was rumored that many lower-ranking soldiers under his command were affluent, and that there were clubs catering to the elite, all at reasonable prices. Who wouldn't he desire to be part of such a unit? Although there were whispers of his ambiguous ties to Huaxia, one might ask, which high-ranking official lacked such connections? These matters were of no concern. With wealth and comfort at hand, there seemed little reason to charge into battle daily. After enduring the horrific meat grinder of war, they were averse to further combat. The mere mention of the battlefield sent shivers down their spines. Zhang Xingyan resolved to transport the severely injured to Shicheng and Baocheng for recuperation, as it was his territory and would provide them an opportunity to acclimate to the environment. However, they would need to reorganize their units. Many officers had no objections, as they were essentially leaders without troops, eager to leave the vicinity of Huishui City. They feared that a bloodthirsty battle might compel them to send these wounded soldiers back into the fray. Zhang Xingyan considered this and instructed Xiaoya and his team to make arrangements. Currently, there were over 50,000 soldiers capable of movement, and they hastily prepared vehicles to transport them back to their territory. Otherwise, a second deployment could inflict further harm upon Huaxia. Initially, they planned to use vehicles. But upon learning that soldiers far from the battlefield expressed their independence, stating they could manage without burdening others, they opted to proceed on foot. Slightly mobile, they used their rifles as makeshift crutches, migrating northward, driven by a fear of returning to the battlefield. Thus, a grand procession of thousands made its way toward northern China. Although they were wounded, their marching pace remained swift, for survival demanded they run with all their might. Zhang Xingyan also notified the intelligence agency of my party, and after 3 days, the rear echelon had diminished from over 100,000 to merely a few tens of thousands. However, as the battlefield intensified, their numbers swelled once again, surpassing 100,000. The war was becoming increasingly brutal. Chapter 64, The Ruthless Battlefield, Part 1. During this period, I have garnered a significant amount of points. Initially, the acquisition ratio was 10-1, meaning that for every point spent, I could earn 10 points in return. In merely 10 days, I amassed several tens of millions, largely due to the destruction of numerous enemy aircraft, tanks, and command centers. However, as time elapsed, the profits from points dwindled. The current ratio is approximately 3-1, and at its lowest, it has even dropped to 2-1, resulting in no profit at all. Yet, as the battles have progressed, my interest in the points has waned. The trajectory of the war is what truly concerns me. One day, Xiaoya rushed in to report, Commander, Miss Yamaguchi has arrived, seemingly injured, and Miss Mei Wei is attending to her. Hearing Yamaguchi's name, I felt a tinge of confusion. How did she end up here? Was Tishi in the magical city managing her business? In the infirmary, Yamaguchi, you are not gravely injured. You merely have some fractures in your arm. Rest for a while, and I have prepared some supplements and medication for you. You can recuperate here at ease. Mei Wei assured her. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yamaguchi replied, But Mei Wei, this is too much. I cannot. Before she could finish, Zhang Xingyan's voice interrupted. Upon hearing him, Yamaguchi's eyes lit up, but she refrained from showing it in front of Mei Wei. Sensing the moment, Mei Wei tactfully excused herself to grant them some privacy. It was common knowledge that Mei Wei harbored feelings for Zhang Xingyan, yet Zhang's status as a nobleman meant that he could have many concubines alongside his legitimate wife. Please lie down, Yamaguchi. Tell me, how did you end up in this place? Zhang prompted. Yamaguchi explained the situation. The majority of the enemy forces stationed in the magical city had been deployed to the battlefield. While the troops trained at the main base had yet to arrive, they had to hastily draft armed personnel for support, leaving fewer than 1,000 soldiers to defend the magical city. All available combatants had been dispatched to the front lines. Initially, Zhang had feared that someone might be plotting against him and his business, but now it was evident that the magical city was significantly vulnerable with merely 1,000 defenders. He needed to report this situation immediately and take advantage of the opportunity to deal with the enemy forces in the magical city. Rest here for now. In a few days, you will return to the magical city, and I will speak with General Nishio, Zhang said after a brief conversation before returning to the command post. As he arrived, Xiaoye Artaro rushed over, stating, "Commander, we have an urgent situation. A telegram just arrived, requesting us to urgently provide a batch of supplies. A division from the island has already landed and is expected to reach the front lines tonight. How prepared are you with the supplies? According to your instructions. We have only prepared a minimal amount of supplies since they are not compensating us," he replied. "Well done. But we cannot simply give away such a substantial amount of supplies without justification. We must find a way to recover it from elsewhere." On a small hillside, a commander of the Jinsui army wielded a saber against the enemy soldiers. At that moment, fewer than 30 soldiers stood beside him, while over 100 enemy soldiers faced them. It was evident that both sides were running low on ammunition and provisions, yet in hand-to-hand combat, the Chinese were clearly at a disadvantage against the islanders. At that moment, an aide shouted, "Commander, you must leave. I will hold them off here." The officer chuckled and replied, "Leave? This time I shall not retreat. I will confront these fiends head-on. They say the little devils are adept with bayonets. I am eager to ascertain whether they possess greater prowess than I, Chu. If I slay one, it is even. If I take two, I profit. Charge forth and kill." Soon, the two sides clashed violently, and within minutes, half of the Huaxia soldiers had perished or been wounded, while the enemy had lost a dozen men. The Japanese encircled them, intent on annihilating the Huaxia troops. Just then, a burst of machine gun fire erupted, claiming the lives of several more enemies on the spot. Upon hearing the gunfire, the Japanese fled without hesitation, the relentless fire incapacitating a large number of them. Soldiers clad in gray uniforms appeared on the battlefield, delivering fatal blows to the fallen Japanese. Amidst the chaos, a hearty voice rang out, "Well done, brothers. Which unit do you belong to?" "I, oldly, and truly impressed. A mere dozen of you bravely charged at over 100 enemies." This officer approached the 8th Route Army commander, saluting in gratitude. "I am Chu Yunfei, commander of the 358th Regiment of the Jinsui Army. Thank you for saving me, or I would have met my end here. I am Li Yunlong, commander of the new 1st Regiment of the 8th Route Army. No need for formalities, Chu. We are all Huaxia people, united in our fight against the Japanese." "Indeed, Li. But I must express my gratitude for your assistance." Alas, he winced as he moved, the pain from a wound inflicted by the enemy's blade on his left shoulder surfacing. At that moment, Li Yunlong instructed his men to bandage the injury. Major Sun Ming also urged Chu Yunfei to rest and heal, but Chu resolutely declined. "Brother Yunlong, your concern is appreciated, but I am well aware of my own condition. I am not one to jeopardize the greater good. If I were to suffer a serious injury that hindered my mobility, I would not remain to burden you. Yet, with one arm wounded, I still have the other to wield a weapon and vanquish foes." Li Yunlong admired the man before him. While he held little regard for the Jinsui army, he found great respect for Chu Yunfei. "Very well, Chu. You truly embody the spirit of Huaxia. I, Li Yunlong, recognize you as my friend. Now, let us dispense with pleasantries. What are your plans moving forward? Would you join us?" "Brother Yunlong, what matters are divisions when we all fight the Japanese together. I am aware of a nearby enemy stronghold that still possesses supplies, previously belonging to my 358th Regiment, which they seized during the chaos. Are you interested?" "Ah, splendid. I was just lamenting the lack of supplies. Let us proceed. Shen Quan, prepare our men." But as he spoke, Li Yunlong fell silent. Shen Quan had sacrificed himself the previous night. There was no time for sorrow, for they had arrived with a force of 5,000, and after 2 months, fewer than 1,000 remained. The situation was dire, and the soldiers at his side were merely a makeshift assembly from other units. Upon witnessing Li Yunlong's silence, Chu Yunfei and the others understood that it must be the case that a comrade had sacrificed himself. It was not only the 8th Route Army that suffered. The Jinsui army faced similar fates as their ranks had dwindled from thousands to less than 100. The toll of this battle had been devastating. Without uttering a word, the troops advanced towards the distant stronghold. In a building in Huishui City, a nationalist army company commander brandished his rifle, systematically eliminating enemy soldiers. Within a minute, he had dispatched 4 foes. However, upon noticing that 20 or so adversaries were charging towards him, he raised his rifle and hastily retreated, sustaining a gunshot wound to his forearm in the process. As the enemy pursued into a depression in the terrain, they abruptly halted, caught off guard by several explosions that sent a dozen of them soaring into the air, sealing their fate. The remaining soldiers, panic-stricken, hastily withdrew. Chen Feng, clutching his arm, sprinted towards a nearby civilian dwelling, where 2 young men emerged to pull him into a dilapidated house. They promptly began to bandage his wound and offered him water. A middle-aged man remarked, "Digua, use the remaining half of the antibiotics on our brother. He is indeed a remarkable hero. In times past, he would have been akin to Elbu." Yet, the nationalist company commander waved his hand to halt the man's gestures. "Please, do not jest. My injury is minor. Let it be reserved for those in greater need. This half-dose of medicine is invaluable." The middle-aged man shook his head. "You must not allow yourself to succumb to infection. Among us, you possess the most battlefield experience. If it weren't for your strategic thinking, we wouldn't have been able to eliminate so many enemies just now. Yet, despite our acquaintance, I still do not know your name." The nationalist officer chuckled and replied, "I am Chen Feng, company commander of the 4th Regiment. And you, judging by your appearance, must belong to the 8th Route Army?" The middle-aged man smiled and answered, "I am Li Qishue, commander of the independent regiment in Hui County, known as Li Dabin. It is a name my mother bestowed upon me." "Oh, so you are an 8th Route Army commander. I am honored. I must admit, I failed to recognize your stature." At this moment, Digua interjected, "Honored, you say?" Before he arrived, he was merely a company commander, newly appointed as a regiment leader just 10 days ago. What great accomplishments are you boasting of? You now lead a contingent of fewer than 100 men. How about you save face? Nonsense. Even if I am alone, I am still a commander, appointed by our 8th Route Army headquarters. Enough of this bickering. By the way, where have Shirtu and Ding Dajuan gone? I haven't seen them around lately. Chapter 65, The Cruel Battlefield, Part 2. Li Qishue, after posing his inquiry, remarked amidst the raucous atmosphere, "It's just that naive newcomer, determined to venture alone to confront the Japanese. I heard that when attacking a command post, 2 individuals claimed to assist. Fearing for his safety, he scolded. Nonsense. Do those 2 have any genuine goodwill? They must be motivated by their own gain. When they return, we cannot let them monopolize the spoils. We must ensure a fair distribution, understand?" As he spoke, a loud voice boomed from nearby. "We struck gold. Ha ha ha. So much food and weaponry. These Japanese truly wallow in riches." The newcomer was none other than Shirtu, inciting Li Dabin's ire as he kicked him down, lamenting his loudness attracting the enemy. Yet, Shirtu remained unfazed, alongside Suanpan and Sun Chahai, as they opened their package to reveal a basket of potatoes and ammunition, eliciting their exuberant joy. They hastily divided the food, devouring it with great gusto. Suddenly, the distant cries of the enemy echoed, prompting Li Dabin to shout, "Suanpan, set the sweet potatoes with explosives. When the Japanese approach, we'll blow this building to smithereens. We cannot linger here any longer." "It's all ready. Just watch me," came the confident reply. Moments later, a fiery explosion erupted, employing a copious amount of explosives, causing the structure to collapse and crush several Japanese soldiers, obscuring visibility for both sides. Witnessing this, the troops retreated, wary of potential traps and unnecessary casualties. The commotion of Li Dabin's detonations drew the attention of many soldiers, who observed the spectacle from a derelict site 3 streets away, where dozens of nationalist soldiers were transfixed by the flames. Among them, a man clad in a colonel's uniform slowly rose, performing a peculiar dance. The soldiers glanced at him but chose to ignore his antics, well aware of his eccentricity. However, an injured lieutenant approached, chiding, "Hey, enough already. What are you trying to summon? Can you refrain from these ominous actions?" The officer disregarded the lieutenant's jibe and continued his dance, perhaps unperturbed by the lieutenant's remarks. The latter grabbed his collar, admonishing, "Enough. These people are still alive. Do not engage in such ill-fated practices. And don't think I'm unaware. That uniform doesn't belong to you. Your accent reveals you are not from this unit, and with your appearance, do you even deserve to wear a colonel's uniform?" At this moment, Long Zhang ceased his dance, turning to smile at the lieutenant. "This is indeed my attire. What do you believe it is? This is my courage. With it, I possess my own bravery and fear nothing." Understanding the deeper meaning behind his words, the lieutenant released him, realizing he spoke of faith, the faith of the Huaxia people. Those following him into battle against the Japanese were motivated not by rank, but by a profound belief. Long Zhang gazed into the distance, chuckling. "I thought everyone was destitute now. Who would have guessed there are still affluent beggars among us? How extravagant, wasting several kilograms of explosives. Truly, those who do not live as beggars do not comprehend the value of what they squander." At this juncture, the lieutenant inquired, "What shall we do now? It appears the battle over there is quite fierce. Shall we seek refuge, considering that we have lost everything? Retreat? All you think of is retreat. How can one become affluent this way? Clearly, the other side is filled with the wealthy. We should seize what they possess. But they are all from prominent families. Long Wonwin surmised that they intended to reclaim supplies from the enemy, yet currently, they merely consist of remnants of soldiers. It was evident to him what the opposing side was contemplating. Long Wonwin remarked, "Look at you, trembling in fear. We are not aiming to confront those fierce fighters at the front. There must be others behind who are incapacitated, much like your current state of helplessness. You are rendered useless. Only by seizing from the enemy can one avoid being deemed worthless." This implied that the attacking forces at the forefront could not be reckoned with directly. There would surely be rewards at the enemy's rear bases. The soldiers, fueled by determination in their eyes, resolved to proceed, for if they continued this way, starvation would be their fate. Frustrated, one approached an elderly man and exclaimed, "The veterinarian has departed. I still have to assist you. How can you, with your frail bones, veterinarian?" Veterinarian? However, at that moment, the old man fell silent, and everyone halted, gazing at the lifeless figure. He was a veterinarian, yet since the onset of conflict, he had seldom saved anyone. Being an elderly man prone to incessant chatter, the others had grown accustomed to having a senior figure nearby. He had not been wounded, but had succumbed to illness after days of battle, passing away on the battlefield. Frustrated, they covered his body with stones to mark his resting place. Long Wonwin shouted, "What are you staring at? It's just a dead man. Haven't you seen death before? There's plenty to see ahead. Now, off you go to fight." With that, Long Wonwin turned and walked away, unnoticed by others. Though his eyes were tinged with red, frustrated, a group followed closely behind him, cautiously making their way toward the enemy, and soon the sound of gunfire erupted. Beneath a dilapidated structure, Go-Erden gazed at a large billboard, lost in thought. He had never encountered such a massive iron sign. A month prior, he and several fellow villagers had assisted the 8th Route Army in transporting grain, only to be ambushed by the enemy midway. His companions were blown to pieces, and Go-Erden, terrified, had fled across the battlefield, seeking refuge in Huishui City, convinced it would be a safe haven. His fortune was remarkable. He had indeed reached the city, yet upon entering, he discovered a far more brutal reality. After the initial shock, he had taken up arms, fighting the enemy alongside fellow compatriots, and had since become somewhat of a veteran. Just moments ago, he received a call informing him of an impending enemy attack, appointing Go-Erden as the company commander. In truth, he was unaware of what a company commander entailed, nor did he know if the call was from the 8th Route Army or the National Army. The soldiers around him, a motley crew from various divisions, were equally oblivious to their commander's origins. They simply understood that they were to heed the orders of this seemingly not-so-bright individual before them. He stared at the billboard for a moment and inquired, "Excuse me, can someone tell me if that sign can be removed?" A young man approached and replied, "Commander, that is an advertisement. It can indeed be taken down, but it is quite large, and one person cannot manage it alone." "Very well. As long as it can be removed. When the enemy arrives, you must dismantle it. Do not let it fall at once. If the enemy approaches, remember that the stones atop it must be heavy, understood?" Several individuals busied themselves with the dismantling of a billboard on the upper floor. Yet after waiting for a considerable half-hour, there was still no sign of the enemy's advance. 10 minutes later, the sound of an explosion echoed from a few hundred meters ahead, leading him to surmise that the adversaries had been engaged by others. However, before he could catch his breath, a gunshot rang out, and a soldier beside him was struck down, his head shattered by enemy fire. In the ensuing chaos, one of the enemy soldiers fled in haste. Filled with indignation, Go-Erden cursed fervently, expressing his disdain for the enemy, longing for a direct confrontation. Yet, despite his rage, he refrained from ordering a pursuit, acutely aware that a moment's carelessness could lead them into an ambush. As night fell, flames flickered both within and beyond the city, a signal of rest for the soldiers on either side. Under normal circumstances, lighting fires at night would unmistakably mark them as targets for the enemy. However, after months of conflict, an unspoken agreement had emerged. During the night, hostilities should cease, and lighting a fire signified that there were individuals present, preparing for tomorrow's engagement. Initially, the overwhelming number of corpses raised concerns about potential plagues, prompting many to gather and incinerate the remains. Both factions understood the principle behind this and refrained from attacking during such operations. The emergence of disease would spell doom for all involved. Gradually, the understanding evolved to imply that if there were any flames, there should be no fighting. Yet, compliance with this rule diminished. As the grim toll of nighttime battles became evident, the majority of casualties resulted from friendly fire, exacerbated by malnutrition and widespread night blindness, rendering it nearly impossible to distinguish between friend and foe in the darkness. The arrival of night brought a fleeting semblance of tranquility, aside from the outskirts of the battlefield, where the new recruits fervently engaged in combat. The rest of the area remained relatively quiet. Little did they know, it would not be long before they, too, would be ensnared in this interminable struggle. It was a fate of either succumbing to despair or spiraling into madness. In a dimly lit basement, a dozen women tended to a group of children, once celebrated songstresses of Jinling, known as the Jinling 13. They had been rescued after the city fell to enemy occupation, only to find themselves engulfed in warfare once more. Many destitute individuals had nowhere to turn and perished amidst the urban skirmishes, and these women took in the orphaned children, sharing their meager supplies. Suddenly, a disheveled man gently opened the basement door, entering with a bundle in hand. The leading woman inquired, "Brother Tang, what news? Is the chaos outside still as tumultuous?" Chapter 66, The Cruel Battlefield, Part 2. Tang Zi nodded, instructing the women and children to remain silent. Having emerged from the Northeast Army, he found himself in the heartland after the upheaval. Upon learning of the outbreak of war, he resolutely joined the battlefield, forming a death squad with his brothers, eager to be the first to enter the city and engage in combat. Yet now, fewer than 100 brothers remained, steadfastly protecting these women and children. He was acutely aware that these women were once from the alleys, yet their indomitable spirit commanded the respect of the men, who resolved to hold their ground until the very end. He felt a flicker of confidence in their resolve. After all, in the city, his band of over 100 men constituted a formidable force, with hardly any others to be found. Thus, the likelihood of an offensive against them was virtually non-existent. They now awaited the conclusion of the external battles to discern their fate, life or death. As dawn broke, Matsushita Kyoji awoke to the start of a new day, roused by the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat. Instantly, anxiety gripped him, for their supplies had run dry long ago, and communication with higher command had ceased. In the absence of food for so many days, how could there be meat? The only explanation was grim. Cautiously, he peeked out, spotting several soldiers gathered around a corpse. Engaged in. Matsushita initially retched at the sight, struggling to reconcile his horror, but the gnawing hunger soon overpowered his revulsion, compelling him to approach the source of the enticing scent. Alas, he never reached the throng. A bullet struck him in the head, followed by a barrage of grenades that obliterated several of the enemy soldiers. Zhang, a soldier from Sichuan, had witnessed his unit decimated a month prior and had persevered alone until now. This morning, upon observing several enemies roasting human flesh, he retaliated, expending his last resources. He had performed such acts countless times, yet he remained uncertain of his next destination, aimlessly wandering the city in search of a target to strike. Just as he crossed a street corner, a bullet pierced his chest. Realizing he had been targeted by an enemy sniper, he assessed the wound. His heart had been struck. He understood he would not survive, for previously, he had aimed for this very spot in the enemy, with none ever escaping alive. Gazing at the clouds above, he recognized that death was imminent. Yet, at that moment, he smiled, liberated from the struggle within this hellish existence. The anticipation of death breeds fear, but the prolonged fear transforms the arrival of death into a release. Slowly, he closed his eyes. A few minutes later, a group of Huaxia soldiers approached him. A soldier with a crew cut picked up his rifle, and one of them spoke. "Boss, this should belong to the Sichuan army. What shall we do with the body?" Lida Binshur glanced at the corpse and replied, "They are all Huaxia soldiers. Let us find a place to cremate them. The weather is hot. We cannot leave our comrades to rot in the wilderness. Also, be cautious. This brother was killed by a sniper. There might be enemy snipers nearby." Shen Feng examined the corpse and then surveyed several distant locations, stating, "Boss, it is highly likely that the sniper was situated in that building. It offers the best vantage point." After speaking, Lida Binshur turned to Shirtu and inquired, "Tell me, Shirtu, can you operate that mortar we just seized? If you can, let us blow up that small building." Shirtu, gleefully stroking the mortar, assured him that he could manage it, and began to set it up for firing. At that moment, inside the small building, a wounded enemy soldier, contentedly smoking a cigarette, felt triumphant as he had finally eliminated the renowned Huaxia sniper. 2 months prior, his unit had engaged the Sichuan army in an encounter, where the Huaxia sniper had claimed the lives of several of his comrades, leaving him injured and forced to flee. After several battles, he had lost a leg and was prepared to await death in that place. However, today he had spotted the sniper again. An exhilaration surged through him as he realized that he had become the hunter, while the sniper was the prey, waiting for the adversary to exhaust their ammunition. He fired his final bullet, initially intended for himself, yet fate allowed him to take down the expert before his own demise. He felt no regret. Across from him, the Huaxia soldiers had set up the mortar, seemingly intent on his elimination, unaware that he was now incapacitated and could no longer fight. If they wasted a shell on him, he felt that his death would not be in vain. With the thunderous boom of the mortar, the enemy soldier's life came to an end. Outside Huishui City, Chu Yunfei lay on a makeshift stretcher, struck by shrapnel from a shell, his life hanging by a thread. Li Yunlong and over 30 soldiers were escorting him away from the battlefield, yet chaos reigned, leaving them uncertain of their bearings amidst the tumult. Fortunately, fate smiled upon Chu Yunfei as a contingent of Central Army soldiers arrived. Li Yunlong entrusted Chu Yunfei to them. Whether he would survive now rested on his own fate. Li Yunlong then led the remaining men back into the fray. The 8th Rout Army had suffered tremendous losses this time, and many of his old comrades had also arrived at this location. It seemed that Ding Wei had already retreated to safeguard supplies at their base, while Kong Jia was still unaccounted for. Rumors swirled that his political commissar had fallen, and Cheng Xiazi had been gravely injured and transported to the rear. His own commissar, Zhao Gang, had been shot twice, yet fortunately the wounds were not fatal. The uncertainty of whether he had been evacuated from the battlefield lingered in the air. In this chaotic theater of war, lives were lost daily, and new faces emerged. One could hardly predict when it would all come to an end. As September drew to a close, with only 2 days remaining until October, the battle had raged for over 4 months. The high command on both sides began to express regret over this brutal meat grinder of a conflict, particularly within the Japanese imperial headquarters, where the arrogance of the Tojo faction had exacted a heavy toll on their nation for a battle devoid of meaning. Tojo Hideki was acutely aware that the situation was becoming increasingly perilous. It was rumored that the polar bears were beginning to stir. And although the Chinese side had suffered significant injuries, their sheer numbers could not be overlooked. It was said that over 100,000 troops were preparing to enter the battlefield. In stark contrast, the recruitment efforts here had been limited to individuals aged between 15 and 50, and this month only 40,000 troops had been dispatched. If this trend continued, the island nation would indeed face grave danger. Should the Chinese launch a counteroffensive, decades of achievements could be obliterated in an instant. They longed to bring an end to this wretched conflict, yet would the Chinese acquiesce to a cessation? After all, prolonging the fight would be advantageous for them. However, the Japanese were mistaken in their assumptions. At this juncture, the Chinese were equally eager to halt the hostilities, wishing to avoid further grievous losses among their ranks. They had already sustained considerable damage, and their strategic objectives had largely been met, while the Japanese forces had also suffered significant attrition. It was indeed a painful reality. Yet, it seemed that heaven could no longer bear witness to this brutal slaughter, which was a grievous affront to morality. Thus, on the 1st of October, a torrential rain descended, extinguishing the flames of battle on both sides, leading to a remarkable turn of events. As the Chinese forces vied for control of a strategic high ground, an artillery duel ensued. An errant shell struck a Japanese supply depot, triggering a violent chain reaction. The explosion sent shockwaves and flames soaring into the sky. The Japanese troops, realizing the gravity of the situation, began to retreat in haste. Coincidentally, at a moment when the Chinese forces found themselves low on ammunition and were contemplating using the artillery barrage to cover their withdrawal. Observing the Japanese retreat, they refrained from pursuing and instead retraced their steps. This explosion garnered attention from numerous quarters, with flames visible even within the city. As both sides began their withdrawal, many were left in the dark regarding the unfolding events. The troops from both sides retreated through the breach in the lines toward their respective positions. Remarkably, during this withdrawal, numerous Chinese soldiers encountered their Japanese counterparts, yet neither side engaged in hostilities. Instead, they merged with their main forces and commenced an organized retreat from the battlefield. Thus, through a series of fortuitous miscalculations, the soldiers gradually separated, restoring clarity to the battlefield akin to the delineation of the Chuhan boundary. The Chinese forces regrouped in the southern and western sectors of the city, while the Japanese retreated to the north. This development brought a sigh of relief from the commanders of both sides, finally aware of the whereabouts of their troops. It was indeed a dramatic turn of events, however. With the majority of the forces having withdrawn, the areas surrounding the city remained in disarray. As for the situation within the city itself, one could only speculate whether any lives remained. Chapter 67. Ceasefire. Upon hearing the explosions outside, a cacophony erupted, but it soon subsided into an eerie silence. The inhabitants of Huishui City instinctively ceased their gunfire, concealing themselves within their positions, anticipating the outcome of the battle at the periphery. Regardless of which side emerged victorious, they were prepared. If it were their own faction, they would brace for a desperate defense, holding out until reinforcements arrived to secure their survival. Conversely, should the enemy triumph, they would launch a suicidal offensive to end the nightmare. However, the news that reached them was that neither side had claimed victory. Rather, a temporary ceasefire had been established. This strange tranquility persisted for 2 days. After 2 days, representatives from both the Japanese and Chinese sides convened to discuss humanitarian concerns, emphasizing the need for a pause in hostilities to assist their wounded and personnel. Swiftly, both parties agreed to this proposal. In the spirit of peace, no one wished to languish in this hellish existence. The representatives from the island nation arrived at the Chinese military headquarters to negotiate the terms of the conflict. They reached a preliminary agreement on a temporary ceasefire, which entailed the withdrawal of main forces to prioritize the rescue of the injured and the recovery of the deceased. Both negotiating parties yearned to conclude this battle expeditiously. In previous negotiations, the Japanese had resorted to stalling tactics and underhanded maneuvers, but this time they were genuinely pained. And the Chinese had suffered significant losses, prompting a mutual desire to restore their strength as soon as possible. This time, the strategic objectives of the Chinese were achieved, effectively decimating the Japanese combatants. The casualties inflicted upon the Japanese were staggering, and it was estimated that they would take years to recover their vitality, allowing ample time for the Chinese to regroup for the prolonged struggle ahead. The recent campaign had starkly revealed the vulnerabilities of the island nation, which had overreached its capabilities. The 8th Route Army commenced a period of recuperation, as the Japanese had indeed bitten off more than they could chew. Their future strategy would align with the principle of exchanging time for space, gradually wearing down the Japanese forces. In the aftermath of this campaign, many of the soldiers dispatched by the Japanese were mere children and the elderly, indicating a near depletion of their manpower. In less than a year, they had exhausted half of their youthful reserves, whereas the Chinese could sustain a decade of warfare against them if necessary. Would the Japanese be able to endure for another 2 years? It seemed unlikely. At the 8th Route Army headquarters, the intelligence officer furrowed his brow and remarked, "Old Wang, the statistics are in. Thus far, our losses have been significant. Tens of thousands of personnel have perished, not counting the logistical staff and civilians. This time, we have indeed suffered grievously." Commander Wang, head of the statistics department, gazed at the figures before him and sighed. The casualties this time were more severe than during the anti-encirclement campaigns. Fortunately, the base still boasted a considerable number of combatants. Although the 8th Route Army had been severely weakened, their spirit remained intact, and with the assistance provided by Zhang Xing'an, they would soon recover. "Can we establish contact with our soldiers in Huishui City?" "Contact has been established. Zhou Weiguo has led the remaining troops out and informed us that the battles in the urban area are exceedingly brutal. Our soldiers have shown remarkable fortitude, embodying the spirit of our great nation. I am anxious, as each day brings news of wounded soldiers succumbing to their injuries, which weighs heavily on my heart. By the way, have there been any updates regarding Comrade Zhang Xing'an?" "Yes, there is news. This afternoon, Zhang Xing'an sent a telegram indicating that supplies will be dispatched from the northwest to our location. This shipment consists entirely of medicines and emergency supplies." The higher-ups have commended him, acknowledging his significant contribution, stating that without this timely support, casualties would have been astronomical. The Shurqing Command has received a telegram from headquarters, which has somewhat alleviated Zhang Xing'an's concerns. The losses our party can endure are manageable, and he breathes a sigh of relief, glad that troop withdrawals have begun. This battle appears to be nearing its conclusion, albeit without a definitive victor. He reviewed the documents and summoned Koyano Taro to report on recent developments. "Your Excellency, reports indicate that the battle is reaching its end. I estimate that the Empire will not initiate any further large-scale offensives." "Did you foresee this situation while you were in Shanghai?" "You are truly remarkable," remarked Koyano. Zhang Xing'an shook his head and sighed, saying, "Koyano, there is nothing extraordinary about this. For millennia, our nation has endured countless foreign invasions, yet we remain steadfast in the world today. We are merely transient visitors in the grand scheme of things. Frankly, I yearn for an immediate cessation of hostilities to preserve the seeds of our nation." Koyano, puzzled, inquired, "I do not understand your meaning." "Koyano, are you familiar with the Jin dynasty? Or the Mongols? They once occupied our land, yet a century later, they became merely a minority within our nation," he chuckled. "If the empire continues on its current path, it is highly probable that soon our great nation will have yet another minority group, the Yamato people." Koyano was taken aback, questioning whether the division of the country would indeed come to pass. However, this was not his immediate concern. He merely needed to fulfill the tasks assigned to him by the commander. Zhang Xing'an shifted the conversation, asking, "What is the status of the injured?" "Your Excellency, apart from a few wounded who wish to return to their original units, the majority are willing to remain with us. Currently, there are nearly 140,000 Imperial troops stationed here. Combined with our original soldiers, we can form a corps of 200,000 troops," Koyano replied. Zhang Xing'an smiled. "That is good. Let's proceed according to the plan. I will allocate funds to reorganize these troops. Ultimately, we aim to establish 5 divisions, along with several independent brigades and regiments, with an estimated total of 300,000 personnel, including a significant recruitment of our compatriots into the military." Koyano inhaled sharply, realizing that this could amount to hundreds of thousands of troops. If this continues, it could exceed 1 million. It appears the commander harbors grand ambitions, perhaps even encompassing all of North China and potentially the entire Northeast. Koyano refrained from further inquiries and set about his preparations, while Zhang Xing'an pondered for a considerable time before sending another telegram to the 8th Route Army Command. Indeed, having this versatile mobile phone proves advantageous, as sending messages and telegrams is exceedingly convenient. Upon receiving the telegram, the 8th Route Army reported the matter to headquarters. The Chief of Intelligence remarked, "It seems they have quite the appetite. They aspire to become warlords among the Japanese. Ha ha ha. Another commander added, "Warlords are indeed advantageous. We shall support this warlord." They proposed to form hundreds of thousands of Japanese troops in North China. Such grand ambitions. This way, the Japanese forces will remain under Zhang Xing's control, preventing them from engaging on the front lines, which is indeed fortuitous for us. Others chuckled in agreement. While he forms his troops, we cannot remain idle. I assert that our party must also expand our forces locally. After all, Comrade Zhang is akin to an island warlord, and we must offer our assistance. Only by inflicting pain upon the neighboring Japanese can we enable him to tidy up the aftermath and establish dominance over the territory. Laughter resonated among all. What a brilliant strategy! The 8th Route Army will train and advance against the neighboring Japanese, while Zhang Xing's forces, under the pretext of assisting the Japanese, will seize territory. Thus, a vast expanse of land will come under the control of Zhang Xing's division, which in turn equates to our party's stronghold, a truly win-win situation. Chapter 68. Battlefield Cleanup. The 8th Route Army is set to undergo a period of rest and reorganization over the next 6 months to a year, after which they will commence localized skirmishes to gradually encroach upon the territories held by the enemy in North China. Zhang Xingyan is acutely aware that the war is entering a phase of stalemate, with the enemy's tactics shifting from military offensives to political maneuvers. Thus, large-scale confrontations are unlikely for an extended duration, were it not for the ample logistical support provided by the system. The losses sustained by soldiers would have been far more catastrophic. Even the industrial nation of Japan is nearing its breaking point. As its economy teeters on the brink of collapse, Zhang Xingyan has begun to devise his subsequent plans, starting with the reorganization of his troops. Those seasoned soldiers who have previously engaged in battle will be consolidated, while the staunch militarists will be formed into several divisions. These forces will be stationed in the northern grassland provinces, in proximity to the territory of the Soviet Union. As an imminent conflict between the Japanese and the Soviets seems inevitable, these soldiers will serve as ideal cannon fodder when the time comes. As for those who are averse to fighting and prefer to enjoy life, they will remain in the southern regions of North China, indulging in the comforts of their territory. For those who covet wealth, their desires will be satisfied, as there is an abundance of riches with nowhere to spend them. A few days later, the long-awaited news arrived. Both sides were to withdraw their combatants from Huishui City and its surrounding areas. Within a day, personnel from the outskirts were to return to their respective camps, guided by specially designated personnel bearing distinct insignias, who would assist in navigating the withdrawal routes. Both parties were strictly prohibited from opening fire. These guides hailed from Western nations, including journalists and representatives of the Red Cross. Medical personnel from both sides were dispatched into the city to rescue soldiers, but they were forbidden from carrying weapons or offensive arms. They could, however, bring medications, food, stretchers, and water supplies. Given the city's vastness, both sides were allotted 10 days to evacuate the battlefield and recover their fallen, in order to avert a potential outbreak of plague. Upon receiving news of the ceasefire, the inhabitants of Huishui City did not erupt in cheers. Instead, they were met with tears and despair. For months of relentless combat had reduced this once thriving city to ruins, leaving no intact structure in sight. Many soldiers dropped their weapons, collapsing to the ground in utter stillness. In that moment of relaxation, countless souls would never rise again. A multitude of Japanese and Chinese soldiers emerged from their shelters, and upon encountering one another, there was no animosity, no camaraderie, nor any inclination to attack. Only the shared experience of breath and numbness lingered, with but a few retaining their thoughts. Guerden was among those few. He crawled out from the debris and slowly made his way to a stone, where he sat down. Observing the medics tirelessly engaged in rescue efforts, he licked his parched lips, having gone 2 days without water. At that moment, a disheveled Japanese soldier took a seat beside him, his gaze fixed intently on Guerden. As Guerden turned to inquire about his scrutiny, the soldier spoke. "Do you smoke?" In the narrative, the protagonist, Guerden, finds himself unable to comprehend the language spoken by the enemy soldiers. Recognizing them as adversaries, he expresses his disdain, urging them to keep their distance. Despite the language barrier, the enemy soldier, indifferent to Guerden's words, lights a cigarette and begins to smoke. Suddenly, an opportunity arises when Li Dabin, a fellow comrade, seizes the remaining half-pack of cigarettes from the enemy, proclaiming that if the enemy does not smoke, he shall. The enemy, observing that Li Dabin's group numbers over 20, admires their survival, declaring the cigarettes as spoils of war before he begins to sing a song in his native tongue, perhaps a melancholic tune of longing for home. Li Dabin scoffs at the soldier's sentimentality, questioning why he would yearn for home while engaging in battle. As the song fades, the enemy soldier takes a knife to his own throat, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Witnesses, both enemy and compatriot, display no sympathy. They remain numb to the unfolding tragedy. Li Dabin lights a cigarette and approaches the fallen soldier, placing the cigarette beside him with a solemn wish that he may return as a human in his next life, rather than a beast in their homeland. Soon, 2 enemy medics approach. bowing to Li Dabin before removing the body. Aware that placing a cigarette as an offering is a sign of respect in their culture, suddenly, a disheveled enemy officer, bearing the rank of a major general, approaches Li Dabin. After scrutinizing him for a moment, he smiles and addresses him as a fellow soldier, acknowledging their many encounters that resulted in a stalemate. He inquires about Li Dabin's name. Li Dabin, eyeing the officer, learns he is a brigade commander responsible for the deaths of over 30 of his comrades. He introduces himself with pride, revealing he is the renowned commander of the 8th Route Army from the Yin and Zhao region. The officer, named Yamashita Nobumoto, acknowledges Li Dabin, vowing to kill him in future encounters. They agree to exchange tokens, a symbolic gesture of their intent to confront each other in battle, with each offering their respective weapons. Meanwhile, Long Wenzhong, excited by the prospect of no further fighting, begins rummaging through the bodies for valuables. Frustrated by this behavior, he chastises his comrades for their lack of dignity, insisting that they should at least carry something of worth. His comments reflect a blend of pragmatism and a desire for respect amidst the grim reality of war. Seek your troops, for I am weary of conversing with the dozen or so behind me. I merely gaze at Long Wenzhong and, feeling exasperated, remark, my brothers, do you not know where to go? We are like lost children without a home, following you because you embody our courage. You are the reason we endure. Wherever you go, we shall follow, for our bravery resides with you. Long Wenzhong paused, his eyes reddening as he replied, following me leads to death. Did you truly believe my reckless words? Haha. Have you not seen the over 1,000 who placed their faith in me, only to perish here? I owe this place more than 1,000 graves. Their faith in me was what brought about their demise. Long Wenzhong's heart was heavy with sorrow. Annoyed, I patted him on the shoulder and said, if not for you, we too would have met our end. None of us desire our graves to be established here. Long Wenzhong cast a glance at the brothers in front before rising in silence and walking towards the outside, accompanied by these ragtag troops of local and Sichuan soldiers. A truck, laden with a dozen women and children, was dispatched to the base of the 8th Route Army. Tang Zi chose not to depart with them. Instead, he remained at the front, awaiting orders. He understood that the ceasefire was but temporary and further battles loomed ahead. He had no intention of becoming a deserter. He wished to fight until the final moment. At that moment, Qiu Fengzi, clutching a dilapidated rifle, wandered through the ruins, cursing, what is this nonsense? Either we fight to the end or perish on the battlefield. Stopping the fight midway is absurd. I have never witnessed such a manner of warfare. I say to those little devils over there, take up your weapons and let us continue the fight. Before he could finish, he was supported by his own soldiers and led away. After 4 months of combat in the city, while others were disheartened, this man remained spirited. How is it that you are so remarkable? Qiu Fengzi was indeed not called mad for no reason. The soldiers feared his irrationality might provoke an unfortunate turn of events, making it difficult to resume the fight once more. Chapter 69. Post-war system rewards. The Battle of Huishui City has concluded, with both sides suffering significant losses and no victor emerging. The cessation of hostilities was prompted by an unspoken agreement to cease fighting. However, neither side withdrew their main forces, resulting in an inexplicable stalemate. 2 days later, a telegram was dispatched from the North China region to the commanders of both factions, authored by Zhang Xingyan of the 12th Army. In the name of the Imperial Guard family, he articulated the devastating toll of the conflict, which was indeed a grievous affront to humanity. Driven by humanitarian concerns, he offered to provide medicine and supplies, bringing food and clean water to assist the local populace, hoping that both sides would withdraw from the region for the sake of humanity. This telegram provided a diplomatic avenue for both parties, leading to a humanitarian withdrawal from the battlefield back to their respective territories, as trucks transported medicines and food to various regions. It marked the conclusion of the 4.5-month-long Battle of Huishui City. There were no victors in this conflict. Statistics reveal that the island nation had deployed nearly 1 million troops, nearly exhausting their entire military capacity, resulting in a severe decline in domestic productivity. The losses for Huaxia were even more grievous, as the number of soldiers deployed far exceeded that of the enemy, with casualties surpassing those of the invaders. Nonetheless, in a certain sense, Huaxia emerged as the victor, having thwarted the enemy's advance. The enemy suffered the loss of over 800 aircraft and more than 320 tanks and armored vehicles, while the Huaxia Air Force lost 135 aircraft and 103 armored vehicles, effectively depleting nearly all of its mechanized forces. The enemy also lost over 200 artillery pieces, while Huaxia's losses amounted to more than 300, along with countless firearms and ammunition expended by both sides, resulting in a complete inability to mount further offensives and a shift toward defense. Thus, both sides formally entered a phase of confrontation, with no significant battles anticipated in the future, although minor skirmishes continued, marking a stage of attrition in national strength. Our party fully embraced the principle of uniting all forces, swiftly recruiting over 300,000 soldiers, primarily veterans from Huaxia, who had retreated from the battlefield. These soldiers hailed from various units, having been rendered homeless after their forces were depleted and voluntarily sought refuge with our party. Conversely, some local military factions, unwilling to accept them due to their own losses, displayed hostility and scorn. The atmosphere within the 8th Route Army was markedly different. Here, equality prevailed, free from the corruption rampant elsewhere. Zhang Xingyan successfully integrated a substantial number of enemy troops under his command, rapidly replenishing his 5 divisions. He then began to strategize his next steps, which involved expanding his forces and territorial control throughout North China. Currently, aside from Zhang Xingyan's 12th Army, there is also the 1st Army led by Yashinaka Suka, which presently holds sway over the eastern part of North China. The 1st Army has also sustained significant injuries, and Zhang Xingyan believes it will not be long before he can decisively deal with this old adversary. In the territories he occupies, he has initiated the establishment of his own armament factories, planning to produce domestically manufactured new rifles. Production has already commenced in his jurisdiction, with a plan to equip the entire army within a year. On the enemy's side, he has also mandated that his loyal troops upgrade their equipment, particularly those elite soldiers. As for the enemy forces seeking his assistance, they must pay for their reinforcements, and whether they can retain their new acquisitions is a matter of fortune. The international community has been extensively reporting on this recent battle, with various media outlets initially focusing on which side would emerge victorious. As the conflict progressed, they were taken aback by the brutal ferocity exhibited by the 2 eastern nations, where both sides appeared to be fighting with utter disregard for their lives. Ultimately, Western media condemned such barbarity. A war of attrition involving millions of lives lost is a rarity in the West, prompting calls for both factions to cease hostilities, labeling it as profoundly inhumane. However, political leaders and military commanders from various nations perceived a different narrative. The once weaker side was surprisingly capable of inflicting such significant attrition on their adversaries. Military powerhouses were astonished to witness urban warfare being waged with such savagery, realizing that such exhausting conflicts must be avoided unless absolutely necessary. On that day, Zhang Xingyan received a system notification congratulating him for completing a hidden mission, which had thwarted the enemy's advance. The system rewarded him with 90 million points, $500 million, and a chance to enter a lottery. Zhang Xingyan initiated the draw, and much to his satisfaction, the system granted him a body enhancement serum, which significantly improved his physical capabilities. If he was a king of soldiers before, he had now ascended to the realm of a martial arts master, or more accurately, a semi-superhuman state. Just when he thought the rewards had concluded, an even greater surprise awaited him 2 days later. He was congratulated for repelling the Japanese forces, bringing the island nation's economy to the brink of collapse, and was awarded the following: 100 low-grade jet fighters, complete with production lines and blueprints, 100 new bombers, also with production lines and blueprints, 10 discount shopping cards, providing a 10% discount on all purchases, an oil resource with reserves of 50 million tons, with the ability to designate a location for extraction, and an iron ore resource, also with reserves of 50 million tons, similarly designated. Upon hearing these rewards, Zhang Xingyan's pupils constricted. The magnitude of the rewards was indeed substantial due to the battle's impact on the island's strategic landscape. The 10 discount cards were particularly valuable, allowing for the purchase of many essential items at reduced prices, such as bundled products, which included 200 units of Katyusha rocket launchers and 200 T-34 tanks, among others. He planned to initially procure a batch of aircraft and tanks for training purposes, specifically the American P-47 fighters and B-29 bombers, which were yet to be introduced. He intended to equip his forces with several hundred of these aircraft and utilize Tiger tanks for armored support. As for more advanced modern tanks and jet fighters, he had no intention of deploying them at this juncture, as their sudden availability would likely incite a frenzy of competition and looting from others. At present, China could not safeguard such assets. He resolved to wait until they had a formidable army numbering in the millions before equipping them. The extraction of mineral resources posed the most pressing concern. These 2 mineral deposits would suffice to sustain the war effort. Yet releasing them prematurely could provoke the enemy into redirecting their full assault towards China instead of targeting the Soviet Union or the United States. In high spirits, he stepped out of the office. It was now November, and he had unwittingly spent a year in this place. It seemed that apart from the constant struggles of war, he had been preoccupied with mere survival. He held a deep admiration for the revolutionary predecessors who had endured so much. Observing the bustling activity below, he heard rumors that the enemy intended to hold a ceremony in honor of the fallen soldiers from the battles. At that moment, Zhang Xingyan truly wished to set off a few firecrackers and sound a trumpet in celebration. However, the thought of the significant loss of life among his own soldiers weighed heavily on his heart. Many high-ranking generals had perished at Huishui City, and he mourned for them in silence. The casualties on the enemy's side also surprised Zhang Xingyan. It was said that a high-ranking general from the island nation had died on the battlefield, struck by artillery fire at the command center. This revelation left him astounded, as he could hardly fathom it. Yet, given that the enemy's prince had already met his end at Zhang's hands, nothing seemed impossible. Additionally, Nakamura Masao and Abe Norahide had also fallen in battle, along with Vice Admiral Gang Kurosaburo. Reflecting on the naval officer's demise, Zhang Xing'an found himself bemused, unable to comprehend how a naval officer could perish on a land battlefield. According to Ono Nidataro, the individual had been reckless, attempting to observe the army's maneuvers from a vessel downstream. Concealing his identity, he boarded a merchant ship to travel upstream, fully intending to mock the army, only to be mistaken for a blockade and subsequently blown up by the Chinese forces. Itagaki Saishiro had sustained severe injuries and was currently recuperating in the imperial capital. It was rumored that new policies were forthcoming from the island nation, with plans for a conference to discuss the next steps regarding China. Although Zhang Xing'an now commanded nearly 200,000 enemy troops, he was not invited to the conference in the imperial capital, indicating the persistent suppression he faced from the high command. The headquarters had suggested he engage with the 8th Route Army to discuss surrender, a proposal that both surprised and delighted him, as it would allow him to meet with the organization openly. Chapter 70, a brazen expansion in early November. Despite suffering grievous losses in the Battle of Huishui City, the Japanese forces proclaimed the successful occupation of Huishui City in China to bolster morale. This announcement ignited celebrations among millions of citizens in the islands, who took to the streets in jubilant demonstrations. The adage that there are no wronged souls beneath the mushroom bomb rings true. The propaganda efforts were even more vigorous than before, as they sought to recruit additional soldiers, deliberately omitting any mention of their own heavy casualties in this recent conflict. Furthermore, the national treasury was already in dire straits, burdened by debt, and the war reserves had been utterly depleted by this battle. Originally intending to sustain the war through conquest, the current situation rendered any offensive actions too perilous. On the Chinese side, the Japanese proceeded with a ceremonial entry into the city, yet Huishui now lay in ruins. They merely had a newly formed regiment from their homeland symbolically plant their flag amidst the debris before commencing their festivities. The troops joining the entry were fresh recruits. Those who had participated in the battle were loath to return to such a devastated city, with the majority having been captured by Zhang Xing'an and taken to northern China. Upon learning of the failure in the Battle of Huishui, the populace felt a tinge of despondency. However, reports from the media indicating that the Japanese had also suffered nearly 1 million casualties reignited the spirit of resistance among the people. Many citizens eagerly enlisted, determined to fight the Japanese to the bitter end, as both sides licked their wounds and regrouped. Upon returning to Shurcheng, Zhang Xing'an commenced his efforts to seize territory, capitalizing on the Japanese forces' vulnerability. He swiftly occupied regions such as the Two Rivers Province, the Vegetable Province, and the Prairie Province. He instructed the Japanese troops to maintain order in major cities while deploying his party's undercover operatives to manage smaller towns, seamlessly embedding his forces throughout northern China. Zhang was aware that a puppet government would likely be established soon, with the islands implementing a policy of governing the Chinese with Chinese. Thus, he aimed to preempt their move. This strategy would allow him to retain control over the territories he had already seized. As for the puppet government officials contemplating encroachment, he would simply let his blade provide the answer. The rationale he devised was straightforward: to oppose the Tojo family, leading others to perceive it merely as a familial dispute. Initially, Zhang contemplated taking advantage of the situation to capture the major cities of the imperial capital and Wei City. However, after much deliberation, he resolved to bide his time, recognizing that such rapid advancement could provoke discontent among the Japanese. The Kanto army had already begun to express dissent towards him. Controlling the imperial capital and Wei City might incite the Kanto army to march southward. The strategic significance of the imperial capital region was immense. And if he moved too hastily, not only would the Japanese oppose him, but the venerable Kono Wamuro would likely resist as well, which would be detrimental to his plans. Thus, he resolved to consolidate his hold over the territories he had secured. It was time to meet with the organization. Many matters necessitated face-to-face discussions. However, this time he would not need to conduct the meeting in secrecy. The higher-ups had assigned him the task of persuading the 8th Route Army to surrender, providing him with a legitimate opportunity to meet openly with his party. A week later, the Japanese internally resolved to establish a puppet government to implement the policy of governing the Chinese with Chinese. Shortly thereafter, prominent traders such as Wang Jinwei, Zhou Hai, and Li Kun announced the formation of this puppet government, with their temporary offices established in Jinling. Subsequently, numerous prominent figures from the business and political realms sought refuge within the puppet government, alongside several military personnel. The invaders engaged in extensive propaganda efforts. The treachery displayed by these individuals was vehemently condemned by the Chinese, who resolved to punish the traitors at any cost. In response, our party's underground operatives, along with other patriotic factions, commenced a campaign to purge the traitors. This led to a series of assassination operations between intelligence agencies, ushering in a period of tumultuous conflict in the underground battleground. Initially, the underground personnel inflicted substantial losses upon the invaders. However, the latter retaliated swiftly. The TACO and other agencies initiated a purge, yet their unfamiliarity with the terrain, being outsiders, resulted in several failed confrontations. To alter this unfavorable situation, the invaders established a clandestine organization, a den of espionage known as Agency 76, comprised entirely of Chinese nationals, with Li Kun appointed as the first director. His arrival dealt a devastating blow to the Chinese intelligence apparatus. On this particular day in North China, Zhang Xingyan received orders from the invaders' headquarters, instructing him to implement a policy of using Chinese to control Chinese, focusing on seducing and corrupting the high echelons of Chinese society to join the puppet government in service of the empire. Zhang Xingyan felt the moment was ripe and assured the island's headquarters that he would expedite the execution of this plan. The invaders' headquarters also indicated their intention to send personnel and resources to assist him in successfully accomplishing his missions. However, Zhang Xingyan was acutely aware that the invaders aimed to disrupt his authority and monitor his actions, an apparent maneuver from the Tojo faction, which was utterly distasteful, as the Kono family would never engage in acts detrimental to their own interests. Despite his reservations, Zhang Xingyan did not refuse. He responded affirmatively to the arrangements, but made several requests. Firstly, he insisted on reimbursement for the expenses incurred during the recent military campaign. He expressed his willingness to resign from all positions, allowing the island nation to assume control over the North China region. This revelation left the upper echelons of the island nation in shock. It was indeed a trump card, a gesture suggesting he was prepared to overturn the table. Setting aside whether they could fulfill his financial demands, the question remained, who would manage the troops if he resigned? Previously, the situation had been manageable with a band of impoverished farmers serving as soldiers. However, now these soldiers received stipends exceeding 200 each month, along with bonuses, indulging in pleasures and fine dining at no personal expense. It was rumored that the military canteen within Kono Lin Yi's unit often lay empty, as soldiers preferred the culinary delights offered on the street lined with island cuisine established in the area. If he were to withdraw, who could sustain such extravagance in maintaining an army? Tojo Hideki? Certainly not. They lacked the financial resources. Could they expect those soldiers to endure a meager existence with an additional 10 yuan per month? Would they not rebel? With over 200,000 soldiers, could anyone withstand such a revolt? Thus, this tactic served as a potent weapon, forcing the opposition to acquiesce, allowing Kono Lin Yi to autonomously govern his territory without reproach for his unilateral expansion. At this juncture, he had effectively become a warlord for the island nation, and even the emperor found himself powerless against him. Nonetheless, demands were still made for the Kono family to supply resources to other military factions. After all, possessing such vast territory without contributing would be untenable. Zhang Xingyan did not refuse this time. He consented to take responsibility for resolving the issue of winter uniforms for the Guangdong army from the perspective of North China. He was also willing to allocate 3 million yuan to support urban reconstruction efforts, in addition to providing a substantial amount of grain annually for the domestic market. This appeased those in question. As for the Guangdong army's winter uniforms, he suggested that a later delivery would be acceptable, perhaps by next summer. After all, winter would not claim too many lives. In response to the summons from the Japanese headquarters, he proactively reached out to the upper echelons of the 8th Route Army, claiming to extend an invitation on behalf of the Guangdong family for negotiations regarding the establishment of a government in North China, hoping that the 8th Route Army would abandon their resistance for the sake of the Chinese populace and surrender to the imperial forces to join the puppet government. Of course, this was merely a fade. Many high-ranking officials from the imperial army had received orders to engage in negotiations with Chinese leaders. For instance, representatives from the Shanghai department were dispatched to make contact with their counterparts in the mountainous regions. In North China, the First Army was in discussions with the Jinsui Army under Yan Shishan, represented by the First Army commander, Yoshinobu Shimizuka. Coincidentally, Zhang Xingyan was responsible for negotiations with the 8th Route Army of the Second War Zone, which provided him with a legitimate opportunity to engage with the Communist Party. As expected, the 8th Route Army's representatives promptly replied, unequivocally rejecting the notion of surrender and affirming their steadfast commitment to resisting Japanese aggression. Nearly all responses echoed this sentiment. The Japanese had anticipated such a reaction, viewing the initial telegram merely as a probe, with genuine negotiations still to follow. A few days later, Zhang Xingyan sent another telegram to the 8th Route Army, this time omitting any mention of government formation and instead focusing on the safety of the local populace, requesting negotiations on this matter. The chosen venue for these discussions was Shurching, hoping for a face-to-face meeting. Indeed, the 8th Route Army responded affirmatively, agreeing to negotiate matters concerning the resettlement of the citizens, and soon thereafter would dispatch a representative to Shurching for discussions. Upon receiving the telegram, Zhang Xingyan instructed his subordinates to make preparations, and a few days later, they awaited the arrival of the 8th Route Army's representatives for the negotiations. Unlike negotiations in other regions, Zhang Xingyan's discussions were merely a pretext. He understood that this time, the organization would send individuals who were already aware of his identity. Chapter 71. Discussing private matters. After addressing official business, the representatives of the 8th Route Army arrived in Shiqing, a delegation comprising over 10 members, primarily negotiators, accompanied by friends from other nations and foreign journalists, all with the purpose of preventing any trickery from the Japanese. Ono Itaro was responsible for welcoming the representatives of the Red Party, arranging accommodations for them at a hotel, and preparing meals to entertain the negotiation team. Ono courteously remarked, "Thank you all for your arduous journey. Please rest here tonight. The formal discussions will commence tomorrow." The representatives reciprocated the courtesy, refraining from any superfluous remarks. In truth, had this been another occupied region by the Japanese, such a delegation would not have been dispatched, given the notorious character of the Japanese. However, this was the territory of Comrade Zhang Xingyan, where their safety was unequivocally assured. Yet, the representatives were unaware of Zhang Xingyan's true identity, known only to two individuals accompanying them. The following day, the respective delegations arrived at the negotiation venue, where they directly articulated their demands. The Japanese insisted that the 8th Route Army refrain from activities in North China. Failure to surrender would necessitate their withdrawal from the region, or else the island's military would respond with severe measures against them. They also demanded that the 8th Route Army cease all industrial and commercial activities in North China, forbidding incitement of the populace to resist, and prohibiting the dissemination of anti-Japanese sentiments. In total, the Japanese enumerated over 20 stipulations, to which the 8th Route Army representatives responded with an indignant snort, asserting their own demands: the withdrawal of Japanese troops from North China and the cessation of oppressive actions against the Chinese people, alongside the release of all patriots. They presented over 30 demands, resulting in a fierce exchange of rhetoric, with neither side willing to concede. Ultimately, the negotiations concluded without resolution, with an agreement to reconvene in a few days. During the second round of discussions, some progress was made regarding issues of non-interference with civilians, yet critical matters remained irreconcilable, leading to the ultimate collapse of the negotiations. After a prolonged period of futile negotiations, Zhang Xingyan recognized that the time had come for him to intervene personally. He addressed Ono, saying, "Ono, please arrange for a meeting with the military representatives of the 8th Route Army. I am hosting a dinner at my residence this evening." Ono's eyes lit up as he responded, "Sir, are we officially commencing discussions with them?" Zhang Xingyan chuckled, patting Ono on the shoulder. "Indeed. We have fulfilled the mission assigned by headquarters, and the results are evident. The 8th Route Army will not surrender. We have accomplished our task as directed. Now, I shall engage them in private matters. I believe it will not be long before we reap substantial benefits. I have heard that the 8th Route Army is significantly expanding its ranks. What does that signify? It represents wealth. Completing this transaction may very well make you a millionaire." Ono nodded in agreement, expressing gratitude for the support and nurturing he received from Kono Lini. That day, he informed the 8th Route Army representatives of the invitation to dine at Kono Lini's residence. After receiving their consent, Ono departed with satisfaction. The representative of the 8th Route Army smiled and remarked, "It seems that the true meeting is about to commence. These past few days, watching Xiao Zhao and the others quarrel with the Japanese has left me quite fatigued. Today, Comrade Zhang Xingyan has invited us over, which certainly indicates that there are numerous matters to discuss. Lao Fong, you should prepare for an all-night session." Lao Fong also nodded with a smile. "I have long wished to meet Comrade Zhang Xingyan. He is indeed a promising young man. Who would have thought that one? But let us not dwell on that. I came prepared. I was gifted a brand new notebook upon my arrival, which I intend to fill with reports upon my return." "Ha ha ha." The representative of the 8th Route Army continued with a laugh. "This battle has cost us dearly. We truly need the resources that Comrade Zhang Xingyan can provide through his underground channels." Lao Fong nodded in agreement. "You are correct. But I believe Comrade Zhang Xingyan has his own plans. We need not overthink it. We shall know more by evening. I think I will take a cold shower first to refresh myself. Indeed, we must engage in a thorough discussion later." That evening, at Zhang Xingyan's grand villa, armed Japanese soldiers guarded the perimeter. The villa was devoid of festive decorations, save for the light emanating from the study on the upper floor. Under the guidance of Koyano Taro, the two representatives from the 8th Route Army arrived at the villa. Upon their arrival at the study door, Koyano discreetly departed. This was Zhang Xingyan's territory. It was utterly secure, and any attempt on his life was nearly impossible. With the assistance of the system's map, there were virtually no individuals capable of infiltrating the vicinity. He had previously incapacitated the elite guards surrounding him within a minute using only his bare hands, often testing his enhanced physical abilities by unexpectedly ambushing the guards, marking their vital points without causing harm. Each time, the division commander refrained from reprimanding them, instead instructing them to bolster their defenses. Yet, the guards, with faces flushed with shame, wished for nothing more than to commit seppuku and apology, simultaneously in awe of their commander's prowess. The Japanese were a nation that revered strength. Mere wealth was insufficient to earn their admiration. Zhang Xingyan demonstrated his formidable capabilities, making it clear that he was not merely a man who craved wealth. Rather, he was capable of great feats, merely choosing not to exert himself. Upon entering the room, the two 8th Route Army commanders beheld Zhang Xingyan seated at a table, adorned in a kimono, with several cups of sake prepared in anticipation. He signaled to others that no one was permitted to approach the room, with severe consequences for disobedience. Simultaneously, he activated the map function to ensure that no one could overhear their conversation. Once the door was closed, one of the 8th Route Army representatives spoke first. "Ha ha ha. It has been quite some time since we last met. You seem to be thriving, having ascended to the rank of division commander." Zhang Xingyan, seeing that there were no outsiders, stepped forward to shake hands with the visitor, feeling a surge of emotion. Although he held a position of high authority among the Japanese, he often felt like a child without a home, and encountering the 8th Route Army filled him with a desire to weep with joy. The presence of this individual brought him immense happiness. It was none other than the investigator who had once reviewed his identity. After exchanging pleasantries, the group hastily took their seats and began the meal. The representative introduced Lao Fong, an esteemed comrade from headquarters, to which Zhang Xingyan warmly welcomed him. "The two of you must be utterly exhausted from this nonsensical negotiation over the past few days. Allow me to host you today. Rest assured, everything here is completely secure." Chapter 72, Confidential Discussion, Part 1. The representative of the investigators, showing no courtesy, sat down and immediately downed a glass of liquor, cheerfully exclaiming, "You, my friend, are quite considerate, knowing we despise Japanese sake, and have specifically brought wine from our homeland. This must be sorghum liquor. I must admit, it is rather delightful. I must say, when you don that kimono, you truly resemble a denizen of the island nation." However, Zhang Xingyan remained unfazed, chuckling as he replied, "What resemblance? I am indeed a Japanese now, the division commander Kinugawa lineage, no less. How else could I command their obedience? You, my friend, are truly skilled. Were it not for the critical nature of your mission, I would certainly wish for you to join our department. With your talent for resource management, you would surely awaken from dreams of success." Old Fong interjected without reservation. "Comrade Zhang Xingyan, were you not embedded with the Japanese? You would surely be at Zhang Wanhua's side, an exceptional logistics expert. Your talents would be wasted in the intelligence agency," remarked the investigator's military representative dismissively. "What's the issue? Why can't he come to our intelligence department? He is, after all, one of our personnel. Should the opportunity arise, let him oversee intelligence logistics. Let Li Yunlong have him as the head of the kitchen brigade." They laughed heartily. Zhang Xingyan reflected silently, wishing he too could enlist with the 8th Route Army to combat the Japanese. Yet, this confounded system, known as the infiltration system, only rewards clandestine operations. If only he could gain points by annihilating Japanese forces and seizing equipment like other time travelers, he would have obliterated the entire island nation by now. Abruptly shifting the conversation to the matter at hand, he inquired, "Comrade Zhang Xingyan, did you summon us for something of significance?" "My purpose here is to convey your thoughts to the higher-ups and discuss our organization's forthcoming operational plans, enabling us both to act more effectively." Zhang Xingyan nodded. Beginning to analyze the current situation, he first outlined the present predicament of the Japanese, a matter not shrouded in secrecy, as our party's intelligence is quite comprehensive. He emphasized the situation in North China. At this juncture, the Japanese have adopted a defensive stance in North China, and there will be no offensive against significant areas of the Huaxiao army in the short term. However, once conscription in their homeland commences, they will resume their attacks. Currently, North China has established two armies, the 1st Army and the 12th Army. The 1st Army is commanded by Yoshio Shinjo, comprising 2 divisions and several brigades, managing approximately 70,000 troops. They are also actively recruiting puppet soldiers, aiming to reach a strength of 150,000, primarily responsible for the western regions of North China and the eastern parts of the Grassland Province. My 180th Division and several other divisions oversee the remaining areas of North China, with the majority of the territory under the 12th Army's control, commanded by the elderly Japanese Ida Makoto. He currently resides in the capital, yet he is detached from the specific affairs of the 12th Army. For the time being, I am in command of the 12th Army, stationed here in Shurqing. My recommendation is for our party to gain entry into the jurisdiction of the 12th Army, thereby controlling the resources and vital cities within, facilitating a quicker assimilation of these territories. Old Fong interjected at this moment, "Wait a moment. Did you just say the 12th Army is under your command? What does that mean?" Moreover, there are intentions from above to establish a substantial base in North China. The 12th Army aims to gather more intelligence, as it may be necessary for your support, Xiao Zhang. Should other divisions of the 12th Army conduct sweeping operations against the base? Zhang Xingyan, however, merely smiled, aware that the intelligence received was limited to the formation of several divisions, oblivious to the fact that these troops were his own private soldiers. Rest assured, aside from the 180th Division, of which I am the commander, the other divisions will not engage in proactive assaults like the 8th Route Army. After all, these individuals are essentially my personal troops, whom I have meticulously assembled. He recounted the entire sequence of events, and upon hearing Zhang Xingyan's assertion that these men were his, the initial disbelief was replaced by excitement. One could not help but exclaim, "This is truly remarkable. I never expected things to unfold in this manner." If this is the case, a significant portion of North China, if not all, will soon be under our control. It is simply astonishing. Old Fong, am I dreaming? Old Fong, having weathered many storms, quickly regained his composure and remarked, "This is no dream. It is indeed extraordinary." Given this development, many of our plans and strategies will require substantial revisions. Beyond the need for time to counter the Japanese forces, numerous matters must also be adjusted. Our newly recruited troops, totaling in the hundreds of thousands, now have a clear direction. Upon hearing about the recruitment of hundreds of thousands, Zhang Xingyan was equally astonished, marveling at the rapid mobilization of our party. A representative of the 8th Route Army cynically remarked, "Isn't this all due to someone's fortunate circumstances?" After the Great Battle, numerous Chinese soldiers found themselves without shelter, and the mountain city government showed little concern for their plight. Particularly, the brothers from Sichuan became like unwanted orphans after Lu Xiang's demise. Thankfully, during the conflict, our Red Party provided them considerable assistance, prompting many to seek refuge with us. Zhang Xingyan, puzzled, inquired, "Did they simply align themselves with our party without any intervention?" Old Fong chuckled and replied, "How could they willingly agree? They watched us grow stronger and desired to intervene at the earliest opportunity, hoping to consolidate these remnants for the nationalist forces. Unfortunately for them, their subordinates were uncooperative. This battle depleted their resources. They had no surplus provisions to offer. Fortunately, with the ample supplies you provided, Xiao Zhang, they were compelled to gravitate towards our 8th Route Army. It is important to note that these are seasoned veterans, battle-hardened, and elite." Zhang Xingyan felt elated, realizing that not only had his side gained advantages after this battle, but our party's manpower and strength had also seen a swift augmentation. It was indeed a windfall. With this in mind, he felt increasingly confident about the forthcoming plans. Thus, Zhang Xingyan articulated, "I intend to reassign and reorganize these Japanese soldiers within my jurisdiction, separating those with blood debts to our people. When the time comes, I will relay their movements to the organization, allowing us to systematically eliminate them in phases. Rest assured, should you dare to enter the land of Huaxia, they shall pay a bloody price. Leave this matter to us." Zhang Xingyan nodded and continued, "Furthermore, there are quite a few individuals from the island nation who harbor anti-war sentiments. I will station them here, allowing them to luxuriate in several major cities, while the remaining elite forces will be organized into several divisions to proceed to the northern Inner Mongolian grasslands, a region distant from the inland territories, which may also be utilized in other battlefields later. Should we heed the suggestions from the high-ranking officials of the island nation, I will enlist a substantial number of Huaxia troops under the guise of a puppet government. I believe these individuals could very well be our comrades, infiltrating to exert control over various cities and territories. They will manage day-to-day affairs, thereby gaining administrative experience, and when the time for war arrives, they can discreetly transport supplies, delivering a few stabs to the enemy from behind. This proposal has also been met with approval. However, a new question arises: what purpose do Zhang Xingyan's divisions serve in the grasslands? After all, it is in proximity to the bear. Do the enemy harbor intentions towards the bear? Chapter 73, Confidential Discussion, Part 2. Zhang Xingyan took a sip of water and reiterated, over the past year, the war-torn environment in North China has allowed bandits and tyrants to ravage the populace. Once our troops have completed their reorganization, it would be prudent to disperse them throughout various locales like scattering beans to form an army, targeting and eliminating the bandits and tyrants within our jurisdiction. Those who commit heinous acts must be eradicated, while the remaining ones can be assimilated. In the second phase, I intend for comrades to seize control of major county seats and strategic locations. I plan to divide those with blood debts against us into smaller groups to systematically annihilate them." The two individuals present expressed no objections, affirming their unwavering resolve to combat the enemy. However, they inquired if such actions might place undue pressure on Zhang Xingyan. Would the persistent troubles in his jurisdiction provoke the enemy to dispatch new troops southward? For instance, the Kanto army's emergence could pose significant challenges. With a reassuring smile, Zhang Xingyan responded, "Rest assured, my next step is to sever the connections between the Kanto army and the interior. Once I establish control over the territory, I will block all routes southward for the Kanto army, cutting off their economic supplies. As a member of the Guangdong family, This could incite a factional struggle akin to infighting within the Tojo family. This is indeed a viable strategy. The enemy relishes infighting, and they are well aware of it. Conflicts arise not only among families but also within the cabinet, particularly between the navy and army, who are prone to rivalry. Zhang Xing'an then revealed that he had procured many second-hand machine tools from the United States, which appeared to be in excellent condition, as the country was experiencing a financial crisis that led to a liquidation of surplus products. Once the machinery arrives, it will be dispatched to the rear base to cultivate workers, as a substantial number of skilled laborers are essential for industrial development. In addition to the existing production lines for rifles and artillery at the armament factory, plans are underway to manufacture tanks, artillery, and armored vehicles. However, for the time being, these facilities will be operated under the guise of private property belonging to the Guangdong family in major cities. The revelation that Zhang Xing'an intended to produce tanks and aircraft left the group in shock. Once the enemy surrenders, these production lines for aircraft and tanks will become assets of our nation. Before the excitement could fully settle, Zhang Xing'an unveiled blueprints for tanks, stating, "These are the designs for the Tiger and Panther tanks from the small mustache country. I have secretly acquired a batch of tanks to train our own tank crews. With extensive training for our armored troops, we will be capable of sweeping away all opposing forces against our nation. My plan is to equip 800 tanks and 500 aircraft by next year." After detailing the capabilities of these weapons, the atmosphere grew solemn, particularly for the representative from the intelligence background, who had studied at a military academy and understood the significance of these two types of weaponry. However, concerns arose about whether the enemy might resort to desperate measures upon discovering such formidable instruments of war. "I fear they might converge on our base," he expressed. "Do not worry, I will ensure confidentiality. Even if they were to learn of it, it would not matter. They would merely assume that the small-mustached country is supporting us, thereby damaging their own relations. Moreover, we must not underestimate the enemy's research and technological capabilities. They are fully capable of producing advanced heavy weaponry, although their resource scarcity has led them to mass-produce inferior tanks and flimsy aircraft. However, I shall equip the forces in North China with a type of Zero fighter aircraft, which boasts commendable performance but possesses notable shortcomings. Should they dare to betray me, they will swiftly learn the consequences." Having reviewed the capabilities of these weapons, I feel compelled to return to headquarters immediately to report these developments, as they hold the potential to alter the course of the conflict. At this juncture, Zhang Xing'an spoke with a degree of solemnity, stating, "I comprehend your sentiments, yet today I have more pressing matters to convey to both of you, which is also the reason for your invitation. The current global landscape is intricate. Ever since the rise of that little mustached leader in Europe, it has become a veritable powder keg. The Japanese and the Americans are in constant friction over the Pacific, and we are on the brink of a monumental shift in the world order. Both individuals are aware of this, yet previously, the Eighth Route Army was considerably weak. Once we assemble a formidable force of hundreds of thousands, or even millions, the Chinese nation will assert itself on the world stage, compelling others to no longer underestimate us. I anticipate that a world war will erupt imminently. While we need not concern ourselves with distant Europe, our immediate neighbors are of direct relevance to us. The Guangdong Army has been increasingly restless. I have received news that their command is planning a war mobilization, and they may soon take action against the Russians." Old Fong halted his notes, incredulous, and questioned, "Are the Japanese mad? Previously, they intended to send several elite divisions to the north. Do they truly plan to confront the Russian bear?" Zhang Xing'an nodded before shaking his head, clarifying, "It is not I who provokes the Russians, but rather the lunatics in the island nation who have instigated this. These madmen are capable of anything, with their resources dwindling and their economy on the brink of collapse. They aim to seize resources from the Russians. It is astonishing that the Japanese harbor such ambitions. The Chinese have yet to settle their affairs, and now seek to engage the Russians? Have these individuals lost their senses?" After a moment of contemplation, it became clear that the Japanese are indeed a group of madmen, capable of any outrageous actions. Should they confront the Russians in the Far East, it would undoubtedly trigger a chain reaction. If the island nation were to falter, it might inadvertently benefit China. Old Fong remarked earnestly, "Is this information reliable? Do the Japanese genuinely intend to attack the Russians?" Rest assured, as I mentioned before, the Japanese lack resources and are intent on seizing oil from there. Recently, the Guangdong Army has begun to mobilize, advancing towards the grassland provinces. However, the little mustached leader is exerting excessive pressure on the Russians, who have merely instructed their Far Eastern forces to monitor the Japanese. Nevertheless, I believe that if a conflict ensues, the Japanese will suffer, for the Russians are not to be underestimated." The two men nodded in agreement. "I shall report this information to our superiors. Now, regarding your decision to dispatch troops to the north, are you intending for the North China Army to participate?" Zhang Xing'an affirmed, "Indeed, I have resolved that should the Guangdong Army engage with the Russians, the North China Army will seize the opportunity to advance northward and engage the Russians. thereby depleting the Japanese's combat strength and significantly reducing their presence on our soil. Furthermore, the objective is to entrap the adversaries in a war of attrition against the formidable bear, thereby exacerbating their economic woes. Presently, the citizens of the island nation are enduring immense suffering, with food supplies being rationed. The plan is to wait until the enemy's Guangdong army and the bear suffer significant losses, at which point he will emerge to restore order, seizing the opportunity to gain control over the northeast. Chapter 74. Establishing an intelligence organization. There is a matter that needs to be reported to the higher authorities. I intend to establish an intelligence agency in North China, directly under the command of our party. Its members will, of course, consist of our comrades. And its purpose will be to eliminate traitors who betray our nation, while publicly portraying itself as an organization dedicated to maintaining local economic stability and public order. At this moment, a representative from the 8th Route Army expressed keen interest and curiously inquired, "Are you aiming to establish a spy agency akin to the 76th Bureau?" This notion is indeed commendable. We could similarly form an intelligence division here, albeit with a distinction. Their agents are genuine traitors, targeting patriots, while our mission involves the elimination of those who betray our cause. Precisely, that is my intention. Once this agency is established, I plan to appoint senior personnel from our party, gradually gaining control over pivotal sectors in both the business realm and political arena. As for dealing with the traitors, it is a straightforward endeavor. I will ensnare them by having our members masquerade as black market merchants, engaging in illicit transactions with them, and seizing the opportunity to apprehend them later for a thorough purge. Ha ha ha, this method is splendid. Such scoundrels deserve this treatment, and I am confident that the higher-ups will approve of this plan. Moreover, they will arrange for trustworthy and capable comrades to assist you in executing this mission. However, it appears that the enemy may have also infiltrated your territory with their own intelligence agency. What will you do if they cross paths with yours? Rest assured, I will ensure they are dispersed and assigned to separate departments. For instance, our party's task will focus on capturing traitors, while the enemy's special high-tech division will aim to apprehend Western spies, and other agencies will be tasked with purging the enemy from within. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Xingyan continued, "As for the intelligence personnel dispatched by the Kono family, their task is even simpler, to specifically target spies from the island nation associated with other families, particularly the Tojo family, which is one of my primary focuses. Thus, their attention will be diverted elsewhere, leaving us unnoticed." Lao Feng laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Being in a position of power certainly has its advantages. Who would have imagined that the one outmaneuvering them would turn out to be their own division commander? What a misfortune for these enemies. After exchanging banter for a while, Lao Feng inquired, "We have noted all this, but what is your next plan? I mean, how do you intend to deal with the Guangdong army specifically?" Zhang Xingyan contemplated for a moment before responding earnestly, "North China must be under my control. I aim to completely dominate the entire North China and Prairie region by mid-next year. My next target is Yoshio Shimizu, but I will require some time. As for the Guangdong army, I will tighten my grip on them, inflicting economic damage, and later present them with a proverbial dead rat to swallow, which will disgust them, while they will ultimately have to thank me for it." Their discussions continued until the late hours of the night, after which the 8th Route Army representative departed. In the following days, both parties resumed their seemingly futile negotiations, yielding no substantial outcomes. Other battlefronts mirrored this resolve, steadfastly determined to fight the enemy to the bitter end. However, some individuals began to contemplate aligning with the puppet government, becoming targets of the enemy's overtures, and simultaneously under scrutiny from patriotic organizations dedicated to purging such elements from our ranks. Although the negotiations between the Japanese and the 8th Route Army broke down, several agreements were indeed reached. Among these was the stipulation that neither side would harm civilians or non-combatants during the course of their engagements, and that fighting must cease in the presence of civilians. This agreement was made specifically with the Imperial Guards Division, which the 12th Army also consented to. In the eyes of the Japanese and other battle zones, such conditions seemed superfluous, as they regarded the Chinese populace with indifference when it came to humanitarian concerns. Nevertheless, being aristocrats of the Imperial Guards, they maintained a facade of nobility and refrained from vocal opposition, eager to avoid appearing in the wrong. Additionally, both sides agreed not to launch attacks on each other's medical personnel stationed in the rear, and captured medical staff were not to be executed. Instead, alternative means could be employed to retrieve their own soldiers. This provision found favor among the lower-ranking Japanese soldiers, who recognized the critical role of medical personnel in warfare. The potential slaughter of opposing medics would spell disaster for both sides, leaving no escape route on the battlefield. Ultimately, it was agreed that upon surrender, soldiers from both sides would not be subjected to torture or maltreatment. They could be repatriated through other means, such as purchasing their freedom. However, the 8th Route Army insisted that any war criminals responsible for the death of civilians would face their own judgment, to which Zhang Xingyan acquiesced. Many Japanese officers supported these declarations, while others scoffed. The supporters, primarily lower-ranking officers and soldiers, appreciated the arrangement, wishing they too could be members of the Imperial Guards Division, as it would serve as a safeguard on the battlefield. Conversely, higher-ranking officers opposed this view, believing it undermined the courage of Imperial soldiers and represented an overt act of capitulation. Consequently, the Tojo faction began to voice their grievances, accusing Kono Lin-e of defying the emperor's will and deserving punishment. The emperor was incensed by this, not at Kono Lin-e, but rather at Tojo's underling for his insolence. What do you mean, my will? When did I ever express such a desire? Tojo, must you involve me in every matter? Undeterred, Kono Wenma dispatched a telegram to Tojo's subordinate, detailing that his actions were motivated by the empire's insufficient manpower and the need to avoid depleting resources without limit. Following several major battles, the empire had already lost millions of its youth. The telegram explicitly stated that if Tojo was dissatisfied, he could send 2 million troops to North China. With such reinforcements, Kono promised to reclaim command and initiate a large-scale offensive against China, declaring that anyone who dared to surrender would face execution of their entire family. Fuming, Tojo found himself at a loss for words, incredulous at the suggestion of dispatching 2 million troops when even 200,000 seemed unattainable for the empire. It felt as though he were slapping himself in the face. Enraged, he returned home and smashed a cup in frustration. The telegram served as a stark ultimatum: either provide the manpower needed for battle or cease the futile chatter. Observing Tojo's predicament, Kono Wenma sipped tea and gazed at the sky, seemingly detached from the unfolding drama, yet secretly admiring the finesse with which his foe was provoked. At the end of a bustling street, a building proudly displayed a sign reading Economic Investigation Committee of the 180th Division. This establishment would later become renowned in North China as a security agency, ostensibly tasked with investigating economic crimes, yet in truth, it functioned as an intelligence organization. Today marks the anniversary of the establishment of this security apparatus. The personnel had been determined long before, once the party representatives returned. When Zhang Xingyan first entered the conference room and beheld the assembly, he was taken aback by the caliber of individuals present, truly a gathering of distinguished talents. The first to catch his eye was Yu Zuqing, a well-known figure who had been operating undercover. Comrade Yu was a prominent architect of the steampunk theory, and it was unexpected to find him in the security agency, assuming the role of confidential secretary. Indeed, he was back to his original vocation. He was seen attentively listening and diligently recording the proceedings while wearing glasses. Another notable presence was the charming deputy secretary, a young man with a somewhat carefree demeanor, none other than Qin Xiaojia, a member of our party featured in Dancing with Wolves. It was surprising to find him here instead of in the Northeast. Among the telecommunications team was a female comrade, with the group leader being the resourceful Gu Yufei. To her side was the stunning Lan Yanji, whose striking appearance in leather attire was truly captivating. The operations team was equally impressive, featuring the illustrious Yuan Fong, also known as Yin Shuangying. It was astonishing that our party had enlisted him for cooperation in operations, a candidate of extraordinary caliber. His proficiency in leading the operations department was indeed commendable. On the intelligence front, the leader was unexpectedly Huang Gu, or rather, Shen Shilin, a seasoned party member from the intelligence agency in the bustling metropolis. He had been sent by Nishio Tashais to assist in the planning. Zhang Xingyan recognized many familiar faces, including Su Zhongyi, who had transitioned from a humble shopkeeper to the agency's own steward, his mischievous eyes twinkling with cunning. Lastly, he regarded the person in charge, Comrade Lao Yang from the infiltration unit. The organization had previously vouched for Lao Yang's reliability, as he was the only one among them privy to Zhang Xingyan's true identity. He exchanged glances with Yu Zuqing, contemplating a conversation, wanting to assure him that they were now comrades. After delivering a few words of encouragement to the assembly, he dismissed them, leaving only Comrade Lao Yang in the room. At that moment, Zhang Xingyan rose, extended his hand, and warmly welcomed him, expressing gratitude for Lao Yang's dedicated service. Chapter 75. The Guard Agency. Old Yang, filled with excitement, tightly grasped Zhang Xingyan's hand and exclaimed, "Before coming here, the organization informed me that the most powerful division commander in North China is one of our comrades. I felt as though I were dreaming, and even now, it seems unreal." Zhang Xingyan gestured for him to take a seat, poured a cup of tea for Old Yang, and said, "Comrade Old Yang, your work here differs from other places. You need not worry about security issues. You have the freedom to carry out your actions. There will be no interference from the islanders. They are preoccupied with other matters and are of no concern to you. The organization has briefed you on your targets, which are the traitors and bullies. I intend to cleanse the North China region thoroughly and eradicate these scoundrels. Rest assured, Comrade Zhang Xingyan," Old Yang replied. "To assist your efforts, the organization has specially dispatched elite troops from across the nation. The individuals you encountered earlier are all comrades, but only I am aware of your identity. Initially, this position was meant for Comrade Kite, but due to various circumstances, I have taken over. I look forward to our collaboration. Upon hearing Kite's name, a figure renowned as the sixth brother of military intelligence, Zhang Xingyan felt a surge of strength at the prospect of his arrival. However, he refrained from inquiring further, as the organization had not disclosed any additional information. Old Yang took a sip of tea and cautiously informed Zhang Xingyan, Kite is an undercover operative within the Nationalist Party, and very few know his true identity. The organization deemed it necessary to inform you of his identity since you may have to liaise with him in the future, which would facilitate his operations. He is currently focused on dismantling the traitors in the mountainous city, as many officials are wavering in their loyalty. Zhang Xingyan nodded in understanding. The Guard Agency is merely a newly established organization. I plan to set up a supervisory department soon, specifically to oversee the officials of the puppet government. If convenient, we can invite Comrade Kite to take on this role. If not, we can assign someone else later. Old Yang smiled and replied, that sounds excellent. North China is now a secure stronghold for our comrades. He added, although all the comrades who came this time are on our side, they remain unaware of each other's identities to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Zhang Xingyan acknowledged with a nod, recognizing that security is paramount in the realm of intelligence warfare. Yet he pondered if there were any specific security concerns. He then produced a stack of intelligence reports and handed them to Old Yang, stating, these individuals comprise the first group you will deal with. They are all nefarious characters, traitorous businessmen and officials, collaborators with the islanders who perpetrate atrocities against the Chinese people, as well as numerous gang members involved in human trafficking, oppression of the populace, and other heinous acts. The most contemptible among them are certain officials who engage in the dirtiest dealings. Your task is to eliminate them. Do not hesitate. Employ severe measures to extract confessions. While the islanders are detestable, their invented methods of torture could be effectively utilized against them. A fierce glint flashed in Old Yang's eyes. Leave it to me. I assure you that not a single one will escape. But what about the other intelligence organizations? With the assistance of Zhang Xingyan, Lao Yang took out some documents and handed them over. These foreign intelligence organizations are currently lurking within Shichang. They are infiltrators from the Nationalist Party, including military intelligence and central intelligence. Although we are in a period of cooperation, these individuals are nonetheless sending agents to investigate, including some that are secretly collaborating with the enemy. You must handle this matter yourselves. If you are truly committed to resisting the war, you may keep them, but they must be monitored. As for the others, whether to expel or surveil them is at your discretion. If you encounter anyone who has previously harmed our party members, well, you can deal with that as you see fit. Lao Yang gazed at these individuals, admiring Zhang Xingyan's intelligence capabilities. After he carefully stored the documents, Lao Yang smiled and assured, rest assured, we will prioritize the greater context of the war. By the way, the organization also instructed me to inform you that we will be working under your leadership from now on. Furthermore, your proposal has largely received the organization's approval. But there is one issue that requires your opinion. Our party initially planned to conscript 400,000 troops, yet the organization believes there is potential to further increase recruitment. However, we are uncertain about your financial capabilities. If it is not feasible, then, upon hearing this, Zhang Xingyan felt elated. He had not anticipated the rapid pace of recruitment by our party. Rest easy. I can provide resources not only for 400,000, but even for 800,000. Although the armament production line is currently in the debugging phase, I believe 6 months will suffice for the transition. In the meantime, we can ensure that each person is equipped with a rifle, and we will initially utilize light artillery, while heavier artillery will take a few months to be operational. Upon hearing that each soldier would be guaranteed a rifle, Lao Yang beamed with joy. That's splendid. We are currently training and will not engage in combat. So as long as we have rifles, we can manage the rest ourselves. Hee, Lao Yang, I have an idea. We could do this and this. Ha ha ha, your suggestion is truly ingenious. It not only addresses the wartime weaponry needs, but also puts the enemy at a disadvantage. What a brilliant plan. Indeed, I find the above assessment to be accurate. Your capabilities are equivalent to 10 enemy divisions. However, I believe it surpasses that significantly. It's akin to a 1,000,000-strong army. Thus, the Guard headquarters was established, and in less than 10 days, a significant number of anti-Japanese elements were apprehended, with accusations ranging from selling inferior goods to the enemy to endangering their health. There were claims of selling counterfeit medicine, murdering Japanese merchants, and disseminating statements detrimental to East Asian unity. They all proclaimed their innocence, claiming to be upstanding citizens wronged, yet they were met with various forms of torture. As there was no need for them to speak, the objective was simply to deal with them. Comrade Laogua aptly remarked that those who wrong you often understand your plight better than you do. As time progressed, it was now January 1939. With the new year approaching, according to the Chinese lunar calendar, it was still the year 1938, although internationally it was recognized as 1939. During this period, Significant achievements were made in the suppression of bandits, particularly in the Eastern Theater of World War II, resulting in the capture of numerous mountain bandits and outlaws over the course of half a month. It is astonishing that some individuals eagerly enlisted in the security forces, amassing a contingent of over 100,000 within a month, leaving commanders from other regions utterly astounded. How could they recruit so many in such a brief period while others struggled? They attributed this success to the affluence of the Jinwei family and their generous welfare benefits, which attracted talent from Huaxia to enlist. However, this was all part of our party's plan. These security forces were predominantly comprised of our party's covert operatives stationed across various regions. Their primary responsibilities included monitoring enemy movements, maintaining local order, and safeguarding the populace, with a crucial focus on ensuring the smooth transit of supplies and weaponry to the base of operations. Why were these vital tasks not entrusted to the enemy? They were preoccupied with their indulgent lifestyle on the islands, reveling in entertainment and leisure. Fighting, maintaining security? Those concerns were irrelevant to them. If anyone wished to participate, they could do so voluntarily. Our soldiers merely sought to protect their families from being oppressed due to poverty. Now that their desires have been fulfilled, they preferred to forego combat for the allure of profit and entertainment. The 8th Route Army had been secretly training its forces during this period. As the western district of the Second War Zone was not under Zhang Xingan's jurisdiction, it was occupied by the First Army. To counter the offensive from the First Army and simultaneously launch an assault against the Japanese in South China, the task primarily fell to the Fourth Army in the south. The situation in North China had recently stabilized temporarily, with only the First Army under Yoshio Shimizu still posing a threat to our party. The plan was to gradually encroach upon them this year, breaking the First Army's blockade along the Zhengtai Road. Everything was proceeding methodically, and as February approached, with just 20 days until the Spring Festival in Huaxia, Zhang Xingan had initially intended to celebrate with his comrades. However, an urgent telegram from the capital abruptly interrupted his plans. The telegram instructed Jinwei Lin Yi to attend a meeting in the capital without elaborating on the details, but hinted at significant matters to be discussed, including rumors of a joint operation between the North China Army and the Guangdong Army. Upon reading this, Zhang Xingan felt perplexed. It had barely been a year since the Battle of Huishui City. The enemy had not yet regained their strength, and now they were preparing for another offensive? Would the target be the 8th Route Army or the forces led by Yin Loxi, or perhaps the Ma family army in the northwest? It seemed premature for a joint operation between the two armies. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could the enemy be planning an assault against the Mongolian forces? It appeared that an attack against the Arctic Bear was imminent in just a few months. Zhang Xingan chuckled at the audacity of the little devils. They were indeed reckless, and he mused that they should thoroughly relish the grand feast that the old bear would provide. Chapter 76. The Purge by the Japanese Forces in this narrative. We encounter Ban Shin Inoue, a humble middle school teacher hailing from a county town in Hokkaido, Japan. His character is shaped by his upbringing, as both of his parents were fishermen. Despite his modest origins, Inoue exhibited a notable intellect and a thirst for knowledge from a young age, which allowed him to engage with various books while assisting with household tasks. Upon reaching adulthood, he embraced a career as an elementary school teacher. However, his humble background instilled a sense of inferiority within him, leading to a life of quiet diligence in the urban environment. His colleagues perceived him as neither particularly remarkable nor entirely forgettable, a man of little consequence. Yet, this unassuming individual found himself forcibly conscripted while en route to work, abducted by a group of men clad in blue uniforms. Initially believing it to be a case of mistaken identity, he soon discovered at a small plaza that he was being drafted into military service, destined for the battlegrounds of China. Despite his desperate pleas, asserting his status as an only child and an educator, his protest fell upon deaf ears. He was unceremoniously tossed onto a vessel and transported to the bustling metropolis, where he underwent a mere 20 days of rudimentary training before being dispatched to the front lines at Huishui City, plunging into the brutality of warfare. Inoue was both unfortunate and fortunate. The misfortune lay in his arrival at the battlefield, where the sheer horror of war overwhelmed him, causing him to flee in terror before he could even engage in combat. A nearby artillery shell exploded, knocking him to the ground. Yet fortune smiled upon him as the blast resulted only in superficial injuries and a momentary loss of consciousness. Subsequently, he was taken to Zhang Xingan's base for recuperation. Later, he attended a speech by the commander of the 1st Guard Division, Lin Yi, who was rallying troops by promising safety and generous provisions in his jurisdiction. Without hesitation, Inoue accepted the offer and joined the larger contingent heading to North China. Eventually, he was assigned to a public security unit, where his education and proficiency in Chinese earned him a position as an aide-de-camp, responsible for translation and external communications rather than operational command. Today, orders arrived for the unit to patrol their assigned territory, a euphemism for a campaign of purging and sweeping through villages. Inoue had heard rumors of such operations, notorious for their brutality against unarmed civilians, and a sense of dread and compassion began to take root within him. Observing his colleagues bustling about, eagerly discussing their anticipated gains, laughter echoed among them. In the distance, two soldiers engaged in a conversation that chilled Inoue to the bone. How many did you kill last time, Okoa-kun? This time, I must claim 3, no 5. I can't bear losing to the squad leader again. You're right, Dato-kun. I have to snap the necks of those bastards with my bare hands and gut them to savor their flesh. It must be delectable, ha ha ha. Hearing their macabre banter, a wave of cold washed over Inoue. Were these men truly intent on committing murder and cannibalism? The thought ignited a fiery turmoil within him, threatening to expel the breakfast he had consumed that morning. At that moment, noticing Inoue's distressed expression, the two soldiers ceased their conversation and approached him, inquiring with concern, Inoue-kun. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Should we visit the medical facility to see a doctor? Inoue Hanjin waved his hand, suppressing the wave of fear and nausea, and then took a few steps back, his face still pale as he inquired, what was it you mentioned earlier, that you intended to eat? The two, perplexed by his demeanor, were met with an explanation from the one who had spoken of disembowelment. We plan to hunt mountain chickens. Staying cooped up in this establishment all day is rather tedious. We might as well venture out for some fresh air and consider it a form of travel. Just the other day, a flock of mountain chickens escaped right before my eyes, and I failed to catch any, which cost me 300 yen to the squad leader. This time, I must secure more to reclaim my losses. Upon hearing the mention of mountain chickens, Inoue Hanjin let out a sigh of relief and remarked, Oh, so it's just mountain chickens. For a moment, I thought you were suggesting we consume humans. This statement startled the two conversants, who exclaimed in disbelief, What? Eat humans? Are you joking? It turned out that Inoue had misunderstood their intentions. Upon reflecting on the gruesome topics the two had previously discussed, they too felt a tinge of nausea. Consequently, Inoue clarified the source of his misunderstanding, recounting how he had heard from former colleagues about the brutalities occurring in the metropolis, where rural areas were subjected to plundering and murder. Realization dawned upon the two, who quickly responded with seriousness, Inoue-kun, as a newcomer. You may not be aware of our circumstances here. Let us inform you that there is a rule against indiscriminately killing Chinese nationals, as our regiment and the 8th Route Army. Well, the specifics are difficult to articulate. In any case, if we want to receive our monthly stipend, we must adhere to the directives from above. As you can see, we are not only free from hunger, but also do not have to engage in combat. And we have the club for leisure. The monthly allowance is quite substantial. Inoue Hanjin acknowledged this, as he, being an educated man, had received $60 the previous month, equivalent to over 300 yen today. The man continued, Only those despicable soldiers from our homeland resort to killing to amass wealth. And many of the villages inhabited by the Chinese are impoverished, often worse off than our own. It is said that a single raid on a village yields less than $100, which is to be divided among a squad, far less than our individual monthly allowances. So, why would we engage in such thankless toil? However, he added, we do indeed go on expeditions, but not to assault the Chinese. Rather, we hunt in the wilderness for game. This time, our squad is assigned to a territory rumored to contain 10 auspicious sites, complete with mountains and waters. We intend to enjoy ourselves thoroughly, ha ha ha. Inoue Hanjin comprehended that this unit was not there to harass the local populace, which put him at ease. Yet, a note of concern crept in as he voiced, but will we encounter Chinese military forces? What if we run into the 8th Route Army? At this juncture, the two fell silent, but soon they whispered to Inoue Hanjin, Inoue-kun, thus far, aside from a few skirmishes with bandits, we have not encountered any Chinese forces attacking us. However, it is not that we have never encountered each other. It is merely that we are separated by a considerable distance and have not engaged in mutual aggression. Generally, as long as we raise the banner of the Vanguard Division and refrain from initiating an attack, they too do not assault us. As for the reason behind this, I am uncertain, yet it is best not to inquire further. Let us act as if we are oblivious to it all. Although Inoue Hanjin is a man of integrity, it does not imply he is foolish. On the contrary, he possesses keen intellect, and there must be some underlying issue at play. Nevertheless, this matter pertains to the higher authorities, and it appears that such circumstances greatly benefit the soldiers, as they receive financial rewards without the burden of safety concerns. It seems no one objects to this tacit agreement. Soon, Inoue Hanjin acclimated to the rules of this place, which he deemed the best option available. The team was quickly prepared, and he was summoned by the squad leader, departing alongside the convoy. During the journey, the squad leader inquired, Inoue-kun, I have heard that you are a distinguished scholar from the Empire. What brings you here? Upon hearing the officer's question, he candidly recounted his experiences. The squad leader shook his head in disbelief, exclaiming, How could the Empire send someone of your caliber to this place? If I am not mistaken, you have been a scapegoat for some wealthy heir who evaded conscription. However, consider yourself fortunate to be here with us. With your talents, I assure you that you will earn boundless riches and indulge in exquisite courtesans. Ha ha ha. Inoue Hanjin could only smile awkwardly at this jest. The squad leader continued. Inoue-kun, how proficient are you in the Huaxiao language? We will be visiting several villages shortly, and I would like you to serve as our translator. Sir, I have no trouble conversing with the Huaxiao people. I had a classmate from Huaxiao University, and I learned the language from him. May I ask, what is our purpose for visiting the villages? Ah, that is splendid. Inoue-kun, do not ponder too much. We are currently in need of vegetables and fresh fruits, which are quite scarce during winter. However, the Huaxiao people tend to hoard such items, so there should be a good number of mountain goods available. We shall trade some grain for these. Yet, there are certain items here that I do not recognize. Here's the instruction manual. I only know it is from the beautiful country. Inoue Hanjin examined the materials for a moment and replied, Oh, sir, these are canned goods from the beautiful country. Specifically chicken and bean cans, along with some flour from the Gaul country. Oh, Inoue-kun, you are truly remarkable to possess such knowledge. The headquarters is indeed filled with fools. Rest assured, Inoue-kun, once we return, I shall report your situation to the higher-ups, and I hope you will continue to assist us, he chuckled heartily. Chapter 77. The invaders enter the village. More than 20 trucks traversed the rugged mountain path at a leisurely pace, for the roads were comprised of gravel and uneven terrain, making the ride exceedingly jarring. As the convoy approached the vicinity of Li Family Village, the squad leader commanded a halt. Stepping out of the vehicle, he gazed at the distant hamlet with a faint smile, akin to a hunter who has spotted his prey. He turned to one of the team leaders and instructed, You, take 100 men and swiftly encircle the village ahead. Remember to bring heavy weaponry and remain vigilant of your surroundings. The rest shall accompany me toward the village. Jinshang, you will walk alongside me. Your proficiency in the Chinese language will be invaluable for translation shortly. Inoue, perplexed by the order to encircle the village, questioned the necessity of such action, as they were merely there to hunt. Sensing Inoue's confusion, the squad leader explained, Inoue, although we have no interest in these impoverished villagers and our superiors have forbidden us from disturbing them, it is wise to exercise caution. There is an old Chinese saying, one must never be careless in guarding against others. Our safety is paramount. One can never know if there may be spontaneous resistance within the village. I understand, Commander, Inoue replied. With that, over 100 soldiers, armed with rifles, cautiously advanced toward the village. On a high ground within Li Family Village, an 8th Route Army soldier observed the large contingent of invaders approaching. Fear gripped him. He had only joined the 8th Route Army 2 weeks prior, assisting his commander in mobilizing the local populace to actively participate in the resistance, while also executing covert operations against the heinous invaders and their collaborators. This was his first encounter with such a formidable force, numbering in the hundreds, all heavily armed. He spotted not only light and heavy machine guns but also a dozen mortars, alongside numerous field artillery pieces being towed by trucks. Instinctively, he dashed toward the village, where his small squad of a dozen comrades remained. He hurried into a mud-walled house, flinging the door open and shouting, Commander, we are in grave danger. Hundreds of invaders have surrounded our village, equipped with trucks and artillery, as well as heavy weaponry. Li, the commander, along with his fellow soldiers, was taken aback by the news. A female comrade was the first to respond. Xiao Xiao, how could there be so many invaders? We must evacuate the villagers at once and hold them off for a while. The soldier named Xiao Xiao shook his head, urgency in his voice. I fear it is too late. The invading force, with over 20 trucks, has already encircled the entire village. Their equipment is formidable. They possess automatic rifles and have brought dozens of mortars, along with many artillery pieces I have never seen before, all transported by trucks. At that moment, Commander Li inquired, Xiao Zhang, are you saying there are hundreds of these invaders, equipped with dozens of artillery pieces and numerous trucks? Such an arsenal is typical of a regiment. Yet a squad should not possess such weaponry. Where could these invaders possibly have come from? Suddenly, Captain Li grasped the crux of the issue and inquired of Xiao Zhao whether the enemy bore any distinctive markings. I don't know, came the reply. I was too far away to see any markings on him. Oh, Captain, we must hurry. Otherwise, it will be too late. At this moment, Captain Li commanded the soldiers to conceal their weapons, stating, You and I shall investigate. After all, we cannot hide forever. We will act as the situation demands. Several soldiers split into two groups. One concealed themselves in the cellar, while the other, alongside the captain, disguised themselves to ascertain what transpired outside. The villagers were no longer at liberty to remain passive. The village chief had just been summoned to the village entrance by an enemy soldier. The captain observed the 60-year-old villager, though his gaze conveyed disdain. He maintained a cordial demeanor as he gathered the villagers to this spot. To his surprise, there was indeed a considerable crowd, numbering around 700 or 800 souls. This village was quite large. At this juncture, the captain addressed the assembly. Speaking in the island's tongue, Mina-san, Watashiwa Sanchui, Hajiman Misu, Onij Ika Misu, Saraiwa. Ishikawa promptly translated his words. which essentially consisted of an introduction followed by assertions that they were from the 180th Division security team, conducting a routine patrol inspection. And they urged the villagers not to fear. Upon hearing that they were from the 180th Division, the villagers realized they were facing the Imperial Guard Division, which aligned with Captain Lee's suspicions. It appeared that they were indeed the same forces that had recently occupied the area. And such a well-equipped unit could only be this division. At this moment, Captain Lee felt a modicum of calmness, according to reports. There had been no accounts of this enemy unit harming civilians, and they seemed to have had little direct conflict with his own forces. Following the preliminary pleasantries, the captain articulated his purpose. Good people, I have come to propose a trade. I understand that due to the turmoil of war, your lives have become arduous. So we have brought food and canned goods. However, these provisions cannot be given freely. You will need to exchange goods for them. Upon hearing that the enemy wished to barter, the villagers exhibited not surprise, but rather wariness, fully aware of the enemy's notorious reputation for violence and depravity. Their skepticism was palpable. They could hardly believe that the enemy would offer food in exchange for goods. Noticing the villagers' indifference, the captain remained unfazed. As a merchant from Osaka, he understood that initial trade negotiations often encounter suspicion. He scanned the surroundings and continued, I have come to seek local specialties, such as mushrooms, nuts, and vegetables, which we can exchange for food. If you doubt my words, you may observe the trucks yonder, laden with ample provisions and textiles. With that, he instructed his men to unload the supplies. As the grain spilled across the ground, the villagers, including Captain Lee, found themselves bewildered. While it was understandable that the enemy did not harm civilians, it was perplexing that they would offer such an abundance of food in exchange for mountain goods. The captain could not fathom the true intentions concealed within this enemy's scheme. In truth, these invaders have come forth merely to exchange goods from the mountains. Although Zhang Xing'an has the ability to redeem a considerable quantity of grain and an ample supply of canned goods through the system, it is not omnipotent. Certain resources remain unavailable, particularly unique organic materials. For instance, one can procure copious amounts of flour and rice, yet vegetables and fruits are beyond reach. While an abundance of canned food may be exchanged, fresh meat eludes them, leaving the invaders somewhat nauseous from months of consuming canned provisions and rice. Their patrols are conducted in shifts, and this time, their squad brought forth a significant amount of grain for barter. At this juncture, the squad leader proclaimed, from now on, we shall adhere to a 1-to-1 exchange rate, 1 pound of grain for 1 pound of mountain goods. If anyone possesses valuable items, do not hesitate to present them for negotiation. However, none dared to speak up. Many were indeed tempted by the grain, yet fear of the invaders silenced them. Suddenly, a young girl, no more than 7 or 8 years old, spoke up, Can I trade my peppers? Upon hearing the girl, a nearby woman hurriedly shielded her from view. The squad leader's eyes brightened at the girl's words, and he swiftly approached her. At that moment, Captain Lee felt a surge of anxiety. These invaders were capable of the most despicable acts. Nevertheless, the squad leader, upon reaching the girl, smiled and reassured her, Do not be afraid, little one. Your peppers can be exchanged, but I must see what you have. If they are of good quality, we can negotiate a price. The girl's mother, sensing the invaders had taken an interest in them, grew anxious but felt powerless, ultimately extracting a few peppers from her pocket and presenting them to the invaders. Chapter 78. The merchants of the Little Devils during the winter months. Many individuals resort to storing dried chili peppers at home to combat the biting cold. Occasionally indulging in one can stave off the chill, yet prolonged consumption may inflict harm upon the body. A Japanese soldier seized the chili pepper from a girl's hand and took a taste. Instantly, he felt as though flames engulfed him. He opened his mouth and cried out in a mix of agony and delight. After about a minute, he pointed at the chili pepper and exclaimed, Dear fellow villager, how much of this chili do you possess? I shall take it all. 1 pound of chili can be exchanged for 2 pounds of grain, but not 3. Upon hearing this, the woman hesitated, fearful of defying the Japanese, and ultimately surrendered the only 5 pounds of chili she had at home. To her surprise, the soldier honored his word and weighed out 15 pounds of grain for them, declaring that anyone possessing such chili could exchange it. Witnessing this, others began to feel somewhat reassured. After all, if the Japanese truly intended to harm them, they wouldn't need to engage in such elaborate exchanges. Consequently, a few brave souls returned home to procure pickled vegetables, nuts, and other items to trade for substantial quantities of grain. This course of action was driven by the desperate circumstances of war. The villagers were utterly devoid of food and could not endure the harsh winter much longer. One exchange led to another, and soon an increasing number of villagers brought forth their meager supplies in search of rice and flour. They soon busied themselves, and before long, half a cart of grain had been entirely traded. The Japanese soldiers amassed a significant collection of mountain goods, including mushrooms, nuts, and copious amounts of pickled vegetables, as well as a large number of live chickens. These items represented the limits of the village's bounty, for the people of Huaxia were in dire straits. Observing that there was little left to trade, the Japanese soldiers prepared to depart. However, at that moment, the initial little girl piped up, "Mother. These little devils are different from those who came over 10 days ago. They are not here to steal, but to exchange for food." It was too late to silence her, yet the squad leader, upon hearing the girl mention the previous visit from the Japanese, turned around and fixed her with a serious gaze. The girl was momentarily frightened by his stare, but the squad leader approached her and whispered, "Do not be afraid. Little one, can you tell me if anyone came here a few days ago? Were they dressed like us? How many of them were there?" The squad leader's stern gaze silenced the woman who attempted to speak. He focused solely on the girl. After hearing the translator's queries, the girl replied, "A few days ago. It was indeed your yellow-clad kind that came here. They not only injured several villagers, but also stole many belongings. Our neighbor's cow was taken by them." Upon hearing this, the squad leader exclaimed loudly, "What? There was still a cow here? And it was stolen?" He cursed vehemently. Which scoundrel dared to commit such an act? Do they not know this is the jurisdiction of our guard division? How dare they extend their hands into our territory? They are nothing but a bunch of despicable, lowly soldiers. The squad leader, seething with anger, called for his communications officer. "Do you know which unit came to this area?" The communications soldier shook his head, yet explained to the company commander, "Sir, we are nearly Family Village, less than 40 miles from the jurisdiction of the 10th Division. 2 battalions of the 10th Division are in the vicinity. I suspect they have come here for a sweep. These despicable rascals from the 10th Division dare to disrupt our territory, unaware that the esteemed Imperial Guards Division is beyond reproach. These lowly scoundrels ought to be dealt with harshly." The other soldiers echoed his indignation, feeling that the local troops displayed a shocking lack of decorum. Zhang Xing'an often indoctrinated his subordinates, asserting that the soldiers of the Imperial Guards Division were inherently noble, superior in both life and wealth. Over time, this instilled a sense of superiority among the guardsmen, leading them to lavishly spend on meals, proclaiming their wealth and status to those around them. Consequently, all other soldiers were perceived as inferior, which fueled their outrage. At that moment, the company commander glanced up and spotted Captain Li and his comrades among the crowd, a spark of recognition illuminating his eyes as he seemed to have an idea. He said, "Villagers, in the future, if you have mountain goods, feel free to keep them. And you may also venture 20 miles to the county town to trade. Now, you may return home." Upon hearing they could return home, the villagers hurriedly gathered their grain and made their way back. Captain Li and his comrades intended to leave as well, but suddenly, they were intercepted by several soldiers, with Ishida approaching them and saying, "Hello, our company commander would like to see you." Captain Li was taken aback by the abrupt attention from the enemy, his heart racing. However, recognizing the disparity in power, he decided to tread carefully, prepared to resort to his grenades if necessary. He approached the soldiers, feigning humility, and asked, "Sir, may I inquire what you need from us?" The company commander assessed Captain Li and his companions, shaking his head with a smile. "There is no need for pretense. I know you are soldiers, seasoned veterans at that. Which unit do you belong to?" "Sir, you must be mistaken. We are merely simple villagers, engaged in farming. We couldn't possibly be soldiers. Such a jest is uncalled for," Captain Li replied, maintaining his facade. "Please, there is no need for theatrics. From the moment I laid eyes upon you, I recognized you as soldiers from Huaxia. Your stance differs from that of the others, and the calluses on your hands are a testament to years of handling firearms. Most importantly, the glint of lethal intent in your eyes reveals your past in combat. This cannot be concealed from me. However, you need not be alarmed. I harbor no ill will towards you. As long as you do not provoke us, the Imperial Guards Division will not interfere." Some attempted to argue, but Captain Li interjected, fixing his gaze on the young soldier. "I am Li Xiangyang, captain of the 4th Detachment of the 8th Route Army. Since you are aware of our identities, what are your intentions?" Upon hearing that they were from the 8th Route Army, the company commander's eyes lit up, and he gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You are from the 8th Route. Excellent, excellent. The 8th Route Army has always maintained a neutral stance towards your Vanguard Division. However, Captain Li, I have sought you out today for a business proposition. I wonder if you might be interested?" Li Xiangyang was somewhat taken aback. A Japanese soldier was proposing a business venture with him. What could possibly be his train of thought? Was he merely attempting some form of trickery? Yet, it seemed unnecessary for him to waste words with a handful of men, as they could easily annihilate them in moments. "What kind of business do you wish to engage in with us? Are you perhaps interested in the nuts we discussed earlier?" "I have none to offer." The Japanese officer shook his head vigorously. No, you misunderstand, Captain Li. Those items are a losing venture. They are merely a means for us to enhance our rations. What I wish to discuss with you is an arms trade." Upon saying this, he gestured for a soldier to bring forth a box. When Li Xiangyang heard the proposal for an arms deal, he was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Was he expected to use these weapons against them? Moments later, a soldier appeared with 2 boxes, which he promptly opened. One contained several rifles and various handguns, while the other was filled with grenades and launchers. The officer continued, "So, Captain Li, what do you think? These are the weapons we can provide? Are you satisfied? If not, we have other models available to meet your needs. Li Xiangyang examined the weapons. They were indeed impressive. There were pristine Huaxia-made rifles, Japanese Type 38 rifles, Mauser rifles from the small mustachioed nation, and handguns from the Bear Country. The launchers were of Japanese origin, and the grenades were sourced from both the island nation and the beautiful country. Finally, Li Xiangyang inquired, "What does this mean, Commander? Why are you offering to sell me weapons? We are currently at war. Do you not fear the implications of such a transaction?" Haha. Captain Li, you are quite right. Our nations are indeed at war. However, as a soldier, I am here not by choice but by command. We each serve our respective masters. Nonetheless, business can still be conducted between us, as money reigns supreme. Furthermore, we harbor no deep-seated animosity towards one another. You have seen for yourself that we have not harmed your civilians. Chapter 79. Avoiding conflict. Engaging in commerce, the Japanese squad leader nonchalantly remarked. Besides, don't you Chinese have a saying about traitors? Consider me a traitor from the island nation. It matters little to me. As our division commander often states, everything is transient. Only money holds true power. However, lacking funds is utterly incapacitating. Matters that can be resolved with money are not problems, and if they cannot be resolved, we simply offer more money. Upon hearing these words, Li Xiangyang felt utterly bewildered. Yet, he had already heard tales of the peculiarities of the Imperial Guard Division, and it appeared those tales held merit. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Very well, but as local militia, we possess little in terms of funds, so we may not be able to procure much." The Japanese officer, upon hearing this, seemed genuinely intrigued, continuing, "Captain Li, you can also barter with other items, such as gold and silver. Oh, if you have any rare metals or antiquities, those could be negotiated as well." At the mention of antiquities, Li Xiangyang hesitated. While he had not lacked for wealth, having eliminated numerous corrupt officials and treacherous collaborators after the invasion, most of his funds had been allocated to military supplies. Although they had confiscated a number of antiques, they had little understanding of their worth and had not sold them. Now, it seemed there might be an opportunity. Yet he hesitated to make any decisions regarding items that were inherently Chinese. "Let me consult my superiors. If they approve, we can discuss further. There are matters beyond my authority," he finally said. "I understand," the Japanese officer replied. "As a gesture of goodwill, I will gift you these firearms. I am confident we will reach an agreement. However, Captain Li, I must lay out a few conditions that I hope you will consider." Li Xiangyang gestured for him to continue. "Firstly, this transaction must be conducted in secrecy. We cannot afford any publicity. If this matter were to leak, it would be detrimental to us, and I trust you comprehend the gravity of this." Though Li Xiangyang verbally acquiesced, internally he was overwhelmed by a torrent of frustration. Do you truly believe secrecy is achievable? Surrounded by hundreds of soldiers and dozens of civilians, you boldly pursue commerce in plain sight. Do you think us fools? Or do you presume your intelligence agency is utterly incompetent? You seem unconcerned about the implications. Secondly, I hope that upon receiving the goods, you refrain from engaging in any unfriendly actions against us. Of course, by us, I refer to our 180th Division and the affiliated divisions. As for the 10th Division and their inferior soldiers, they are not within my purview. You may act as you wish with them, and if necessary, I can offer you a discount. Finally, Li Xiangyang understood that this Japanese officer sought to exploit others for their own gain. Nevertheless, he thought it pragmatic to target those who had harmed the populace. He responded, "Are you attempting to incite conflict through others?" "To no. They are indeed your island nation's troops," the squadron leader said with a displeased expression. "These damned road bandits infringing upon the interests of the Guards Division is utterly unforgivable. Thus, they must pay the price. However, I cannot take action against the islanders myself, so I must trouble you to handle it on my behalf. Now, Captain Li, if you would take a look." As he spoke, a soldier brought forth a map, and the squadron leader began to elucidate, detailing the troop deployments of several nearby strongholds of the 10th Division, including the origins of the enemy forces and their firepower arrangements. Resembling a true strategist of the 8th Route Army, Li Xiangyang and his comrades were left in astonishment. Should this matter be disclosed, no one would believe it. Are these invaders truly from the islands? Are they not our own soldiers in disguise? Once Li Xiangyang regained his composure, he sighed heavily and replied with a hint of exasperation, "Very well, I can acquiesce to your request. However, should your men ever turn their aggression towards my fellow citizens of Huaxia, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you." The islanders paid no heed to his harsh words, but merely shook their heads and chuckled. "Rest assured, taking spoils is the work of lowly soldiers. Our Guards Division is noble and would never engage in such petty acts. Our division commander forbids us from indulging in such trivialities. We are here for warfare, not commerce." The two continued to discuss various matters, eventually establishing a means of communication before Li Xiangyang departed with his men. The squadron leader, watching them leave, also led his troops away from the village, heading to the next settlement for further exchanges. having had a rather fruitful day. Throughout, Inoue translated, fully grasping the nature of the transaction between the two. He did not inquire whether such actions would incur punishment from above, but did ask, squadron leader. These are merely a few local 8th Route soldiers. How much can they possibly trade? Have you given them several guns? The squadron leader replied with a smile, Inoue-kun. This is our first transaction in new territory. Establishing our reputation is paramount. As for those guns, they are merely a cost of promotion. After all, to open up our business, we must offer some initial incentives. The confidentiality I mentioned is purely for appearances. I do not fear telling you. Our unit is a private army of the Kono family, and our headquarters has no jurisdiction over us. Inoue was somewhat aware of this. Several divisions were indeed funded by Kono-lin, causing considerable headaches for the island nation, especially as the Kono family's influence in Huaxia continued to rise. Regarding their funding of the 8th Route Army to combat other invaders, there was no psychological burden. The division commander provided them with quarterly targets, which included significant territorial gains. The more territory the 8th Route Army eliminated from other enemy forces, the more boldly the Kono Guards Division would seize land, with greater rewards for more extensive conquests. The execution of these operations entirely depended on their individual capabilities. Upon returning to the base, Li Xiangyang promptly contacted the main forces above. Currently, the main troops had no need for these makeshift weapons, as they were equipped with new gear provided by Zhang Xingen. While local forces continued to address their own armament issues, upon learning of Li Xiangyang's circumstances, the higher authorities, after thorough verification, consented to his request to exchange antiques for weaponry. This arrangement had been previously discussed between Zhang Xingen and his superiors, permitting a small detachment of Japanese troops to engage in trade with local forces, encompassing both provisions and arms. Subsequently, the local troops commenced operations behind enemy lines, harassing other Japanese units and depleting the enemy's combat strength. The strategy of exchanging antiques for supplies was also conceived by Zhang Xingen, as the Japanese could convert these antiques into currency within the Imperial Guard Division, with Zhang Xingen offering prices exceeding the market rate. This would consolidate the antiques under Zhang Xingen's management, preventing the loss of cultural relics, which would be returned to the country post-war to avert their dissipation. Utilizing them for exchange would also maximize their value. After receiving approval from above, Li Xiangyang contacted the Inoue detachment. The Japanese, having completed their dealings, were currently reveling in a picturesque valley, a scenic tourist destination replete with mountains and water, where they intended to spend 2 days hunting and swimming. Despite the frigid weather, some individuals from Hokkaido braved the waters for winter swimming, much to the chagrin of their detachment leader, who warned them that should they fall ill, he would mercilessly deduct from their commissions. Just as he was venting his frustrations, Inoue interjected, "Sir, a messenger from the 8th Route Army, Li Xiangyang, has arrived," stating they have agreed to the transaction. The first batch will involve the return of 200 rifles and 10 machine guns. The antiques will be delivered at that time. This is merely the initial wave of transactions. A second will follow after we seize the Leaf family village fortress. The detachment leader was instantly elated, astonished that this unassuming 8th Route Army figure turned out to be a significant catch, seemingly commanding several hundred men. It appeared that this 8th Route Army sought to capture Leaf family village. If successful, the surrounding territories would effectively fall into his hands. Completing this task would surely crown him the sales champion of the month. Thus, he abandoned his leisure in the valley and promptly assembled a small team to the trading location, mindful of the need for vigilance despite the 8th Route Army's reasonable reputation. As anticipated, a day later, the initial transaction was completed in the valley, resulting in the acquisition of over 100 antique artifacts. To further assist Li Xiangyang in seizing territory, he also lent them 20 mortars and 5 mountain guns. This was, of course, a loan, however. The detachment leader mentioned that if the 8th Route Army could capture those strongholds within 5 days, he would consider gifting them the weapons. The 8th Route Army could utilize these arms against the 10th Division, ensuring that regardless of the outcome, there would be attrition and depletion of the enemy's forces. In turn, the 10th Division would likely seek to procure supplies from him, presenting a mutually beneficial enterprise. Nonetheless, while commerce was paramount, the detachment leader reported the events encountered during the pacification operations to his superiors, highlighting the arrival of the 1st Army forces in their jurisdiction for a sweep. This development was indeed significant. Upon receiving the telegram, Zhang Xingen furrowed his brow at its contents but soon relaxed, a smile breaking across his face as a plan targeting Yashinaka sh Zuka formulated in his mind. He inquired of the nearby Ono Nidataro, who had now assumed the role of Zhang Xingen's full-time secretary, effectively acting as a steward. Did the report mention any actions of the 10th Division? Were there any instances of village massacres or killings? Ono Nidataro shook his head and affirmed, "I have conducted a thorough review, not only in the family village, but several other divisions have also encountered transgressions by the opposing side. They merely plundered without resorting to murder. I believe it must be out of consideration for your reputation." Zhang Xingen shook his head, replying, If they were truly mindful of my reputation, they would not have come to me. I fear that Shinizuka Yoshio is likely unaware of this matter. Otherwise, these individuals would not be so audacious as to approach without the intention to kill. It seems that the First Army has not been faring well lately, given that subordinates engage in such petty activities. Oh no, I have noted this matter. Please instruct those below not to engage in conflict if they encounter such situations. I will personally reach out to Shinizuka Yoshio. Chapter 80. Yoshio Shinizuka. Commander of the First Army in North China Yoshio Shinizuka was studying a map with Yamamoto Ikki, strategizing on how to neutralize the 8th Route Army operating within their jurisdiction. Intelligence indicated that there were likely tens of thousands of 8th Route troops within their sphere of influence. The 8th Route Army had effectively dispersed, avoiding direct confrontation, which posed a considerable challenge, as they were adept at logistical support and maintaining supply lines. Furthermore, the regular troops of the 8th Route Army were formidable, with several main forces capable of engaging his elite units in direct combat and gaining the upper hand. The Battle of Huishui City had demonstrated that the 8th Route Army was a powerful adversary, boasting soldiers who were not inferior to those of the Empire. At present, his side had managed to control only a few major cities and vital transportation routes, while numerous counties and towns remained under 8th Route control, leaving him in a vaguely passive position. He had specifically summoned Yamamoto Ikki from Southeast Asia to seek his counsel on how to navigate the current situation in North China. While they were deliberating, a messenger approached, appearing somewhat anxious. Shinizuka, interrupted, felt a surge of irritation. The relentless pressure from the 8th Route Army had left him frazzled, and he was filled with pent-up frustration. What is so urgent that you have disregarded protocol? Have you forgotten the most basic decorum? Shinizuka reprimanded, though he moderated his tone, knowing there must be a significant matter at hand. After all, a commander understood such nuances. Commander, it is General Lin E of the 180th Division requesting to speak with you, the messenger reported. Lin E seeking to converse with him? Their paths rarely crossed. Despite both being part of the North China Army, each commanded distinct jurisdictions, with the 12th Army overseeing the western region while he managed the east. Nevertheless, upon hearing this request, Shinizuka did not hesitate and promptly proceeded to the communications department to take the call. Makishi, this is Yoshio Shinizuka, he introduced himself. On the other end, a youthful voice resonated, imbued with a hint of authority. Ah, Shinizuka-kun, this is Lin E. I apologize for the abruptness of my call. I wish to discuss a matter of some importance with you. Noticing the cordial tone, Shinizuka felt somewhat reassured. Lin E was a well-known affluent figure, someone who was not to be trifled with. It was prudent to neither forge an enmity nor become overly familiar. I am curious, what brings you to contact me? General Lin? Shinizuka inquired. Well, Shinizuka-kun, I have been informed that there have been some disturbances involving your First Army. It appears that some of your soldiers have crossed into our territory, jeopardizing public order, Lin E explained, surprised by this revelation. Shinizuka was unaware that his subordinates had ventured into the jurisdiction of the 180th Division. However, such incidents were not uncommon in the island nation. Cases of insubordination were frequent. He suspected that some of his men, unable to contain their impulses, had begun to harass the local populace, particularly since many of the residents in their occupied territories were of Chinese descent. However, the relentless persecution of the Huaxia people by those beneath has compelled many to flee to other regions, with numerous individuals seeking refuge in the jurisdiction of the 180th Division. Therefore, Yoshio Shimizu issued a solemn order prohibiting the indiscriminate slaughter of Huaxia people, yet those under him chose to disregard his counsel. I sincerely apologize. Commander of the Imperial Guard, Yoshio Shimizu earnestly conveyed to Zhang Xing'an. I will thoroughly investigate the actions of those beneath me and will personally account for the troubles caused to you. Zhang Xing'an, however, replied, Yoshio-kun, you may have misunderstood. I did not call to question you over such trivial matters. The soldiers here have merely been requisitioning supplies without engaging in any other activities. I called to inquire if there are any difficulties on your end, as we are essentially neighbors. If you face any challenges, we can discuss them. The North China region requires our mutual support. Upon hearing Zhang Xing'an's intentions, Yoshio Shimizu was taken aback. He was not there to seek punishment. He realized that Commander Hayashi was indeed a regional lord and would not stoop to such petty grievances. It appeared that the other parties sought to establish a relationship with him. But this Commander Hayashi was notoriously driven by profit. What could he possibly offer that would pique his interest? My apologies for any inconvenience, Yoshio Shimizu said. If you do not mind, you are always welcome to visit me. How very courteous of you. I am also interested in visiting Meiching. Let us arrange for me to come next week, and we can discuss matters regarding the coal transport line. I have business propositions that I would like to discuss with you as well, Zhang Xing'an replied. It was evident that the other party had recognized the value of his resources. The coal-producing region was rich in mineral wealth and boasted a transportation network connecting to various parts of Huaxia, making it an excellent place for commerce. At this moment, Yoshio Shimizu felt a surge of joy. This scion of the Imperial Guard was akin to a harbinger of prosperity, and anyone associated with him would reap substantial benefits. Was fortune finally smiling upon him? "Oh, I shall await your arrival with great anticipation," he responded. After exchanging pleasantries, they ended the call. Yoshio Shimizu returned to his meeting room, elated. At that moment, Yamamoto Kazuki noticed the change in his demeanor and inquired about the source of his joy. Yoshio Shimizu, valuing Yamamoto Kazuki's opinion, recounted the conversation. However, Yamamoto Kazuki did not display much reaction. As a career military officer, he had little regard for monetary matters and looked down upon officers involved in such enterprises. Understanding Yamamoto Kazuki's perspective, Yoshio Shimizu remarked, "Commander Hayashi is precisely this type of person. He thrives in commerce and possesses considerable political acumen. He may very well ascend as a power broker in the Imperial Guard, so do not underestimate him or provoke his ire." Yamamoto Kazuki nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand. But I believe that soldiers should showcase their valor on the battlefield rather than engage in business ventures, as it may undermine the warrior spirit. While bravery on the battlefield is undoubtedly important," Yoshio Shimizu countered, "logistical support is equally vital. You did not participate in the Battle of Huishui City, so you may not fully grasp this. Were it not for the financial and material contributions of Kono Hayato, the Empire would have suffered the loss of at least several tens of thousands of lives. Currently, we are facing a grave shortage of supplies. The resources at our headquarters are woefully inadequate. This collaboration with him serves as a timely remedy for our logistical issues." Yamamoto nodded in understanding. Although he was fervently dedicated to his tasks, he was no fool. Should Kono appear before him, Yamamoto would certainly extend his utmost respect. He also intended to cultivate a good rapport with the Commander Kono, as it might afford his special operations team the support it desperately required during its training phase. After ending the call, Zhang Xing'an closed his eyes and fell into contemplation. He realized that he must prepare adequately for his upcoming meeting with Yoshio Shinizuka. His jurisdiction had only recently stabilized, and any ambitions to seize the territory of the First Army necessitated meticulous planning and the cooperation of the 8th Route Army. Thus, he summoned the chief of the Kono office, Old Yang, who was currently inundated with responsibilities. Due to certain circumstances, Military Intelligence's 6th brother could not be present in North China, which underscored the significance of his mission, hence Old Yang bore a heavy burden. Zhang Xing'an dismissed everyone else and engaged in a private conversation with Old Yang. "Old Yang, I intend to initiate the next phase of our plan. In a few days, I will travel to Meiching to negotiate business matters with Yoshio Shinizuka. At that time, I can acquire all the layout maps and fortress schematics of his jurisdiction. We can deliver a decisive blow to Shinizuka, effectively incapacitating his First Army in North China, while I step in to manage the aftermath." Upon hearing this, Old Yang's initial delight quickly transformed into a troubled expression. "I recently received news that I had yet to share with you. Our Jiangnan army has launched several strikes against the Japanese forces, prompting them to retaliate against us. The Jiangnan army has suffered considerable losses. Moreover, the Japanese have reinforced their troops in several southern regions, encircling our Jiangnan forces. The higher-ups have decided to dispatch several main units of the 8th Route Army southward to thwart this enemy offensive. Consequently, fewer than 60,000 troops will remain in the eastern regions of North China. I fear this matter requires further deliberation." This unexpected turn of events took Zhang Xing'an by surprise. Chapter 81. The scheme of the First Army. How could the Jiangnan army be besieged? For the Japanese to launch an offensive against the Jiangnan army, they would need to traverse at least 2 provinces. Could it be that the Huaxia troops in those provinces merely stood by and allowed the enemy to march through unimpeded? Or have they betrayed and allied themselves with the Wang puppet government? Old Yang sighed and replied, "It is not a matter of betrayal. Rather, the defending troops have retreated to the Lianghu region. Following the battle at Huishui City, the remaining Huaxia forces there are few in number. To preserve their strength, they relinquished a portion of their territory and concentrated their forces near Huolu City. In efforts to consolidate their power, they abandoned many territories, which allowed the Japanese to seize numerous locations. Fortunately, the Japanese have also suffered significant losses. Currently, they only muster around 20,000 troops in that area. Otherwise, they would have pursued us long ago, waiting for the 8th Route Army to descend for support." Zhang Xing'an fell into deep contemplation. The 8th Route Army is currently fortifying its base in the rear. While providing support to the Jiangnan army is not insurmountable, the situation has changed. He plans to take action against the First Army, and this presents complications. Should the main force of the 8th Route Army march south, confronting the First Army would become quite troublesome. He would then need to reallocate troops from his territory to engage the First Army in western North China, which would require time. It seems that during his visit to Yashizuka Yoshio, he must devise a strategy to buy some time. The issues in the western direction of the Second War Zone are somewhat vexing, primarily due to the exceedingly complex environment. Here are stationed the Huaxia Mountain City Army, the Jinsui Army of the Second War Zone, our party's 8th Route Army, the Japanese First Army along with its 12th Army comprising 2 independent brigades, as well as various local armed forces and bandits. The entire western region of the Second War Zone is now a tangled mess. Breaking this impasse proves to be quite challenging. Yoshisuka has indeed chosen a formidable location, making things difficult for him. Of course, our party has considered engaging the Japanese First Army in several direct confrontations. However, certain individuals have consistently undermined these efforts, neither offering assistance nor hesitating to commit acts of sabotage. It is evident that they do not wish for the Red Party to gain territory, preferring instead to allow the Japanese to maintain a semblance of balance. Reflecting on this, Zhang Xingyan felt a sense of trouble. Nevertheless, this matter must be resolved. He entrusted certain tasks to Old Yang and his associates, leaving the strategic planning against the Japanese strongholds to the leadership at headquarters. He heard that attacks along the Zhengtai line have already commenced. Old Yang, I will first secure the military map of the Japanese forces and then pass it on to the higher-ups. There will be additional intelligence to accompany it, he stated. Old Yang concurred, recognizing that acquiring the enemy's deployment map is of utmost importance. Alas, most of our main forces are under your jurisdiction, in the west. Aside from a few main regiments, the rest are all fresh recruits. Thus, we cannot provoke the Japanese actively just yet. We must steadily develop for a while longer. What? They are all new recruits? That area is crucial for headquarters. How can we leave only a few tens of thousands of main troops there? If the Japanese were to launch a sudden large-scale attack, what would we do? At that time, the troops here would be unable to provide timely assistance, even for rescue operations. It was mentioned that the training opportunities in your area were exceedingly rare, thus most of the main forces would be stationed here for learning. However, there was no need for concern. Several main regiments remained near the headquarters, including the likes of Li Yunlong, Ding Wei, Kong Jie, and on Hutu Mountain, Zhou Weigua, and Li Qishui. Their numbers were around several tens of thousands, composed of seasoned veterans with combat experience, capable of responding to unforeseen circumstances. Upon hearing this, he let out a sigh of relief, hoping that his butterfly effect wouldn't be too overwhelming. Thinking of the main regiments, he recalled Li Yunlong and wondered how that fellow was faring now. It was said that after the great battle at Huishui City, he had reassembled his own troops, which had now exceeded 7,000 in number, far beyond the strength of a mere regiment. Truly, it seemed he was on the path to becoming a division commander. Old Yang mentioned that he would be heading to Meicheng in a few days, advising them to stabilize the situation there first, temporarily pausing the hunt for traitors and defectors to prevent any chaos in his absence. Rest assured, with me here, things won't spiral out of control. However, you must ensure stability with the Japanese forces, as I have no authority to intervene with your troops. Don't worry, came the response. They're currently preoccupied with making extra money and have little interest in other matters. These individuals are consumed with their pursuits of wealth and indulgence in a life of excess. I will keep a close watch on them. Old Yang then discussed some detailed issues with Zhang Xingyan, and ultimately reported that headquarters had approved his operational plan. After Old Yang departed, Zhang Xingyan examined the map surrounding Meicheng within the system. In reality, he could exchange for military defense maps and transportation routes at any time. However, the advanced nature of that map concerned him. He feared it might alarm people. Thus, he decided to mark the existing maps before sending them, ensuring they would not appear too extraordinary. At this moment, Zhang Xingyan contemplated the strategy for the entire territory of the First Army. His journey to Meicheng was also to ascertain the true situation there. Should he secure control over the First Army's territory, he would dominate the entire North China region, an immensely significant position. If North China fell into his hands, it would equate to our party controlling the prosperous and industrial regions of the north, rich in mineral resources, particularly coal and steel. Additionally, Zhang Xingyan possessed system rewards of iron and oil mines, which would facilitate rapid development. Moreover, controlling North China would allow him to divide the Shanghai Army and the Guangdong Army, severing their connections and economically constraining the Guangdong Army alongside inland trade, effectively controlling their economic lifeline. Having consolidated North China, he could further devise plans for the northeast region, especially since the Guangdong Army had suffered significant losses in the recent Huishui battle, exceeding 100,000 troops. Should the Guangdong Army launch an attack towards the polar bear, they might find themselves in dire straits, jeopardizing their own survival. In such a scenario, how could the close guard representative, Jinwei Lin, resist the temptation of the Guangdong Army's bounty? Reflecting on these thoughts, he realized he was perhaps overthinking. For now, it was imperative to first secure the North China region. He also sent a telegram to the Kono family in the island nation, detailing the current situation in North China. Essentially, the First Army of North China was encountering difficulties, with severe issues regarding logistical support and manpower. He planned to exert economic control over the First Army, seizing the opportunity to assimilate them. Of course, this assimilation would not entail conflict, but rather their integration into his own ranks. At that point, the Kono family's strength would experience a qualitative enhancement. Controlling a Chinese theater of war was an entirely different matter. Consequently, the Kono family would acquire greater political capital within the island nation. Kono Munmo felt a surge of excitement, recognizing this as a significant opportunity for the Kono family. However, he also harbored concerns that this branch family member might possess ambitions too grand, subtly threatening his own standing. It must be said that the prospect was exceedingly enticing. After a brief contemplation, Kono Munmo resolved to acquiesce to Zhang Xingan's request, for he was primarily a family head, tasked with considering the family's interests. As for the perceived threat to his position, it was merely conjecture. Besides, he remained confident in his ability to manage a mere branch family scion. He promptly replied to Zhang Xingan's telegram with a succinct message to exert control over the North China region at any cost and as swiftly as possible. Zhang Xingan was unsurprised by this outcome. These avaricious nobles would undoubtedly strive to secure the benefits for themselves. However, the resources and wealth of China would never be relinquished so easily. He would ensure they would eventually pay back multiples of what they sought to take. Nevertheless, it was imperative to make some sacrifices to placate these unscrupulous individuals. Soon after, Koike Taro entered, respectfully bowing to Zhang Xingan before inquiring, "Commander, how may I assist you?" Zhang Xingan handed over several documents to Koike Taro, instructing him, "Koike-kun, I may be away in Coal City for some time. Please manage matters here with Inoue and the others. During my absence, coordinate closely with Yang San and his team. After all, managing the Chinese requires the expertise of the Chinese themselves. Our primary goal is stability, for only through stability can we attain the benefits we desire." Koike Taro bowed deeply in acknowledgement, flattering Zhang Xingan with praise. "Commander, your wisdom is unparalleled. I have heard that other regions have been ravaged by Chinese armed resistance, resulting in paralyzed transportation and severe shortages of supplies. In their desperation to obtain resources, they have resorted to widespread village massacres, only to face even fiercer retaliation. Your approach, Commander, is indeed superior. Not only do we maintain a stable coexistence with the Chinese, but we also stand to gain benefits." Zhang Xingan merely smiled, suddenly turning to Koike Taro and asking, "Koike-kun, you must be curious about my clandestine communications with the Chinese, yet you have not raised any questions. Why is that?" Chapter 82. Planning for the future. Young Master Ono, you must be perplexed by my covert communications with the Chinese, yet you have refrained from questioning me. Upon hearing this, Ono Nidataro was taken aback. He realized that the division commander intended to share some clandestine secrets, marking a critical and perilous juncture. The significance of this inquiry implied that the commander was now regarding him as a trusted confidant. The danger lay in the potential repercussions of his response. A failure to satisfy the commander could lead to his abrupt disappearance from this world. At that moment, a cold sweat trickled down his brow. But he soon exhaled in relief and candidly expressed his true sentiments. "Commander, I have followed you since your days as a squad leader. I recall you once promised us wealth by aligning with you, although I initially struggled to comprehend the dealings with the Chinese. Your provision of substantial benefits has sufficed for our loyalty." Zhang Xingan smiled, aware that the sincerity of this man's words reflected his utmost loyalty. "To be frank, young Master Ono, my motivations also consider our future and the well-being of the imperial household. I harbor grave doubts about the outcome of this war. I do not foresee the empire emerging victorious. On the contrary, I anticipate a rather tragic conclusion." Ono was momentarily stunned by the commander's pessimism regarding the war. However, upon reflection, it seemed evident that the situation had indeed deteriorated unfavorably. At the onset of hostilities, there had been proclamations of a 3-month conquest of China. Yet, 3 months later, the capital remained unseized, and they had suffered the loss of over 100,000 elite troops. Subsequent battles had only compounded their casualties. While they had captured considerable territory in China, the cost was staggering. Nearly 1 million young lives lost, and a collapse of normalcy in activities. The economy teetered on the brink of collapse, and domestic factions had begun to exhibit discontent, with 1 million citizens expressing anti-war sentiments. "Commander, I grasp your perspective. However, to assert that the empire will ultimately lose the war seems somewhat— Oh, forgive my impertinence. I merely wonder if such a judgment might incur excessive losses should it prove erroneous." Zhang Xingan rose and approached a map, gesturing towards the island nation. "Young Master Ono, do you understand? Our initial ability to suppress the Chinese military stemmed from certain localized advantages, such as our superior technology, military prowess, and economic stability, while China was mired in turmoil. This granted us a temporary edge. Yet, our disadvantages are glaring. Our foundational strength cannot compare to that of China. In terms of population and resources, we are significantly lacking, which hampers our potential for sustained warfare. Presently, we find ourselves entrenched in a protracted conflict." Ono Nidataro listened intently to Zhang Xingan's analysis, comprehending the validity of his observations. Many with common sense would concur. However, What Zhang Xingyan uttered next left him astounded. To sustain a prolonged war, we require vast resources, such as oil and rubber for steel procurement. Yet, these commodities are supplied to us by the Americans. The Empire's ambitions have become evident to them, and they will likely sever our supply lines. What should one do when lacking resources for development? The only course would be to launch an offensive against the polar bears to the north, seizing their territories in Siberia and the Far East, while simultaneously advancing southward towards Southeast Asia, which would necessitate conflict with the beautiful nation. Upon hearing this, Koyano Nidadaro was taken aback, incredulously exclaiming, "How could this be? The situation in Huaxia has not yet concluded, yet they would engage in war with the beautiful nation? Have those individuals lost their minds?" Koyano chuckled, reflecting that since the Empire's conflict with the Qing government commenced, each engagement has been characterized by reckless behavior, though perhaps luck had favored them in previous encounters. This time, however, would likely be no different, and soon enough, one would witness the actions of those madmen. Koyano Nidadaro fell into deep contemplation. Should this scenario unfold, the Empire would be perilously close to defeat. It is crucial to recognize that the economy teeters on the brink of collapse, and the influx of new recruits has predominantly comprised inexperienced youths, who evidently struggle to cope. Yet, these matters were not the crux of Koyano's thoughts. The true focal point lay in contemplating the aftermath of the Empire's potential failure. Koyano shook his head, saying, "I apologize, my lord. But I have not considered such a possibility. In truth, I dare not envision such a scenario. If it were to transpire, I fear those individuals would face reckoning, including my uncle, Kanuman, who would not escape unscathed. After all, it is he, the Prime Minister, who instigated this war. Who knows? Perhaps the Emperor might even return to farming, and the fate of the imperial family remains uncertain. Nonetheless, a nation cannot exist without leadership. What do you suppose the new leaders would be like in such a time?" At this juncture, Koyano's body began to tremble, a mix of fear and excitement coursing through him. If that day were to come for the island nation, the newly established government post-reckoning would likely emerge from the ranks of the division commander and the Hatoyama family. After all, the division commander currently coexists peacefully with the Huaxia people, having instituted policies prohibiting the slaughter of Huaxia citizens and secretly assisting them in training soldiers and providing weaponry. Upon contemplating these matters, Koyano Nidadaro came to a profound realization. It became clear that the division commander was also placing a wager, not on the victory of the island nation, but on the hope that the 8th Route Army, this red faction, would ascend as the new leadership of Huaxia. This was indeed a grand game of strategy. Koyano was aware of many things. The bond between the 8th Route Army and the division commander was profound. Should the red faction become the new rulers of Huaxia, it would not be inconceivable for their division commander to emerge as the greatest beneficiary of the island nation. In such a case, Koyano Nidadaro would also bask in glory and honor. Zhang Xingyan chuckled as he patted his shoulder. "Xiao Yikuan, do not think too far ahead. Nothing is yet determined. Our immediate task is to establish control over North China. Regardless of the outcome, we must first possess our own strength and territory. Rest assured, my humble self will comply with your every directive, pledging unwavering loyalty to the division commander. Xiao Yikuan, once we have stabilized North China, you must also begin to cultivate our influence in the islands. After all, our power there remains quite feeble. Seek out some talents in finance. I intend to establish several banks in the islands." Understanding that this was a move to dominate the islands and initiate a financial strategy, he felt no concern regarding the division commander's capability to establish banks. After all, he had witnessed the dazzling gold within the underground treasury, a sight that could easily overwhelm the senses. "Fear not, esteemed commander, I have already commenced efforts to nurture our own influence in the islands. Several small to medium-sized families are quite supportive of us, although those pesky soldiers under Tojo often create disturbances. Nonetheless, they are manageable for now. Do not pay any mind to that soldier. He is akin to a rabid dog, prone to biting indiscriminately. If necessary, simply toss him some scraps, and sooner or later, we shall tighten the leash around his neck, teaching him who the true master is." After issuing his commands, Zhang Xingyan began to orchestrate the subsequent plans. Near Yang Village, a group of over 40 Japanese soldiers, fully equipped with automatic weapons, was stealthily operating in the vicinity. Their leader was Colonel Yamamoto Ikemoku, and the objective of this Special Forces unit was to launch a surprise attack on the 8th Route Army's command post. However, upon arriving at Yang Village, he was suddenly seized by a foreboding sense. In truth, he had discovered that an entire regiment of the 8th Route Army was stationed here, numbering at least several thousand, a clear indication of a formidable force. He sensed that the operation plan for that night was likely doomed to failure, yet he was unwilling to concede without a fight. After all, the command post of the 8th Route Army should not be far from his location, and if he could eliminate it, such an achievement would be recorded in the annals of history. Thus, he ordered his troops to cautiously circumvent Yang Village. Yet, just at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. a hidden sentry suddenly opened fire on the Japanese soldiers. The sound of gunfire rang out, and one Japanese soldier collapsed, only to have the sentry swiftly silenced by enemy fire. Instantaneously, gunfire erupted throughout Yang village. Yamamoto Ikamoka realized that the operation had completely unraveled. But now was not the time for regret. A swift retreat was imperative. After all, becoming ensnared by the 8th Route Army would be a troublesome predicament. Chapter 83. The enraged Kong Jia. Upon hearing the gunfire from outside, Kong Jia, within the confines of the room, was taken aback. He swiftly commanded his troops to prepare for battle. Given the uncertainty of the enemy's numbers at night, he refrained from launching an offensive, opting instead for a defensive stance to assess the situation before making a judgment. Kong Jia's assessment proved astute. He directed his forces to fortify strategic points. However, the gunfire originated solely from the village entrance to the north. At that moment, a report came in, stating that a small contingent of enemy troops was retreating from the north, engaging in skirmishes while withdrawing, employing automatic fire with remarkable accuracy. In a mere 10 minutes, they had suffered the loss of over 50 men, all fatalities resulting from headshots. Kong Jia, upon hearing this, erupted in anger, exclaiming, "How many of them are there? Is it just a small squad?" The report indicated that the enemy numbered in the dozens, skillfully providing cover for their retreat, their escape route meticulously planned. Damn it! A mere handful of them has claimed the lives of over 50 of my soldiers. This is truly unfortunate. The security platoon, come with me to eliminate these small foes. The rest of you, hold your positions and prevent any other enemy forces from providing support. Kong Jia quickly led his men to the battlefield in the northern part of the village. Yet, upon arrival, he found that the fighting had ceased. Scattered across the ground were the bodies of numerous 8th Route Army soldiers, alongside nearly 10 enemy corpses. Approaching the fallen enemies, Kong Jia scrutinized their attire and discovered they were uniformly equipped with automatic weapons, each soldier armed with hundreds of rounds, alongside handguns and combat knives. The quality of their uniforms was also distinct. In that moment, a familiar name surfaced in his mind: Special Operations Brigade. The 8th Route Army had established its own special operations units. Previously, Zhang Xing'an had provided Li Yunlong with training manuals for these elite forces, which the headquarters greatly prioritized. With Zhang Xing'an's backing, the party trained several special units tasked with safeguarding the headquarters and executing specialized missions. Other regiments followed suit, albeit with limited resources, resulting in a disparity when compared to true special operations brigades. Nevertheless, they were still capable of contending with the enemy. This is the enemy's Special Operations Brigade. What a stroke of misfortune, Kong Jia lamented. I had only just arrived this morning to fortify our defenses, and they managed to sneak in and take down over 50 of my soldiers. Had my Special Operations Unit not been dispatched on a mission this morning, these little devils would not have dared to be so audacious. Inform the troops below not to pursue the enemy's Special Operations Brigade and heighten our vigilance. Alert nearby Allied forces to be wary of potential ambushes from the enemy's elite units. Frustrated, Kong Jia issued his orders and subsequently reported the entire incident to his superiors. Soon after, the higher-ups provided new directives, commencing with a scathing reprimand aimed at Kong Jia for losing nearly an entire company and allowing the enemy to escape, denouncing him as utterly inept. However, rather than demoting him, they instructed him to maintain a firm hold on the Yang village area and to send the enemy corpses back to headquarters. Unlike in Sword, Kong Jia and his men were aware of the existence of the enemy's special forces, leading each regiment to formulate counter-special operations strategies. Although many soldiers had perished, the outcome was relatively commendable considering the circumstances. After eliminating over a dozen enemy special forces, it equated to a loss of 1/3 of their members, which was indeed a significant setback for the adversary. However, the headquarters would not commend him, as the casualties were still considerable. The 8th Route Army headquarters was reviewing the reports, and the mood of the Chief of Staff was rather grim. An assistant remarked, "Chief, are you upset with Kong Jia? I believe they performed admirably. After all, the enemy comprises elite special forces. It is quite commendable to have inflicted such damage during a nighttime ambush. So there is no need for such anger, considering they managed to eliminate over a dozen enemy operatives." The Chief of Staff furrowed his brow and replied, "I am not angry with that young man. The higher-ups are actually pleased with his performance in this battle. The casualty ratio he achieved is quite commendable. As we are well aware of the caliber of the special forces, my frustration lies elsewhere. We must conduct a thorough investigation internally. It is evident that this group of enemies did not specifically target Kong Jia. They just changed their posts this morning. The enemy was headed straight for our command center, suggesting that our position has likely been compromised. These little devils are indeed insidious." Other members of the staff nodded in agreement. "I will ensure that our intelligence department conducts a comprehensive investigation into this matter. Rest assured, we will have an explanation." However, this also indicates that the enemy forces in North China are becoming increasingly restless and are intent on causing trouble. Well, if they wish to create turmoil, let them come. We shall respond in kind. At that moment, The chief of staff moved to the telephone and commanded the intelligence department to investigate the matter thoroughly. The next morning in Yangtzuan, Kong Jie, along with Li Yunlong and Ding Wei, observed the soldiers busily engaged in their tasks. Kong Jie, feeling somewhat irritable, looked at Li Yunlong and said, "Li, are you here to mock me? It's quite a trek for you to come all this way just to laugh at me. If you wish to jest, then go ahead." Li Yunlong refrained from making any jibes and instead shook his head, speaking earnestly. "Old Kong, while I may not always be serious, I must say that you did well this time. To have taken down over a dozen members of the enemy's special forces is quite impressive. Ding, and I came here to learn from your experience. As you were the first to have encountered the enemy's special forces, our exercises with our own special troops are entirely different." Seeing their supportive attitude, Kong Jie felt somewhat reassured. He knew that his performance in this battle was commendable. However, witnessing dozens of valiant soldiers fall within mere minutes weighed heavily on his heart. These enemies exhibited exceptional quality. They engaged in combat without entanglement, their marksmanship was precise, and the fallen soldiers had primarily sustained head injuries. Their coordination was remarkably seamless, and they were adept in jungle and mountainous warfare. When retreating, they displayed great discipline, quickly laying numerous landmines. Hence, you must exercise caution when encountering them in the future. The three discussed the details of the recent battle, gaining insights into the combat style of the enemy special forces, while also comparing it with their own troops' special operations. They recognized numerous differences, thus acquiring a wealth of invaluable experience. On the road, Yamamoto Kazuki was escorting the remaining soldiers towards the coal city. This time, the losses were indeed catastrophic. He had led a special operations team that suffered the sacrifice of 16 members. With 13 of their bodies in the hands of the 8th Route Army, and 3 critically injured soldiers perished en route, their corpses lying in the truck. Initially, he believed he could accomplish the mission smoothly, but as the battle commenced, he sensed that the 8th Route Army seemed familiar with their combat tactics, having gained an advantage by catching them off guard at the onset. Subsequently, the enemy refrained from engaging in direct confrontation, bombarding them with 5 or 6 mortars and hurling countless grenades in their vicinity, leaving them no respite. Had it not been for the cover of night, they might have all fallen victim to the 8th Route Army. It was evident that these 8th Route soldiers possessed training in counter-special operations. Yet he pondered whether anyone among them truly understood special warfare. This conundrum perplexed him, as it was knowledge he had acquired in the land of the little mustache. However, this was not his foremost concern. If the 8th Route Army indeed had a special operations unit, was it possible that their command center had also been compromised? This was his greatest fear. Such intelligence needed to be reported to General Yoshio Shimizu. Nonetheless, this mission was not without its gains, as it confirmed that the area around Daxiawan was undoubtedly the location of the 8th Route Army's command post. Thus, the next step would be to formulate a battle plan. Chapter 84 Meeting with Yoshio Shimizuka in the early morning, accompanied by the thunderous roar of a train, an elongated locomotive gradually arrived at the Coal City railway station. Although it was midday and the sun blazed fiercely, it offered little warmth to the earth. The station had been under strict surveillance since the previous night. As the train came to a halt, Zhang Xingyan opened his eyes. He had been waiting for departure on the train since dawn. The journey of less than 200 kilometers had taken over 6 hours, a true testament to the inefficiency of trains in this era. In his own time, such a distance could be traversed in mere minutes by high-speed rail. This delay was a reflection of the concerns for his safety. The Coal City region was currently under the jurisdiction of the 1st Military Command, a place reputed to be quite unsettled. They could not afford to be careless, as the division commander was their benefactor, and all those who accompanied him were undoubtedly affluent. As Zhang Xingyan rose to observe the scene outside, he noticed numerous officers waiting for him below. At the forefront stood a Japanese lieutenant general nearing 60, presumably the highest-ranking official in the area, Yoshio Shimizuka. It appeared that this individual had also fallen on hard times, as he would not have come to greet a division commander in his capacity otherwise. Nevertheless, Shimizuka was extending a courtesy, and Zhang Xingyan felt it necessary to reciprocate, as respect for seniors is paramount in the island nation. The first to disembark were 100 members of the guard team, their eyes fierce and alert, vigilantly surveying those around them. These were Zhang Xingyan's elite guards, formidable fighters in their own right. Upon stepping down, he saw Shimizuka approaching, and he straightened his attire, smiling as he walked forward to extend his hand in greeting. "I am deeply honored, Commander Shimizuka, that you have personally come to receive me. Such kindness is truly overwhelming. As a junior, it is I who should come to pay my respects," Zhang Xingyan remarked first. Shimizuka shook his head, smiling as he engaged in pleasantries. "You are too gracious, Kinwei. Today is not only a welcome for your arrival, but also a warm reception for the Kinwei family as they come to guide us in the Coal City." Ha ha ha. He then introduced Zhang Xingyan to the officers present, including division and brigade commanders, along with several battalion leaders. Witnessing this assemblage, Zhang Xingyan sensed that significant events were afoot. He did not believe the entire 1st Military Command would gather merely to welcome him. It indicated a larger military operation was imminent, likely targeting either the Jinsui Army or the 8th Route Army. This is not a place for idle chatter. Come. I have prepared a luncheon with fine wine and dishes. Let us proceed to the headquarters. I have also specially arranged for renowned geishas from Kyoto to entertain you tonight. Ha ha ha. Thank you immensely, General Shimizuka, but I must decline the geishas this time, as I have brought a friend along, Zhang Xingyan responded. At that moment, Mahiko, clad in a kimono, approached and greeted those around her. Shimizuka, aware of the close relationship between her and Kinwei Lini, courteously invited her to join the banquet. Soon, some of the generals' wives gathered around to exchange pleasantries with Mahiko. This was precisely the reason why Zhang Xingyan had brought Mahiko along, knowing that these ladies would surely engage him through their feminine charm. Yet, deep down, he remained a quintessential son of Huaxia. Ultimately, he feared losing his composure. Thus, he had Mahiko serve as a shield. However, Mahiko was acutely aware that Zhang Xingyan's invitation to her to accompany him to the coal city filled her with a sense of bliss, signifying that Kobayashi-kun had publicly acknowledged her status. Before long, several individuals made their way to the command post. The coal city was under strict martial law, a consequence of both his position as a general and the impending conflict that everyone could sense. At the noon banquet, many distinguished figures from the islands arrived, warmly welcoming the arrival of Kono Hayato. Zhang Xingyan, along with Mahiko, greeted them with smiles. The prominent guests appeared to be overjoyed at Zhang Xingyan's presence, akin to a child seeing their father, for they understood that Kono Hayato's visit would undoubtedly result in substantial orders and immense commercial potential. The banquet was grand, clearly a result of Shinizuka Yoshio's meticulous planning. Although he himself had little interest in such affairs, he spared no expense to honor the members of the Kono family. Throughout the banquet, Zhang Xingyan engaged in jovial toasts and greetings with numerous attendees, ultimately concluding the evening amidst a harmonious atmosphere of camaraderie. As night fell, Zhang Xingyan began to feel fatigued. Mahiko prepared a hangover remedy for him. The two had yet to transcend the boundaries of their relationship, truth be told. She was quite admirable. However, his unique status rendered many matters complicated. Yet, as Old Yang had mentioned, the organization would not interfere excessively in such personal affairs. It was all contingent upon his own wishes. Mahiko was not in a hurry either, for this era was vastly different from later times when cohabitation before marriage was commonplace. Here, both genders remained conservative. After chatting briefly, Mahiko retired to her room for rest. Just as Zhang Xingyan was contemplating rest, he heard a knock at the door. It was a member of his security team, requesting his presence at General Shinizuka Yoshio's study. Checking the time, it was just past 8 in the evening, still relatively early. He surmised that Shinizuka Yoshio must have important matters to discuss, otherwise he would not disturb him at this hour. Upon arriving at the study, he found Shinizuka Yoshio dressed in a kimono, awaiting him, alongside a middle-aged man in his 30s, exuding an aura of menace, a formidable character indeed. Zhang Xingyan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure as he approached Shinizuka Yoshio. Yoshio Shinizuka pushed a cup of tea towards him, apologetically stating, "Kono-kun, I sincerely apologize for disturbing your rest at such a late hour. I find myself in a predicament and in need of your assistance. I hope for your understanding." After gratefully accepting the cup of tea, Zhang Xingyan casually replied, "Shinizuka-kun, you are too courteous. I understand that you must have your reasons. If there is any way I can assist, I would certainly not decline." Shinizuka expressed his gratitude for Zhang Xingyan's understanding and then gestured towards the man beside him, saying, "Let me introduce you. This is Colonel Yamamoto Ikki, a distinguished graduate of the Imperial Army Academy. He previously served as a mercenary in Southeast Asia and is now the commander of our special forces." This man was indeed Yamamoto Ikki from the last sword, and his presence momentarily surprised Zhang Xingyan. He had not anticipated encountering the very colonel who captured Li Yun's wife. What a coincidence, if memory serves. This individual arrived on the North China battlefield around 1940, and with only a year remaining, it seems many circumstances have undergone significant changes. At that moment, Yamamoto Ikki also recognized the legendary figure known as the God of Wealth, currently the most influential general in the North China region. Yamamoto respectfully nodded, saying, "Greetings, Your Excellency. I am Yamamoto Ikki. It is a great honor to have you here. I hope for your guidance in the future." Zhang Xingyan acknowledged him with a nod, inviting him to take a seat. "I have heard about you from Shinizuka-kun. You are indeed his student, a true prodigy of the empire. It is a remarkable experience to meet you today." Yamamoto, taken aback by the compliment, hastily rose and said with utmost respect, "Ah, Your Excellency, you are too kind. Your acknowledgement is the greatest honor for me. Everything I do is for His Majesty the Emperor." It was evident that Yamamoto Ikki held a genuine respect for strength, a deep-seated reverence that came from the heart. Before meeting Kono Lini, he had thought he could maintain a facade, but upon encountering him in person, his perspective shifted entirely. as he sensed the formidable aura surrounding this individual. Chapter 85, The Grim State of the First Army as an Instructor of the Special Operations Brigade. Yamamoto Kazuki had endured countless life and death trials. He could be described as a man oblivious to the true nature of danger. In reality, it was his extensive combat experience that endowed him with an innate sensitivity to peril. Zhang Xingyan, however, emanated an aura of profound danger. He sensed that should the commanding officer before him desire his life, he would stand utterly powerless to defend himself. His instincts, he knew, were infallible. This general was a master of his craft, a feeling he had only ever encountered with his instructor during his studies in Europe. Yamamoto's intuition was indeed accurate. Zhang Xingyan, having undergone multiple rigorous trials, had significantly enhanced his physical prowess. While he could not be deemed a superhuman, he could undoubtedly contend with 100 Yamamotos in close combat without difficulty. He observed Yamamoto's reactions with keen interest, recognizing that this individual was truly formidable. The ability to dismantle Li Yunlong's regiment, engage in a fierce confrontation with Chu Yunfei's entire battalion, withstand an onslaught from over 10,000 of Li Yunlong's troops in Ping'an County, and endure for 5 days was a testament to his undeniable capabilities. At this moment, Shinazuka Yoshio chuckled softly and remarked, "Kono, Yamamoto is a rare talent. He has developed a new combat strategy known as the Special Operations Theory, which I find highly commendable. Given the current degenerate state of the situation in North China, perhaps we should consider adopting this new strategy to discover new avenues for breakthroughs." Zhang Xingyan regarded Shinazuka Yoshio thoughtfully, taking a gentle sip of tea before responding, "Shinazuka-kun, I am familiar with the Special Operations Theory, which includes a series of tactics such as infiltration, assassination, intelligence gathering, and sabotage behind enemy lines." Upon hearing Zhang Xingyan mention the Special Operations Theory, Yamamoto Kazuki was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this officer would possess knowledge of special warfare. It is noteworthy that special operations worldwide were still in an exploratory phase, with even the nation of the Little Mustache only having a rudimentary framework. Yamamoto spoke. "I am surprised that Your Excellency is aware of the Special Operations Theory." Zhang Xingyan smiled warmly. "Indeed, Yamamoto-kun. I must confess that I have also established several special operations teams, and I am rather well versed in the realm of special warfare. This knowledge stems from the Little Mustache Nation, which is still in the theoretical stage. Moreover, it is not just our empire. Even Huaxia has begun forming its own special operations units." At this juncture, Yamamoto Kazuki sighed and lowered his gaze, stating, "You are correct. Huaxia has indeed established special operations brigades. Just a few days ago, we encountered an independent regiment of the 8th Route Army during a mission, leading to an engagement. Initially, the objective was..." Thus, Yamamoto Kazuki recounted the details to Zhang Xingyan, revealing his astonishment at the remarkable capabilities of temporal correction, which had facilitated a meeting between Yamamoto and Kong J's independent regiment. However, this time, due to his prior instruction on special operations, Kong Jie and his comrades did not suffer the overwhelming defeat of 200-0 as before, but rather faced a loss of 3-1, a significant failure in the context of special operations. After listening to the narration, Zhang Xingyan feigned a serious demeanor, yet inwardly felt a considerable sense of relief. It seemed that the training manual he had provided earlier had proven to be quite effective. Although the sacrifice of several dozen soldiers was regrettable, eliminating a dozen special forces operatives was still commendable, demonstrating that our military had not neglected anti-special operations training. Once Yamamoto Ichimu finished his account, Zhang Xingyan remarked, "Your description indicates that the 8th Route Army has indeed adopted the concept of special operations. They may already possess their own special forces. They must have undergone extensive special training and counter-special operations training, for how else could they be so familiar with your tactics? It is rather astonishing that the 8th Route Army has developed such advanced military thought." Yamamoto nodded and solemnly replied, "Indeed. Subsequent analysis and intelligence investigations have revealed that many officers in the 8th Route Army have also undergone special operations training. Among them, many have trained in the nation of the Little Mustached Man, such as Zhou Weigua, the 8th Route Army's regiment commander from the Hutu Mountain area, who was a distinguished graduate of the Berlin Military Academy and a classmate of Takeshita. Jun Takeshita holds him in high regard. Additionally, Sun Xinpu and several other members, currently serving in the 8th Route Army, have also attended the Berlin Academy." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xingyan realized that Zhou Weigua had indeed joined the 8th Route Army, marking him as a pivotal character making strides in the right direction. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xingyan stated, "So, we must also enhance our preparations against infiltration by small units of the 8th Route Army? They might attempt to ambush our command and central institutions." "Yes, Your Excellency," Yamamoto confirmed. "We are currently reinforcing our training in this regard to prevent ambushes by the 8th Route Army. However, what I wish to discuss is that although our recent raid on the 8th Route Army's headquarters was unsuccessful, we still acquired valuable intelligence that will facilitate our next operational plans. At this juncture, Zhang Xing'an's heart tightened. He understood that intelligence gathering by special forces was a crucial aspect, even though the headquarters raid had failed. It was certain that much of our military deployment was now in the hands of the enemy. He recalled watching a drama in which the independent regiment was ambushed by Yamamoto, followed by the bold advance of the enemy's Yamazaki brigade into the heart of their base. Such coincidences were hardly plausible. It was likely that the Yamazaki brigade had been deliberately arranged as a decoy to verify the accuracy of the intelligence. At that moment, Yamamoto produced a map and spread it out on the table, beginning to elaborate. General, please observe. Here are several defensive lines on the periphery of the 8th Route Army, comprised of militia organizations with little combat capability, tasked primarily with safeguarding their logistical transfers during wartime. These are of little concern. Their main forces are distributed here, and here, and here. As Zhang Xing'an watched Yamamoto analyze the map, he felt a surge of astonishment towards this individual. It appeared that he was a formidable adversary, having conducted intelligence and reconnaissance work with remarkable precision. Not only did he have a thorough understanding of our military's key strategic locations, but he had also meticulously mapped the terrain, including mountains, rivers, and the routes taken by infantry and armored units with clarity and detail. This man could not be allowed to remain. He was truly a terrifying figure. Fortunately, he is currently passionate about special operations and enjoys leading from the front. If he were to command troops in battle in the future, it could inflict significant losses on our army. It is no wonder that Yoshio Shinazuka holds him in such high regard. Having him by his side is not merely due to his valiant combat skills, but he surpasses even the typical senior staff officers in capability. After listening to his account of the 8th Route Army, Zhang Xing'an cast a thoughtful glance at Yamamoto Kazuki and suddenly burst into laughter, applauding with both hands. Remarkable, Yamamoto-san. I did not anticipate that you possess such an extensive understanding of the 8th Route Army's intelligence. You are truly a national hero, and I must admit, I feel a tinge of envy towards Yoshino for having such talent at his disposal. Were it not for the fact that he is a cherished subordinate of Yoshino, I would have considered recruiting him myself. Yoshio Shinazuka, wearing a broad smile, regarded Yamamoto Kazuki with evident pride for having such an esteemed subordinate. However, he humbly remarked, "You flatter me, Kono-kun. Yamamoto is merely fulfilling his duty as a soldier. It is his obligation and nothing worthy of commendation. You too, Kono-kun, have remarkable talents under your command. I have heard that Ono and Inoue are quite capable as well." Zhang Xing'an shook his head with a chuckle, responding, "Yoshino, please do not jest. Inoue and Ono cannot be considered soldiers. At most, they are mere vassals, adept only in commerce. I have no one with military acumen like Yamamoto at my side. Your analysis suggests an understanding of the 8th Route Army's defensive structure. To my knowledge, they recently relocated several thousand troops from the Second War Zone, making this an opportune moment to strike." At this point, Yoshio Shinazuka nodded in agreement before sighing. "You are correct. Logically, this is indeed the right moment to launch an offensive against the 8th Route Army. However, is there something difficult to convey?" Zhang Xing'an inquired. "Do not worry. Please feel free to speak. You may find it amusing, but I am here to request your support today. The First Army is on the brink of collapse." Chapter 86. Selling cotton in the tropics. Upon hearing the plea for assistance, Zhang Xing'an instinctively grasped the other party's predicament. It seemed they were currently facing a dire shortage of resources, rendering them incapable of launching a large-scale offensive against the 8th Route Army. Yoshio Shimizu sighed in resignation. "To be frank, the First Army is encountering significant difficulties. As you are aware, we suffered considerable losses during the Battle of Huishui City a few months ago, leaving the Empire severely weakened. Our First Army now comprises less than 20,000 seasoned veterans. The remainder are merely fresh recruits whose combat capabilities have diminished dramatically compared to a year ago. Compounding this issue, the Empire's finances have deteriorated over the past 2 years, leading to a continuous lack of supply. Currently, I command fewer than 70,000 soldiers, most of whom are not at full strength. While we do possess a number of weapons, many are not domestically produced rifles, but rather those seized from the battlefield. Even more alarming is the fact that the soldiers' allowances have gone unpaid for several months." Zhang Xing'an was taken aback. Although he was aware that the Japanese forces had sustained heavy losses, he did not expect them to be so deprived as to lack even the Type 38 rifles, resorting instead to using Chinese rifles. This was indeed quite tragic. How could this happen? "Shimizu, I had merely assumed that your issue was one of insufficient allowances. How could it extend to a lack of weapons as well? What about heavy artillery? Surely, you still have 4 artillery regiments and 2 armored divisions?" At this point, Yoshio Shimizu sighed again. Following the catastrophic losses sustained by the Guangdong Army during the Battle of Huishui City, the higher-ups decided to reallocate my armored units and 3 artillery regiments to the Guangdong Army in order to compensate for their losses. As it stands, I now only have 2 artillery regiments at my disposal, and the supplies meant for us have been prioritized for the Guangdong Army. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xingyan understood the gravity of the situation. The Guangdong army was essentially robbing them, diverting resources from the North China Front army to compensate for their own losses. Anger surged within him as he exclaimed, "Baka Yuru! The Guangdong army's actions are nothing short of banditry. This is an outright robbery. Do they think that the North China Front army is so easily trampled upon? That scoundrel Tojo deserves all the curses thrown at him." Hearing Zhang Xingyan's tirade against Tojo, Shimizu felt a sense of relief. Although the two rarely interacted, they were both part of the North China Front army, standing on the same front. Shimizu waved his hand in a gesture of resignation, saying, "Let it go, Xingyan. The higher-ups have their considerations, after all. The Guangdong army must also guard against the Soviet threat. They have lost 90,000 elite troops this time. I can understand the need to bolster their strength for the sake of the empire. It is not only us who have had our forces drawn away. The Shanghai Front army has also had many resources redirected to the Northeast Front. Not to mention the support provided to the Southern Islands Army and the Korean Army as well." Zhang Xingyan interrupted him. "Shimizu, spare me the pleasantries. Tojo is secretly scheming, and while other armies may provide support, they cannot be so shameless as to undermine us to such an extent. In plain terms, this is merely bullying the Mitsui family. The Mitsui clan has become a bunch of cowards, allowing the Tojo family to ride roughshod over them without resistance. No wonder they are faring worse by the day." Having reached this point in the conversation, Yoshio Shimizu felt compelled to remain silent. In truth, there are numerous factions supporting various armies. For instance, the Guangdong army receives backing from the Tojo family and several allied clans, while the North China Front is supported by the Kono family, which commands a force of hundreds of thousands led by Zhang Xingyan. The First Army is under the influence of the Mitsui and Sato families. However, during the Battle of Huishui City, the Sato family's power was nearly obliterated, leaving only a remnant of the Mitsui clan to sustain their efforts. Shinizuka Yoshio stands as a puppet supported by the Mitsui family. Upon hearing Zhang Xingyan reveal his cards, Shinizuka, as a representative, found it difficult to assess the situation, while Yamamoto Ikki remained silent, perceiving this familial struggle as distant and feeling like a mere wooden figure, oblivious to the discourse. After feigning a bout of anger, Zhang Xingyan took a deep breath and, with a hint of apology, addressed Shinizuka. "I beg your pardon, Shinizuka-kun. I lost my composure and embarrassed you. The mention of that scoundrel Tojo incites my ire. Since he has dared to affront our North China army, I shall not be remiss in seeking retribution. Fear not, Shinizuka-kun. I shall assist you in exacting this vengeance." Hearing that Zhang Xingyan would avenge him brought a smile to Shinizuka Yoshio's face. After all, who would not feel discontent when bullied? Yet, he was apprehensive about potential friction between the two armies, prompting him to inquire, "Kono-kun, what are your intentions? We all serve the empire, and it would be unfortunate if our two forces were to clash." Zhang Xingyan waved his hand dismissively, his eyes glinting with intensity. "Rest assured, I do not intend to engage in conflict with the Guangdong army. I merely wish to procure a substantial quantity of cotton." Purchasing cotton? This statement left both Yamamoto and Shinizuka perplexed. How does one relate to the other? Ho ho ho, Shinizuka-kun, winter is fast approaching, is it not? The warriors require warm clothing for the season, thus a considerable amount of cotton is essential. I plan to invest 20 million taels to acquire all the cotton available in the market starting tomorrow. Shinizuka's eyes widened in astonishment, gasping at the audacity of such a venture. 20 million taels for cotton? Where could one possibly find such an abundance? Are you intending to purchase all the cotton in China? Wait a moment. All the cotton in China? Could it be that you wish to? Kono-kun, what do you intend to do with such an enormous quantity of cotton? It seems we have no use for it here. Zhang Xingyan's gaze darkened momentarily, then he smiled. The situation is urgent. I have resolved to pay double the price for the cotton, while simultaneously monopolizing several cotton-producing regions. As for the surplus, of course, it shall be sold. I am a businessman at heart. Excess cotton will find its way to South Asia. Both men were left in disbelief. Brother, are you jesting? South Asia is a tropical region where one wears grass skirts year-round. Who would sell cotton there? It is evident that your intention is to sever the Guangdong army supply lines, leaving them without winter garments. Selling cotton to the tropics is rather cruel. If you proceed in this manner, the Guangdong army's winter supplies will surely suffer, and cotton prices will soar. Will they not be at a loss? That is of no concern to me. They can purchase it if they wish. They need only spend a little more to acquire it. In truth, Zhang Xingyan has harbored this intention since the beginning of the year. Currently, the control over eastern North China effectively obstructs the connection between the Guangdong army and the interior of Huaxia, thereby ensuring that they will lack cotton this year. It will be intriguing to observe how the Guangdong army endures the biting cold of over -30 degrees. As for the ordinary citizens, they may suffer some minor repercussions. Yet the impact is likely to be minimal. After all, in this era, common households are unable to afford cotton garments and instead rely on animal hides to endure the winter. Cotton, being a crucial strategic resource, is not something the enemy would permit the populace to possess. Yoshio Shimizu, upon hearing this decision, could only shake his head in wry amusement. Such a scheme could only be conceived by the individual before him, who possesses considerable wealth. Should such actions be executed, even the high command would find it challenging to voice opposition, for he is funding this endeavor himself. Should this gentleman be provoked, he could easily choke off all supplies entering northeast China. It is becoming clear to him why Kono Hayato was so eager to secure control over several vital transportation routes in the northern theater during the war. This was a maneuver to seize the throat of the Guangdong army. However, let us set this matter aside for the time being. What assistance can I offer to the Shimizu forces? Are you in need of weaponry or logistical supplies? Upon finally addressing the main topic, Yoshio Shimizu adopted a serious demeanor. I hope that Kono-kun can provide us with some heavy artillery. I require the equipment for 2 artillery battalions, as well as a substantial supply of gasoline and trucks. I wonder if you could assist us in this regard. Of course, I lack the funds to purchase them, but I could offer coal mining rights in exchange. Would that be acceptable? At this point, Zhang Xing'an also grew serious, contemplating Yoshio Shimizu's proposal. Sensing that he was deep in thought, Yoshio Shimizu refrained from interrupting, patiently awaiting his response. After a quarter of an hour, Zhang Xing'an shook his head and stated, Shimizu-kun, I must regretfully decline your proposal. Hearing this, Yoshio Shimizu felt a pang of disappointment and was about to suggest alternative conditions when Zhang Xing'an forestalled him, continuing, It is not that I am unwilling to assist you. Even if I were to provide you with those weapons, it is unlikely you would be able to overcome the 8th Route Army. However, I can extend my support in other ways. Chapter 87. Combat Strategy. Even with your support, it is unlikely you will be able to subdue the 8th Route Army. You are undoubtedly aware that in North China, the 8th Route Army comprises nearly 100,000, perhaps even several 100,000 troops. Most of them are seasoned veterans who have endured great battles. Even if they were to dispatch tens of thousands southward, a significant portion of their elite forces would remain. And it is not merely a few artillery pieces that will ensure your victory. At this juncture, Yamamoto Ikki interjected, Your Excellency, I fully concur with your assessment. While our reinforcement of heavy weaponry may not guarantee a decisive advantage, my special forces possess the capability to alter the current dynamics. Should I seize the opportunity to eliminate key Chinese military installations, the tide of war will undoubtedly shift. Zhang Xing'an regarded Yamamoto, shaking his head as he replied, Yamamoto-kun. Following this assault, the 8th Route Army's command will be on high alert. It will not be an easy task to dismantle their defenses. Yamamoto countered, Your Excellency, you misunderstand my intent. The critical installations I refer to are not limited to the 8th Route Army's headquarters. I am acutely aware that not only is their command center beyond my reach, but even their regimental units will prove challenging to dismantle. The destruction of their command structure could involve pivotal departments or essential communication hubs and logistical units, contingent upon their positioning on the battlefield. Zhang Xing'an was taken aback. In the original narrative, Yamamoto had consistently aimed to obliterate the command of the 8th Route Army and the Jinsui Army. It appeared that the reality diverged from the text. This individual was indeed a competent special forces operative. His intentions were clear. The command center, communication units, and logistical support were all within their sights, which only intensified Zhang Xing'an's resolve to eliminate him. Zhang Xing'an initially nodded but then shook his head, elaborating, Yamamoto, I acknowledge your perspective and do not dispute that a special operations team can effect tactical shifts at critical junctures. However, their strategic impact may be limited. Let me illustrate. If a unit is driven by conviction, mere destruction of the command center will not secure victory. Take, for instance, the Battle of the Magic City. I recall that during that time, I was but a second lieutenant, and His Highness perished at the hands of the Chinese. He was the supreme commander. Yet his demise did not alter the overall course of the war. We ultimately captured the Magic City. This was due to the Empire's unwavering belief. The spirit of Bushido, loyalty to His Highness, would inspire successors to continue the fight. At this point, both Yamamoto and Shinizuka Yoshio fell silent. There was no denying the truth in Zhang Xing'an's words. He continued, Moreover, the 8th Route Army is a faction of the Red Party, a unit imbued with conviction, possessing a resolve akin to ours. I trust that General Shinizuka has experienced this tenacity in battle. Shinizuka Yoshio nodded in agreement, acknowledging the ferocity of the 8th Route Army's combat prowess. Furthermore, in this timeline, with Zhang Xing'an's assistance, the 8th Route Army lacked only air superiority, while in land engagements, they were not easily bested. In fact, the odds often favored the Japanese, rendering them a formidable adversary. It is worth noting that the 8th Route's weaponry now surpasses that of the 1st Army. Were it not for pressure from above, he would prefer to avoid provoking the 8th Route Army altogether. As the two remained enveloped in silence, Zhang Xing'an suddenly broke the quietude, expressing, Of course, my purpose in coming here is to assist General Xiaozheng in overcoming difficulties, which also encompasses the 8th Route Army's situation. I have a proposal that I wonder if General Xiaozheng would be inclined to consider. Upon hearing that there was a glimmer of hope, Xiaozhong Yinan's eyes brightened, signaling Zhang Xingyan to continue. My thought is this. While providing weaponry support poses quite a challenge, given that I have only recently been established and many of my supplies are also limited, I can certainly offer you provisions such as food and cotton clothing. Furthermore, I am prepared to supplement the military funds for the First Army over the past few months. In addition, I can assist by deploying troops, as several of my divisions have just been formed, making this battle an opportune moment for their practical integration. Upon hearing about troop deployment, Xiaozhong Yinan cautiously inquired. That would be immensely appreciated. May I ask how many troops General Jinwei can mobilize for support? I can deploy the 180th, 182nd, and 183rd Divisions, along with 7 independent brigades and several field companies, totaling 110,000 participants in this combat, Zhang Xingyan replied. At this revelation, Xiaozhong Yinan stood up in disbelief, his gaze fixed on Zhang Xingyan, a mixture of excitement, confusion, and a trace of concern flickering in his eyes. He understood that Zhang Xingyan's willingness to mobilize such a sizable force was far more formidable than merely possessing a few artillery pieces. However, he was acutely aware that this would come at a significant cost. General Jinwei, I am grateful for your generosity. May I inquire what you require in return? Zhang Xingyan smiled and responded, I seek control over the coal mining area and southern lands, as well as the rights to utilize the railways leading to the coal city. Upon hearing this demand, Xiaozhong Yinan found himself in a quandary. The coal mining area represented the region's greatest interest. However, this was a matter he could negotiate without much concern. The railway transport rights, however, posed a more complicated issue, for it was akin to a substantial pie. It wasn't that Xiaozhong Yinan was unwilling to part with this pie, but rather, it exceeded his authority. General Jinwei, I can assure you regarding the mineral rights. I have the authority to agree to that. However, I must report the matter of transportation routes to my superiors. As you know, many decisions are beyond my sole jurisdiction. Zhang Xingyan nodded in understanding. I comprehend, General Xiaozhong. I trust that Mr. Mitsui will concur. Although the Coal City Railway transport route is crucial for the Mitsui family, they will likely honor my request. Naturally, I will not take this for free. After the war concludes, I shall purchase the rights to use it. At this stage of conflict, the railway's annual yield is merely $1 million, with improvements expected only in subsequent years. If they agree, I am prepared to offer $10 million for the purchase of usage rights, which represents a tenfold increase. I believe they will acquiesce. Xiaozhong Yinan's lips twitched slightly. Do you harbor a grudge against money? Is it as if you possess it in abundance? He had someone relay this situation to the Mitsui family, and half an hour later, he received a response granting consent for the proposal. Additionally, the Mitsui family ceded several towns in the southern part of the coal city to Zhang Xingyan. Satisfied with this transaction, Zhang Xingyan proceeded to discuss operational details with Xiaozhong Yinan and several advisors. The general plan involved Xiaozhong Yinan dispatching elite forces deep into the 8th Route Army's territory for reconnaissance, followed by a comprehensive offensive by the First Army from various directions against the 8th Route Army, with General Jinwei leading several divisions to advance towards the Second War Zone's 8th Route forces. By that time, the 8th Route Army in the Western Theater of World War II would be thoroughly eradicated. If not completely annihilated, they would be decisively expelled from the Second Theater. Seizing this opportunity, an offensive could also be launched against the Jinsui Army and the Central Army, thereby effectively dismantling the opposing forces in North China. At that juncture, both the Empire and the North China Army would experience a significant boost in morale, and after the war, Yoshio Nishizuka would acquire substantial political capital. Following an entire night of meticulous planning, the next morning, everyone commenced their preparations. Zhang Xingyan, after sharing breakfast with Yoshio Nishizuka, returned to his residence to rest. After Zhang's departure, Yamamoto Ichimu remarked to Yoshio Nishizuka, Your Excellency, I firmly believe that the 8th Route Army will suffer a devastating blow this time. With our force of 200,000, the less than 100,000 troops of the 8th Route Army will surely be unable to withstand our assault. However, it seems that General Kono will reap even greater benefits. Not only does he gain a solid foundation, but also revenue from these transportation routes. Truly, he is the biggest winner. Yoshio Nishizuka, looking at him, patted his shoulder and smiled. You are mistaken, Yamamoto. It is not only General Kono who stands to benefit significantly, but we too. To a considerable extent. To be precise, it is the Mitsui family. Oh, why do you say that? I do not quite understand, Yamamoto replied. Haha, Yamamoto. You are an excellent soldier, yet you still have much to learn in the realm of politics. In reality, everyone knows that North China will inevitably belong to the Kono family. Our First Army finds itself in an awkward position. Although the Mitsui family controls the First Army, it has been severely weakened since the Huishui City campaign. Coupled with the heavy losses sustained by the Guangdong Army, the rise of Kono Hayashi is unstoppable. Within Japan, a standoff has formed between the Kono family and the Tojo faction, placing the Mitsui family in a rather precarious position. Consequently, the First Army has become a hot potato, prompting the Mitsui family to seek a favorable price for their leverage. Chapter 88. Actions of various parties upon hearing Yoshio Shinazuka's words. Yamamoto Kazuki began to grasp the underlying implications. At this juncture, Shinazuka articulated that they now possessed a fortuitous opportunity. The Mitsui family could profit handsomely from this lucrative situation while simultaneously augmenting their political leverage. Furthermore, they could extend a gesture of goodwill to the Kono family without incurring the wrath of the Tojo clan. For Mitsui, abstaining from the conflict between the two factions would yield no detriment. As Shinazuka elaborated, Yamamoto experienced a moment of clarity. The notion of securing a favorable price was merely a pretext for awaiting benefits from the Kono family. It appeared they were well aware that North China would inevitably fall into the hands of the Kono family. Rather than passively awaiting expulsion, it was far more advantageous to offer a favor and receive financial compensation in return, should they succeed in eliminating the 8th Route Army. Senior commanders like Shinazuka would likely gain promotions, and the Mitsui family would accrue significant advantages. It was conceivable that Shinazuka would be reassigned to the headquarters for a debriefing, at which point the appointment of the commander for the First Army would no longer concern them. That matter would rest with the respective families involved. Having contemplated these revelations, Yamamoto cast his gaze in the direction Zhang Xing'an had departed, exhaling softly. Now I understand, Yamamoto. This is politics. To them, we are merely pawns, albeit pawns with utility. Nonetheless, securing a dignified conclusion this time around is preferable. After everything wraps up, do you wish to accompany me back to headquarters or venture elsewhere? Whatever the teacher arranges, Yamamoto replied, using the term teacher to signify his allegiance, which elicited a nod of satisfaction from Shinazuka. At the 8th Route Army's General Staff Headquarters, the intelligence department received a message from Zhang Xing'an. Just the previous night, Zhang had transmitted the enemy's operational plans via telegram to the headquarters, which regarded this matter with utmost seriousness. The staff convened an urgent meeting, during which the Chief of Staff remarked, "As you can all see, the enemy intends to annihilate our 8th Route Army completely. Let us share our thoughts." The atmosphere was heavy with concern. One operational officer stated, "This situation is quite troublesome. If it were only the First Army, we would not fear them. However, the issue lies with the 12 divisions of the 12th Army, comprising 100,000 troops, now advancing against us. This could pose significant challenges." An elder officer expressed his bewilderment, saying, "I find it peculiar. We have had no notable conflicts with the 12th Army in the past. What could be the reason for their large-scale offensive against our base this time? Are the Kono divisions intending to engage us in full-scale war? If so, our comrades in the eastern regions must also prepare." The Chief of Staff replied, "I have just inquired with the intelligence department. They inform me that while the 12th Army is making considerable noise, there are no indications of an imminent attack against us. The intelligence suggests that the 12th Army, as is often the case, seeks to take advantage of the situation, waiting for us and the First Army to weaken each other before swooping in to claim the spoils. Does the 12th Army truly seek to exploit this situation? I find myself somewhat perplexed," the Chief of Staff added. "There is nothing peculiar about it. Should the First Army suffer significant losses this time, they would seize Yashizuka Yoshio's territory. If we were to fail, they would encroach upon the 8th Route Army's domain. However, I believe the likelihood of them targeting the First Army is high, given that our bases are located in remote areas, which hold little allure for the 12th Army." All the staff members began to analyze the situation, acknowledging the chief's words, yet differing opinions emerged, primarily focusing on the true intentions of the Guards Division. As they deliberated, a liaison from the intelligence department entered and privately summoned the Chief of Staff, leading to an extended conversation between the two. Once the intelligence officer departed, the Chief of Staff returned with a relaxed demeanor, stating, "There has been new information. Our objective this time is to counter the First Army's offensive and address the situation at Yashizuka Yoshio. The 180th Division of the 12th Army, along with several other divisions, will be tasked with this. Let us continue our meeting." Upon hearing the chief's words, everyone felt a stir of intrigue. It seemed the matter was far from simple. Yet, none voiced their thoughts, choosing instead to keep their concerns internal. After all, they were seasoned comrades of the revolution, acutely aware of what inquiries were appropriate. One staff member gazed at the map and remarked, "Reports indicate that the First Army under Yashizuka Yoshio has received reinforcements. Approximately 70,000 Japanese troops and several thousand puppet soldiers are advancing towards our base. The immediate priority is the safety of our headquarters. I believe we should promptly relocate the headquarters and other vital units." Another staff member responded, "I concur with your assessment, but we must also consider potential issues with other units. It is essential to note that the Second War Zone is home to both the Jinsui Army and the Central Army. Of course, I do not expect them to assist us, yet I fear they may pose a threat from behind. That is indeed a concern. These soldiers are exemplary when it comes to battling the Japanese, but certain individuals lack integrity. Although we are currently united in resistance, they may not dare to act overtly. However, this situation is unlike previous occasions, and even a slight misstep could lead to dire consequences. The staff reported this issue to higher authorities, emphasizing the need for coordination from above. Our responsibility is to prepare for any unforeseen events. They then began to discuss detailed plans to confront the impending great battle. In Shanqing, Dai Yunan reviewed the documents that had been sent, along with a telegram from the 8th Route Army, contemplating how to report to the elder. He glanced at Zheng Yaoxian beside him and smiled. Old Six, what are your thoughts on this matter? Regarding the Japanese assault on the 8th Route Army's base, what actions do you propose we take? I must present my views to the elder, and I am uncertain how to articulate them. Zheng Yaoxian wore a look of helplessness. Boss, this time the Japanese are clearly targeting the Red Party. It is difficult for me to provide an answer to your inquiry. You are placing me in a challenging position. I expressed that I would not assist in undermining the anti-Japanese war effort, yet a burden was placed upon my shoulders. I lamented that my attempts to assist were met with severe repercussions. The boss, with a chuckle, admonished me, "You old fool, don't play these games with me. We are all comrades here, so speak freely. Do you truly fear that I would sabotage you?" Zheng Yaoxian, feeling helpless, sighed and remarked, "Of course. We cannot undermine the anti-Japanese efforts. The Red Party is now considered a friendly force, and we must lend our support. However, the method of assistance remains a conundrum. Currently, the main forces of the party state are stationed along the Yangtze River, and distant waters cannot quench immediate thirst. Yet, isn't there still a contingent of 10,000 Central Army troops in the Second War Zone? They could manage the logistical transport, thus addressing part of the issue." At this point, he glanced at the boss, noticing his lack of reaction. Zheng Yaoxian stepped closer and whispered, "Of course. While these 10,000 troops are nominally part of the Central Army, they were formed later and lack true combat prowess. Their logistical support would indeed be helpful. More importantly, does the Second War Zone not have Yan Xishan? The higher-ups can assign him the responsibility of coordinating the Second War Zone's operations, supporting the 8th Route Army, giving him full authority while the Central Army focuses on transportation." Upon hearing this, the boss's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, that is Yan Xishan's territory. Let him handle the dirty work. With this thought, the boss's spirits lifted, knowing how to respond to the elder. He laughed heartily, patting Zheng Yaoxian on the back. "Ha ha ha. Well done, old fool. As expected of you. Come, let us go meet the elder together." It must be noted that the old fool's strategy was indeed clever. Rather than explicitly stating that assistance would be provided for combat, he suggested Yan Xishan's cooperation in providing support. The specifics of this support would not fall under the Central Army's purview, thus shifting all responsibility onto Yan Xishan. This way, he was relieved of any accountability and need not worry about accusations of passivity in the war effort. Should any issues arise, they would be attributed to the commander of the Second War Zone. After all, this heavy burden would be cast squarely onto Yan Xishan's shoulders. As for the 10,000 troops of the Central Army, they could be left to their own devices. I trust the commander would not be foolish enough to initiate engagement. In other words, even if they were to engage, it would not matter, as they are merely conscripts formed later. Their presence serves merely to balance political interests. And should they be defeated, the consequences would be manageable. Chapter 89. Pre-war. At this moment, in the Second War Zone, Yan Laoshi was furiously cursing within his quarters. Ever since the loss of Coal City, he had been plagued by misfortune. The recent large-scale assault by the Japanese left him feeling particularly anxious, wondering if they were targeting him specifically. After all, he had previously rejected negotiations regarding joining the puppet government, and now he feared this was their form of retaliation. Upon learning that the attack was directed at the 8th Route Army, he felt a slight sense of relief. However, the telegram from Shanchang indicating that he was responsible for all matters related to this conflict felt akin to being placed on a scorching grill, inciting his ire. He had been vociferously denouncing their shamelessness since morning. This turmoil reached the military headquarters, where military officials convened to devise a solution. The generals of the Jinsui army were split into two factions. Some advocated for engagement in battle, while others opposed it, leading to a heated argument. The deputy commander, frustrated by the commotion, slammed his hand on the table, demanding silence. "I summoned you to propose solutions, not to bicker. Do you resemble a pack of shrews?" The commander sighed, rubbing his temples in exasperation. His gaze fell upon Chu Yunfei, who was deep in thought while studying the map. The deputy commander's expression softened as he addressed him in a calm tone. "Yunfei, what are your thoughts? How should we address the current predicament?" All eyes turned towards Chu Yunfei. After contemplating the map for a moment, he spoke. "Commander, I believe the situation is not as dire as it appears. I have a few ideas. General Yen is concerned about the potential losses to his troops. Considering our Jinsui Army's large-scale involvement would indeed incur significant casualties. I propose we engage in battle, but strategically." "Oh? How do you suggest we assist? Do you have a plan?" Chu Yunfei pointed at the map. "The Japanese forces are substantial, and their large-scale deployment within the city will undoubtedly leave it vulnerable, likely manned only by second-line troops. We can wait until they are engaged with the 8th Route Army and then launch surprise attacks on several towns, simultaneously reclaiming some lost territory. The room brightened with realization, and the deputy commander clapped his hands in delight. Indeed, we can exploit their vulnerability for a surprise assault. However, they will likely be prepared for such a tactic. If we proceed, our losses could still be considerable. The commander interjected, our objective in besieging the city is to restrain them, to harass the Japanese rear. We shall employ our superior numbers to attack several counties. Even if we incur losses, we can bear them. If the Japanese send reinforcements, we will assess the situation accordingly. If they are few, we shall eliminate them. If numerous, we will retreat. This way, we can alleviate pressure on the 8th Route Army without earning the disgrace of being mere spectators. Very well, let us proceed with this plan, the commander exclaimed, laughter filling the room. Ah, your intellect is truly commendable. Chu Yunfei felt a sense of resignation. This was indeed the best course of action he could devise. He harbored a desire to confront the Japanese in direct combat, yet many circumstances were beyond the control of a mere battalion leader. This was the most effective way he could think of to assist his allies. In the base of the 8th Route Army, the commander of the Jinsui Army delivered the battle plan. The director of intelligence was relentless, acknowledging their clever calculations. On the surface, they were participating in the conflict. Yet in reality, they were merely reaping the benefits while we bore the pressure. The chief of the staff chuckled nonchalantly, remarking, my old friend. It's not so bad. Their ability to deploy troops to harass the enemy's rear is a pleasant surprise. Although they are concerned about public opinion, it does alleviate some of our pressure. The director of intelligence nodded, indifferent to these matters. This battle had received robust support from the party central committee. Although the 8th Route Army could only mobilize a limited number of main forces when factoring in county detachments, district teams, and various militia organizations, the total troop strength would not exceed a mere 100,000. This time, we felt confident. Over the past 6 months, the 8th Route Army had established its own arsenal, producing weapons in abundance, and most of the troops had been re-equipped. In terms of heavy firepower, we were ahead of the Japanese forces. While we lacked a significant number of large-caliber artillery, we had more than enough mortars and field mountain guns. Well, let us not dwell on them, the chief said. Issue orders for the troops to prepare for battle promptly, ensuring that all supplies are in place as swiftly as possible. At this moment, the staff officer interjected, rest assured. A few days ago, we dispatched the supplies. The weapons and ammunition will be more than sufficient to engage the Japanese First Army. The mention of supplies brought a smile to the director of intelligence's face. He held Zhang Xing and S abilities in high regard. Without a doubt, his prowess in securing funds and equipment was exceptional. He pondered the source of Zhang's means to provide such ample support for the army, as if it were conjured from thin air, but he shook his head to dispel that thought. Each unit of the 8th Route Army was engaged in pre-battle preparations. The Japanese had commenced large-scale operations days prior, and the news could not be concealed. Everyone was aware that a significant battle loomed. The air thick with the scent of gunpowder. At the frontline logistics headquarters, Li Yunlong strolled through the logistics department, smoking a cigarette, exuding an air of confidence akin to that of a local magnate. Monks and Duan Peng followed closely behind him, observing the bustling crowd. At that moment, Li Yunlong spotted a familiar figure and called out, Old Zhang, I've come to see you. What on earth are you busy with? Upon hearing Li Yunlong's voice, Zhang Wanhua turned around and approached, saying, Li Yunlong, what brings you here like a lord? Can't you see I'm swamped? With the impending battle, my logistics department is overwhelmed with work, unlike your leisurely demeanor. Don't loiter around here and bother me. Li Yunlong retorted without reservation. Look at you. Are we not still comrades from the Debi Mountains? I'm not here to ask you for supplies, so why the fuss? I wouldn't even bat an eye at what you have here. Zhang Wanhua, equally unamused, replied with a laugh. Is this really you, Li Yunlong? A few grenades years ago had you fuming, and now you're too good for them? I know you've struck it rich lately with foreign rifles and mountain guns. Are you trying to annoy me? Hey, old Zhang, what do you mean by that? Am I the kind of person to forget my roots? Just because I've prospered, does that mean I would forget you? However, to be frank, I have indeed lost interest in your trivial affairs. I have brought you a considerable supply of 38 rifles and light machine guns, along with dozens of grenade launchers and mortars. How generous of me, don't you think? These are all spoils I have acquired during this period. Zhang Wanhua scrutinized Li Yunlong with curiosity and remarked, Li Yunlong, I know you all too well. You are one who seeks benefits without incurring losses. So what ulterior motive do you have? Speak plainly. Hey, it's good to see you understand me, old Zhang. Li Yunlong replied with a chuckle. I have come to request some personnel. I've heard that your logistics department has recently received several hundred medical staff, and I was wondering if you could spare me 100 to take with me. You are aware that I currently have several thousand soldiers, nearing 10,000. And we will need medical personnel once the fighting commences. What, 100? Don't even think about it. What will happen to the other troops if I give you that many? Li Yunlong laughed heartily. Old Zhang, you know we are in dire straits. Our medical staff is limited. I must admit, we are tasked with covering the headquarters relocation and will face the pressure of an entire enemy division. I was just hoping to minimize casualties. You must assist me with this. Upon hearing Li Yunlong mention his role as the vanguard, Zhang Wanhe was taken aback, but soon understood that this battle would not come without its own toll. A sigh escaped him as he recognized the difficulties they both faced. Very well, I understand your plight. However, I cannot spare 100 medical personnel. The most I can manage is 30. That is the extent of my authority. Ha ha, old Zhang. It seems you truly are my fellow countrymen. You are quite generous. Rest assured, I shall not take advantage of you. I will exchange these 30 personnel for 50 boxes of medical supplies, along with bottles of high-grade disinfectant and 200 boxes of food and canned goods. Zhang Wanhe was unfazed by the extensive offer Li Yunlong presented. He was aware that since the establishment of the new 1st Regiment, Li Yunlong had never lacked in supplies. Their relationship had flourished, particularly as Zhang Wanhe was the first notable figure Li Yunlong had befriended in this timeline, and he had been quite considerate towards him. After concluding their transaction, Li Yunlong returned to the headquarters of the new 1st Regiment, where personnel would arrive in the afternoon. Watching his retreating figure, Zhang Wanhe saluted. Acutely aware that this battle might be their last encounter, given the brutal nature of war. Not only the 8th Route Army, but the 1st Army also commenced preparations for the impending conflict. A few days prior, the 1st Army had received their allowances and began moving toward the battlefield in the 2nd War Zone. A small contingent remained in the towns, while the bulk of the forces had departed for their designated assembly areas, with some units covertly heading towards the 8th Route Army's territories, including the Yamazaki Brigade. Chapter 90. Pre-war Gala Zhang Xing'an had returned to the headquarters in Shicheng, where he issued a series of commands to prepare for the impending conflict. In the conference room, Kohei Nidatro, Inoue, and several other division commanders, along with local Japanese officers, gathered for this significant pre-war meeting. This operation was substantial, with plans to deploy an army of 100,000. Executing such a grand undertaking required more than mere orders. The pre-war conference was crucial. Zhang Xing'an began. As you all are aware, our mission is to advance into the western region of North China, aiming to thoroughly occupy and expand our territory, seizing complete control over the entirety of North China. We are to become the new masters of this land, ensuring that only the voice of the Jinwei family resonates here. Upon hearing this, the attendees' faces brightened, and they rose to applaud enthusiastically. If outsiders were to witness this scene, they would be astonished. The conference room was decorated with refreshments and tea, resembling a corporate annual meeting rather than a military briefing. The officers present exhibited no signs of pre-battle tension, as they understood the objective was to confront the 8th Route Army in the Coal City area. This knowledge relaxed their spirits. The officers were well aware that, despite the noise and commotion, the 8th Route Army was unlikely to suffer significant casualties. It would merely be a show, a routine performance they were all too familiar with. Their primary concern was not the battle itself, but rather the personal gains they would reap from this conflict. How much profit would fill their pockets? Seeing their jubilant demeanor, Zhang Xing'an raised his hand and continued, Gentlemen, should we succeed in seizing all of North China, we will gain complete control over the northern resources of Huaxia. Not only will your territories expand several-fold, but we will also secure half of Chahar and the Prairie Province. This will effectively sever the economic lifeline of the Guangdong Army, allowing us to dictate the resources for all their future operations. At that point, each of your fortunes could potentially multiply several times over. The room erupted into prolonged applause, enveloped in a jubilant atmosphere. After some time, the Japanese officers resumed their seats. It was then that the commander of the 183rd Division, Jinwei Gore, spoke up, Your Excellency. I have a question. Our offensive in the Coal City area is ostensibly in support of the 1st Army against the 8th Route Army, and we have been maintaining minimal friction with them. However, once we attack the Coal City, we will be left vulnerable in our rear. Will the 8th Route Army seize this opportunity to strike us from behind? He nearly let slip the notion of the 8th Route Army being allies, a remark that could have been detrimental, even though all present understood the cordial relationship. His concern about a potential rear attack from the 8th Route Army served as a timely reminder for Zhang Xing'an. Indeed, it would be unreasonable to assume that the 8th Route Army would not create disturbances in their rear. Zhang Xing'an nodded, pleased with the members from his clan. They were far more astute than other second-generation heirs. Goro, this is precisely what I wish to address next. This time, the 8th Route Army will undoubtedly target our supply lines, which will, to some extent, impede our offensive momentum. Do you all comprehend this? With this said, it is clear that this is merely an excuse to delay reinforcements. It would be preferable for the 1st Army to incur greater losses, thereby simplifying the subsequent territorial acquisition. Zhang Xing'an continued, Moreover, there are individuals among you who do not share our commitment. It would be prudent to seize this opportunity to assign them the transportation responsibilities, thereby eliminating these discordant elements. It was evident that the division commander referred to the obstinate militarist elements within each division. They are individuals who, devoid of greed and corruption, are solely obsessed with vanquishing enemies to gain merit, completely indoctrinated. Several have even reported to higher authorities, alleging collusion with the 8th Route Army. At this thought, the officer's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Previously, these commanders, akin to their subordinates, had aspired for accolades and wealth. Yet, they now hold positions as division or brigade commanders, occupying the upper echelons of command, with little prospect for further advancement. What they require now is money, and only the Imperial Guards can provide it. Their current worth, when converted to yen, exceeds millions. No one can ever have too much money, and as long as there are funds, who cares with whom they collaborate? The meager stipend provided by His Majesty the Emperor each month is hardly sufficient for anything meaningful. Is it to be squandered on toilet paper? Lord Kono once remarked, "What can you achieve with a few hundred yen a month?" At this, they nodded in agreement. This meeting saw the participation of nearly all the direct forces of the Kono family. Save for the 2 independent divisions stationed in the north, elite troops formed after the Battle of Huishui City. Zhang Xing'an had other uses for them and would not permit their interference in the conflict with the 8th Route Army. The conference lasted for over 3 hours. After discussing the details, Zhang Xing'an instructed the attendees to retire and rest, as they were eager to partake in the spoils, hastily returning to their respective domains to prepare. At this moment, Kanataro approached and said, "Your Excellency, Yang-san is waiting outside. Would you prefer to meet him now, or take a moment to rest?" Zhang Xing'an sipped his tea, gesturing that it was acceptable to meet with old Yang at this time. Thus, upon inviting Yang inside, Kanataro promptly closed the door and signaled the guards that no one was to approach. Upon Yang's entrance, Zhang Xing'an greeted him with a smile, inviting him to take a seat. Accompanying Yang was a female comrade, which surprised Zhang Xing'an, as his communication with Yang had been strictly direct. He inquired, "Who is this?" Old Yang chuckled and said, "This is my beloved partner. My superiors have assigned her to assist me with my work, and she excels in logistics." Zhang Xing'an rose to greet her warmly, exclaiming, "Ah, so you are the sister. What a pleasure to meet you. It's wonderful that you two can work together." The higher-ups have truly been considerate. Sister Yang gazed at Zhang Xing'an in astonishment, realizing that he was a prominent member of the party's clandestine operations. Indeed, the highest authority in the entire North China front. It felt surreal. "Comrade Zhang is quite youthful and accomplished," she mused, when my superiors first mentioned this to me. I could hardly believe it. It truly feels like a dream. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they turned to more pressing matters. Although Zhang Xing'an's identity was not one to be widely known, he was, in fact, the paramount authority in North China. The notion of his undercover status, in a certain sense, seemed implausible. At most, it could be said he had connections with the 8th Route Army. But to claim he was an undercover agent would invite skepticism and be dismissed as the most base slander. If Lin Guang were an undercover agent for the 8th Route Army, would that imply the Emperor of Japan was also an agent? "Old Yang, did you seek me out for a specific reason? Is it regarding the recent military actions against our party?" Zhang inquired. "Rest assured, we are merely putting on a show. We would not genuinely harm our comrades." Old Yang interrupted with a smile. "Ah, you need not divulge this matter to me. I trust you completely. And as for this confidential issue, please keep it to yourself. We must adhere to the principle of confidentiality. I am here for 2 reasons. Firstly, to update you on our progress. The cleanup operations are proceeding smoothly, and our development is on the right track. Our comrades are learning swiftly. With time, they will acclimate. Secondly, I have come across new intelligence indicating that the Japanese Kanto Army may launch an offensive against the Northern Territory, the Soviet Union." Upon hearing of the impending Japanese aggression, Zhang Xing'an raised an eyebrow, sensing urgency in their actions, likely due to severe domestic resource shortages. "I have received similar reports. During my recent trip to the capital for a meeting, this was discussed. They may indeed act against the outer grassland province early next year." What is the higher-up stance on this? Old Yang was not surprised that Zhang was aware, given his position among the Japanese elite. "It is said that the Soviets have sent us a telegram, indicating they have noted the Japanese movements and wish for our party to mobilize northward to the grassland province to counteract them." Yang's expression soured at this news. "What nonsense is this? If we move north, what becomes of our current base? This would inflict significant damage upon us. Do they truly believe they have the authority to dictate such matters? These Arctic bears sometimes take themselves far too seriously. Have they lost their wits?" Old Yang found himself at a loss for words regarding this issue, recognizing that there was little he could do to influence the situation. "The superior has instructed me to inquire whether there are any surplus weapons and equipment available. After all, we still have the brave anti-Japanese Allied Army in the north. Is it possible to provide some supplies to our comrades in the Allied Army, enabling them to constrain the enemy's advance towards the Arctic Bear?" Zhang Xing'an is aware of this force. However, their numbers are scant, and they are unable to withstand the Guangdong Army. At most, they can only disrupt logistical facilities to delay their progress. Chapter 91. The visit of Yamamoto Kuma. Upon hearing Liao Yang's words, Zhang Xing'an fell into a deep contemplation. He understood that assisting the old Russians was out of the question, as it would disrupt our comprehensive plan. After some reflection, he spoke. In that case, Liao Yang, we can amplify our countersweep this time. This will give the impression that we are entangled in combat with the Japanese, especially since the First Army of the Japanese is currently our significant predicament. Liao Yang nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this approach had been previously discussed and deemed viable. Suddenly, a cold glint appeared in Zhang Xing'an's eyes. Liao Yang, we absolutely cannot spare the First Army of the Japanese this time. They are a malignant tumor beside our 8th Route Army. As long as they exist, we remain in peril. Thus, I will devote all my efforts to annihilate the First Army in Yoshio Shimizu. The conflict between the polar bear and the Japanese is inevitable. The Guangdong Army also covets the Far East held by the Russians. Their contradictions are irreconcilable, which is beneficial for us. After depleting the Guangdong Army, I will find a way to claim their territory under the banner of the Kono family. Liao Yang was taken aback by Zhang Xing'an's declaration, suddenly realizing he had underestimated his comrade. This man held the highest authority in North China and possessed the capacity to influence the course of the war. What was his intention to devour the Guangdong Army? Such a notion was exceedingly audacious. Zhang Xing'an, what are you planning? You won't lead the North China Japanese northward against the Guangdong Army, will you? Liao Yang, do you think that is feasible? I can't believe you even thought of that. However, I do have another idea. Let me share it with you. Upon hearing his thoughts, both Liao Yang and the elder sister were left dumbfounded, astonished that events could unfold in such a manner. What kind of prodigy was this individual? This plan was indeed perilously ambitious. If successful, it would be a monumental achievement, potentially reversing the entire battlefield dynamic. The elder sister was the first to regain her composure. But Comrade Zhang, your plan is simply too bold. The premise is that the Japanese truly engage the Russians in combat. As far as I know, the Japanese have never gained the upper hand against the Russians. Zhang Xiaolu suffered tremendously back in the day. Zhang Xing'an replied resolutely, Zhang Xiaolu? Does he even deserve to engage in warfare? Rest assured, elder sister. The confrontation between the polar bear and the Japanese is unavoidable. When the time comes, the fruits of victory will be ours. And I intend to place the blame on certain individuals, just to vex those scoundrels. Both of them felt this plan was exceedingly reckless and required reporting to higher authorities. Zhang Xing'an concurred, stating that this matter could not be communicated via telegram. They would return to the base to report in person, and Zhang Xing'an would assign personnel to ensure their safe passage. In Liao Yang's absence, intelligence would be managed by Shen Shilin. Unbeknownst to Shen Shilin, he was unaware of Zhang Xing'an's identity, only knowing that this person did not harm members of our party. After briefing Shen Shilin briefly, Liao Yang departed, escorted by a contingent to the base. After Liao Yang's departure, Zhang Xing'an gazed at the map on the wall. It was now nearly March, and a significant operation was imminent. Following the conclusion of this matter, attention would need to shift to the battles between the Guangdong Army and the Russians. There was no respite to be found. However, he harbors little fondness for the bear-like nation. Many matters require no elaboration, as they are universally understood. It has been a while since he last checked the system, and now the points have accumulated into a staggering figure in the billions. While it may appear substantial, purchasing a few formidable weapons would swiftly deplete those funds. As for finances, let us not dwell on that. He now comprehends the sentiment expressed by Comrade Ma about his disinterest in money, for he has truly lost all sense of its value. The currency is overwhelmingly abundant. Apart from gold, the dollar amount approaches nearly 10 billion, not to mention the considerable sums of other foreign currencies. He refrains from flooding the market with such wealth, as it could potentially trigger a catastrophic collapse of the dollar. His motives are not altruistic, but rather a desire to capitalize on the opportunity to acquire numerous products from the beautiful nation, while ensuring no complications arise at this juncture. He aims to gradually infuse capital into the economy, recognizing that the market for their goods is currently saturated, making extensive purchases the optimal strategy. He is racing against time, anxious that the Pacific War may erupt prematurely, which would hinder his ability to procure products from the beautiful nation. After examining the system, he retrieved a few items, all of which were ordinary necessities. The only vexation lies in the fact that he has yet to acquire anything related to the Navy. It is crucial to note that our country possesses nearly 20,000 kilometers of coastline, necessitating robust naval development. Following the First Sino-Japanese War, the Navy declined, and its establishment must be prioritized. However, thus far, neither the lottery nor sign-in activities have yielded any naval vessels. In fact, there are no products related to the Navy at all. Must one capture coastal cities to unlock such acquisitions? If that proves futile, he might as well purchase a fleet of warships. With dollars in hand, he can still procure some commendable vessels, even if they are second-hand and outdated. Once he secures the coastal regions, he will construct military ports. Our party must possess its own navy, and initially acquiring some ships for training would suffice. As he pondered this, his gaze fixed upon Weiqing Port and Moda Port, envisioning a future where both would fall under his command. Lost in thought, he was abruptly roused by a knock at the door, interrupting Zhang Xingan's reverie. He beckoned the visitor to enter and took a seat, awaiting their arrival. The newcomers were none other than Koyano Taro and Inoue Ju, who entered and respectfully greeted Zhang Xingan. Subsequently, Inoue spoke, "Division Commander, we have received news from Southeast Asia. We have hired numerous retired naval personnel from Europe, primarily from the nation with the little mustache. We have also negotiated with them, and they are willing to sell us some warships. What specific types and quantities do you require?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xingan nodded. He had previously begun laying the groundwork in Southeast Asia, with the intention of using it as a springboard to acquire warships and establish his naval power. However, maintaining a navy is akin to nurturing a voracious beast, not a pursuit for the faint-hearted. "Very well, Inoue. Please arrange a meeting for me with the representative of the Little Mustache Nation. I wish to confer with him in detail." Inoue nodded in acknowledgement and indicated that this individual was currently at the Citadel and would be dispatched to the North China region today. He understood that matters concerning naval vessels necessitated higher-level discussions. His role was simply to execute his duties effectively. Next was Otani Nidataro, who mentioned that personnel from the Imperial Navy wished to meet with General Zhang Xingan. "A certain admiral from the Navy sought an audience with you. He previously served as the deputy captain of an Imperial Navy battleship and is named Yamamoto Kuma. He is also a son-in-law of the Kono family." Zhang Xingan pondered this name, finding it somewhat familiar, though he could not immediately recall where he had heard it. At that moment, Otani added, "Yamamoto Kuma is indeed a son-in-law of the Kono family, having married a daughter from a branch of their lineage, thus making him your brother-in-law." This jogged Zhang Xingan's memory. He recognized the connection, acknowledging that this individual was related to his family, albeit without close ties. Their relationship could hardly be described as particularly good or bad. It was simply neutral. Why, he wondered, would he suddenly seek him out? It seemed that one matter led to another. He resolved to address them one at a time. After a moment's thought, he inquired, "Where is he now?" "I have arranged for him to stay at a hotel. You may meet him at your convenience," Otani replied. "Very well, I have time now. Please invite him over for dinner." With that, Otani departed. That evening, at Zhang Xingan's private dining club, Maihiko was absent. She had been exceedingly busy at the hospital, often working late hours. The restaurant was occupied solely by Zhang Xingan and Yamamoto Kuma. Speaking of Yamamoto Kuma, he was indeed a talented individual. Although he hailed from a modest background, his exceptional abilities set him apart. Moreover, he possessed striking good looks. At just 40 years of age, his mature charm was quite enviable. It was no wonder that his cousin had chosen him as a husband. Being somewhat of a beauty enthusiast, especially considering that her appearance was rather ordinary. Nowadays, she had gained weight and approached 160 pounds. However, their relationship was devoid of any melodrama. Rather, they seemed to share a solid bond. Were it not for the family's assistance, this brother-in-law would not have ascended to his current position. As for his character, he was commendable, refraining from extramarital affairs and showing great affection for his wife. They had a daughter and led a relatively happy life. To the family, he was somewhat of a peripheral figure, lacking a strong presence. Yet now, this man represented a potential ally, particularly as plans to establish a navy were underway. He could indeed prove useful. Chapter 92. A timely rain pouring a glass of wine for Yamamoto Kuma, Zhang Xingan chuckled, "Brother-in-law, what brings you here today? I know your naval department is rather busy." Yamamoto Kuma, taken aback by the compliment, rose to his feet. It was essential to note that the individual before him belonged to a powerful family, one of the most influential figures in the North China Army. Most importantly, he was exceedingly wealthy indeed. The entire island nation recognized him as a veritable god of wealth. "Please, no need for such formalities. Simply call me Yamamoto Kuma," he replied modestly. "Ah, there are no outsiders here. We are all family, so let us not stand on ceremony." "You may call me Kobayashi," Zhang continued with a smile. "Moreover, in name, you are indeed my brother-in-law. By the way, how's my sister? I heard you two haven't seen each other in quite some time." At the mention of this, Yamamoto Kuma sighed, taking a hearty sip of wine, his complexion slightly reddening. "To be frank, I have come seeking your assistance." He then elaborated on his predicament. As the vice-captain of a battleship, he was part of the domestic navy, which often engaged in dubious smuggling activities. Recently, while transporting everyday goods as usual, he encountered an inspection. Typically, no one would dare challenge him due to his naval rank. However, upon realizing that the inspector was a member of the Tojo family, he understood he might have been set up, leading to the discovery that the goods had gone missing. In a moment of foresight, he had constructed a concealed hatch and jettisoned the illicit cargo into the sea, thus evading detection of the opium. Nevertheless, he was still suspended for dereliction of duty. Last month, he returned home to explain the situation to his wife, feeling utterly helpless. The Kono family was aware of the matter, and fortunately, since no opium was discovered, he avoided a military tribunal. Yet, the charge of neglecting his post was undeniable, and while he had received orders from above, he could not disclose the details. Over the years, he had come to understand that he had become a casualty in the political struggle, grateful merely to escape unscathed. Thus, I have come to implore your assistance. Is that so? These people truly are despicable. What is it that you require from me, brother-in-law? Do you wish to be reinstated? Oh no, no, no. I do not aspire to regain my position. I am well aware that the Navy is undergoing a reshuffle, and I know I can never return. What I seek is a loan. As you know, the cargo I was transporting involved the Kono family and several others, and I am held accountable for the loss. The Kono family has absolved me from their goods, but combined with the Yamamoto family and a few others, the total amounts to several 100,000 yen. Though I have some savings, the sum is considerable, and I still lack over 20,000 yen. Thus, my sister urged me to come to you for assistance. At this point, Zhang Xingyan understood. Evidently, his sister was quite remarkable. 20,000 yen could easily be resolved through the family's resources. However, after resolving the matter, Yamamoto-kuma would be further marginalized without an official position. It appears that the members of the prominent family are not to be underestimated. This action might very well be sanctioned by the Kono family. Alas, I thought it was something significant, but it is merely 200,000 yen. Rest assured, brother-in-law, I will take care of this matter. By the way, I heard my niece has a boyfriend, a scion of the Mitsui family, correct? When are they planning to hold the wedding? Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Yamamoto-kuma's face. His daughter was the greatest source of comfort for him and his wife. The original plan was for mid-next year, but given the recent events, it may be postponed. Zhang Xingyan expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "What? Is that Mitsui lad a snob? Is he considering breaking off the engagement because you lack authority? If so, just inform me, and I'll handle that scoundrel from the Mitsui family. The children of the Kono family are not to be trifled with." Yamamoto-kuma quickly waved his hand, replying, "Oh, that's not the case. This young man genuinely cares for my daughter. He even offered to use his savings to assist me, which I declined. I wholeheartedly support their union. But a marriage requires a dowry, hence the wedding will be delayed by 2 months." Zhang Xingyan pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled and shook his head, saying, "Brother-in-law, I believe the wedding should not be postponed, but rather advanced. It should be a grand affair, inviting the celebrities of our nation, especially in these times. We must showcase the strength of both the Kono and Yamamoto families. Let those petty individuals know not to reach for what is beyond their grasp. Rest assured, I will handle the financial matters. As a dowry for my niece, I will present them with a villa in the finest district of Tokyo. One for them and one for their future child." Ha! Yamamoto-kuma stood up, slightly taken aback, and hurriedly refused, saying, "How can this be? It is far too extravagant. Perhaps we should reconsider." Zhang Xingyan promptly interrupted, "Oh, brother-in-law, there is no need for such formality. This represents the dignity of the Kono family. Furthermore, how much will the Mitsui family contribute as a wedding gift for my niece? Regardless of their offering, I shall provide double, no, 5 times the dowry in return. Everyone knows this fellow is wealthy, but none anticipated his wealth to such an extent." However, at this moment, Yamamoto-kuma refrained from further conversation, waiting for Zhang Xingyan to conclude. He understood that accepting favors often comes with expectations of reciprocity, yet he could not fathom what value he, a fallen naval general, possessed that would intrigue the other party. "By the way, I heard my sister has been busy with a small business lately. I wonder what she is engaged in." Mentioning this, Yamamoto-kuma responded, "Kuko has a few kimono shops, just enough to make ends meet. A few shops are trivial for the Kono family, but alas, this cousin's status is inferior to his own. She belongs to a side branch and is a woman in a society where their standing is quite low, even within a prominent family. Recently, I have decided to embark on a clothing business in Japan. I plan to acquire several factories and a few storefronts. With my cousin assisting in the management, I will hold a 40 stake, while my cousin will possess 60. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto became calm rather than excited. It was an exceptionally generous offer. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, expressing gratitude on behalf of Kozi, inquiring what further assistance he could provide. Zhang Xingyan smiled. This individual was not foolish, but rather quite astute. Upon learning that this brother-in-law intended to approach him, Zhang had conducted a background check, and, upon discovering his circumstances, felt fortunate, as if the heavens had provided him with a timely opportunity. Given this context, Zhang decided to be forthright. "Brother-in-law, since you have left the naval department, I intend to establish a maritime merchant escort fleet in Southeast Asia, and I require your expertise as an experienced naval officer." Yamamoto understood. He was being asked to return to his former profession and safeguard the merchant vessels, a task he was familiar with. However, he pondered what it would entail to follow the directives of Kono lineage and what type of naval ships he would be commanding. It was likely that they would involve a few second-hand light warships, which posed no significant challenge for him. "This is not an issue. I am well versed in matters concerning warships. However, may I inquire what type of vessels we are discussing?" Are they decommissioned ships from the Empire or from another nation? Zhang Xing'an refrained from providing a direct answer and posed another question in return. Currently, there are 2 light warships decommissioned by the Empire. However, under such circumstances, I would not require your assistance, as I am aware of your past service on battleships. I am curious, though, about your familiarity with aircraft carriers. Chapter 93. The formation of the army's fleet. Upon hearing the question about aircraft carriers, he was taken aback. The Empire now possessed its own carriers. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, I am indeed familiar with aircraft carriers. I have served on one myself. I possess some understanding of these vessels, which can deploy fighter jets for long-range assaults. They are potent instruments that can alter the dynamics of naval warfare. Nations around the globe are currently advancing their carrier capabilities, yet they come with significant drawbacks. Zhang Xing'an, intrigued by the discourse on aircraft carriers, was eager to gauge the depth of his acquaintance's knowledge on the subject. He began, when discussing aircraft carriers, one must first consider the technical proficiency required of the pilots. The investment needed to cultivate a carrier pilot far exceeds that for a conventional pilot. Furthermore, the performance of the aircraft is of paramount importance. Without advanced planes, the combat efficacy of an aircraft carrier diminishes substantially. Additionally, the inherent vulnerabilities of the carrier are considerable, particularly its lackluster air defense capabilities, necessitating a substantial escort of warships. Thus, I believe that for an aircraft carrier to be truly effective, the associated costs are exceptionally high. Zhang Xing'an observed him intently, realizing that the Japanese Navy indeed had its share of astute individuals. His analysis was astutely on point, especially regarding the understanding of aircraft carriers, which was remarkably incisive. In later years, this issue would also be addressed by deploying numerous destroyers and frigates around the carriers. However, in this era, dominated by battleships, major powers would not be inclined to invest such exorbitant resources in aircraft carriers. The definition of an aircraft carrier at this juncture was merely that of a floating airfield, as long as it remained undetected by adversaries. Brother-in-law, my intention is to establish a maritime escort fleet, and it is not merely a matter of a few small vessels. I plan to deploy a fleet of significant scale, potentially including aircraft carriers and various battleships. I would like your assistance in assembling this fleet, particularly in terms of personnel and training. Upon hearing this news, Yamamoto Kuma stood frozen, questioning whether he had misheard. What was this person saying? Did he think that forming an army was akin to producing a few hundred rifles? That young man Kobayashi. I did not quite catch what you just said about a fleet, not just a few vessels. Rest assured, you heard correctly. I intend to assemble a fleet of over 100 warships. However, I am lacking in personnel. It would be fortuitous if you could assist me, being family after all. Moreover, I would appreciate your help in recruiting naval personnel like yourself to aid me. They shall not be treated poorly. In that moment, Yamamoto Kuma comprehended the gravity of the situation. He was not jesting. Suddenly, a bold idea struck him. This individual intended to form a private army. It is imperative to understand that maintaining a navy is no small feat. It demands vast resources. Was he out of his mind to entertain such a notion? Recognizing Yamamoto Kuma's expression, Zhang Xing'an spoke plainly. Brother-in-law, let me be forthright. The domestic economy is on the brink of collapse, and this feudal war against Huaxia is barely sustainable. However, should the situation deteriorate, they are bound to encroach upon my interests in Southeast Asia and other overseas territories. I must safeguard my interests, which necessitates the establishment of my own navy. I have heard that the Navy possesses its own Marine Corps. Why then should our army not have its own naval force? I aspire to establish my own naval force. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Kuma immediately comprehended the implications. The mere thought of potentially commanding a fleet filled him with immense exhilaration. However, he soon pondered the formidable challenges associated with naval formation and remarked, Kobayashi-kun, how well versed are you in the establishment of a navy? The financial aspect alone amounts to astronomical figures, not to mention the training of personnel and the development of combat readiness, which requires significant time. Furthermore, there are subsequent maintenance issues, oil supplies, and a myriad of related concerns. Zhang Xing'an recognized that the individual before him possessed expertise, thus he attentively absorbed the analysis of various issues, ultimately discerning that they could be distilled into 2 fundamental concerns: finances and personnel. For him, these issues were not insurmountable. What he required was time. I shall address the financial constraints, he asserted. As for the personnel issue, how many individuals can you recruit, dear brother-in-law? After a moment of contemplation, Yamamoto Kuma replied, in the short term, I can gather only a few hundred individuals. However, these personnel can barely operate a handful of warships. Commanding 100 vessels is simply unfeasible unless we undertake recruitment and training. Yet, the local talent pool is currently deficient, and I fear the main headquarters would be reluctant to release anyone. Zhang Xing'an pondered quietly before suggesting, if you were to recruit individuals from Huaxia, would you be able to train them? The notion of training Huaxia nationals left Yamamoto Kuma bewildered. Was this individual out of his mind? Yet, As his thoughts raced, he recalled numerous rumors regarding this man's clandestine dealings with the Huaxia military, leading him to suspect that the rumors held a kernel of truth. Perhaps there was some covert arrangement with the Huaxia government? But given that the two nations were presently at war, it seemed there were many facets of this situation that eluded him. Nonetheless, he reasoned that he was merely a minor player. If Inoue Lin chose to use him as a scapegoat, it would not be of great consequence, especially since he had promised his family certain benefits. Even if it cost him his life, he would proceed. He furtively glanced around and remarked, "I am uncertain what Kobayashi-kun's intentions are, whether he aims to train Huaxia soldiers for the Navy or aspires to establish a fleet capable of combat readiness, or perhaps both. However, merely training a navy would require considerable time and would not yield immediate combat efficacy." "Oh, brother-in-law, how do you perceive this?" Yamamoto inquired, eager to hear his thoughts. "It stands to reason that Kobayashi-kun's initial ambition in forming a navy is for self-preservation. My contention is that if he intends to utilize Huaxia nationals, extensive training will be necessary. Given the escalating nature of the war, time is of the essence. I presume you intend to purchase a substantial number of vessels, correct? Therefore, you could recruit mercenaries and sailors globally to assist you, thereby swiftly achieving combat readiness. Moreover, with individuals from various nations aboard your fleet, even the opposition would find it challenging to contest you. However, employing retired sailors from abroad would entail significant financial expenditure." Zhang Xingan's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, he could recruit a vast number of sailors. There was no need for mercenaries per se. He could simply hire them himself. With ample funds at his disposal, he had little to fear. It appeared that this individual had already intertwined his fate with his own, suggesting that as long as there were mutual benefits, all else became inconsequential. "Ha ha ha, my dear brother-in-law, you are truly remarkable. Why not take on the role of my deputy commander for the naval fleet? Oh, I suppose you should now be the head of my escort security team. Assist me in assembling the fleet personnel, and I shall grant you a share of the profits from overseas transportation, one portion for you and another for the others whom you shall manage." Yamamoto Kuma rose excitedly, respectfully declaring, "I vow my unwavering loyalty to you, General." This time, he addressed him with a military rank, signifying his allegiance. Zhang Xingan did not object. Instead, he elaborated on the specific details, informing him of the meeting with key figures from the small mustache nation the following day to discuss the procurement of warships. The next afternoon, a middle-aged Western gentleman with a prominent mustache arrived at Zhang Xingan's location. Upon meeting Zhang, he joyfully approached and embraced him. Zhang had no objections to the Western custom of embracing, though the elderly demeanor of this man made him somewhat uncomfortable. "Oh, my dear Mr. Guard, I have long wished to meet you. You are truly remarkable, not only the youngest commander in the North China region, but also a wealthy magnate. His Excellency the Emperor sends his regards." Zhang Xingan smiled and welcomed him into his VIP room, expressing his honor at the visit. "Mr. Campbell, it is an immense pleasure to have you here. I also convey my greetings to His Excellency